Okay, so that's like what USD, like 500?
Oh, no. No, that's not 800 now USD.
Oh, okay, so she's pretty expensive. So it's like $1,000 an Australian hour. 1,200 bucks. Damn. Is she smoking hot?
She's not bad. She's very hot.
She must be pretty amazing.
You can say, mate.
Isn't it amazing though that like she can be so fucking good, but the second after you ejaculate, you're like, what the fuck did I just do?
What do you mean?
Well, it's like with any chick, you're just like, all right, I'm gonna. There's a large buildup, and then once you fuck them, it's like, all right, where's the next chick? Like on the list. Basically, like I've done that, been there, done that. There's like something that happens in the male psyche that it's like a conquering complex, and then you want to just get on to the next chick.
Is that for every man?
Yeah, it's pretty instinctual. And the reason why is because we are programmed to be to like inseminate as many chicks as we can to spread our seed. So there's something psychologically.
Is that why I have such a strong connection to someone long distance? Because I know it's going to be a while before it happens.
That could be. But then the second that you fuck her, you think about all the hotter chicks that you could get, and then you'll maybe want to fuck a different chick. You'll be like, dude, do I have to be with this chick forever? And the thing is, she'll be like, oh, I found the one. I'm so glad that I found him. And you'll be like, dude, did I make a mistake?
No, I don't think.
I mean, that's just how it works psychologically. You'll also be really tired afterward. It's post-nut clarity.
I think part of the attraction for her is the long distance thing if you're never at the same again.
Well, yeah, okay, so that's a different story. So you're talking about like you're just gonna fuck this chick one time and then you're done?
I don't know.
I thought you wanted to be like in a relationship with her.
No.
You've said that. You've even called this. You've even called this. You've even called this chick your girlfriend.
Oh, I didn't.
Dude, I get people who come in here who ask me for relationship advice. And this one guy came in recently. He lives in another country and he likes a girl here in the United States. And basically the girl in the United States is just like, he calls her his girlfriend and he gives her money and he likes her a lot. It's pretty clear he likes her more than she likes him. And I was like, dog, you've got to get the power back from this chick. And basically this is just like telling him, you know, like maybe we shouldn't be together. We're not going to see each other for a while, though, which isn't true. They're going to see each other in like 70 days, which is not that long at all. And so he just told her like what I told you, which is just be like, all right, look, I'm doing what I need to do for myself. I'm making improvements for myself. I'm not making them for you. And I love you. And basically, like, I want to be with you, but if you don't want to be with me, that's fine. I'll move on. It's no big deal. And then immediately thereafter, she just became putty in his hand. And she was like, no, 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 I want to be with you and all this stuff. And she's kind of doing some flip flopping, but I just thought that was an interesting one.
Why did he give her money?
Well, that's what I asked too. And I asked, how much did he give her? And she has a job, but it doesn't pay very much. And she needed a little bit of money. And so he's given her money for stuff. And I told him, like, there's some stuff that you can do that could make this like he's coming to the United States to go to college. And like there's an issue. Like she's a virgin. So she just doesn't know what she wants out of like a relationship. She's never really been in one longer than a week.
She told him she was a virgin and oh yeah, that guy's getting scammed.
No, I don't think he's getting scammed. No, it's not. He's not getting scammed. He hasn't given her a lot of money, just like a little bit, just to um kind of get by.
Was he striking on that video call?
Oh yeah, definitely.
They had phone sex?
Like I think video sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I've met her as well, and
No?
well, in here,
Okay.
and
Okay.
she she's just very antisocial, and I mean she's young, she's 18, so she's like got her whole life.
Okay.
He's 21, so they're like similar age, and he's basically going to like dedicate his life to her. I mean, I've been honest with him, like, dude, this isn't the girl for you. You're gonna get to the United States, and there are tons of chicks here, and probably find a hotter chick, and probably a nicer chick to you. So don't like get your hopes up or whatever. I just find it interesting that men can dedicate all this time to a woman, and then that woman basically can be like, oh, I don't know what I want or whatever. She can just be flip floppy. And the second that he's like, all right, well, I'll go find and do something else, she comes in. She's like putty in his hand. She's like a pup. And
So the girl I'm talking to, it's pretty clear that we don't want anything different from each other. It's not,
okay.
But the issue is, she doesn't want me to go over there. She doesn't want me to go over there. She doesn't want me to like see what her life looks like. Yeah. And then getting here, coming to Australia, and her traveling is an achievement, but she's just not in a position where she can do it right now.
Yeah.
It's an achievement for her to get the thing. I could go over there uninvited, but then I'll just, like, it's fine.
That'd be creepy as fuck.
What?
To go to the United States uninvited and just surprise her?
It wouldn't be.
Why would it not be?
Like, she'd be aware of trying to me to go there, but she's not like, yeah.
But what'd you say?
I would be able to tell her friend if I was coming to go there, then I just don't want her to lose that. Like, I feel like she wants to come here. There's some achievement for her to come here. She doesn't want me to go over there and really, like, see what her life looks like. And I feel like if I do that, then we're not going to spend as much time together as she can here. So I have to wait.
I gotcha. Are you sure she's not? I mean, dude, she's probably in a relationship. Let's be honest.
100% no.
Why do you say 100% no?
It's not right. Look at, I know things about her that I'm not going to disclose. Yeah.
Are you sure she's not getting it on the side from some dude?
I'm not going to say things.
Okay. But there's a chance?
The probably is that she's not committed to the dude.
There you go. So she is getting it from some dude. All right. Well, that's fine.
She's not committed. She's not committed. Yeah. That's all I can say.
Okay. I mean, do you think she's more committed to you than she is to that guy?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you think that?
No.
I mean, she's had sex with that guy. And she hasn't with him.
She's on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm not denying that. All right, dude.
I can really not disclose too much about the situation.
That's cool. That's cool. You maybe she whatever. All I know is that I have a new game to play, and I think you're really gonna like it. So it's mini it's table soccer, but instead of you go then I go then you go then I go, we both choose two guys at the same time to go, and on top of that, you don't have as many players. Okay, so you're going to be confused at first. I'm going to pretend, or I'm going to kick the ball, and then you want to go. You want to pick two guys to go, just like you normally would, but not just one, two people. There you go. Oh, that's a goal. That's a big time goal.
Okay.
Oh, pimp.
You just won.
I don't know if I won. Oh, dude. You just changed the game. Oh, big time. So, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yeah. So look at the same time.
Welcome.
Isn't it harder? Oh, your whole mind.
Good person knows they're hot micing. Just
I can play offensive and defensive at the same time.
exactly.
Oh, shit. Holy shit. This. Wait. Oh, I'm gonna get the ball before you. I'm closer. You're gonna fuck this up. We didn't even shoot.
I know. I was muting that person.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does. That's okay. I mean,
Fuck. Fuck. This is not good for me. This is not good. But I'm feeling this.
oh, dude. Dude, I don't know what to do here.
I really don't know still. I fucked up hard as movie. I think I know what to do here. Just defense. Okay, that was good. That was good.
That was very good.
And very bad. Oh, what? Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
What's your favorite Kid Cudi?
I don't know. I'm not huge into Kid Cudi. How about you? What's your favorite?
Soundtrack for what?
Tight. Sounds cool as fuck.
Oh, Pursuit of Happiness.
Tight.
And one night we'll see. Let's go.
I've been doing it level 14th. You can come in if you want. Oh, are you serious?
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Beach Boys over Beatles.
Beatles.
Really?
Yeah, nobody's gonna pick the Beach Boys over the Beatles. The question is not Beach Boys or Beatles. It's Rolling Stones or Beatles.
Uh,
Are you gonna be able to score in time?
yes. Fuck.
Oh, get in. Pass.
What's the best?
Pass.
What?
Big shot here, Zoot. Big shot. Oh, yeah.
Harry Potter all the way.
Oh, that's a good one. I really. Do you include The Hobbit in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, then Lord of the Rings. If you don't include The Hobbit in Lord of the Rings, um, maybe Harry Potter. Have you read The Hobbit?
I've read parts of it, okay? I've read the first, like, few chapters of the Hobbit. I'm not reading the Hobbit.
I like The Hobbit more than Lord of the Rings, and it's not. Lord of the Rings is so long.
Movies or the book?
Both. They have this person who's something that I think is really cool. They are like an amateur video editor, and you know how they made The Hobbit three different books or three different movies, even though it's one book. And if you didn't know that, they did. They took it and made it into one normal sized movie, and the normal sized movie is really, really good. Like the books or the movies currently as they stand are just it's too long. I mean, I don't know. I might even watch it today. You know what I've been watching the past couple days that I haven't watched in a long time is The Office.
Yeah, a lot of people don't follow it. A lot of people respect. That's why I do.
Dude, I can't believe you didn't even score in that game.
Yeah, the problem with the Hobbit is like the movies, they split them into three parts instead of just making like a different book. The Hobbit book, there's three Lord of the Rings books, and then they split the Hobbit to three parts.
That's exactly right. They just did it. And I understand they could have just made like $1 billion with one of them, or maybe 2 billion with one of them, and they made three of them, so they made like $3 billion. That sucks that you did that.
I mean, they could have made it better.
You need a perfect round. 777. Oh, dude, that was almost amazing.
They could have made the Hobbit better, but they. I don't.
When I first read The Hobbit, it was like I got so into it, and I like built this whole world in my mind, and
Was that before the Lord of the Rings movies came out?
yeah, so it was like in the 90s when I read it, and it was just I don't know. It's probably the first book I ever read that was really like fantasy, like pretty hardcore, and there's like magic and like invisibility.
When you saw the Lord of the Rings, the version you played in your mom was like that.
Yeah. The first time I saw Lord of the Rings, I think it was the first or second one. I can't remember. I went. So like, I was a pretty cool. I'm still cool, but I was pretty cool in high school, and I was so cool in high school that I had friends in college, and I went to the movies, and I went with my friends from high school, and my friends from college came, and they sat in the row behind us, and they made fun of it the whole time. Not because it was a bad movie; it's just really long, and so I think it bothered my friends from high school, and it was distracting. But I understand it. It's a really long movie, and most of the movie of all of them, they're just walking. It's literally just walking. The guy who split the Hobbit up two into make condensed it into one part. He didn't take anything out of the of substance except the walking. The walking just is it takes so long. Yeah. The walking is like takes like of a 9 hour set of movies, it's like 6 hours. Both. They're just walking a lot. Oh dude, you beat me and I only had one. You had a perfect round. Oh no you didn't. Oh we
Okay, in the water brings though that the events happen throughout 19 years.
right. Oh Zoo.
Makes it the movie makes it looks like the whole everything happened within a week.
Right. There's always been that question too, at least in The Hobbit. I mean, I don't know everything that well, but I think you're familiar with the point. Okay, there's a part where they get away from the orcs, and the eagles pick them up and fly them to like another place. And there's always been the question, they like fly them to the forest or something. And there's always been the question, yo, dog, why didn't they just fly them all the way to the mountain? And then there's, then it's a plot point that's an issue. Zoot, have you seen the American version of The Office? Zoot. You have to answer my question before I answer anything. You have seen the American of The Office?
Not the whole series.
Did you like it?
No.
You did not like it?
No. Why?
Did you ever see the UK version of it?
Yeah.
Do you like that one more?
It's quite boring.
Do you think they're boring?
Man, they probably broke up their moments. It was just like, yeah. Do you like The Office?
Love it. In fact, I, so they put out the Office ones, like the Office in, I don't know, it ran from like 2004 or 2005, 2004, I think, until, or maybe 2005 until like 2013. And each episode generally would be like 22 minutes because you've got advertising in there. Well, they actually made the show 30 minutes long, but they just had to cut stuff. And so recently in 2021, Peacock, the company owned by, and put out what's called the Superfan Edition, which gives you all 30 minutes. And while it doesn't necessarily um, give you any more, like it does, it's not always consistent with their story. I find it, I find them, it's just more content, so I like it. And so I've been watching those recently, and it's neat. It's like it's this thing. It's like I don't know. It's like a book that you've read, but it's like missing parts of it, and now you get to see the parts that they
Do you want to book?
didn't include. Did I what?
Do you want to read fantasy book?
Um, I started to when I was in like seventh grade, and it was I think very good, and it was very much like Lord of the Rings, but realistic. It didn't have like magic and stuff, but it was like a medieval book. And I remember writing it, and a teacher saw it that I was writing a book and not paying attention in class, and told me I couldn't write it anymore, and so I had to stop. And yeah, but I had like a whole notebook filled with like a story, and it was just basically like stories of like knights and a castle and things like that. I mean,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's cool.
what's that, Zoo?
Fantasy book, but it's like concept. It's not metal. But it's not on the one that's on which I haven't seen anyone take or my agent, but like a fantasy about like ancient it's like set on one.
There you go. My book, the thing that made it different than books than I've ever seen is I had a map, and it had like different parts of this city, this fortress, and instead of just learning about the king and the queen and the prince and princess and all that, you learned about everybody in the town, or like everybody in the, so you got like all their backstories. It was just really in depth, and I remember the map that I was just really cool. And but it's one of those things, like a teacher can come in and be like, don't do this. Yo, what up, Brad? How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Can you hear us, Brad? Whatevs.
How come that haven't been more books like with AI coming out? How come there haven't been more books written with like authors coming out that they can help with AI right?
There are. They're like entire series. A lot of books. Believe it or not, like my favorite series of books. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's unique. I really like 50 Shades of Grey. In fact, we've watched them on this podcast or listened to them like for months on end. And
Dark Twilight?
I've never read it, so I don't know.
It's the same book.
Yeah, basically it is.
You know 50 Shades of Grey took inspiration from Twilight.
Yeah.
50 Shades of Grey is Twilight.
Okay, but basically, I think books could have potentially been written with AI. I'm not saying they were, but or like a group of authors. I know they say it's just one author, but same with the George R. Martin book. Just I don't always believe that. I even think that Harry Potter could have been written by multiple people. And when you tell a person who really likes Harry Potter that, it's like shouting down their religion. They hate it.
make the naughty or like 5 more people. They had a whole book club. I can't remember. There was like 4 of them. They're all really famous authors, and they all.
Right. C.S. Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien, and
They had all had other books. All the other famous ones.
I don't know. All I know is that you're not playing as well as you normally do.
Yeah.
So remember that time I bite and just waited on you? Do you do you remember that time I sent you an invite and then just waited on you? Zoot, do you think it's fun to play with you? It sucks. Everything is about you. You're very selfish.
Yeah, so the only fucking people I've heard with
Zoot, am I just playing really well or are you playing really shittily?
I'm playing really well.
And I'm playing balls to the walls, baby. I'm gonna get the 16.
Who would you rather me?
I just got it. Zoot, I just got it. Get that 15, son. Zoot, you lost again. I think I'm better than you are at least today, at every game we play. Prove me differently. There you go. That was good. 61 points. Get that 20. Get that 15. You gave me an opportunity to win, Zoot. Are you serious? Yeah, not if I go viral, because I'll just keep cameras going all the time. Now, there are people who might be able to track their children's lives better because while because live streaming wasn't a thing, it was not technologically possible when I was a baby. Though my parents do have a lot of footage of comparatively with what most people would have. Like they had a camcorder and took a lot of video of me.
Do you think that would be ethical? string someone's whole life into running it back.
Well, it's I've met the first person, at least met them virtually. The first person that had that done. Um, they were born in like 1996, and they had their birth streamed, and it was the first ever. There you go. It was the first time it had ever been done. Pardon me. But they don't stream, so it's not like they have a bunch of footage of them. But they were in all kinds of newspapers and stuff. Zoot playing amazingly. Don't make this.
I mean, it'd be interesting to have someone live stream from running it back, but obviously,
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made though that they're already being streamed. They're like on baby monitors and perhaps closed circuit television.
yeah, but obviously, like, don't have intimate relations.
Yeah, you can.
A lot of things.
Your just significant other has to be okay with it.
Well, you can't record yourself. Some people look at the numbers. You can't bring yourself into a relationship to the child, the teenager.
Well, not everybody has sex before they're 18.
And that should be the choice.
Zoot played well your first time. You usually don't play that well in this game. All right, that's one. You got one. You got a swish. Swishes are so big in this game. Oh, dude, you're playing no swishes, dude.
I'm not going to the gym tomorrow.
Why not?
Second out. So I'll go Saturday and Sunday.
Zoot, you're only down one.
Saturday, Sunday, then I'll take Monday and Tuesday.
Okay.
Right there.
Dude, Zoot, you got 4 points. Do you think you're going to win?
Your birthday is in October, right?
Nope.
September?
Nope.
August.
Nope, we're not going to play this game. I've told you like a million times. I got you, Zoot. All right. Next game. Okay, we'll change it up a little bit. We're going to turn multipliers on, which changes my strategy. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to go, or are you going to just jerk yourself off raw? Oh, Zoot. Playing like dog shit. There you go. He got his multiplier. Get that triple 3 or triple 100. Oh, that would have been huge. Give me that. Give me it. Give me it. Oh, dude. I fucked up. Get that multiplier, son. Get that multiplier. I don't know why you would do that. Oh, dude. Zoot playing like a baller. Zoot playing like a baller. Yeah, dog. No fair. You got a triple. Oh, baby. You're done. Get that triple 100, double 100. I don't know if it's possible for you to come back. Okay. Yeah, get it. Oh, if you would have got that, then you had a chance. Now I'm going to put up some numbers on you. Do you want to hear a story? I doubled your score. All right, Zoot, I'll tell you a story. All right, so I was having back pain, and I went to a physical therapist, like a chiropractor, insurance covered, and I met the doctor. He was really nice. Met all the people who worked there. They were really nice, except massage therapist. And the massage therapist was a man. And after we would do all these exercises and stuff, there was this where we just had to stretch for 15 minutes. And I don't know about you, but like I get bored if I'm just like sitting there for 15 minutes stretching. So I would take out my phone and I would look at it as I was stretching. I was still stretching, but I would just take out my phone and read my emails. And was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm stretching. He's like, your phone is out. I'm like, yeah, my phone's out, but I'm stretching. Like, I can do two at once. And he's like, you can't have your phone out. I'm like, well, where's the sign that says you can't have your phone out? He's like, you've got to focus on your stretching. I was like, are you fucking serious? So, like, I left that day thinking, like, that was weird. Like, I don't know why you can't have your phone out and stretch. It's not like I'm taking pictures of people or video or anything. I'm just on my, and I'm the only person in the room. I'm just on my phone, just reading my, like, text messages and stuff. So I go back another time, and same thing. It's time for me to stretch. I've got 15 minutes to stretch. And he tells me how to stretch, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to stretch that way. And I do. But as I'm stretching, I have beneficial to be on my phone because I'm not thinking about stretching. It's like stretching can be painful. And so when I'm on my phone, it distracts me. So I'm on my phone, on my work phone, and he's like, he comes in, he's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm stretching." He's like, "Yeah, but you're on your phone." Like, look, again, there isn't a policy against being on my phone. There are no signs that say you can't be on your phone. It's not in the contract that you can't be on your phone. This is like your opinion that I shouldn't be on my phone while I stretch. But I want you to know that stretching is painful and this helps to distract me. He's like, "Yeah, you can't be on your phone." So third time comes. We go, we do all these exercises. It's time to stretch for 15 minutes. Again, nobody's there. They just have some television that's playing like midday talk shows about which I don't care. It's not like there isn't anything like there are electronics in there. It's not like that. There's not. So I get out my phone and I start reading my text messages. Dude, are you going to accept the invite or not? Okay. And he comes in and he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, "I'm stretching." He's like, "Yeah, but you're on your phone. And I've told you before, you'd be on your phone." I said, "Look, we're done." I get out of the stretching pose. I go to the front desk and I told them, "I've never done this, but there's a first for everything. I have no issue with the doctor. He's a really nice person. I have no issue with any of, but your massage therapist has the worst attitude of any person I've ever met. I'm supposed to be stretching, which I am, but it's 15 minutes of dead time, and I can be doing other things. I can multitask." And so I'm on my emails and reading messages. And he has a problem with that. And you don't have any signage or anything aside from this one person's opinion that I shouldn't be on my phone. And I want you to know I'm never here again. And I never did. This was probably around 2014 or so. And I'm not saying cell phones weren't as prevalent. They were. But like today, nobody would tell you that. Like, "Oh, you're on your phone. So what?" But it was like back then, people had an issue with you being on your phone. It wasn't like I was at the movie theater. It wasn't like I was talking on the phone. It's not like my phone is making any sounds. And there was no one else in the room. I just have always felt that this was like the strangest interaction I've ever had with anybody. This one other time something like this happened, it was during the pandemic. And I was at a grocery store called Sprouts, and it's like an organic farmers market kind of deal. And you had to keep 6 feet of distance in the line. And I made sure I had 6 feet of distance between the person in front of me and the person behind me. And I might have had 8 to 10 feet of distance with the person in front of me. It was the lady and her child. And this lady turns around, and even though there's 8 to 10 feet in between us, "You need to have 6 feet in between us." I said, "Ma'am, there's 8 to 10 feet in between us. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I can move back further, but then everybody else in the line is going to have to move back further." She's like, "It says 6 feet." And I said, "I know, there's literally like 4 feet in front of my cart. And then there's my cart, which is another 4 feet. It's like, and there's even a little bit more space in there. It's like 10 feet away." This lady's like, "You need to back up." I'm like, "Okay." I'm like, "Am I losing it? Like, this is not that, like, there's a lot of space." So that lady checks out or whatever and leaves. And then I pull up to the out, and the lady who's checking me out is like, "I am so sorry. you shouldn't have been treated that way. That woman obviously had some kind of problem and did not recognize that you were a completely fine distance away. I'm not sure what her issue was. But I'm like, no, it's fine. Like I was totally fine with it. And then as I was there, I got a call on my phone, and I just gotten a position, a job, and I was really just, I was like, at the end of it, I was like, oh fuck that lady, who gives a shit? I just got a really great contract, so $120,000. So I was very happy about that, and those are two stories that I've had in my life where I felt like I do anything. I've done shit wrong. I'm not perfect, but I didn't do anything wrong in these two situations, and it was like totally the other person. Why did I tell those stories? Because I like being right, and I know I was right in those situations. All right, Zoo, why aren't you accepting my invitation? Why are you just jerking yourself off raw? Yo, pimp.
Just gonna be the next week. You think big airdrop?
Do I think what?
Get a big airdrop.
Perhaps.
That's it.
Years goes by with no writing. Art takes maybe 200 years till it really figural art. I mean, rather than just a geometric scroll.
Right.
And figural art doesn't appear for another couple hundred years. You don't get monumental construction until much later. And so it's this period where the society is what we'd call today a collapse, right? And for a long time, people read like the Iliad and the Odyssey. They see these Homeric heroes feasting on cattle. And they're like, you know what happened? Everybody became cowboys, right? They became pastoralists instead of agriculturalists. And so one of my big claims to fame is I said, no, that's wrong. If you study all the animal bone evidence, you look at the totality of evidence for what people were eating, it actually is the opposite. They're eating less animal protein and more plants. We had it completely wrong. And so, I have a couple articles on this and also how it relates to how food production has to change and adapt related to climate change at that time. It gets very dry, a big drought. And so, like that's my claim to fame is overturning the previous thought on what the Greeks were doing at that time. And so, why I get funding is because I did that. So, the idea that we're supposed to parrot the party line, no, we're supposed to overturn and rewrite the past. We're supposed to find new evidence, use new methods, have new questions to be able to our understanding of the past. Is maybe the right way to put it. Right. It's not always meant to overturn what we know. It's meant to say something different, for sure.
Can you explain? Before we wrap it up, we'll talk about the ice cores that you guys talked about with Graham and Rose. A point in there in the past where you were explaining how ice cores don't show evidence for metallurgy used during the ice age,
or at least global large-scale metallurgy.
Right. So there was claims on the internet that you used a graph that didn't show the ice age, and you were basically trying to deceive or con them.
That's one of the claims, yeah.
So can you lay out what you were trying to explain there, and what people are saying online about how you got that wrong?
Yeah, I think this is a good question, especially because this has become so popular. Yeah. And as I told you beforehand, I have a video dropping today on that topic. Because I realized I have to address this. So many people think I lied, which is, to be honest, ludicrous. I had citations on the screen where people could go and do their research. So you could argue I was wrong, but to argue I lied is just insulting. But whatever. Let's just take it at face value. So Graham Hancock, in several different appearances, has argued that his lost civilization had 18th or 19th century technology.
Yes.
And I did not know what that meant, of course, because he's not always clear on what that technology means, right? And so I put up a quote that he gave when he was on London Real, I think, with Brian Rose in 2017 or 18. And mentioned that they have 18th or 19th century technology. And I sort of said, look, the last time you had a debate, it was with this guy who's a skeptic, not an archaeologist, Michael Shermer. And the split of it was, hey, Graham, what kind of technology? Are you talking about metals? Are you talking about writing? And Graham says, well, perhaps the technology for metals was chosen to be used, right? So, meaning, no, I don't think they had metals. So I acknowledged that, and I said that's good if you don't think there's metals, because if you go and you look at ice core evidence, you can trace large-scale metallurgy activity in ice cores. It's been done for Roman period. It's been done for medieval period. It's been done in different areas of the world. We can look at different glaciers and test for that. And I should from a colleague of mine at Oxford, Andrew Wilson, who's a Roman archaeologist. I don't know him personally, but he's a great guy. I know people that work with him and stuff like that. And so I use that as an example of how we detect this. And I said, well, this has not been detected in ice age layers of ice cores. And people are saying, but you show the ice age on that graph, right? That's what you just said. Well, I was using a published graph. This is the graph that was in that article. Like, what do you mean as an example of what we do?
Are there ice cores?
Another graph that I know of. Well, there are other graphs, and we can talk about it. Can you pull up my screen?
Boom.
All right. So I don't know. It was a few weeks, I think, after I was on Rogan, Chris Dunn.
Yeah.
And he said wrong about this. He was going to say I'm wrong about this because of this article from what, 96. And he says, now look, in this Greenland ice, there are changes in metals in there, right? And I don't have access to this second. I have it somewhere. I just want to point out that, there are changes to metal, natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium concentrations in central Greenland ice. So how do you make the distinguish these metals, right? And this article actually does the graphs that it shows here. Let me just have access to it. So I'm logged in.
There we go.
Oh.
There we go. Oh, shit. Flashing.
No, I know. There we go. Here's the actual paper. We can scroll through it. So
what is this paper explaining?
It's saying that during the Ice Age, there's variations in copper, lead, etc., different metals in these ice cores, right? And it shows the graphs that go back to the Ice Age. These graphs go back to the Ice Age. This is goes back 160,000 years.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, so we're talking into the Ice Age. Man, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're back.
Stop. All right, I need a new computer. I knew I needed a computer. I gotta wait till January 1st. So the reality is, though, that yes, this stuff varies, but we know it's not related to metallurgy for like 3 different reasons. Some of them's in later papers that I'll show you. But one of the main reasons is these changes in metals, they actually don't relate anything to human civilization. During the end of the Ice Age, when Graham claims there's a lost civilization, there's not a spike in metals in these ice cores, right? It's during other periods, and specifically, it even says it in the title, changes in natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium concentrations in the ice cores, and they're associated with climatic changes and result in various contributions. So in a sense, when the planet gets drier, there's more desert, which means there's more dust that gets kicked up into the atmosphere, and then it deposits these different metals in ice cores. This is 100% different than the paper that I showed about Roman period metallurgy, where it's not all these different things, zinc, cadmium, copper, lead, it's just lead associated with silver mining, because lead is there with silver.
Okay.
Right? And it matches up with a cultural change, not a climatic change.
And who presented this paper? Where did this come from?
Chris Sun was the one who presented this.
Chris Sun presented this as an
argument. And then other
okay.
people on Twitter and elsewhere and YouTube have presented it as well. To me, I'm sort of like...
So it's lead, natural. This one just says natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium. So how do we...
And their association with climatic changes. I want to be clear that the title of the article supports what I was saying and not what these people are saying. Just really, really clear. Just read the title.
And I know you just said this, but how again do we decipher the difference between from natural lead and
so
silver
there's several different ways.
Okay.
So in this paper, they're fairly sure that it's due to climate change because these changes correlate with changes in the climate. So when the climate's getting drier, you see changes in these metals showing up.
Okay.
And the explanation for that is when it's drier, there's more deserts, so there's more wind-blown dust, which deposits a variety of different minerals in the ice cores. The second argument is when you mine silver, the metal that occurs with it is lead. So what shows up when they're mining is lead, not zinc and cadmium and shit like that.
Okay.
It's not just random stuff. It correlates with what we expect from climate, and the other one correlates with what we expect from what people are doing. Right? And the other one, by the way, the Roman and medieval one, it does not correlate with climate. It just correlates with the adoption of metallurgy at large scale. So it's this independent sources of evidence. The other argument where people say I'm lying is because the article I used also went one step further and used one last test to demonstrate it, where you get this lead. Let's get that article up. This is the article that I showed on Rogan. Lead pollution recorded in Greenland ice indicates European emissions track plagues, wars, imperial expansion, yada yada. So they did a series of things. Not only did they produce this graph, and this graph is really cool, it lines up, but then one step further, they said, you know what we can do? We know where the Romans mined silver. We can actually do an isotopic analysis of these traces of lead in the ice cores and see if they fingerprint on known mines and known silver sources. And behold, they did. Right? So this one's really clear. This lead came from those mines over there, if you see what I mean. Super fucking
Where were
cool.
the ice cores taken from?
These ones were there.
Greenland, you said?
I think these are also Greenland, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that's this fingerprinting in a sense, which, like I said, we do this with the stones at Giza. I do it with animals. They're doing it here with leaded ice cores. It's a really common method for archaeology and geology, climatology, etc. And so this was the other argument. Well, they never tested these natural ones in the same way isotopically. They never tested them for metallurgy. A, you don't test it for metallurgy. What you're testing for is the source of these materials. B, there's a big difference because, and then we'll get to it even more in a second. Here, it's just lead pollution because that's associated with silver. Here, it's a range of different metals that are what you'd expect when you have wind-blown dust of minerals. It's a range of stuff. But guess what? Now that I've been accused of this stuff, I've done even more research into this because it's important to check yourself. And it turns out that they have isotopically tested ice age, ice layers from ice cores, including lead, isotopic composition in the southern hemisphere. And here, We're talking back to 220,000 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking isotopic composition, so doing that fingerprinting to see where they come from. And guess what? They come from a suite of soil and low-S samples in the southern hemisphere to figure out where they come from. They all come from, I think, South America, and from this dust that gets kicked up. No. Wait. I have a few different articles. The problem. Yeah. This is, just sort of these dust, man. This is, and so there's dozens of articles. If you start searching for ice cores, dust, and metals, different metal types, so many articles. This is a well-known phenomenon of studying this kind of stuff. And there's like services here. These guys do services. We will do your isotope analysis from dust cores, ice cores, and they even say here, the source of dust within ice cores province can be predicted by analyzing the isotopic composition of various elements, including strontium, which is an animal teeth, and neodymium, which I don't use, which can be matched to geological mineralogy of potential dust sources. This is going on here. And so to argue, I was just like, A, that's just insulting and ridiculous. I didn't create the graph. I used a published source. As an example, that's just malicious to assume that like that. B, go do your read the damn title of the paper.
Yeah.
This is the paper and it's like right in the, so I didn't lie.
Yeah, sure brought your receipts, man.
That's what I do.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
This has been super fun.
Thank you.
I learned a lot, and I think you're doing great work. You've dedicated your life to this, and
I appreciate that. And seriously, believe in different stuff. You're a cool person. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. But at the same time, I'm going to share the evidence I have because if I'm asked, that's what I have to do. That dated from 8,000 years.
I met a man totally in love.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
yeah, man. Thanks for making the trip. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. A ton of things to talk about.
What have I got myself into?
First of all, I want to say I was super impressed with your podcast on Joe Rogan with Graham. I thought you were extreme. I thought some of the evidence that you came with was incredible. I thought that you did a great job of filling in the blanks with a lot of stuff that Graham wasn't. Graham was bringing a lot of points up and talking about a lot of his research, and you were doing a fantastic job filling in the gaps for him. Mm-hmm. Because it's obvious that you've spent your life in archaeology, doing the work, hands-on, eating the gruel, as you say.
The bones.
Looking at the fascinating stuff, but also doing the boring shit too, right? Like doing the hard work. And I understand your perspective when it comes to people like Graham, somebody who comes up, who's sort of doing this as a fun thing and writes a bunch of books about it, and he's looking into it, getting all this attention for it, this money from it. And no one's paying attention to the guy who spent his whole life in the dirt, knees deep in the mud, digging up all these bones and doing all this research. So that being said, I understand your perspective of it. And I think that when as far as people like Graham and his followers, because the one thing I can say about Graham is that he did get people like me interested in this stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look, I have colleagues that got interested in archaeology because they read Graham Hancock.
Right.
And now they're full-blown archaeologists. They don't anymore in any way. I agree with that, but that's how they got into the field. I know several people.
At the same time, I think that when you believe you're on the right side of history or the right side of an argument, you can go so far to defend it that you end up becoming the very thing that you think you were against.
Yeah, so I wonder, first of all, that I have nothing against Graham as a person. Right? I want to make that really clear. And I have nothing against who disagree, mainstream archaeologists, insulting. But I have nothing against people that disagree with archaeologists and have fun thinking about the ancients, just hanging out, drinking a beer, or get stoned and saying, "Ooh, aliens have done this," or something like that. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But part of the issue when an idea gets really popular, like say some of Graham's book on fingerprints of the gods and stuff like that. I mean, even today, if you go on Amazon.com, bestsellers in the field of archaeology, the book is almost always there at the top. Sometimes, usually in the top 10. And so what that leads to, and like I started getting on social media, 6 years ago, and you get swarmed with questions about this.
Yeah.
And look, I as you said, I'm knee deep in the evidence. I'm gonna give an honest perspective from that evidence.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here to do.
Right.
I'm here to tell you honestly what the evidence says. So that's really all it is in my mind.
Why are you and your colleagues trying to cover this advanced Ice Age civilization?
We're being paid for it. The Smithsonian.
Who's paying? Yeah, the Smithsonian.
Yeah, the Smithsonian. The UN. Doesn't really write too many checks for theology, but I do use Windows computers, so it's funds to technology, stuff like that. And so it's really nice to get access to this. I mean, my computer here is about 4 years old, and it's still because this was top model 4 years ago, like a supercomputer. And so meaning I paid $1,000 for it. So yeah, I'm making the bucks, right?
Yeah, I was telling you before we started recording that I was talking to my new friend Amin Hillman, who was recently on the podcast and brought me into this whole world of classics and ancient Greece. And I asked him about Atlantis. I asked him because he is, as far as I'm aware, one of the people that has read probably more Greek than he's read more Greek than anybody I know personally. Let's put it that way.
I know a lot of people have read a lot of Greek, so he's probably up there.
He spent 30 years reading Greek and translating.
Yeah,
Greek.
Of course. Yeah.
And and
it clearly shows. He knows Greek.
One thing he always says is it's all about the primary sources. He's like, if it's not a primary source, he's like, you can get lost. And I asked him what his opinion was on Plato's description of what he thought about Plato and what he thought about Plato's writing about it. He's like, Plato was boring. He's like, he bores the fuck out of me, and I thought he was an ass. But let me look into it and see what I can find. So he spent all morning looking up everything Plato wrote about Atlantis, and his conclusion was that Plato basically lied about it, and which kind of bummed me out, to be honest, because I'm a fan of the Atlantis story. And that he was a propagandist, and a lot of people thought he lied, including Aristotle. And according to a lot of people in academia and a lot of scholars, apparently it's consensus that Plato did lie a lot about Socrates.
Yeah, we can talk about that. And I think, so all right, the term lie is a loaded term, right? But when it comes to Plato, and particularly the Atlantis, it's a perfect example of what we call a noble lie, right? And so this is actually, I have a YouTube video coming out a month on this. It's the reason I joined YouTube was to make this video, because I'm writing on Atlantis, right? And so my goal here is everybody's interested in Atlantis right now. It's all over YouTube. It's all over the internet, what people are talking about. And so let's take an actual scholarly perspective on it. And like Amin, I have experience reading ancient Greek. I read nearly as much as him because I focus on archaeology. But at the same time, I also have done a lot of archaeology. So I excavated in Athens, Greece, right? So right where Plato grew up, taught, I study material from there. And I work with an excavation team there. I'm one of many, but one of the world experts on Athens. And so I realized it was a few years ago, actually, this is on this topic. I was on social media, and there's a new TV show on the Discovery Channel coming out. And the host thought that he'd done some research, and he wrote this paper that he was hoping to get the show was based on. And so he's like, no, this is really scholarly. Have scholars look at this. So I told him, I said this publicly on Twitter. I said, if you want to send it to me, I will do a public peer review of your paper. But one, I'm going to, it's critical, right? Mm-hmm. You do as a scholar to other scholars. So he sent it along, and it was just like Graham's book, search paper, in the sense that he's reading, cited a lot of stuff. But sometimes people who don't have the training and the experience, they miss the forest for the trees. And so that's where some of these issues come in. And I realized that because I focus on it, actually I had the smoking gun on how to demonstrate to people why Atlantis doesn't exist. So let's think about this. And I want to say first off, found Atlantis in a certain way. Think about it like that. And we sit there and fact check it. How would you yourself go about in a text with descriptions, places, and look for Atlantis and fact check it? And so just so you get the context of that text, it's a conversation between friends with Socrates and Critias and Timaeus. And they're sitting there and they're talking about like this, where Plato's Republic? You ever heard of that?
Yep. In
Plato's Republic, Socrates has a conversation with other people, and they build this ideal city, the perfect constitution for how people can live in kind of peace and harmony.
Right.
And then like a few days later, it's a group of people that they're saying, now, Socrates, he starts off, he says, now I want to see how that ideal city acts in a certain situation, in war. How is this city going to act in war? And so one of my colleagues, he's the University of Vermont, Mark Usher, he's published on Plato's Republic, and he sort of thinks of it as Sim City. You ever play Sim City? Yep. You sort of build the city block by block by block. That's what they do in the Republic. Now, for the Atlantis story, Socrates is saying, let's play the game of civilization. We're going to create this civilization over here. It looks like that. This is the ideal city. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this early version of Athens from 9,000 years ago. That's going to be our ideal city. And then we need an opponent to fight against. That's going to be Atlantis. And so we're going to create this Atlantis sort of thing with this island and concentric rings, and we're going to build it up block by block by block. And then we're going to see what happens if they fight. And that's what the story is, right? That's the whole war between Athens and Atlantis. And that's what the entire thing is about. That's, if you go and read the Plato from cover to cover, that's what it is. And so how would you actually fact check this as a true or false story?
Well, going back to Atlanta, like what his evidence was for the story of Atlantis, it was that allegedly Solon, right?
We can talk about that too.
Solon.
Well, let's not go there yet.
Okay.
Let's not go there yet. Well, that's a different topic, and I have stuff ready on that as well.
Okay.
But let's first think, how would you actually go and fact check a war between Athens and Atlantis?
You would have to go look for evidence of dead people.
Maybe. Where would you look, though? Where would you first look?
You would look somewhere between Atlantis and wherever the description of Atlantis apparently was, and where Athens is, right?
But what do we know? What can we start with? If you want to fact check something and ground truth it, archaeologists work from the known to the unknown, right? Okay. So if we're saying there's a war between Athens and Atlantis, what do we want to look for? We want to first look at Athens. Does Plato's description of Athens actually match up with what we know of Athens? Because we've done a lot of work in Athens. People have been excavating there for 200 years. We have dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands. I'm not sure. I have to count. But we have hundreds of historical sources for Athens, and thousands if we include inscriptions, we include art, we include all this kind of stuff of Athens. And we have millions and millions of pottery fragments and sculptural houses that stretch back 5,000 years. What they don't do, they don't stretch back 9,000 years, though. Nobody lived in Athens 9,000 years ago. So, for him to say there was a city there 9,000 years ago, there wasn't anybody there. There's literally nothing there. You say, oh, well, maybe archaeologists haven't dug enough. Well, you do realize that the Athenian Acropolis, here, let me pull green if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. Athenian Acropolis, this is what everyone thinks of when you think about Athens, right? Yes. And so you look up, this has been excavated bedrock. You can't dig down any further. It's been fully excavated. And if you sort of look off down to the left, this is where I'm looking the right way. To the left is the Athenian Agora. It's right sort of here. This is where the Americans excavate. Yeah. This way the Germans excavate, the Greeks excavate every single time there's construction going on. Everywhere around Athens, there's been hundreds of different archaeological excavations, and we're always trying to go down until there's no more human material, until bedrock, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
That, and there might be practical reasons we can't. It's dangerous to go to something like that. But when we can, and that's a lot of times, we dig down as far as we can until there is no human material left. And then we keep digging to test that there's nothing underneath that, right? And so we can actually check Plato, does he get stuff right about Athens? And the answer is no. He does not. Not only is the chronology of it wrong, years ago.
So this is when he's writing about it in Republic, you're saying?
No, he's writing about it in the Atlantis story, in the Timaeus Critias.
In the Timaeus
Critias. Yeah.
So he's writing about a hypothetical war between Atlantis and Athens.
And he spends about half of the Critias describing this early Athens, describing in early Atlantis. Everybody goes and takes the descriptions of Atlantis, round, circular island and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, there's some round over here. That might be Atlantis. But dude, there's a bazillion. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be confirmed one thing is Atlantis or not.
So what you're saying is that when he's talking about a war between Atlantis and Athens, this is involved in his sort of noble lie to create a...
Yes, it's involved. No, I wouldn't call that a lie. It's involved in his way of demonstrating the right way of creating a government. And so Athens in the story is the ideal city. It has all the virtues, all the goodness of what they described in the Republic, while Atlantis is actually the bad guys. It's kind of, it's funny because today we have this conception that Atlantis was hyper civilized and stuff like that. That's not Plato. According to Plato, it's a bad place to be. And so, it had too wealth, it was corrupted, and why it fell.
So was the idea that he wanted to paint some enemy?
Yeah,
like an enemy that only didn't exist, but maybe that the populace was real to keep everyone...
Not that the population thought real. The idea was to create a story that would show how his ideal city, a clear fiction.
Okay.
And we'll get into the dissemination that got passed on and how is that it's a fiction.
Right.
But from modern perspective, we can actually ground truth or fact check Plato by checking what he gets wrong about Athens or right. And he gets it all wrong. What he describes, so for example, I have this arrow here on the screen, right?
He had all these ideas on how he wanted to shape society.
Yes.
And re-engineer society.
And that's a philosophical question rather than a material question, right? It wasn't like we need to innovate new technology. That was like we need to understand how to educate people. Okay. That's what a lot of it was around. We want the philosophers to rule rather than the warriors, for example. We live in a society today where the philosophers don't rule, and that's part of the problem. So he had this idea in the Republic of the philosopher kings. That's who's supposed to rule to create a society that educates people and sort of
the knights were below them.
And he was very into censorship. He have a long discussion in the Republic.
He wanted to get rid of Homer.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's in the section on the noble lie. He wanted to get rid of a lot of different myths because he thought that even if those myths are true, they teach bad morals. So we should instead only have myths that teach people how to behave correctly. That was I compare this to Santa Claus. It's sort of like, you have your kids, you're raising your children around Christmas time, and you sort of say, you got to be good so you get presents from Santa Claus, right? And that's how Plato saw education, right? That was his way of seeing education, was to teach good behavior through the stories that you tell. And so, so here you can see, if you just want to look at this materially, you see how there's the Athenian Acropolis right here. Yep. But then to the left, there's another big hill. That's called Lykavitos. I live right near. There's a church on it. It's beautiful. But in the story of Atlantis, when he's describing Athens, he describes two hills, which are miles away from each other, were actually connected and part of the same thing. And geologically, we know that's not true. Never connected, and there was no rainwater that eroded them away. So we just know based off of natural sciences that his description of this early Athens doesn't match up with what we can tell.
Could he have meant connect different way?
No, because he describes very clearly a rainstorm that causes it to flood away. That's actually what he describes. It's one of his floods. Yeah, and so we know it just didn't happen. It was just simply know it. Right. Another one. Let's check this out. He described that these warriors of this early Republican of Atlantis. They had this temple of Athena right here, right? And this is really cool. Do you see the outline of that temple there. There's the small walls that are not a major building there, right where the arrow is pointing in the middle of. That's called the Old Temple to Athena. And it's the most important building in the Athenian Acropolis, despite that it's ruined. And so it was ruined by the Persians when they invaded in 40 BC. And we know well from dozens of his sources and archaeological evidence from the excavation in the early 20th, late 19th century. They're called the Dorpfeld founds today after Wilhelm Dorpfeld, the archaeologist, described them. And we actually know when it dates to. And guess what? It was built around the time Solon was around. So, it was not, 9,000 years earlier. In fact, it was built right when Solon lived. The late 7th century, early 6th century. We have I should have put some in here. We have the sculpture. And in fact, you can still see the paint sculptures. We can Google it and look it up if you want. Because they're really freaking cool. People don't really realize that paint is on, all these marble things were painted. This is what's called the Bluebeard sculpture. This is the sculpture. It's named after the blue beards these guys have. And so my point is that all this marble that we see from the ancient world is mostly painted. And the only time we see it, in this case, the temple was knocked down by the Persians, and it was buried rapidly, so therefore it was protected by being buried. And so that's why the paint is still on it. If you go to Athens today, it's in the Acropolis Museum. They have a whole section on painted sculpture, and all this painted sculpture they found, so you can see the past like how you should see it. Right. We see it as this bare white marble. No, it was actually really colorful. Really, really colorful. This is faded, of course, but if you were to reconstruct it, it would almost look like Vegas. Like when we look at this picture, we see this bare white marble. No, it would all be very colorfully painted, like very garish. And so, when Plato's describing this temple, dude, this is the most famous structure. So the Athenians, very consciously, because it was their most sacred temple to Athena, and they're named after Athena, and the Acropolis is Athena's rock. After the Persians destroyed the city, they specifically did not build anything over the foundations of this temple. They left it visible as a reminder of that destruction by the Persians. And so it was always visible through antiquity. It's something everyone knew really well. It was part of your education as an Athenian, what this temple is and what it signified, what it meant in terms of the city, the foundation of the city as the city of Athens, and the destruction by the Persians, which also then shows ended up beating the Persians, which led to its glory days, right? So that's like a major component of Athenian history. So if Plato is getting that wrong, his audience, who are Athenians, are going to know that immediately. They're going to be like, no, the Archaeos Naos, the old temple, that's right there. I know all about it. Yeah. So everybody who read the story and who was an Athenian, and people he knew, the people he was talking to and whatnot, they would immediately know this is not a true story. Right. Because they know the real history of that temple, which was only a few generations before them at the time Plato lived. So, it's not that long. It's within living history, right? And so, this is really well understood. So, we can go and ground truth Athens and demonstrate that that's not right. So if we can't trust the details about Plato's Athens from the same story, why would we trust the details about Plato's Atlantis as being anything worth checking for? Yeah. So that's what I mean by ground truthing or fact checking. And we do this all the time in archaeology. We're always ground truth evidence. Think about it. You're out in the field with, let's say, a metal detector. We don't usually use metal detectors. We might use ground penetrating radar or something like that. You're trying to understand what's underneath there. Mm-hmm. You get a ping, 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 ping. Are you going to assume there's necessarily treasure there and just walk away and say, hey, we got treasure? Cool, I got a ping on my metal detector. Or are you going to test that? You're going to test that, right? You're going to actually excavate that carefully and understand what's there. Yeah. So you're not just going to assume something. This is what we do as archaeologists. We everything we do is from the known to the unknown. When we're digging a new layer of sediment, a new layer pops up, we don't just jump to the other side of the trench and assume it's going to show up there. We peel back that layer until it's fully exposed. Same thing with a bit of a wall. We find a bit of a wall. We don't just start digging somewhere else. No, we expose the entire wall carefully from known to the unknown. And so that's what we do as archaeologists. And so this is how an archaeologist would look at this sort of Atlantis story, right? Now, if you want to think about it how a philosopher would look at the Atlantis story. Actually, before I go on, let me go back a couple.
Should we talk about Solon?
Yeah, that's what I want to get to. But
the origin of
slide. So look,
Okay.
So yeah, we already covered this. They start off the story by summarizing yesterday's conversation about the Republic, and then they say, here's the quotes from Socrates. He's like, I'd like to hear from someone an account of our city, the Republic, contending against others in an intercity contest. I'd like to hear how it does itself proud as opposed to war, and how in wartime its citizens display qualities appropriate to education, upbringing, military, That's the whole setup, right, that Socrates asks for. So then this Critias shows up, and he's like, I'm going to tell you a fully true story. And, it's this sort of rhetorical thing.
Can you punch in on that, like zoom in on it a little bit? Or?
Yeah, what's the title of an article that
got
this? But he sort of says, I'm going to tell you a fully true story. And, have you ever watched a movie where the start of the movie is like, everything in this is 100% true, right? Mm-hmm. Do you immediately think that every single little detail in that movie is 100% true? No, not at all. Like, it's who accuses excuses first, right? It's like, and so that's this rhetorical thing. So then you think about, where does the story come from? And so Critias says, I heard it from my father when I was 10 years old and my grandfather was 90 years old. He heard it from his father, who heard it from Solon, who went to Egypt and taught priest, who said that he had read that dated from 8,000 years ago about a story that dates to 9,000 years ago. So here we can have it in reverse. There's the destruction of Atlantis, 9,000 years before Solon, so 9,600 BC. Right. That's an oral history, something for 1,000 years. It's not explained. Then down by Egyptians, 1,000 in that. And there's no writing at this time in Egypt, by the way. No writing from Egypt till 4,000 years before Solon, 3,000 years before Solon. So that's a red flag to modern scholars. There's no writing in Egypt that early. And in fact, there's no writing anywhere in the world that early. Then the priest read the record. Years pass. He tells it by memory to Solon without consulting records, and even says, "I'm not consulting the written records."
But there are no written records, though.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But
this is just a story.
This is the fictional story. That's what he's saying. Then Solon tells his relative Jopides, who then tells it to his son Critias the Elder, who at the age of 90, Critias the Elder tells it to his 10-year-old grandson, Critias the Younger. Then Critias the Younger tells it to. Then 50 years later, Plato writes down the story. Is this a really secure?
But we don't even know that. Like, did Plato actually say he got this from Socrates? Did he say he got it from Solon?
No. Plato is never there in his stories. He's never a character. He's mentioned briefly in the trial of Socrates, where he's one of the people that helped post bail or whatever for Socrates. And then he's mentioned briefly in one of the conversations that happened is like the night before Socrates dies, and there it's mentioned that he's sick and that he's not present for the conversation. But other than that, he's never a character in his own stories. And no people really believe that his stories are all true either.
And we don't even know this is an Egyptian. Apparently, it was an Egyptian priestess or something like that.
No, priest.
It was. I thought it was a woman.
No.
I don't think there's any evidence that this person even existed.
We don't have a name.
We don't know a name. We don't know anything about them.
We don't have a name or anything. Yeah.
So if you want to do the math, this was apparently Atlantis existed 12,000 years ago, something like that.
From us, it would be like 11,500.
11,500 years ago, and Homer doesn't talk about it at all. Nobody in antiquity ever talks about it at all
until later.
And then Steve, can you pull up those two texts or those two? The text from Ammon, that he talks about a historian in the first century. Who wrote about it? Just thread. Yeah, there you go. Can you punch in on that? So this is when I was texting.
Plato's not. Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
Go back.
Plato is not a historian. He's a philosopher. His goal with all his dialogues is to make philosophy, not history.
Right. He said Plato liar. He is. He's making up sources,
and that's the title of my YouTube video. Is Plato a liar?
Using Solon, Egyptian sources, typical. Plato is a huge douche. I'll call you when I'm finished. There is a good reason Plato is not considered a historian. He fakes his sources. And then Ammon goes on to show me some sources. Go to the next thread with him, or the next text screenshot. There you go. Here's Plato in Critias admits he's got no written sources from the Egyptians. This nobody in antiquity writes Atlantis into the histories. Greeks were very anal about written books. Because of the above statements in Critias, Greeks didn't take Atlantis. Herodotus, a real history, is Mediterranean Sea geography. Why? No sources. There are no writings of an empire that controlled all the Mediterranean from Athens to Etruria. Nobody in antiquity believes Plato's bullshit. This is why I hate Plato. The following is Strabo. He points out that people know Plato is making Atlantis up. He appears to quote Aristotle, saying Plato made it up and was full of it. He doesn't mention Aristotle by name, but they basically think that Aristotle wrote that.
Scholars who talk about
and that's the source that he's talking about right there.
Yeah. And there's several sources like that as well, where they're especially in much later in antiquity, like for the Middle Ages and the late Roman Empire, there's like the later the Neoplatonism, also the new school of Plato and stuff like that. And you see that different philosophers had totally different ideas, but they really had no idea. And so nobody ever took this seriously as a history at all until really just a few hundred years ago.
Hold on. Right.
And we can talk about that as well. That's interesting. But I do want to. Do you mind booting back up my slides?
Yeah.
So this chain of transmission, which does this seem preposterous to you? Mm-hmm. Okay. Guess what? Plato does the exact chain of transmission for other preposterous stories. So in Plato's Parmenides, it's this great debate between Socrates, Parmenides, and Zeno. So two different philosophers from earlier generations than Socrates. And it's witnessed by a guy named Pythagoras. Pythagoras then tells it to Antiphon when he's a child. As an adult, Antiphon tells it to Cephalus. Cephalus then tells the story of a trip to Athens where he heard the story. And then decades later, Plato writes it down. But the dates we have for these people tells us that Parmenides was way too old to debate Socrates. Parmenides would have been something like 100 years old and Socrates would have been 15.
Right.
And so it's just like, we do not think this debate ever happened. It's philosophy. It's for Plato to explain how different philosophical schools of thought would argue against one another, right? Because that's how dialogues work. And that's one of Plato's geniuses. I actually disagree with Anna. I think that Plato is a brilliant scholar, or not a scholar, he's a brilliant storyteller. He just writes these arguments with people arguing with one another, and he also gets to hide his own point of view, therefore. Because his point of view is never there. It's just his characters that are speaking, right? And you can see this again. You ever heard of Plato's Symposium?
Yes.
That's a famous one.
Yep.
And so in this Plato's Symposium, there's this story about the birth of love, goddess love. And Dio tells the story to Socrates when he's a young man. As an old man, he then tells the story at this drinking party, the symposium, hosted by Agathon. And then Aristodemus, who was there and passed out drunk at the end of the night, then tells the story to Apollodorus. Apollodorus then tells the story to Glaucon. Apollodorus then tells the story to an unknown companion about how he told the story to Glaucon. And then Plato then writes it all down. And that's the preposterous transmission of this story. And we don't think this drinking party ever happened because both Socrates and Aristophanes, the famous comedian, were there, and they hated each other because Aristophanes made a comedy.
Made fun of Socrates all the time.
Non-stop.
Yep.
He has a whole comedy where it's all about fart jokes,
right.
And Socrates is going around sounding like an asshole and farting the entire time. And it's called The Clouds. It's a lot of fun to read. And so even in the Apology, so the story of Plato's trial, Socrates' trial, Socrates in there talks about Aristophanes and other comedians and how it's their fault that he's on trial. So they hate each other, and there's no way they'd have a congenial dinner party, drinking together and telling stories. And what's really cool is even in this story where they set up the story behind the symposium, there's a wrong version where somebody misremembered the story, this drinking party, and Apollodorus is like, no, that's wrong. This is the right version, And so it shows how they even recognize there's this tongue-in-cheek transmission of who remembers what orally. And look, this all makes sense because all of the characters, or most of the characters in Plato's dialogues, were real people. And they're written down just, while some of those real people who were there were still alive. So, Plato creates a situation which explains why this is not a real story, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Since who were there recognize why they didn't actually say that, but they're in the story for philosophical reasons. Right? And so that's what it is. It's tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
And this is where, look, I hate to beat the drum of cheese and stuff like that, but familiarity with sources. If you want to look for Atlantis via you need to first read all of Plato.
Exactly.
You need to understand Plato.
Yeah.
Because if you don't and you just start looking for Atlantis you're not working from the known to the just jacking off.
Mm-hmm.
If you see what I mean.
No, totally.
And so a good example, we have this issue today. This is an image that will be in my video on Atlantis, created by my lovely wife, Leonida Martini. So I got a question for you. What is this? How did we make this image?
AI.
AI. So we made this AI. What makes you think that?
I'm just guessing.
You're just guessing.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense, but no.
That's how most people make their creative images online these days.
I know it is, and we thought about it, but the results weren't real enough. The reason why is because it doesn't look real. This image right here of this temple on the left. That is the Hephaestion in Athens. It is the best preserved temple in all of Greece.
And you photoshopped it on
Photoshopped it in and everything.
You could have just told AI.
Yeah, but then it's going to make some bullshit like this. That on the left is AI. Look at this.
Is that really AI on the left?
Yeah. This is really AI on the left. Look at how this column has a different design at the bottom than that column. Who knows their shit is going to immediately know that's AI, while the other one is real. Not real, but photoshopped off of real sources, right? And so the reality is you need to know the context and know the material really well. So let's look at this. Look, Plato and Socrates, these are statues of them in marble from the ancient world. They're in museums today, right? So when you look at, these are both Socrates, right? Same dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. So what would that tell you? You think that this is how Socrates actually looked?
So it's pretty, it's better evidence that they're the same. If they look different,
we have dozens of statues that seem to represent the same person. Would that tell you?
Dozens of statues that look similar.
That looking, yeah. Like,
so yeah, I would guess that that's how it looks.
Okay, but if you really know your sources, you read. So Aristophanes describes Plato.
Okay.
Aristophanes describes Socrates. Jesus, there's so much.
Right.
Plato describes Socrates. Xenophon Socrates. They all describe him in the same way, and they all knew him when he lived, right? So they all knew him at the time when they wrote their text down. Now, Deborah Nails, one of the biographers of Socrates, as she says, is a quote from her in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Sources agree that Socrates was profoundly ugly, resembling a satyr more than a man, and resembling not at all the statues that turned up later in ancient times and now grace the internet sites and the covers of books.
Well, I mean, statues aren't that hot. I mean,
he had wide-set, bulging eyes that darted sideways and enabled him, like a crab, to see not only what was straight ahead, but what was beside him as well. A flat, upturned nose with flaring nostrils and large, fleshy lips like an ass. These statues of Socrates look like the same dude. Why? They're all marble copies of a very famous bronze statue by the famous sculptor Lysippus, who also sculpted Alexander the Great. He was like his personal sculptor. And he was born after Socrates died, like 15 years after Socrates died.
So what did he base the sculpture off of? Just try to make a prettier version?
Yeah, it's idealizing. So Greek statues are idealized. Yeah. And so this is like, you can't just use common sense to interpret archaeological evidence. You need to look at the history of the field and how we have all tangled with this evidence over hundreds of years to actually understand what the fuck is going on. Right? And so, like I love people being interested in archaeology, but I'm just going to tell you how to infantilize people. Right? I'm not going to treat you like a kid who's Santa Claus if I'm talking to an. I'm going to say, this is evidence, right? And what Plato does is he talks.
Do you think Plato got that looking?
No, again, it's idealized. Right. All of these sculptures from the classic.
They made Plato pretty handsome.
Yeah, and so notice that they all look the same. They all have what you'd call a big beard, deep-souled eyes, a brow. That's a philosopher.
Looks like a UFC fighter.
It's the reason why I wear an archaeologist, right? So when someone sees that statue, they know that's a philosopher. How they always make philosophers. It makes it easy. You need to think twice about it because that's a cliche, right? Same thing with an archaeologist wearing an archaeology hat. I'd rather people immediately just say, yeah, Flint's an archaeologist, not have to pay attention and think twice, and instead start listening to me, right? And so you want to use cliches sometimes so that the brain doesn't want to get complicated by stuff. That's why comic book heroes all look the same, right? Yeah, it's easy.
Yes.
You know, it's easy. And then, as Ammon said, Plato is a philosopher, not a historian. And that's why we're not looking for Plato's cave. Right? And we know it's a philosophical thought experiment, which is what Atlantis was. Right. If you see what I mean. It was that game of civilization.
Yeah, I mean, it makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense.
That's why I'm writing a book on it.
And I'm
sorry.
I want Atlantis to be real.
I know. And if you still believe in it, I don't got a problem with you. But just don't go crazy on archaeologists that are saying, hey, this is why it doesn't exist, You can still believe whatever you want, all right? It's
that,
cool.
This is something that comes up on this podcast all the time, is that a lot of people, not people like you, but a lot of people who write books, right, authors, who write about anything. Most of the guests that come on the show are authors.
Mm-hmm.
But these authors, 99% of the time, are writing their books based on other people's books.
Mm-hmm.
They don't go to the original source. Very, 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 very rarely do people original source when they write books, right? So,
and part of what I'm saying, though, is you can't just go to the go to the original source. You don't know. And so, you definitely also need to go to scholarship, because you can't. Common sense. Here, I have a good example of common sense and why it just doesn't work. So, Heinrich Schliemann, you know who he is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, he's the guy who excavated Troy. And in 1872, he discovered Troy, and everybody says he proved Troy existed. Bullshit. Everybody already knew Troy existed because Alexander the Great visited it. Augustus the First Roman Emperor visited it. It was of Troy up until the 15th century AD. Mm-hmm. So, nobody really doubted Troy existed as a city. It was just a question of where it is. Right? And so he found Troy, and he didn't actually. Frank Calvert before him found it, who heard of extra people.
Right.
But either way, he was the first one in major excavations, and credit to him. Right. But his interpretations of it, his version of it in the 19th century. Here's a description from his publication, Troy, in 1872. I cannot conclude the description of the stratum, so the lowest level of earth there, without mentioning that at a depth of from 12 to 16 meters, 39.5 to 52.5 feet, I found 2 toads. And at a depth of 39.5 feet, a small but very poisonous snake with a scutiform head. The snake may have found its way down from above, but this is an impossibility in the case of the large toads. They must have spent 3,000 years in these. It is very interesting to find in the ruins of Troy living creatures from the times of Hector and Andromache, even though these creatures are but toads. And so, of common sense in the 19th century. This made sense in the 19th century without a good understanding of biology, of how we cannot just go and interpret the whole history of the field and how to interpret this stuff. And it doesn't mean we're fossilized in our ways. We're constantly reinterpreting the past with new studies, but it's in an incremental level, right? It's not like we throw out the baby with the bathwater. Mm-hmm. And it's this kind of stuff that shows why we can't just use common sense. We have to understand the history of how everybody has talked about things like Plato or Athens or Atlantis or Troy and Schliemann and stuff like that. Without that background knowledge, you're just lost. And you're fantasizing is the wrong word, but you're using common sense is the right way to put it. And common sense is not the same thing as, using scholarship, if you see what I mean.
No, yeah. I totally understand what you're saying. And then, again, it comes to just like where we are right now in the world too, and how we're evolving. Like this story has been the story of Atlantis since Plato wrote it, which was, so the original source was full of shit. But since then, people have just compiled and piled and piled on it. It's just been this like game of telephone. Ever since he started, then people started making money off of it and writing books about it. And then here comes the internet. Now people are making videos about it, making documentaries about it. And people don't want to do the hard work. They just want to make money off of it. And it's fun to talk about. People are obsessed with the unknown and what they don't understand. It's the same thing with UFOs and with aliens and all this stuff. People just, there's something about the human mind that has gravitated towards the unexplainable.
Yes, you're exactly right. And you're right, it's like a game of telephone. And we can actually trace that with Atlantis. So most people didn't really believe in Atlantis until they discovered the Americas. As soon as people discovered the Americas, people in the 15th and 16th centuries were like, whoa, let's rethink Atlantis, right? Maybe this is what Plato's talking about, right? And so it started off, though, still as fiction. So Sir Francis Bacon, you probably heard of him. He wrote the book The New Atlantis in the early 16th century. And this is where there's a story about survivors. The Zeus destroys Atlantis, everybody dies, you know? But in this fictional book, it's a fictional book, he didn't mean it in any way as nonfiction. There's your sailors that are in the Pacific, and they find this island of refugees from Atlantis who have advanced technology and a new way of learning. It's at this, they have their capital is called New Ben Salem, and they have this whole way of, it's even sort of modeled off of Plato because it's meant to show how to do education. And our modern, in many ways, is based off of Francis Bacon's New Atlantis.
Really?
The way that it's modeled with different departments, different things, the first sort of description of that inspired the modern university system comes from this text, which of course comes from Plato's Atlantis, and was very intentionally fictional. But after he creates this fictional story, over the next 200, 300 years, it starts being picked up and written about as nonfiction. And so you see this, there's a Swedish, Olof Rudbeck, who in the late 17th century describes Atlantis in Sweden. And then it all comes to a big head. There's a lot of people. There's like, Le Plongeon and other people, but the real text is this guy Ignatius in the late 19th century. He published his book, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. And that's where he sort of drew on a variety of fake facts, real facts, fiction, and kind of just twisted it all into this grand narrative where there's this lost civilization from before a flood. So he combines biblical sources as well. And he says that this lost civilization had survivors that taught technology, agriculture, even gunpowder and all this kind of stuff to the hunter-gatherers that were living in different places. And he ended his book. The last paragraph of his book in 1882 was, "Who shall say that 100 now, the great museum of the world may not be adorned with statues, arms, and implements from Atlantis, while the libraries of the world shall contain translations of its inscriptions, throwing new light upon the history of the human race and the great problems which now perplex them." We're now 150 years later. We got nothing in our museum. We got absolutely nothing. As Graham, there's no archaeological evidence of Atlantis for his. And if you read this book and read Fingerprints of the Gods, it's the same exact. And I don't mean 100% updates it with some different, but it's the exact same. 100%. Graham Hancock's not the only one. Ignatius Donnelly was a bestseller in his time. You can even I do a lot of research into how this becomes popular, and Google has a database of words, right, and how often they're used. And the year that he publishes this book, everybody's talking about Atlantis from that year on for like decades,
right?
And then that's where all of our Atlantis stuff comes from. And Graham Hancock, look, he's honest. He gives credit in his acknowledgement. He says Ignatius Donnelly was my biggest inspiration for that book.
Really?
Oh, okay. Yeah. And he cites Ignatius Donnelly through there and everything.
How many times have you read those books? The Fingerprints of the Gods. And
I mean, I've read them all the way through once, and then I've gone into different sections at different points. Yeah.
Because you show those, you show blocks of paragraphs that he wrote.
Yeah.
Right? Or where he sources, where he'll combine sentences from vastly different parts of the book. So he'll put like a sentence followed by from like one page of a source book, and then follow it up with a sentence for like 100 pages later that are completely out of context.
It's even worse from that. Let me explain. So
I can't believe this episode is brought to you.
He has an argument in his more recent book from, what was it, 20... I get this wrong. I should know what year he published it. I don't know. It was around 2012, I think. Maybe 2015. I can't remember.
We can look it up.
We can look it up. About these hieroglyphic inscriptions from Egypt, called from this temple in Edfu, which he claims describe Plato's Atlantis. So he thinks that these are a record of those Egyptian sources that we talked about earlier, that Solon apparently talked about with the priest, right?
Okay.
Now there are 10,000 things wrong with this.
And where is this?
It's in Egypt.
In Egypt.
Yeah, it's a place called Edfu. It's a well-excavated site.
Okay.
It's very well known. This temple that they come from, here's a drawing of it from a really old book, a German book, because I think the Germans excavated it. And you can see all these hieroglyphs. This temple is hieroglyphs. It's really impressive. I've never been there, but other photos and stuff. Really impressive. So many crammed in hieroglyphs, and they tell a series of different stories of origin and stuff like that, different Egyptological stories.
Right.
There's several problems with connecting this to it. For one, this temple was built after Plato. Like 100 years afterwards.
It was built 100 years after Plato?
Yeah.
And Graham absolutely uses this as evidence for Atlantis.
He claims that even though it was built and recorded 100 years later, it's based off of earlier stories. Which, arguably maybe, but stories change over time. That's just life, right? We know stories change. We can talk about how Homeric stories have changed over time and stuff like that. Happy to talk about that. It's not going to take the movie Troy and think that's an accurate representation of Homer's Iliad. Right. Especially if it's a story 9,000 years earlier. Troy, that's some thousands of years after the Iliad, right?
Right.
It's created in context for our own audience, for our own people.
Yes.
We want a hunky Brad Pitt, right? That's one. Right. That's not how Homer is it, though.
Right.
So that's one. The second problem is he makes a mistake. I'll grant it, it's probably an honest mistake, but I hope they're honest mistakes. But he's not actually quoting from the edifices themselves. He's quoting from a book on Egyptian religion by Eve Raymond, published in 1909, which is just in the Edifu text and stuff like that. Not quoting them. It's not a translation. So that's another issue. He thinks that he's primary sources when he's not. He's quoting from a book on Egyptian religion, which addresses the text at various points. And David Miano, Dr. David Miano, has a video on this, by the way. So far, a lot of what I got came from David Miano's video, Antiquity. Big shout out to David Miano. He's a great engineer who has a big YouTube channel.
He's close to here, isn't he? I think he's in Bradenton. He's an hour away from
here. He's worth sometimes. But then when I'm reading through them, I always tell my students, and I'm going to tell everybody in public as well, read the footnotes. For fuck's sake, please read the footnotes and track down sources. Do your own research. I'm fully with that. But that means going and checking people's sources, right? So, for example, here are direct quotes from Chapter 9, from Magicians of the Gods, on the Edfu text, quoting Eve Raymond. And so here's quote number 1. And he does this as a single block paragraph, right?
So does he his book? Do you see these page numbers?
There is footnotes that you then go track down and find the page.
At the bottom of the page.
Yeah, at the bottom of the page.
But when you're
I can't remember if they're endnotes or footnotes, but they're there.
But when you're reading the book, you see all this text minus numbers.
Yes.
Okay.
And you just see the ... with a footnote, right?
I see.
And I added the page number so we can see this.
Okay.
So he says first, and it's quoted all in one quotation mark, right? So it literally looks like it's a single quote.
So it's not clear when he writes this that it's from separate pieces of
unless
a source
you track
book.
down the footnotes.
So it deceptively looks like it's one paragraph written together in context.
It appears that way at first, yeah.
Okay.
To anyone who's not tracking it down carefully. And he says an upheaval, quote, so violent that destroyed the sacred land, ... the primeval water, ... submerged the island, ... and the island became the tomb of the original divine inhabitants, ... the homeland ended in darkness beneath the primeval waters. Does it again. I think it's on the same page as the book.
So, and what you just said are 3 sections of source book from 3 separate pages.
Not even a source book. Remember, it's a scholarly book.
It's a book, not a book.
And so that first sentence comes from page 113. Mm-hmm. The next group comes from page 109, and then the next group comes from page 127.
Okay.
Then he has another of these blocks. A process of ... continuous creation by the emergence of a progressive series of plots of land, ... the creation of these ... sacred domains was in fact a resurrection and restoration of what had been in the past but had vanished, ... in any place in which they settled, they found new sacred domains. And this, as you can see, stretches hundreds of pages. The first bit comes from page 173, the middle bit from page 324, and the last bit from page 190.
And again, he's trying to make everything you just said sound like it was one coherent statement.
And you can even read it, and it does sound vaguely like Plato. Not even Plato's Atlantis, more like Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis with survivors and stuff like that. Or Francis Bacon's Atlantis that has survivors. But it sounds like that story Atlantis everybody's familiar with. A flood, survivors, teaching stuff. That's what it sounds like, right? It really does. But he's creating this. Or the quote 3, he does it again, that the gods left the petty lands, page 274. They sailed to another part of the primeval world, page 187, and journeyed through the lands of the primeval Medieval Age, page 274, in which they settled, they found new sacred domains.
This is a lot of work
Mm-hmm.
for you to go through what was the book, the original book this came
Magicians
from?
of the Gods.
No, what,
Eve Raymond, 1969.
So,
well, I didn't have to because he did leave for this.
But you actually went and pulled out.
Checked to make sure he was cited the right pages. Yeah,
okay.
He did. And some of his dots don't actually change the meaning. Some do though. Some very much are linking other things that don't make sense in the book that he's quoting from. Yeah, You can find this book online, by the way, the Eve Raymond book. It's on archive.org. Though there's a big lawsuit against him, so I hope it'll still be up there. But it was until recently. So I prepared this for my conversation with him on Jogan, and when he mentioned, what about the text, and I said, let's go there.
Yeah.
And I think he went to my eye, and then he never brought it up again. Because it was really a conversation, and I was pretty well, and so he was just like, and so what I did to prepare is I created the Hancock text, right? Hancock text with my dots, my dash ellipses. Okay. Flint involved in another project. I was a young archaeologist, he explains. I was looking for my own project. Soon afterwards, the American archaeologist made a second unsettling discovery. All was confusion, all was paradox, and all was mystery. The extraordinary story of Atlantis, the whole tale of the lost Ice Age civilization, was not, and never under any circumstances could have been a high civilization at that time, because it absolutely rules out the existence of an Atlantis-type civilization in the Upper Paleolithic. These are all words that Hancock wrote it.
You just did some magic, put them all together out of context.
Because if you're going to use a series of dots and a series of footnotes, it's out of context, you can say what you want. Mm-hmm. Really easy. This is how a lot of people deal with real archaeology. They take something that looks like something else, and they say, voila, they're like the same thing. Mm-hmm. And it's like,
how did you and Graham first get in contact with each other? How did this first start?
Do you want the story?
Yeah.
I was told by Mini Minuteman. I met Mini Minuteman when I was in Miami last week, and he was like, "You've got to make this into a video." The story of how I got into this. So there's the long version and the short version. I'm just going to skip through and get to the Graham Hancock version. In a sense, I started realizing Atlantis was a big deal, and I realized that I, as a scholar, am uniquely placed to address Atlantis just because of my own experience and background. My dad was a Paleolithic archaeologist. I grew up on Stone Age digs, and I'm really familiar with Paleolithic archaeology. But to get out of his shadow, I went into classics. Because, in America, you have archaeology. There's no archaeology departments. There's anthropology departments, and then there's classical archaeology departments, classics departments. And nobody in classics departments had heard of my dad, so I said, I'm going to go do ancient Greek stuff where I don't have to look like some little nepo baby, right? I can actually do stuff on my own and build my own name. And so that's when I started doing ancient Greek stuff, and I'm an expert in ancient Greece. I work on projects all over the ancient Greek world, and when you talk about the modern version of what Atlantis is, it takes this Greek myth, it's not really a myth, but it takes this Greek story, and it then says that it talks about the Ice Age. And I'm one of the only people in the world, there's a few I'm sure besides me, but I'm one of the only ones who has really a lot of hands-on experience with the archaeology of the Greek world and the archaeology of the Ice Age world.
Interesting.
And so I can, because they're not taught in the same department. Archaeology is a huge field.
Right.
And there's millions of sites. Nobody can cover everything.
It's not. There's very few people that are multi.
Yeah.
In that sense.
And so in that sense, I realized, look, this stuff is so popular right now.
Yeah.
So somebody that can actually talk about the hands-on evidence and describe it in a real way that represents the field. Because, you always have to worry when you're talking about a field that's not your own, or a subdiscipline that's not your own, that even though I'm a scholar, I don't want to do that, right? I would say that's happened sometimes with archaeology, where you're writing a big book, the overall picture of archaeology, and they're familiar with this stuff, but they're less familiar with that stuff, and therefore they make mistakes. It's accidental, and so I don't want to do that. So I try to focus on what my expertise is, right? And so that started, and so I'm reading more and more on Atlantis, because it's not something you're taught in school.
That's so interesting, man. Your specialty just happens to line up perfectly with the story of Atlantis. Greek classical periods and the archaeology that goes back to when it apparently existed, the Ice Age.
Exactly. That's why I started getting. Time I'm active on social media. I've always done a lot of Twitter threads that people read and stuff like that.
And I think you do a great fucking job, man. I think you really do. You're a tremendous communicator. You're really explaining this stuff, and you've done and it's crazy how diabolical the backlash has been towards you online.
I don't know what to say. I'm trying to tell the truth. I'm not even trying to tell the
stunning
truth.
because I'm sitting here with you listening to you. You're super reasonable. You have so much sense. You've done the work. You've eaten wool, and you've studied this your whole goddamn life. And I don't see where it's coming from. I just don't handle it. So that's why I'm trying to ask you more about the Graham origin.
Yeah. So how did I get it? So I started researching.
Why is so much hate towards you?
That's a different question. Look, I think I don't actually quite understand it myself. I think that people like the narrative Graham tells, because Graham, look, let's be honest, he's an amazing storyteller. You read his books; they're very compelling. He said he's gotten archaeologists into archaeology. Like there's no denying his ability to tell a story. He is gifted, and he's a great speaker as well.
Yeah.
And so, I'm not denying that. And he's a smart guy. And when I met him, he was kind and everything, right? But a lot of people, he's developed a fan club, I guess, of people that are just really attached to these ideas, and they don't like the idea of being told that they could be wrong. And I don't quite understand why that's the case, but it is the case. And I wish people would simmer down a little bit, because I'm just trying to, really my main goal is to share what archaeology is. As I think I started on Joe's podcast, one of the things I've learned over the years of communicating with the public is nobody really gets what we do today. The only way you understand archaeology is if you took it at university level, because it's not taught in kindergarten through 12th grade. It's not taught at university unless you choose to take that class. And so nobody understands it. A lot of the popular communicators for archaeology, they're not archaeologists. Even the ones who try to do a good job with it, like who don't want to say they know more than the archaeologists. Because there's some people, and Graham does this, he says he's right, archaeologists are wrong. He says that in Ancient Apocalypse all the time. He's like, I am overturning the paradigm of history, which means we're all wrong and he's right? And so there's a lot of YouTubers that do well. They say, I'm right, but then with tens of thousands of people that have been working for 200 years, they're all wrong. And it's like, this is a problem. The public understanding I do is totally warped, not just by them, it's by people who don't think we're right, by people who think we're right. But a lot of the biggest channels that share archaeology on YouTube, some of my friends, I'm not like David Miano. He's a historian. He has a PhD in ancient historian. He's an amazing historian, and he's an amazing public communicator. But because he doesn't have the same level of archaeological experience, he's not presenting it in the same way I would, having that depth of experience, if you see what I mean. And so I don't think he's doing anything wrong, but it means that the perspective of an archaeologist is not represented, if you see what I mean, in the public consciousness. And so, on most of the big YouTube channels, most of the big authors on archaeology, with few exceptions, are historians, or they're people that somehow want to challenge our field. And so it's like, that's an issue. We need to have people that know the field really well, sharing it with the public. Eric Klein is one of several. Jennifer Raff, she has a great book on the peopling of the Americas. So there are real legit archaeologists that are doing big things and becoming famous for it. Bestsellers. They have lectures on YouTube. I have a video with Jennifer Raff coming out actually next week. Just had one with Eric Klein. And so, but my goal is to get an archaeological perspective out there, because archaeology is not history. We're dealing with material sources, those statues of Socrates that don't talk to you. If you see what I mean, you don't have those words there. And so,
Amin was telling me he did an archaeological dig in.
Yeah, I think he said Megiddo.
Megiddo.
Eric Klein worked there. He did not remember him, so
really?
I couldn't get any words on him. Yeah,
interesting.
Eric Klein directed the project.
He said that there was astrological zodiacs on the ceilings of the temples there.
I have no idea. We could ask, like I said, Eric Klein would be the person to ask, because he directed the project and he's published on it.
Right.
It's a book, I think, like Excavating Armageddon or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we talk about this shit?
Oh Jesus! That's by some people who think
I
they're
have
all
never
archaeologists.
heard. Maybe you can. I haven't
Is that
heard,
a real one?
I have no. This is a 3D print.
Okay, good.
I've never heard you talk about this. This is the one thing I cannot get a reasonable explanation for, because these things, from my understanding, and I had my friend Matt came in here and brought like a couple dozen of these things that he purchased, and they're made out of like red granite, and they had them measured in light scanners at an big aerospace company. And they found out that they are completely perfectly symmetrical within the deviation is like within less than the width of a human hair.
Yeah,
and that's measuring like literally in here, the dimension between the opening, the edge here, and then all around the whole thing is like so perfectly symmetrical. It had to have been made on like a CNC machine today.
I disagree with them. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. What part do you disagree with?
I have. Let's see. I have. I'm trying to eventually do a video on this,
Okay.
but it's not my specialty. I am not an Egyptologist, but I've been talking with people who study this material from archaeological sites. Right.
Okay.
So this is something. It's something that right now I'm focusing on Atlantis, so it might take a year before I do a video on this. But here's some initial thoughts.
Okay.
Let's just go with initial thoughts, and this is just me having seen a few videos that these people have done.
Okay.
First,
so your expertise is not involved in like Egypt or Egyptology.
No, I worked in Abydos when I was an undergrad, so a long time ago. Before I really got into G's and stuff like that. I did a lot of digital mapping. I've done a lot of digital mapping. I've designed large-scale GIS and database systems for projects, and so that's what I was doing at that time before I got into environmental archaeology. And so I was at Abydos, which is that's one of the major pre-dynastic cemeteries right before the next dynasty that built the pyramids. Okay. So it's where a lot of these stone vessels come from. And they also these things were from 4 to 5 years ago. And I believe we'll talk about that. I believe the lathe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we know that the Egyptians didn't. The earliest we know they had the lathe was 13 years BC, 13 BC. I don't know. I don't know that.
That's what I heard. Maybe we can
I
fact
talked
check that,
briefly
Steve.
with Matt on Twitter, but I think do know that they had devices like a ceramic wheel around that time. So they're
around 5,000 BC.
Yeah, and in the Near East in that area, I think around that time in Egypt they had the ceramic wheel. So to assume that they would not use something that rotated around to make a stone vessel is a big assumption, if you see what I mean. I don't think any reason to assume that. We also have tomb paintings that show how these are being made with a drill that you rotate around. And so with a flint drill bit and stuff like that. So
really?
Yeah.
Paintings of a drill bit?
Yeah.
Really?
And we have reconstruction. I just saw them in the British Museum.
Ancient Egyptians used lathes. Used lathes for a variety of reasons.
I'd be careful with the term lathe. I'd be careful with the term lathe because that isn't.
Okay, Egyptians developed a 2-person lathe around sea.
Yeah, and I'd also be careful with Google. I'd go with
right. Of course, right.
And especially AI stuff.
Yeah.
But they certainly, before 1300 BC, there's a stone painting that I saw a depiction of just now recently in the British Museum. I was looking at some of these stone vessels.
Search for this. We wanted to find it on YouTube. Or rather. Like Egyptian tomb painting of. Oh, look. Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's something else with the drill. Yes. It's not just one. There's a bunch of people making stone vases. In the British Museum, they actually put flint artifacts that were the drill bit themselves, and they reconstructed it on the wood and stuff like that. And so they had a whole section on exactly how these vases were made, as the Egyptians themselves described them. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, tomb paintings are later, because at the time that some of these really early ones were made, it's just how it was.
Right.
And so, but later on, they show they do to make stone vases. And there's a YouTube channel, Scientists Against Myths. It's a few Russian reconstructed stone vases.
I watched it. It was terrible. The recreation they made, it took them years.
Well, okay, because
and they did a terrible fucking job. It was awful.
They had one that measures more accurate than the ones that Uncharted actually.
No, they watched the video.
Well, they have several videos. You need to find one of the more recent ones where they actually make one where they do the measurements, and it's more accurate than the measurements Uncharted actually.
Steve, you gotta find it. Because I watched one recently.
I don't know what video it is because they have several videos on this topic, but they definitely have a video where it's more accurate. And just because something takes years, Danny, by people who are trying to figure out how to do it as they go. When there's an industry of people that have passed on over generations how to do something, they know how to do it, right? They have the expertise of having made many of them, so it won't take them years.
Sure.
And remember, these guys are just doing it in their free time. There's a difference between somebody doing it as a job versus doing it in their free time. You need to find out scientists against myths.
Oh. Steve, see if you can find it. We'll keep going.
So that's one reason I issue with the scientists against myths.
So how were they able to get it so goddamn perfect?
I think it just has to do with the circularity of spinning something. You make a compass and you spin it around, you make a perfect circle. You know
within 1/1000th of
if you have a compass, that should do that. Yeah.
With that kind of and how do people?
That's how a compass works.
What tools did they use? Like what kind of drill bits to use and what kind of?
I think for these they use flint.
And it was all by hand? Or
yeah. It's something that's spun. And they might have had a pallet they put it on. I don't really know. That's something we can't tell.
And these handles that were built into it with the tubes that go through, like with the holes
drill
that go
through. Now that's actually one of my problems.
Piece.
One of my problems is every single one of these I've seen. These are
a little bit off.
Or something's off. Look inside, and you can see bits where it's not perfect inside, where the drill bit has left an impression. So that tells me you can see
the insides are more imperfect.
The modern machine wouldn't happen, right? And so one of the things that I would say is, I also think that they're measuring this with the wrong technology. These scanning light measurements, they should be using the CT scans. That's kind of the standard.
They do that too.
Good.
They do that too. But the aerospace, I think it was light scanners or something. Whatever they did was able. That was the one that was able to measure the variation and how symmetrical it actually is.
Well, no, that's just about capturing a 3D
and the thickness of the walls and how
CT scan gets that.
And how thick it is on this
side
versus
that
that
even
side.
better. What a CT scan does is it shoots X-rays through it. A series of X-rays.
Right.
That's what the computerized tomography, I think, is what it stands for. A series of X-rays through something to get fully measured the inside, outside, down to the most precise measurements.
Right.
It is the state of the art for us doing kind of measurements in archaeology at precision levels.
Okay.
That is what I use. I know people that do this with animal bones. I know people that do it with pretty much everything, just to get tiny little anatomical differences to see if a goat was moving up and down a mountain.
So with the naked eye.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So, what do you want to ask? You want to ask me
that they did this out of granite with naked eye, no measuring.
Think about it like this, Danny.
Within 1/1000th of an inch.
Well, let me explain why. It's just like a compass. You have a compass.
That's the question. Why? Why is it so perfect?
Well, it's just the way making it that makes it so perfect. Is what I'm trying to explain. When you have something that's rotating around, so you have the drill, and then you have the bit that comes out here. That's at a set distance from the center of that. It's the radius of a circle, if you see what I mean. As it spins around, it's just making a perfect circumference. Just like how a compass works. You don't need high tech to do that. It's just the motion of creating it in a circular way that's going to naturally make it reasonably perfect, if you see what I mean. It's not like they're pounding at it. If you're pounding at it to make it, or you're jamming something in there to go tink, 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 like imagine using a pick, right? If you're doing that, making something perfect is going to be pretty much impossible.
So is that what the conventional Egyptologists say about these? They were made on circular
bits, so a drill that's moving around circular
drill bits.
Yeah.
But how did they open it up on the? I'm sorry. How did they open it up on the inside?
Well, you put something in and then you attach it. So there's a wooden thing going in, and you attach the drill bit on it so that it circles around. If you're making
wood,
the thing you're spinning is wood, and flint and stone is attached.
So there's a stick. Okay,
so
stone,
think about it like this.
Even and they somehow go like that and hollow out the inside of the granite.
Well, they put the lever. Let's go back to those tomb paintings. They show them best. Let's look at the actual ancient Egyptian evidence of how they tell us they made these.
Okay.
Let's stick with the evidence, guys.
Yeah.
This is why I say go from the known to the unknown.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's something exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean that was the tool.
Well, how did they suck so bad at drawing, but they were so good at making?
Oh, they didn't suck at drawing. Remember, these
Come on, compared to this, they can do this, but that's what they're drawing.
Art is not value judgments. But so that's the thing that comes down. You're standing around. At the bottom of that are these drills that are attached that rotate around.
Okay.
Right? Do you see what I mean? So that's a different kind of drill with a bow, and that lets you go back and forth with the bow to make it spin very quickly and effortlessly. So that's a bow drill right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you see what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
So that's sort of how these kind of, and this kind of drilling technology, it's around for thousands of years. This is a really, and not just in Egypt, elsewhere too.
I would have to like, I would have to see somebody use this and create something like perfect.
And to answer the question of how can you fit the bit in there, the same thing would be true if you made it on a machine. You still have to figure out how to get the thing in there.
Of course,
yeah,
sure.
So that's not an issue. We know that whether they made it on a machine or whether they did it by hand, they were able to get a damn drill bit in there in a circle to get it to work. Right? And so obviously, look, now that takes a long time. That's a lot of effort to do that by hand.
And there's thousands of them.
But it's doable. Yeah, but dude, they have a lot of people who are constructing these over thousands of years, by the way. It wasn't like there's thousands of them constructed in a 10-year span. We're saying there's thousands of them constructed in a several thousand-year span. Do you see what I mean? So I don't know why it's such a huge issue, because look, these chosen wealthy people, they had huge numbers of people that they controlled.
It's just the perfect.
I think we sometimes, in a world with modern technology, we underestimate our answers. You know,
but we do it now. Like that's the argument for them more like an advanced civilization making this something.
Or rather, they were smart people with simple technology and effort to make that. Is what they were. Smart, skilled people who had a tradition of how to do this, and they did it. You know, like these were people like you and me who are as smart as you and me. They just don't have the technology around us that other people created, by the way, that we use in our day-to-day lives. And so, you know, they had their own technology and they knew how to master it. People in the past were fucking smart. They lived in a tough environment and they survived and thrived.
What do you make of the giant saw blade marks in some of those stones that are around the pyramids? Like there's giant stones with like perfect cuts that look like they were done with circular saws that you can fit a credit card into. And they even measured the depth of it, and it's like a circular, the depth gets deeper towards the middle, and like it looks just like a circular saw did it.
So look, I mean, some of this is, I find it silly because people say this about the Egyptians, but like the Romans also have those same perfect cuts. The Greeks have those same perfect cuts. We don't assume they couldn't do that stuff. So why is it that we assume the Egyptians couldn't? That's kind of one of my...
I'm saying, what is the, like, this stuff?
Yeah, dude, that's just very careful, slow.
Look at the one with the three cuts.
Yeah, they realized they fucked up and they went and did it again.
How the hell did they do that?
Well, so they probably had, you know, a saw blade with copper, but then they used water and sand. Because the copper is not, it's not dense enough, so it's going to wear down really badly. It's actually the granite sand and other kinds of sand that you put there. And again, Scientists Against Myths and others have done a lot of videos on this that show that you can cut through very precisely and slowly, no doubt, and you are going to use a lot of copper blades because they wear down eventually. But if you use sand and water there, you can saw very, very precisely through stuff, through hard granite. It's just, you know, I mean, people have done it. I know, they look cool. I'm not denying that.
It's mind-blowing.
I don't doubt that these people could do it because they were smart and they had time. They had time and expertise is what they had. You know, I mean, people will say the same thing about us in the future. They're going to be like, how the hell did they make these highways? That was so much work. And it's like, well, yeah, it was a lot of work, but we did. You know, with the technology we had. In the future, they'll have some faster way to do that.
The big granite blocks that exist, like in the Serapeum, the big granite boxes. He was asking him, like, if you were to recreate this, how much would it be, how much would it cost? And he said, just the freight alone would be like $250,000. this thing, and it would be so ridiculously, it'd be so much more expensive.
Which is, by the way, why we don't redo this stuff, because we can't. Meaning, we don't have the money to employ thousands and thousands of people for years to build a pyramid. Who's going to fund that? You know what I mean? Like, cause if you want to do that, you have to employ. Look, everything in our world, the most expensive thing is human labor. Let's be honest. If you're doing something in America, the most expensive thing is human fucking labor and skilled human labor, right? And so, if you're gonna build a pyramid, you need to be able to employ thousands of people over years to build it. So how are we going to do that if we don't get Elon Musk or someone like that or Bill Gates to actually employ thousands of people to reconstruct a fucking pyramid? So if you're going to say, I've never seen someone build a pyramid, well, fuck you. Like, seriously, how are we logically going to do that in our world today? Because we'd have to pay all those people. So, like, of course nobody's done it, because we'd have to get those skills and teach the people these kind of traditional stonemason crafts. And then get enough people to do that. Get them all together and spend like 10 years of their lives doing it. And like, we don't have the resources to do that. We have some guys, some scientists in Russia who are willing to invest a couple of years into making a stone vase in their free time to show that it can be done.
But they failed.
No, they did not.
The one I saw, Steve, you gotta find
They have one from a few months ago where they measured it and it's more precise. Is what they said. They compared it to one of the. I would need to find the video. Look for scientists against myths, stone vase, more precise maybe. It doesn't look too bad to me.
Look at all the flat. No, it looks. I mean, the one on the right is like.
They said that they use the same exact measurements. And so, can we go on to my second critique of these people? Uncharted X and Matthew.
Well, first of all, we got to find out like what is the actual consensus of what they finished. Like, can we find something? Go on Reddit. Go on somewhere.
So some of the reasons why that exterior surface looks less perfect is because they didn't do the last step, which would be the polish it. Right?
Yeah.
So that's just how do you make the stone vase? The last step would be let's polish it smooth.
I want to see a write-up somewhere, like find on Google or on Reddit or on Twitter, somebody who did like an unbiased, basically analysis of the video and compare it to like some of the things that Ben, the vases that Ben talks about.
I know David Miano has a long video that critiques the stone vases.
No, but he's biased. We gotta find somebody.
He's not biased. Come on.
We gotta find somebody.
The world, everybody is biased.
We gotta find somebody who doesn't have a YouTube channel that's dedicated to one side. Like you have people like Ben who makes the stuff that shows the evidence for it. And you have people like David who everything on their YouTube channel
you're gonna have to do it if you claim you're not biased.
Right? No,
I don't know if you are not biased. I think we're all biased.
I think I am biased. I don't think that I have not seen any evidence, and you're not convincing me that this stuff was done by hand.
So second critique. I have 3 critiques, and the last one's the most important. Okay. Second critique. Okay. Whenever I've seen one of these videos, and I'm not going to lie, I've not seen all the videos. I'm not ready to make my video on this.
Right.
Okay, so this is my impression. I could be wrong, but I've seen a few videos. I've seen a few critique videos. I've seen some sort of sample of both sides, let's say. And I am not an Egyptologist, so I don't have a horse in that race, let's say. But I am a scholar, and I think that in general my colleagues are more correct than not. So that is my bias, let's say. Every time I've seen measurements on a stone vase, there are always different measurements from vase to vase. Sometimes it's the angle of the lip. Sometimes it's the circumference. Sometimes it's this. Sometimes it's that.
Yes.
I've also never seen 2 stone vases that are exactly the same.
Again, yeah, and let me say, even when he brought in all his vases, he made it very clear that not all of them are perfect. A lot of them are very imperfect.
And so to me, that's what I would call a red flag. Where if you have something where you're trying to argue that this is machine made, and maybe, look, machines usually make the same thing over and over again. That's what factories do, for example, right? They make the exact, you have a blueprint, you have a design, and you make it there. And what you don't have, because you make your blueprint perfect, you don't have other imperfections in there. Everything is perfect when you make it with a machine. And so when you can look at the handles being wonky, that doesn't make sense to me if it's machine made. Well, maybe you look at the
handles didn't matter.
Well, but why would they just, if they're making everything perfect, why would you not make the handles perfect?
Good question.
I mean, I just don't get that.
Right.
And at the same time, why would you have some dimensions are perfect in one vase, but in a different vase, it's different dimensions that are perfect.
But why were these things so perfect, so precise?
But I'm saying they're not. Is what I'm trying to explain.
A lot of them are.
No, they're not. They're not all perfect in the same way. If they're all perfect, they'd be perfect in the same way.
This thing is perfect. They don't all look the same, right? There's different ones that are different shapes, different sizes, but the ones, which the vast majority of them are perfect, the ones that are perfectly symmetrical from side to side, going from the top to the bottom.
I don't know. I've seen videos where they don't even talk about the symmetry, and they talk
this
about
guy brought in the scans.
Okay,
Matt Bell brought in the scans.
Okay, I've not seen them all. Now let's get to the third
So
one.
wait, hold on. Why is it that these are apparently from earlier than the ones that are older and imperfect and look like they're in the museums in Egypt and they came from later? It looks like they came in and they made them out of softer stones.
I think that's the bias of our own part. I think this is something, for some reason, a lot of people that think archaeologists are wrong claim that older stuff is more perfect than later stuff, and that's just not true. I mean, it's just not. This idea, I don't know why it pervades in public culture that's the case. Like they talk about, for example, the Great Pyramid being better than later pyramids. And it's like, but wait a second, we also have pyramids that are earlier than the Great Pyramid that show the progression up there, right? Or one of my examples that I like to give, a good example is Graham Hancock sometimes talks about Göbekli Tepe, where you have the ceremonial core with the stone circles with the megalithic stones and the beautiful sculpture. And then you have, outside of it, you have less perfect stuff. Right? These houses on my last video on my YouTube, the second to last, when you see this, is about Göbekli Tepe with the director of excavations, and we talk about what those less perfect structures are. Let's say less perfect, and what that is think about it like this, Danny. You ever been to Washington D.C.?
Yeah.
Is the White House really impressive? Sure. Is the Capitol building really impressive? Yeah. How about just the houses? How about just the houses in downtown? Are they as impressive as the White House and the Capitol building? No. Okay, and yet they're built more recently. Is our technology now worse than the technology of the people that built the 19th century White House?
The function's different,
Yeah, it's meant to be presented as phenomenal. And so that's what the issue is with Göbekli Tepe. You have the ceremonial core where people are going for their ceremonies, they're politicking, they're doing religious stuff, they're doing whatever.
Right.
And then you have the houses where people are living. And guess what? The houses are shittier than the fucking ceremonial core. Right. That's just function.
Sure.
It's what you're doing. And so that's oftentimes a lot of these kind of things. The Egyptian tombs changed in style as time went on because of grave robbers, because of the amount of wealth that the state had. It doesn't mean they have less technology. It means that they're doing something different. Right? And so they're still doing some things that are extremely perfect when they try to make them extremely perfect. But now, stone vases, everybody wants a stone vase, so they figure out how to mass produce it. You have the same thing with Athenian painted pottery. You have the Athenian painted pottery. It starts off in this kind of geometric, it's more simple, more crude, let's say, style, right? And then they develop glass figure at the archaic period. It's called 6th century BC. And that looks pretty good. It's getting better. Then they develop what's called red figure. And the way they do that is so tough, right? So you think about it like this. You have orange clay, and you paint on a glaze that's black, and that's black figure, right? But if you want to do red figure, what you do is the red clay is still the vase color, and then the black is the glaze you paint around it. So you're painting the outline of the characters. And then what that lets you do is the character now, you can put on little details with a very thin paintbrush of little black things that show what they're holding or whatever, right? And so it looks beautiful. This is the height of a senior vase painting is that red figure. And then guess what happens? Then they realize, oh shit, we can make pots using a mold really quickly and mass produce them so that everybody gets pots really fast, and then it doesn't look as good. And it's like, dude, it's not that they got less technology. It's that when they started doing mass production. And we see this all the time. You look at stuff made 100 years ago by hand, and it's durable, and it lasts. I have my cast iron frying pan. It's been in my family for 150 years or something like that, right? It is the best frying pan you could imagine. Perfectly non-stick. It's durable. You go buy some frying pan in the supermarket. It lasts you like 2 years with its stupid Teflon non-stick shit, but it's cheap, and it's fast, and it's simple to make. And so, you have to recognize that the way people produce stuff changes over time for different reasons, right? Sometimes they're just interested in mass producing schlock, And that's what we see in America around us too, right? So we live in that kind of world where sometimes it looks like things are not as perfect as they used to be. You know, they're not as glorious and grand and monumental. And then they say, hey, America is not like it used to be.
Right.
Other things are better today, right? You know, the quality of certain things is much better.
I would really like to hear, which I don't know why I haven't done it yet, but I would love to hear a mainstream academic Egyptologist explain exactly how these are made. I haven't.
Yeah, I don't study these. I know some people that do it. I'm trying to get in touch with some people that do it even more so that I can, because look, my YouTube channel is all about actually talking to the actual expert who does this stuff, right? So, you know, that's why I have on the director of Ectobethel Tetra. That's why I had on the director of excavations at Kunul. That's why, you know, this is who I go to, because I know them all. I've been in the field for 30 years. I've worked on a few dozen different projects. I am active on social media. So, you know, like I know most of the people around the world that do archaeology. So when I look at an archaeological question, I recognize, hey, I can kind of answer this, but I'm not the expert. And so that's who I always try to talk to. And
okay, well, can't we say, isn't it fair to say that in academia there's something to be said to where don't question the narrative if you want to climb the ladder and have a career in this? Let's go back to Amon Hillman. Okay, when he went to submit his dissertation to get his PhD, the head of the department, of the classics department there, said you have to remove any references to recreational drugs in antiquity by the Romans. And he said why? He said because they wouldn't have done such a thing. So he went out and he at the time he took it out so he could get his PhD. Now I'm sure he regrets doing that, but he did get his PhD. So there is pressure. So you can say it's true that there is pressure in academia to follow the narrative and go with the consensus. That is not pressure.
No, I would argue that it depends on a case-by-case basis. The same year that Amon Hillman, or years after Amon Hillman submitted his PhD, what was it, 2002, 2003?
I don't know.
I looked it up because you asked me to address some Amon Hillman stuff.
Right.
I looked it up. I think it was like 2002, 2003. In 2003, I was finishing my undergrad at the University of Pennsylvania, right? We're talking bastion of academic archaeology. The Penn Museum has been excavating around the world for hundreds of years, right? And it's Ivy League school, that kind of thing. You know, you're talking literally one of the epicenters in the world of academic archaeology.
Right.
And me at the time, I'm like a dude who gets stoned, right? So I'm like, you know what? I didn't even know I really wanted to be an archaeologist at that point. Even though my dad was one, I really didn't want to be one for a while because I was like, I don't want to just follow in my dad's footsteps, right? In the end, I realized, look, I actually love this stuff. So I went to it. So I said, all right, what am I going to write my undergrad honors thesis on, right? To graduate with honors. So I was a good student despite being a stoner. And so, and I also smoked pot because I have a chronic disease and it helps with it. And I smoked a lot of pot. And so I asked my advisor and I said, head of the department at the time, I said, look, what should I write my honors thesis on? Do you have any suggestions? He's like, you know, you're about to go on a dig in Ukraine. Why don't you ask them if they have any projects? So I get in touch with them and they just ghost me. So, but because of the rules, I had to do an honors thesis if I wanted to graduate honors, and I had to decide in my junior year before my senior year started so I could get going. And he's like, just pick anything you like. And I think it over, and then I go in there, and I'm like sweating bullets. I'm like, can I do something on drugs in the ancient world? That would be really cool. And he's like, yeah, man, go for it. Go talk to Peter Struck. He studies like ancient religion and different stuff like that. Go talk to him. He might have some ideas. And so I talked to Peter, and he's just like, dude, that sounds like an interesting idea. People don't look at this. And so you should come and take my classes next year. Let's think about how you could study drugs in the context of ancient religion, right? Because that's what he focuses on. So he teaches the next term. He teaches a course on ancient Greek magic, right, or ancient magic in general, Greco-Roman, Babylonian, etc. And I'm sitting there and we read the Greek magic papyri. And I'm just reading through it. I'm still trying to get my specific thesis topic. At the same time, you know, this is 2003, so we don't have the same kind of library resources we have today. So I'm going and Googling around drugs in the ancient world, and I'm getting like old issues of High Times magazine where they're like, this is the argument in there. It's like the Romans used hemp fiber for their ropes, so therefore they're getting stoned all the time. And me being, I hope, a smart stoner, I'm thinking to myself, it's not the best argument. Like, hemp rope is useful. You know, hemp fiber we know today is very useful. It's a very strong fiber to make, you know, textiles out of. So, but that doesn't mean they're getting high off the stuff. It means they're making, you know, ropes. And so I wanted real evidence that's direct that tells me they are using drugs 100%, right? So as I'm taking this course, I'm reading the Greek magical papyri, which are a series of about 100 different papyri. They're all found in Egypt, and they date from something like, I think the earliest are from like the 2nd or 3rd century BC, so when Egypt was ruled by the Greeks, and the latest are something like the 6th century AD, so like, you know, sort of early medieval period, right? But most of them are from like the 3rd century AD, the height of the Roman Empire type period, right? And what's really cool is, even though you can only find papyri in Egypt because it's so dry, they preserve. We do have some papyri elsewhere, like Herculaneum, the lava flow from Vesuvius, preserved this ancient library there. It's a philosophical library, and AI just helped unpeel it and translate it with big news like 6 months ago. So we do have some from elsewhere, but we get most of our papyri from Egypt. That's where we get fragments of like Homer that dates, you know, from the oldest fragments of Plato and Homer and whatnot, usually come from papyri, right, in Egypt. So we have all these papyri. Some of them are used as mummy cartonnage. They're recycled on these mummies, and when they take apart the mummies in the 19th century, they see there's writing on it, and they're like, and then they read it. And at the time, in the 19th century, this stuff was like satanic, right? Because it's like the mishmash of polytheism. It's the stuff that ends up becoming, you know, the witch trials and stuff like that, right? Yeah. And so scholars didn't want to touch it with like a 10-foot pole back in the 19th, early 20th century. The first class ever taught on
Something just happened.
it's all light change.
A light just went out.
It did change. I'm with you. But okay, so the very first class, early 20th century on this stuff, they couldn't even call it ancient magic because they were worried about the reaction, so they called it selected papyri. And that was it. And then, of course,
What about the reaction from them?
I don't know, fellow scholars of the church or something like that, because everybody's very conservative. And then over time, especially in the last 30 years, 40 years, the first translation, the major translation of them by, Betts and Scarborough was the guy who did all planting them and stuff like that. That came out in the 90s, and since then it's been exploding. The field of ancient magic is huge because it actually changes how we understand ancient religion. And so what's really cool is we have throughout the Mediterranean world, and even as far north as Bath, England, for example, there's, you know, we have these lead curse tablets, right? And these are, you know, this is when you do magic. You basically inscribe a lead curse tablet, you roll it up because it's paper thin, and then you put it in a grave, or you put it in a well, or you put it underground, you bury it. If you're trying to curse your neighbor's business because they're your competitor and you don't like them, you bury it under the doorstep. If you want to curse that chariot driver because you root for the other team, you buried it on the racetrack. And we still have examples of this today. When they were doing Yankee Stadium, one of the construction workers was a Red Sox fan, or maybe it's vice versa. It's in the news. One of the construction workers was either a Yankees or Red Sox fan, the opposing team, and they actually put in the hole a jersey of the opposite team as a curse in a sense, right? Because this stuff pervades, right? And so what's really cool is we have some of these lead texts that are word for word the exact same spell on these papyri in Egypt. So we know this culture of magic and what's going on is very widespread.
I must disagree.
We don't know whether the Egyptian sources are a little biased. They have a lot of kind of Egyptian religion in them, like a larger amount than one would expect. But the whole culture of magic, it mishmashes different religions. It has kind of a little bit of Babylonian religion, a lot of Egyptian religion, Greek religion, Roman religion, Phoenician religion, different kinds of sources, Jewish religion, Christian religion, all in there, all within the same spell, because it's what's called syncretism. It's paganism. It's just a mishmash of stuff, right? They want to appease everybody they can to get the result they want, right? So I'm reading these, and guess what? A lot of these have drugs in them. Very clear drugs. Things like opium, right? That is very clearly described. You burn opium incense, that then is supposed to summon a lover. And they even, I like this one. This is my favorite, actually. So it tells you how it works, right? Because it's the spell to get a lover. You're in love with somebody. You want to get them. So what you do, let me find it. Sorry, I would like to read it on air because it's friggin' cool.
Apparently, Galen wrote about Marcus Aurelius' physician wrote about how much opium Marcus Aurelius was taking. He said that he kept having to up his dose And he said he was getting so annoyed by it. He's like, this fucking guy keep having to get more and more opium for him.
Okay, so here we go. So this is the spell to Sword of Dardanus. It immediately bends and attracts the soul of whomever you wish. So you basically need to be a stalker to do this. Don't fucking do this. Just go like buy whoever you love some roses or something. Do something good, okay? But what you do is you sort of inscribe some charms and stuff on these statues that you make, and then what you do is you burn. And then you burn this offering to Eros, which includes 4 grams of opium. It's a lot of opium, right? We're talking like grams and grams of opium. And then you say this incantation. I call upon you, unmoved by prayer, by your great name. If you want to go next.
No, you keep going.
I make my students do this. I like it. I'm a Rothschild.
You practiced.
I read this from my YouTube video. And like I said, I make my students do it sometimes when I'm teaching ancient religion. First shining, night rejoicing, night engendering, witness, Erakiste, Arakara. All right, whatever. You got to read all that stuff, and you got to get it perfect. And you're supposed to say it, I forget how many times, but you're supposed to say it several times. And so it's really cool because the spell actually says it has an excuse if it doesn't work. So you make the burnt offering and you continuously say the spell of invocation and send him the diamond that you summon, and he will act without fail. And whenever you bend her to your will with the stone, on that night it sends dreams. For on a different night, it is busy with different matters. Now, think about it. You're doing this spell. You're obsessed with somebody. You're going, you're inhaling all this opium. You go to bed. You have a bunch of dreams, right? Because that's what's going to happen, right? And no, that spell worked. The diamond was summoned. I had all these dreams. It didn't quite work right. I need to say Azaraktha instead of Azaraka. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so it's an explanation kind of for how it can work. And so I started reading these, and I found dozens of spells that involved ingredients that would, in our mind, alter your mind state, right? They'd get you high, let's say, right? Something like that. And so I realized, actually, in these texts, there's a whole bunch of evidence for actual ancient drug use that isn't hemp fibers on rope. It isn't saying, well, this is a code word that might mean drugs. This is saying, these are the drugs. This is wormwood, this is opium, this is nightshade, this is henbane. This is what they're using. And they're using it, oftentimes ingesting it in some way or another.
Right.
Not always, but sometimes. And so, and like the nightshade ones are great. They have these ones with nightshade, some of them involve wormwood as well, where they actually rub nightshade on their body. There's one where they draw the diamond, they paint it on with this ink that's infused with the juice of wormwood, and then they put some nightshade in their ear, and then they have this, the description is amazing, they have this vivid vision of this diamond that comes to them and talks to them and answers any question they want to have answered about the past, present, and future. And it's like super described. There's some there, it's like everything becomes light. You know, it's almost, anybody who's hallucinated will know that this kind of stuff sounds like what you experience, right? Light gets changed and things become trippy and stuff like that. And so you have this text where they're describing it to you directly. We are taking a substance that alters the mind. We are having visions. And so I did a statistical analysis of it. Every single one, I mean, there's like a couple exceptions, but there's like several dozen examples of spells that involve clear mind-altering substances, and 90% of them involve some sort of altered state of mind that's very clearly altered state of mind, usually a vision. And so it's like, this is evidence of ancient drug use. And I wrote my honors thesis, my committee fucking loved it. They were like, this is, and so I guess my point is it's not a thing as a field. Sometimes it's just individuals that are assholes. And I was scared of this. I'm now applying to grad school, a different group of people. And I'm like, they can take it. But this is my writing sample. I have to use something for a writing sample. It's going to come from what I know best, that I'm, at that point, that was my expertise. And so I'm like, man, everybody's going to reject me. I didn't. I got into grad school. And, you know, my very first conference paper was about this. And everybody in the audience loved it. They were like, that's really interesting.
Right.
And so, I mean, there are some people that were probably like, fuck this. And I talk about this even on my YouTube video and in my conference paper, how especially early scholars up until the late 20th century, maybe middle 20th century, with the hippie movement coming in, they really did sneer at this stuff. And you could see it in their texts. I criticized this guy, E.R. Dodds, who is one of the preeminent scholars of ancient Greek religion. And he describes this vision that this guy, Aelius Aristides, saw, where he sees the God coming to him, and he describes how the emotions he feels, he's full of joy. It describes exactly what you think of somebody who's high, right? Yeah, they're seeing stuff, their state of mind has changed, and then he's like, I loved it so much that the next day I drank even more, and I saw God again.
Yeah.
And then and so it's like, bam. And then E.R. Dodds, in his book, he cuts out the segment of that passage from Aelius Aristides, The Sacred Tales, that says that what he's drinking is wormwood, a wormwood concoction. The same thing in absinthe. And then he's like, no, drugs couldn't have been the result. And so, like, don't get me wrong, there are biases, but to think it's everybody, my experience is not that. My experience is that there are plenty of people who are open-minded about this, and I think especially in the last 10, 15 years, the younger generation is now much more open-minded towards that kind of thing. It's like, nobody cares.
Totally. I think it's responsible for the foundation of religion and the idea like of these pagan religions and dying and rising gods and experiencing these states of mind that is like tearing open the fabric of the universe. I mean, it is like the closest you can get to God, to the universe, to like it's
I think it's one tool. So Aelius Aristides is a great example. So this dude, he's like a really wealthy Greek guy from what we would call modern day Turkey. Super wealthy, but he's always sick. He's just a sickly dude, right? He has chronic illnesses like you could not imagine. But he's also very famous because he is one of the best public speakers in the Roman Empire. So he travels around the Roman Empire giving speeches. Like he knows the top people, like the imperial family and different senators and everything, right? He is super wealthy, super popular. He has love for giving speeches, and he's also a priest to Asclepius, the god of healing and stuff like that. And I think he's been initiated into different sort of religions as well. So he's, the upper crust. And he left for us his autobiography, right? It's called The Sacred Tales. There's some translations in English that you can find online. Maybe not online. You probably might need to just go to a library. Suck it up. Go to a library, kids, if you want to read this stuff. Yeah. So he left this autobiography, and it's really cool. It's like, on this day I saw God, on that day I saw God, on these days I did this and that. And he's so trippy that he doesn't even do things in chronological order. So parts of it he starts off with like later on in his life, then he goes back to early in his life, and he just jumps around. It's really kind of fascinating, and it gets you kind of out of your mind a little bit because you're like, following it is tough. Right. And so, but the thing is if you want to look at it from, say, a modern perspective, how is he altering his mind to see God? And he sees God a lot. And this is one of the big questions. How do people actually see God, right? How do you get to that kind of state where you believe that you have an encounter with God? And how would a scientist approach that, right? And so one explanation is certainly drugs.
Yes.
He used drugs. He especially wormwood. He also drank a lot. He also use this Egyptian incense type thing, which we don't have any recipes. It's called kufi. We don't have any recipes from his period, but later periods, like a few hundred years later, we have the recipe for kufi and different ones. So it's not always made the same way, but oftentimes narcotics. And
also, like near-death experiences, often in modern times, they explain that to be very similar to like DMT trips.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to say. He doesn't just do drugs. He does a lot of different things that alter his mind. He won't eat for like a week and a half, and then the next thing he does is he eats a whole chicken. Mm-hmm. And it's like, dude, that's gonna make you high. Like, it's like, I'm sorry, you don't eat for a week and then you devour a whole chicken. That's gonna give you some feels, right? Or when there's a blizzard outside, he goes swimming naked in the river.
Yes. Oh yeah,
that's gonna do something to you.
Yeah.
One of my favorite stories.
Like specific types of like meditation and breath work and yoga you can do to achieve these states. All kinds of things.
All these kind of things, and the Asclepius cult is all about incubation. And this is also key. Scholars oftentimes call it culture patterning. So when you expect to have a certain kind of experience because everything around you is just right? It's set up with the images of different deities, and you have the chanting around you, and it's a dark space, and you've heard before you came in that this is what happened with people, and you have inscribed on the walls around you the experiences of previous people.
And you believe when you're surrounded by these people and you that symbolism, and you believe you're channeling something, it makes it more real.
Exactly. And so, we have this, and especially these Asclepius temples, the priests that worked there, they knew how to initiate visions. They had it down to a science in a sense. And it's clear because, Aristides is our best example of what they did. Unfortunately, he's one of the only ones, so we can't tell if maybe in different periods they did different stuff, if different temples did different stuff. Who knows? But what he's doing is a little grab bag of everything, right? My favorite story is he always has an entourage around him, right? Because he's just rich, right? And he has his entourage, and he goes around and he travels all the time, and he always has his entourage do fucked up crazy shit, right? And so one day he's taking this plant called hellebore, which don't take it, it's poisonous. And and that's one of the problems with a lot of the things. Today, we really mostly don't take drugs that can possibly kill you. Obviously drugs can kill you. So don't overdose on shit, guys. It's stupid. Take something like pot where you're not going to die, right? Or mushrooms or something like that where we know you're not going to kill yourself. Don't go take hellebore because if you take too much of it, you die. So he's taking this hellebore.
Where does hellebore come from?
It's in the Mediterranean. It's a type of plant. I think it's type of Greek. Yeah.
What is the effect, please?
I have no idea.
It's an upper downer.
It's a toxic substance. So it's it's like taking a small dose of poison. Yeah. And so the hellebore is also throughout the Greek magical papyri. It's one of the more common toxic substances that's used. It's like nightshade. Nightshade is used by witches even in the 17th century.
Right.
There's this guy, Johann Weyer, who describes seeing, it's a flower. He describes, I got that wrong. Johann Weyer in the 17th century, he describes seeing witches, and what they do is they rub their bodies full of nightshade, and then they claim that they're flying. But don't do that because you can fucking die. I mean that. You can fucking die. And so I want to be sure to say that when I have an audience
and according to Carl Ruck about it when he wrote his book Road to the Lucis, he was saying that a lot of people died during those during the Eleusinian mysteries that happened every year. Because they didn't have the dose right. A lot of people would drink too much and they would die.
I need to reread Road to the Lucis. I don't remember anyone dying, but maybe. I need to reread it.
So it was Carl Ruck and it was Strassman and Hoffman. Gordon Wasson and Albert Hoffman.
Yeah, Albert Hoffman was the inventor of LSD.
Yes, exactly.
And Gordon Wasson was an ethnographer who studied Siberian shamanism and mushrooms. And we can get into that in a second. I'm just going to say about hellebore.
Yes.
Because Aristides, he takes his entourage, he does hellebore, and he says, let's go sailing. They go sailing, then he sees God, and God tells him to crash the boat. So he crashes the boat, and then they have to swim the shore.
Right.
That's the kind of shit that happens when you take hellebore. Don't do that. But so, all right, I got some problems with that Road to the Lucis. It's been a while since I read it, but I'm going to tell you what my issue is with it. So as far as I remember, and I was reading it when I was doing my undergrad thesis, the same thesis where I did this stuff, and I was trying to figure out what am I going to write on. I read the book, and I left my reading dissatisfied, and this is also something that I really want to do a YouTube video on, especially because I didn't realize that it's still really popular in pop culture. So I'm going to do a YouTube video on this in the nearest future, in the next, let's say, few months. Especially since I mentioned it here, I gotta fucking do it now. But so when reading the book, I remember being very dissatisfied because what they claim. So let's think about what the mysteries of the Lucis are. Okay, first of all, just get out the idea of mystery if you think of mystery. It's this very flashy word and stuff like that. What it meant was, unlike most religions that are open to all, this was the only people that could know the details of it were those who chose to go and become a missionary.
That was expensive, right?
No, actually enslaved people did it as well. Yeah, it was available to all.
And I thought the way he described it in the book was that you had to pay a lot of money to go do that.
If you had to be able to buy a little pig. And it's not a long trip. trip. It's a day's hike. It's only a few
The
hours.
people came from all over.
Later on, in the Roman period, yes.
Yeah.
In the Roman period, people came from all over, and it became an extremely popular cult that sort of got exported from Athens elsewhere. Pausanias talks about it. Pausanias is this Greek dude who did these trips around the Roman Greece, and he described it all for us. He's actually like one of the best sources for archaeology. He like describes stuff that's no longer there, and he does it, and we tested him, we ground truthed him, just like with Plato. I was talking about ground truthing a text.
Right.
With Pausanias, his description of the Athenian Agora matches exactly what we find. Right? This is there, that's there. Boom, we know he's telling the truth. If you see what I mean, it's just right there. And so, so he loves the Olympics. He's like, the Olympic Games are the badass thing. The rites in honor of the Zeus, Olympian Zeus. That's the greatest thing. And the other greatest thing is the mysteries of Eleusis. And so he tells us a little bit about it, but he's also like, I can't tell you too much because that part's hidden. It's only if you're initiated.
It was very secret, right?
Well, only if you're initiated.
Yes.
But anyone can be initiated, but only the initiates can know what's up with it. So you have to choose to do that. And in many ways, these mystery cults, a lot of scholars think they are the early versions that Christianity ended up developing out of.
Yeah,
they're
I
the
think
first
that makes
cults
sense.
that talk about saving your soul.
And Christianity denies that vehemently, right?
I don't think so.
I think they say that they said Christianity was in its own bubble, and they didn't take anything from the pagan cults. They didn't take anything from. But there's clearly lots of
I don't
evidence
think
of
scholarly Christians say that. Most.
Yeah, I had a Bible scholar in here a couple months ago, and he said absolutely not. He goes, none of it came from any of the pagan stuff.
I mean, I've talked to Bible scholars who teach what I'm teaching. So there's
evidence of
divides them.
Like Persephone and dying and rising gods, and there's what was the thing that Easter came from? There was a festival, Harari, what was it? Hararia festival or something like that. That was like very similar to Easter. There's all these crazy parallels to some of these ancient mystery cults and what you find in modern Christianity and in the Bible.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree with you there. There are a lot of parallels, and Christianity did not develop in a vacuum. It developed within, the Roman world,
right?
Where there's a whole bunch of cults that are becoming very popular.
Huge amount
and
of
so,
Bible
to
scholars
argue that
completely disagree.
But I mean, you can see this in their iconography. It matches. There's a lot of comparisons between
That's
Christian iconography and
Yeah.
Dionysic iconography, because one of the big competitors to Christianity at the same time. So in the Roman Empire at around that time, mystery cults are becoming big. So, before that, mystery cults were kind of a side show, if you see what I mean. Some people did it, a lot of people didn't.
Right.
But in this sort of early Roman imperial period, in the middle Roman imperial period, the people were really interested in mystery cults. And so the Dionysus mystery cult was big. The one to Mithras was another one.
Yes.
The one to Isis, the Egyptian goddess, was another big one. And we have all sorts of texts and iconography for all of these cults. And
you talked about this a lot. You talked with my friend Neil on his channel, Gnostic Informant.
Yeah, he was here before. Yeah,
that was a fascinating discussion you guys had.
Yeah, I really liked it too. He was a good guy. Check out Gnostic Informant.
Yeah, check out Gnostic Informant.
So it's not developing in a vacuum. I mean, look, dude, Christianity today, as it is part of our culture in today's world. It's not the same thing as 2,000 years ago. And so, everything we do is part of the culture we're in. It just is what it is. And anybody that denies Christianity was related and part of a conversation that was going on 2,000 years ago is not looking at the historical sources in an honest way.
And that's the thing. An interesting thing to me too about Bible scholars and people who go and get a degree in the Bible is that the vast majority of them subscribe to the very religion that they're dedicating their studies to. So they're doing a scientific endeavor that is directly aligned with their.
Not necessarily the ones I know. I share an office with a guy who studies biblical law and stuff like that.
And he's not religious?
I don't think so. If you're at a Christian university, maybe, and I've met, religious scholars who are religious too.
Yeah.
I've just meant that there's both out there. There's plenty of people who are interested in this just as a phenomenon to study historically,
right?
From a more dispassionate point of view,
right?
Like I said, everybody has biases. That's just fucking life.
Right.
I'm not going to say that from an unbiased point of view, because screw that. But from a more dispassionate point of view, they're not there to prove Christianity right or wrong.
Yeah.
That's that's not the emphasis of their study. The emphasis of their study is to understand how Christianity developed and changed over time with the cultures that it existed in, the practice of Christianity, if you see what I mean. Right? And so, that is, there's lots of people that study it that way. Lots of people taking classes from and stuff, where were we? Eleusis.
Yes, Eleusis.
Okay, so let's bring us back to Eleusis for a second. So, Eleusis,
and are you familiar with Brian Mararescu and his work?
No, this is why I need to read that before I actually do this video. I know The Road to Eleusis, and I've read it, and I had notes on it from the time that I read before coming here so I could talk to you. But I also have not read it for a while. So I'm going to admit that. Whatever, take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm giving my own opinion that I have had for 20 years. Okay. So our sources for the mysteries of Eleusis are difficult.
Yes.
Because nobody's allowed to write certain details, if you see what I mean. And because certain details are allowed to be public information, other details are not allowed to be public information. And so what that means is we don't have the full picture of what's going on with these mysteries of Eleusis. There's a incomplete picture of what our sources are, and that to me is one red flag. If our picture of what's going on is incomplete and they're only allowed to present one side of the story in these written sources, the initiates, because that's what they're allowed to talk about, but they can't talk about other things, that's a very biased picture we're getting, right? Then the other bits we have, so we have people like Pausanias, who was an initiate, who talks about it, but he holds back because he can't reveal everything. And he loves it, right? He's all into it. Then we have this trial that happened at the end of the 5th century, so what happened is the Peloponnesian Wars are going on, and this group of young, wealthy people, who one of them is Alcibiades, he's the one that convinced Athens to go fight the Sicilians, but then he ended up not leading that failed expedition because of what's happened. He got drunk with a bunch of people. He's also in the symposium. He gets drunk with Socrates and stuff like that. He gets drunk with a bunch of people, and a bunch of these rich young men get very, very drunk, and they go out and they vandalize stuff, like sometimes young men do when they're really drunk. It happens today. And what they vandalize is, have you ever seen Greek statues and how they have wings on them? Right? So there's these statues of Hermes, which are like a bust, and then they have a phallus sticking out. And they knocked off the dicks.
They were erect wieners, right?
Yeah. I mean, dude, I could see drunk young people doing that today.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of times you look at the past and things are different from what we imagine today. Sometimes you can say, actually, that makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Yeah. That shit happens today. I don't necessarily think drunk young dudes should do that, but we know that happens. Right. So this is sacrilegious, of course. These are statues of the deities. So there's a big trial. And in this trial, a lot of these people are initiates of Eleusis. And so it becomes this big scandal, and we have these texts of legal, at the time, some of these speeches in law courts are recorded by people like Androchides, I'm blanking right now, but whatever. The main ones are from Androchides, and he has this speech on the mysteries and stuff like that. But again, this is going to have a lot of biases involved in what it's describing because it's in a very legal context. And he's still not allowed to say everything because they can't talk about what they're talking about. But here it's used as a defense and prosecution and shit like that. And that's, of course, biasing what you get. And then the third source we have, it's a sort of type of source we have, it's a lot later, is Christian source, where they talk about this, like Christian bishops describe this kind of stuff. And that, of course, is going to have its own set of biases. These people were never actually initiated into it, and they're describing it as like this pagan type thing that is evil and da-da-da-da-da, right? And so all this stuff gives us this really tricky picture of what goes on in the mysteries to Eleusis. So now think about how are possibly the ingestion of drugs happening in these mysteries. So there's all sorts of cool things that happen for these mysteries. For example, if you're to be initiated, you got to walk from Athens to Eleusis, which is a doable walk. It's just a few miles, And you have to do this. You have to lead a little piggy. So you have a little pig that you're leading along. And then at one point you go by this bridge. And on the bridge is all the former initiates. And what they do is they insult you from above. So you sort of have to break you down, right? They're shouting insults like, hey, you're ugly, like that kind of shit. And then you get through that, and then you get to Eleusis. And one of the things you do is you sacrifice your pig. So that's a big thing. And there's been some scholars. This is, again, something you could debate. This is something I'm really interested in since I study animals and food and stuff like that. But you kill the pig, and everybody dumps them in these pits called the telesteria, I think. And we've actually excavated some of them at Eleusis. I've been to Eleusis several times. And I know somebody who studied some animal bones there. In fact, found some pig bones and stuff like that. And you throw them in these pits, and then later on, the women, when they do the lesser mysteries, it's for the Euphoria, I think it is. They then take the soil and scatter it in the fields because it's all in honor of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture.
Right.
And so one of the modern interpretations, which might be right, might be wrong, is that's a form of fertilizer. You have these dead, decomposing pigs. They decompose for 6 months, and then you take them and you scatter them in the fields. And even though they don't know why, it actually improves the crops. Right? So I think Kevin Clinton, Dr. Kevin Clinton, who is one of the main scholars on the mysteries of Eleusis, has published on that idea. So you do that, and then the main ritual, we don't have a lot of evidence for. One of the key things we do have evidence for, and this is where there might or might not be drugs, is they drink this drink called a Takeo. Yeah. And this thing, it's actually a fairly common drink, right? It's used in other contexts as well. It's basically like milk and grains. So like barley and stuff like that, which makes a lot of sense when you have Demeter, goddess of agriculture, goddess of grains, and stuff like that. And in the hymn of Demeter, which is it's called a Homeric hymn, these Homeric hymns, they probably weren't ever written down by the same people that recorded the Iliad and the Odyssey. Whether there even is a Homer, that's a good question. It's called the Homeric question even. And so, but these Homeric hymns, they're probably written down in the 6th century BC, which is about the time when we start seeing maybe the first bits of this Eleusis cult. There was cult at Eleusis earlier, but it doesn't seem to be the same thing as what's going on later, because religions change over time, right?
The consensus of Eleusis was going on for like 1,500 years, right?
Well, so the Eleusinian mysteries as we know them, probably a good start date could be that hymn of Demeter, late 6th century BC, and then they went on until kind of really the end of the Roman period. So over 1,000 years. I guess a good thing would be about 1,100 years, 1,200, where we have firm evidence of it being practiced, right? There's a lot of questions about earlier. I am skeptical of sort of Bronze Age interpretations there. That's not what I see at all. My colleague Deborah Muslimopoulos, who studied animal bones from Eleusis, for example.
What is the Bronze Age interpretation? What do you mean by that?
Well, some people think that what you see at Eleusis, even though we don't have many buildings, even though we don't have that much evidence for culture in the same way, that the mystery started that early. But we don't have any writing from that period, right? The only writing we have is in these palaces, and it's receipts. It's like this much stuff comes into the palace, that much stuff goes out.
Okay.
Right? And we do know that there's evidence for a certain level of continuity of certain aspects of Greek cult between this prehistoric Bronze Age and classical Greece, when we have all these texts that describe this stuff, because we have the same name as some of the gods. We have animal sacrifice, and that's where I'm very familiar, because the idea that you slaughter an animal, feast on much of its meat, but then you burn some of the bones for the gods, the burning of the bones of the gods, the physical evidence for this, that's what I study, right? Physical evidence. That certainly begins in the Bronze Age, but it's not the same as what shows up in the Classical period. So, if you read this guy Hesiod was, assuming it's one person, he was around the same time as Homer, assuming that's a person. And these are all oral poetry, and we can get into that later, because that's really interesting. But if there is these figures that existed, they existed in like the 8th, maybe 7th century BC. He wrote a series of books on Greek religion, the Theogony, which is how the world is formed and stuff like that. And then he has a book on agriculture, works and days, how to grow crops in the right way, right? And in these books, he describes sacrificing animals, and he explains why the Greeks burned these bones. And the story is that basically Prometheus, the guy who stole fire, the guy who was chained up and his liver was eaten, one of the ways that he tricked Zeus, besides stealing fire and shit like that, is he killed a couple cattle. He invited the gods and people to the feast. And what he did was he divided the portions up. And he got the bones and wrapped them in fat. And he got the meat and wrapped them in like the intestines and the hide.
Right, kind of tricks you.
Yeah, and the story goes, as you see a text in, I think he mentions this, and he talks about how Zeus knew what was up, but he chose the fat wrapped bones anyway. Mm-hmm. And then it says that's why we burn bones for the gods. Right? That is the theology for sure. That's why we burn bones for the gods. And look, dozens and dozens of sites, many I've studied probably a dozen sites of these kind of burned bones for the gods. Right? Hundreds of them. And I studied them in the Bronze Age. I studied them all the way through the Roman period. We're talking 1,500 plus years of activity of people burning bones at different sites in temple context, sometimes in household context, in different types of places, right? Very clearly sacrificial ritual because it isn't just random burning. So, and that's the key here, right? It's not just random. Hesiod doesn't tell you which bones to burn. He just says we burn bones. Homer, though, in the Iliad and the Odyssey, dozens and dozens and dozens of times, he tells you exactly which bones to burn. You wrap the thigh bone in fat and burn that for the gods. And what we see, this is an article I'm actually working on right now, so if you're a scholar listening, you're getting a heads up on this. So what we actually see is in the Bronze Age, they're selecting certain body parts to burn, but it's sort of different in different places. So at the Palace of Nestor in Pylos, we have this great archive room, which is where when the palace burned down, so those clay tablets that we have writing on it, they're just receipts. They're like, this stuff comes in and out of the palace. It's like 2 oxen go there to plow fields, then they go there to plow fields. We collected this much wool, now we gave it to these people to spin it into garments, right? That's what it is. Or we have a feast in honor of Zeus, and we sacrifice this many animals, right? That's what these tablets are. Right. And they're temporary accounts. So they're made on clay, they're inscribed with their linear beads, is what it's called. Yep. Then they're stored for a little bit, and then they're actually, Tom Polino has a great article on this for the spatial aspect of this room. And you can see where different tablets are and how they're stored and stuff like that. But then they get melted back down into raw clay and then reformed into new tablets when that receipt is no longer needed, right? But what happened is the palace burned down, so it baked the clay. So we have tablets that date right to the end of the palace's life as a palace, when it functioned as a palace, right? And so that's what we have. But right in that room, and it's one of my supervisor who studied this, Paul Hall studied Dallas East Key. They studied the animal bones there. One of the interesting ideas is that maybe these are a receipt as well of a feast, because what they have is they have the burned jaw bones, upper forelimbs, and thigh bones of cattle and red deer. And red deer, by the way, at that time were as large, if not larger than cattle. So they're big deer, right? They don't exist in Greece today of that size because they've been pushed out due to deforestation and shit like that. And the few that exist are in Scotland and they're tiny. But they're not extinct. They're just, those guys. I have found some giant red deer bones that are bigger than cattle bones. They're like an elk. They're like the elk of Europe. Is the right way to think about it. They're really impressive and really cool. And so in this room they have a series of deposits of these specific burned bones, and that's why we can tell it's ritual, because it's the same bone burned over and over again. The jawbone, the upper forelimb, or the upper hind limb, the thigh bone, right? But elsewhere in the Bronze Age, at Eleusis, it's something else. We have the burned lower legs of pigs. At this other sanctuary at Ios Konstantinos on the little peninsula of Methana, studied by Elena Konsolaki and Yannis Hamalakis, they also have the lower legs of pigs. At a site that I studied on Crete, Halismenos, it's the lower legs of sheep and cattle. And then what happens is, so you have all this different stuff, like thigh bones and jaw bones here, you have lower legs there of one species, but over there you have lower legs. So it's like a mishmash of different ways of burning bones for the gods, but it's not done all the same way, right? So time goes on, and over time it becomes much more orthodox. In temples, it ends up becoming only thigh bones. So, when you think of classical Greek temples, whether in Athens, I've studied some of this in Athens, I've seen some of it, though, it was published by David Rees at Isthmia. People have published it, temples all over the Greek world, really. It's always the thigh bone, right? That's what you see. But in houses, sometimes still people burn different things. So at this site I work on in Crete, one of my big projects is this super cool site called Zoria, It's like a totally modern excavation where we've uncovered the entire city core, and right when they intentionally abandon the site and burn it down when they leave. And we know this because there's no signs of violence, and they actually purposefully dismantle the buildings so that they take apart some of the interior walls to cause them to collapse in. So it's kind of like an abandonment ritual. And they also do a sacrifice. And when that sacrifice is those burned lower legs, if you see what I mean. But right after that, that's like one of the last examples of that. After that, anything that's at a temple is burned thigh bones. And my main argument is that this is because Homeric poetry is becoming so popular. Everybody sees that and they say, oh, we got to do it like that. This is our religious text. This is why we're going to do this. So we're going to do it just like they do in Homer. Even though at the time of Homer, let's say, when those poems were really crystallizing into their more final version, they're doing things actually in a lot of different ways, if you see what I mean.
Right.
And so at Eleusis, if you see what I mean, at Eleusis, let's go back there, we have these mysteries going on. And these mysteries, we know what they do with the pigs. Guess what? They don't burn them. they throw the pig still alive into that pit, the Salasterion. They let it decompose. They don't even eat it. And then they take that soil and spread it in the fields later on during the Thesmophoria. Right? And so that's different, though, from what was going on at Eleusis 1,000 years earlier, whichever Cosmopos Drusilla was published, and her husband Michael Cosmopoulos. And they have published that they're burning these bones. So stuff has changed in that intervening period. Whatever's going on is a different form, and they're doing it in like a household. It's not like a giant temple or anything in the Bronze Age. It's not the big sanctuary we think of. So we want to always avoid thinking the same thing is always happening all the time in the same place, right? And so when you look still, so now we have this mystery. We have the cult of Demeter, and they're drinking this cocaine. That's going to be the best potential vector for consuming some sort of drugs. Maybe there's something else they're doing that we don't know about, but again, we just don't know that, right? So the argument that Carl Ruck and Albert Hoffman and Gordon Wasson make in Road to Eleusis is that they think that the grain that's growing, I think it's barley, that's growing near Eleusis is infested with ergot, which is a type of fungus.
Yep. There's an alkaloid.
And there's ergot, especially at that time when they published it, and in a few decades afterwards, was really popular among scholars to explain weird things. So some people think that the witch trials were because of infested ergot, causing people to behave irrationally. But in many of these cases,
a lot of things apparently accidentally were infested with ergot.
Yeah. And so in many of these cases, the problem is we just don't know. The ancient people, the people even, a few hundred years ago, they didn't know what ergot was in the same way we do. It's just some mold growing on stuff. There's a lot of different molds that can grow on stuff, right? And so that's a possibility, without a doubt. But the problem to me with their argument is the only evidence that it is ergot is because the color purple is described as sacred at Eleusis. And ergot has a purplish color. And that was my big red flag.
Ergot does have a purplish color?
Yeah, I think I've looked it up. We can look it up here, actually. I haven't looked it up in a while. And look, and I want to clarify again. I tried to look for the book before I came here. My library did not have it. I have to enter a library alone to find it to read it again. But I did write about it in my thesis, and so I went back and reread that. And that's what this is coming from. So I just want to be really clear about this. This is my impression 20 fucking years ago. But it's based on what I read, and it had good footnotes, if you see what I mean. Yeah. And so my main issue with the hypothesis that ergot was at Eleusis was the evidence of purple. And it sounds intriguing as a possibility. Hey, ergot is purplish color. They describe purple as an important color at Eleusis, so maybe that's what that's referring to. The problem is that purple is like the most prestigious color in ancient Greece and Rome and the ancient Near East and everything like that. Purple is the color that was meaningful for religious purposes and political purposes throughout the Mediterranean, from the Bronze Age and even earlier down through the Roman Empire. And the reason why is because it's extremely expensive to make. It's the dye, the purple dye they used was worth more than its weight in gold by a lot. And so it dyed sort of fabric, this brilliant, bright color that everybody wanted, right? It was how you stood out was with that purple. The problem is to get purple dye, you get them from this snail shell, the sea snail called murex, right? And so you have to extract this gland from the sea snail that is the purple. And it's an extremely laborious process. Yeah, exactly. I have studied hundreds, if not thousands, of these kind of murex shells, and I've seen them on various sites. And I have colleagues like Dimitra Milana, who studied a purple dye manufacturing workshop from Bronze Age Crete, actually a little tiny island off the coast of Crete called Crete. And so I've seen Roman period purple dye manufacturing workshops. There's this myth that goes around, the Greeks actually perpetuate this myth, that it all comes from Phoenicia. It's like it's Tyrian purple. It's not true. People have been making it in Greece and elsewhere where murex comes about. But that's what it was associated with, right? It's kind of like how we call the turkey. We associate it with Turkey when it's actually not from Turkey, right? And so that's just life. And so they did, don't get me wrong, they did make these in Phoenicia. I'm not trying to argue that, and that's where probably much of the purple dye came from, but it wasn't only from Tyre and Phoenicia.
What do you think contributes to it? It seems like the classical period in Greece is just known for this incredible explosion of intellect and philosophy that was happening then, and then it seems to have died off. Like around 3 to 400 AD, it seemed to die. Like after Eleusis was burned down.
It just changed. So, I mean, again, I think that we have this perception of these ebbs and flows to history. And I think that's not that. I think it's more of a public perception than what we would say in academia. I think that if things change is what happens, and we still have people writing stuff down. So ancient Athens is a cool example, right? So why do we get this stuff from ancient Athens? And people have always started to look at it and say, is it democracy that led to this flourishing, right? It's one of the really common explanations. But I think that one of the most important explanations that sometimes we forget is just how evidence survives for us, which means they wrote it down. And I think that's really important because the Athenians, for whatever reason, just like to write shit down. They just really like to write shit down. And it's not just the poetry and the philosophy and all that kind of stuff. They inscribed every single law they made on marble. Right? They scratched graffiti on pottery. Right? They wrote stuff down all the time. It wasn't that everybody was literate, but it was a culture that prized writing stuff down in that medium, if you see what I mean. While other cultures didn't prize that as much. And so to say that some culture, just because they didn't write stuff down, wasn't doing that kind of stuff, like philosophizing or having cool poetry and stuff like that, I think that's a mistake. That's a bias based on what survives for us today.
Are the Greeks the ones that came up with democracy?
Well, I think the Athenian democracy probably is the earliest version of democracy recorded.
And that was Solon?
Well, no, he developed the Constitution.
Solon was kind of like the George Washington.
Yeah, he developed the Constitution, and he's also very much a mythical figure. He comes from a period, the late 7th century BC, where we don't really have many sources. So we have people that are describing him 200 years later, and just like today, we think of George Washington as like this crazy fucking dude, like that kind of stuff. He probably was totally different back then. The people who read 18th century stuff, they probably have a totally different picture of George Washington than you and me do, because they read what he wrote and they read the people that knew him. We don't have any of that for so long. We don't have the people that knew him. We don't have what he wrote, and so. But he didn't establish the democracy. The democracy was established in the late 6th century BC by Cleisthenes. And it kept changing, so the Persians then invade. And the fact that the Athenians beat the Persians was like a big rah-rah sort of win for democracy. Sort of showed, hey, this system of government can work, right? And then they sort of created what scholars call the Athenian Empire, it's actually the Delian League. And so, but throughout this, even it begins in the 6th century, we get this kind of culture of let's write stuff down. And we have other places. There's on Crete. There's this city-state that was there earlier than Athens in the 7th century BC and in the 6th century, where they have a ton of writings of laws and stuff like that, right? And so for whatever reason, they're alone. They're the ones doing that at that time. They're writing down these early legal codes and shit like that. And it's really cool. So there's a bunch of inscriptions with it, and nobody hears of it, though, because it's not a famous city, right? And so that's why I always say we don't want to be biased by what survived. survivorship bias is a big problem. And it's something that scholars always have to overcome, and it's tough.
Right.
It's tough as hell to sort of say, hey, I'm biased by what actually survives. A lot of our biases of what survives is due to Christian monks choosing what to write, copy or not in medieval libraries. Like everybody thinks that the burning of Alexandria is what destroyed knowledge. No, what destroyed knowledge was slow decay over time, and then what preserved knowledge was monks copying it.
Right, and that was like from what I understand, that was like a long, laborious process of rewriting those books because the Alexandria was right near the water. A lot of those books were decaying and they had to preserve them by like copying them all the time.
Oh yeah, and same thing in the medieval period. You have to constantly copy stuff because it's decaying, right? And so every few hundred years, you better copy that text or it's going to be gone. So if you don't have somebody that's invested in doing that, it doesn't survive. This is why we have all of Plato's works, because the Christians really liked Plato. Augustine was a huge fan of Plato, and he became known as the divine philosopher in the medieval and Renaissance period. So there was a huge concerted effort to preserve what he wrote because it was useful for Christians.
Right.
On the other hand, other shit was chosen not to be recorded and preserved. And so, you know, that impacts what we know.
That's interesting. It's funny because Armin said Plato was the enemy of classical culture, and Aristotle knew it.
No, I don't think they thought that because Plato was worshipped in the Neoplatonists and stuff like that. The second sophistic in like the 2nd century AD, they loved Plato, and he set up an academy that persisted for centuries.
Yeah.
I mean, Aristotle was a student.
Right.
Yeah, Aristotle was.
But apparently, Aristotle talked a lot of shit about him. Said he was a liar.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, no, but Plato himself praised lying. We didn't get to that part of my PowerPoint.
Okay.
So Plato actually makes a big, not him, Socrates in the Republic makes a large argument. We talked about how you might not do myth because it's not moral, right?
Yeah.
So Socrates came up with this idea of what's called a noble lie. Geneos, right? You know, a good lie.
Yep.
And the entire idea is that the Socrates in the Republic thinks that it's a good idea to make new myths so that we can teach citizens the correct behavior. Yeah. And this is a key part of the Republic, right? But what I love...
This sounds like it's the foundation of religion as we know it. It sounds like it's
a little bit, but I think that I think a lot of ancient religion is less moralizing than we think.
No, but I'm saying new religions.
Yeah.
Like Christianity.
I can see that, yeah. Because a lot of ancient religion is just a weird... You know, there's a difference between belief and faith versus practice. And so a lot of ancient religion was not about belief and faith. It was about a community coming together to practice.
Right.
If you see what I mean.
Yep.
It's just what we always did. And they didn't, and because of polytheism, you were free to believe whatever you wanted. And dip and dive into different cults. You could belong in a bunch of cults. Nothing wrong. Everybody belonged in different cults, sometimes based on family, sometimes based on citizenship, sometimes just based on your own interests. Right? Or even your profession. If you're this job, you might have your own cult, right? That kind of thing. And so, you know, but yeah, and so Plato and Socrates in the Republic, he argues strongly that the philosophers should create new myths that embody what to do. And my favorite thing, let me pull up this quote because it's just so cool. Because this is, to me, what I love about Atlantis. This is how I end my YouTube video that we're working on. I got animation and voice actors and everything. It's fucking cool. And then I got, I also end part of my book on this. So, times when it's good to lie. This is according to Socrates. Telling children stories to teach morals. Telling lies to trick an enemy. Telling lies to help a friend who has made a mistake. And then the rulers, the philosopher kings, should control information for citizens. Discard harmful myths, even if true. Discard even harmful genres of storytelling. And then make up new myths that demonstrate good morals. This is kind of the long, complicated conversation that I'm trying to summarize in one slide.
Right.
So don't get me wrong. There's more. They even try to outlaw certain meters of music because that meter of music is associated with a certain kind of storytelling. So like the Dorian mode or stuff like that, because a lot of stories were told to music back then, right?
You can see how this can become a slippery slope.
Oh yeah, and then the Atlantis story, where this is the end of the section of the noble lie in the Republic. Socrates asks Plato's brother Glaucon, "How then could we just devise a useful noble lie? It would certainly take a lot of persuasion to convince people to believe in it." And Glaucon says, "I can't see any way to make them believe it themselves. but perhaps their children and later generations might believe such a story. And it's like, that's like Atlantis. If you see what I mean. Nobody around Plato's time believed in Atlantis.
Right.
50% of Americans believe in Atlantis today. That's what the polls show. 50% of Americans believe in Atlantis today. So it's, if you believe in Atlantis, no harm, no foul on you. Like, you're just normal, if you see what I mean. But this is the kind of evidence. Though it's now a totally different morals and story than Plato intended, but yeah.
Yeah. You can see how this all can go to hell, though, with corruption. When you get people, bad actors in the philosopher kings or wherever they are, getting replaced by people who have financial incentives or have their own.
And there's a lot of questions of whether Plato tried to set up his own version of the Republic. But he was associated with one of the tyrants there. And it was a disaster. And the oligarchy that ruled Athens after the democracy ended, after the Athenians lost to the Spartans, the Spartans said, no more democracy, you're going to be ruled by an oligarchy. And guess who ruled that oligarchy, by the way? Critias, the guy who tells the story about Atlantis. Critias the tyrant. And he slaughtered his own citizens. He's like a distant cousin of Plato. And he was a student of Socrates. Socrates and him got into big arguments. Socrates was like, what the fuck are you doing? And he would like diss him in the Agora. And then Critias summoned Socrates at one point. There's the story in Xenophon about that. And so Plato and Socrates sort of distanced themselves from Critias, which also should be a signal to you. Why would Plato have Critias, the tyrant, tell this story? Critias, the tyrant, who he thought was totally bad actor, everybody thought was a bad actor, and he's the one telling the Atlantis story. It's almost like a signal in and of itself.
Right.
This ain't trustworthy because that dude's not fucking trustworthy, right? He has betrayed Socrates' ideals. He has gone and ruled this state in a capricious way until he was overthrown, and so that itself is another key thing that I write about in my book that I'm writing right now about the issues with this story. You need to know the context. You know who's telling it, right? All down to that level.
I want to go back to the Egypt stuff a little bit. Are you familiar with Chris Dunn's pyramid power plant theory?
I have not read the book at all. I've seen some YouTube videos, so I'm probably not going to address it very well. But I can address to you the modern consensus on the pyramids.
No, I know the consensus is that they're tombs, right?
Yeah, I can explain why though.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so why are they tombs? Think this through. What do you find in tombs?
Dead people.
Yeah, what have we found in pyramids?
Dead people.
We've found pieces of dead people in most pyramids.
Yes.
Why have we not found many? Because we have found some. It's really common on the internet where people say, there's no mummies in the pyramids. Bullshit. There are a few that have complete mummies, but there's others where they have pieces of mummies.
Is it possible that a civilization came to these pyramids, and these pyramids existed before they were there, right? And they saw these things. Maybe they weren't a part of them, but they thought they were these grandiose structures that were unexplainable to them, and they looked like they were built by gods. And they thought, this makes sense. This is the perfect place to bury our dead people. The most important people, the pharaohs, the kings. We're going to make these places we bury them.
Okay.
Does that make any sense at all to you?
Not if you know the evidence. So, okay, let's think about it this way then. So, what's happening before the Great Pyramids are built, right? So we have two major cemeteries. I've worked at one of them, Abydos. There's another one called Hierakonpolis. And these are the two sort of pre-pyramid cemeteries where extremely wealthy royal people are being buried, right? And it's in these cemeteries that we can see the developments that lead to the pyramids. You see what I mean? In a step-by-step way. And these cemeteries, by the way, are radiocarbon dated, as are the pyramids. We can get to that in a second. And so you have two different ways of the tombs at that point. One of them at Abydos is the idea of a large fucking tomb, right? And what they did there, and this is like the first dynasty in Egypt, they built these giant mud brick enclosures. I mean, far bigger than this room. I've excavated in one of them. It's the last one. The last one is still standing. If you Google it, it's called the Shuna. It's the tomb for Qasim Kemwe, who was the last pharaoh of the first or second dynasty. I'm not an Egyptologist. I should know since I've worked there, though. But the thing is each ruler always tore down the previous enclosure for his previous ruler and then built their new ones. And they keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So you see this trend towards monumentalization, not in a pyramid form though. It's not even a roof. It's just a rectangular enclosure, but enormous. The walls are way up there, and it's huge, right? And the last one especially, but the other ones are really big too. That have been excavated by plenty of really cool people like Matt Adams and David O'Connor and people I've worked with, Laurel B. Stock. And the other cemetery, and this is where, so you have monumentality developing over here. So that's key ingredient number one for pyramids. They're big, right? The second key ingredient is what are pyramids made from? How do they actually physically come to be? And we can see that in the very first pyramid ever built. And so at this other cemetery here in Compalas, all the royal people are built in these rectangular sort of structures. They're rectangular still, but they are covered. It's a room. It's like a mausoleum. We could think of it like this. It's probably about the size of this room. A little smaller sometimes, right? So that's where they're all buried with their sort of grave goods and animals and whatever, that kind of shit. And then when you get the very first pyramid, the step pyramid of Djoser at Saqqara, you can actually see this. If we get the right photo, we can try to find it. I should have gotten one. I think you can find it. But you need the right photo is the point. Okay. There's plenty of drawings of it, but if you want to trust it by seeing it with your own eyes, it's good, right? And you can see it, but we need the right photo. And I don't have one because I've never been there. But what they do when they build this step pyramid is they first build this mastaba, this rectangular thing the size of the room. Then they decide, you know what? Let's build another mastaba on top of it. And then another one, and they expand the mastaba in different directions until it ends up as a pyramid. And you can see that in the phasing of the walls, right? You can see it really clearly. Here it is. The drawing on the right is the key one, where you see that red part at the bottom. No, not that one. The one to the left of that. Yeah. So the original tomb is just that rectangle at the bottom with a chamber below. And then they choose to expand it, and then they choose to build another mastaba. Then they end up with a smaller step pyramid, and then they turn it into a bigger step pyramid. And in that one pyramid, you see the development, the invention of a pyramid, if you see what I mean. Yeah. It's invented right there from the mastaba. And we have those mastabas even earlier, right? And so then after that, they start getting even fancier. They build different kinds of step pyramids. Then eventually they put in the smooth sides, and then boom, the pyramid is born as you have it. And so we see this step-by-step progression. I have a video. I've interviewed Dr. Beth Hart on this. She's an expert on this stuff. And so it's called From Here in Copulus to Giza. And it's not done yet, coming out soon, the interview's done, but so that's the development that we see, so we can see that in construction. And all well dated from context.
What are all these shafts?
The burial shafts, yeah.
How big are those shafts?
I don't know, I've never been down there, but they get bigger to walk in a lot of them.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And the purpose of those shafts is to walk.
I've been in the biggest pyramids, and they're small, the shafts, into even the Great Pyramid. But yeah, it's very, very walkable, yeah. Well, the purpose was probably to bury the pharaoh down, right? And so having it underground, it gives it extra protection and stuff like that. So the second reason why you want to talk about the Great Pyramid of Giza?
Sure.
Yeah, the Great Pyramid of Giza has the key thing there is that it actually has wood in it, and within the stones, right? And there's plaster.
From what I understand, from what I've heard, is there's only been wood found in other pyramids. The Bent Pyramid had wood in it that was radiocarbon dated much later.
Much later than what?
Later than when they think. Well, basically, they're carbon dating the wood as what they're saying when the pyramid was built.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But the wood could have been added later, right?
Not if it's like fixed within the stones. So this is why Graham Hancock even did, except for the Great Pyramid.
Like so it is absolutely, it's a fact that it would not be possible that wood could have been added after.
You have to basically deconstruct and reconstruct a big part.
Do you have any photos of this?
I don't know. There's a big article on it, but I haven't read it in a while. I read it.
We pulled it up on previous podcasts.
But I mean,
the Bent Pyramid wood.
This is where you want to get someone like Zahi Hawass or Mark Lehner, because that's their stuff, right? But they took. And they have a map of it, at least I imagine. They also have archival photos as well. But they took samples from the Great Pyramid of Giza and the other pyramids at Giza. Yeah, see, I'm not talking about wooden beams, though. Okay. I'm talking about plant material that's in the plaster. right? That's part of it, and in between the joins, the joins of the stuff, and they took the plant material and radiocarbon dated it, and it dates to the Old Kingdom of Egypt.
Right.
And
so the arguments that are made about this is that the plaster and the wood came later to try to repair it and restore it.
But again, it's multiple lines of evidence here. And I want to be clear. This
what is that? Like, if the plaster's there and it's radiocarbon dated,
but I guess my point is, if you want to make that argument, that's also the argument that I'm making is built up also by that development from Mastaba to pyramid, right? So we have multiple lines of evidence that tell us the pyramids date to the same period. We have more than that, by the way. For example, when is Giza? When do we have our first evidence of people on Giza? During Old Kingdom Egypt, right around there. Plentiful tombs. It pops up as a cemetery right at that time. And so, the reality is all the artifacts date to that time, all the radiocarbon dates to that time, and we can see at a variety of sites this development that gets to that point. And so with those three independent lines of evidence, it seems pretty secure that the pyramid was built at that time, if you see what I mean. And to argue otherwise, I'm not saying that it's not impossible, but it's really fucking unlikely. You have a lot of evidence, a lot of data points of artifacts and radiocarbon dates in different sites that show this change in tomb construction that are all securely dated. And so, and then you even have the texts that come later. Yes, admittedly, the texts from ancient Egypt are dating later than the construction of it, but they describe a consistent story as well. So you even have the historical sources from the Egyptians of what their ancestors did that says that what they're doing matches our archaeological evidence. And so, that's multiple lines of evidence built by so many different experts from so many different excavations. That's why I'm really damn sure, 99.9% sure, the pyramids were built by the Egyptians during Old Kingdom Egypt. And I can't see how anything that I've never heard anything at least that would make me even remotely consider otherwise.
Not even like all the shafts and the chambers that are in there, and those 500-ton granite blocks that are inside these chambers that are cut perfectly and placed perfectly, and how would you get the giant granite box up that tiny little shaft? What was the purpose of the tiny little shaft?
Probably to make it tough to access.
There it is. Yeah,
they don't want it to be robbed. These were all. So here's another thing. Yeah. So we talk about mummies there and they're probably robbed, right? And the reality is the Egyptians tell us about the struggles they have with tomb robbing. And so so at the end of the Old Period, you have the Intermediate Period. During the Intermediate at the end of the Old Kingdom, during various intermediate periods when the state's power breaks down, we have papyri that talk about tomb robbing. And in fact, the Egyptians, what they need to do is they need to collect the pharaoh's bodies and protect them. So they take them out of their original tomb. We have this one tomb, I forget where.
I'm sure they kept treasure in there too.
Yeah. Right. That's why they're robbing. Yeah. Sure. And so, we have textual descriptions of the Egyptians moving their pharaohs to protect them from being desecrated from generations ago, right? And then we have these caches of pharaohs. They end up all in one tomb because they were hidden there so that they couldn't be found because their other tombs were found. And so, we have that's part of the independent evidence that even though we don't find a complete mummy in here, that's got to be a pyramid, a tomb. We have the sarcophagus, we have grave goods. We're missing the mummy, but they moved these mummies because they had to move them to protect them. And they tell us they do this. And they tell us about punishing tomb robbers by killing them. All this stuff is written down. It's actually in the beginning of Eric Klein's book. I found out.
I don't doubt that these were used as tombs.
Yeah.
I think that this was built for a different reason initially. I think that if you look at the shafts that go in, the way the chambers are constructed, the subterranean chamber, all these shafts that are clearly meant. I've never been in there, but I've talked to a lot of people who have. And everyone I've talked to that's been inside these pyramids say that it does not feel like something that was made for people to move through.
You've talked to me now. I've been in them.
Right.
I've been in that pyramid, and I'm telling you I think it was built.
You think it was built for people to move through?
I think it was built for people to get the grave goods and the pharaoh in there.
And what do
then
you
the
think the
ceiling.
reason is for the shafts that go out from the top, out of the king's chambers, that go?
Some of those air shafts, I think, actually are really well lined up with astronomical stuff, and so there's actually some good articles on that. So they're intentionally lining that up with archaeoastronomy. We call it archaeoastronomy. Sorry, that's the archaeology of astronomy. But it does seem to match because look, the Egyptians did want to orient things very precisely. That's actually another argument that they are built by the Egyptians because they are oriented like others of their structures, due north, right? And to get due north isn't too hard in the desert. On the equinox, you hold up a stick, you see his shadow, and you draw the line from dawn to dusk, and you have a direct east-west line that you can then make a north-south line on. And of course, it's a square, so when we say north-south, it's actually a line perfectly east-west, right? So, because it's a square. And I mean, you know, again, the other reason, like I said, that it was designed as a tomb is because you can see the development of tombs, and it matches, because you go from mastaba to step pyramid to, you know, true pyramid, like this, smooth pyramid. And so seeing that step by step progression over 1,000, I don't know if it's 1,000 years, but over hundreds of years, that's really compelling evidence in my mind. You know? And let alone the Egyptians telling us these were tombs and have always been tombs. You know? I look, and don't get me wrong, I am the first one to say, hey, when you go in there, it's a creepy, otherworldly feeling. I am not denying that, like at all. It is creepy and otherworldly, and I can see why people would be enamored by it and interested in it and come up with different explanations because they're describing what they feel, if you see what I mean.
Right.
And so I can totally get that. But to me, the independent lines of evidence are damn convincing. It's been argued about for a while. And the radiocarbon dates are fairly new in the last 20 years, 30 years. But the rest of it has been known for a while. And they've been putting together this picture very slowly.
And what is the consensus that for why some of these pyramids smell like ammonia on the inside? Like some of them reek of ammonia. I think it's.
I've never heard that or smelled that.
Is that the?
It was the red pyramid.
It was the red pyramid.
I've not been in the red pyramid, so I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Apparently, there's a lot of those pyramids. There's this guy by the name of Jeffrey Drum who has this channel called Land of Kenna, where he has a theory that these things were chemical plants. And he thinks that they were used to they were using like sulfuric acid and there's acids and chemicals, and they were producing ammonia, and they were using these chemicals for metallurgy and to create fertilizer.
No idea. I mean, to be honest, creating fertilizer is pretty easy. You just take your shit. And we know people did that in antiquity. I don't know about Egypt specifically. I know about in Greece that they're using fertilizer quite a bit, meaning just food. And animals on it as well. A lot of animals on it.
I thought it was they would collect the fertilizer and shove it into one of these chambers and close it off, and then through some action it would create ammonia. They would use the ammonia for a variety of things. So it was to extract the ammonia out of the fertilizer for other chemical uses.
This is a new one to me.
I think it's a really interesting idea. I think a lot of these alternative theories on the pyramids being power plants or chemical manufacturing plants, I think there's something to it. I think it's really interesting. I don't think it should just be dismissed. I understand that archaeology is important, and we need to look at it from the lens of archaeology and excavating and radiocarbon dating and figuring out like human remains and domestication of plants and all this stuff, and looking at it from. But I also think it's important to consider and not just dismiss some of these other ideas, because I like to think I'm not a total idiot, but
so, let me explain my problem with some of these ideas.
Okay.
Like ethically speaking, and I don't think just believing this stuff is an ethical issue. That's fine. Just believing this stuff, if that's what you're doing your own research, totally cool. That's cool. I would say the problem comes. It leads to damage to archaeological. Because sometimes that that does happen. There's this guy, I can't remember who it was. I don't know his name, who believes that the stones are not stones because we have the evidence of where they're quarried. On the stones on the pyramid, to the quarries where they are, we know exactly what they are. There'd be a mixed up signal if you did, what is it, geopolymer?
Geopolymer.
Yeah, whatever the hell you call it.
Casting.
It would just be mixed up then. It would be crushed up, mixed up. You couldn't say this stone came from that area of the quarry and that stone came from this area of the quarry. It wouldn't work. And this is just basic geological sourcing. I do it on animal teeth. People do it on human teeth. I know the methods. I use a mass spectrometer all the time. So it's really well known and studied and published at Giza for 20, 30 years. There's another evidence for the date of the pyramid because we have the quarries and we can actually source this, and the quarries tell us when they were built or when they were carved out, right? So that's another independent line of evidence, if you see what I mean.
Explain, so how can archaeological artifacts in the quarries tell us exactly
if we have pottery that's Old Kingdom pottery, right there at the bottom of the quarry, that's when that stuff is cut out, right?
So we can tell where in the quarry the stone was cut.
Yeah.
We can compare it to other things that they've used.
And we can see, so a lot of people think that archaeological dating is only radiocarbon or something like that, because that gives you like a hard date. But to be honest, and this is where it's sort of like I wish people talk to more archaeologists. A lot of what we do is we have a handful of radiocarbon dates on a site. But what we've done before we get the radiocarbon dates, because we selected samples and sent them off to labs, is we've already done a sequence of phasing on the site. Physical relationships. You cannot have built that wall before that wall because you see that it abuts like this, right? So this one had to come first.
Right.
That stone had to be placed first. Architects work with us all the time. See, I've worked with an architect to design skyscrapers in Dubai. Right? We work with people that know this stuff.
Right.
And so same thing with geologists. They put together geological phasing. And then once you have the relative sequence, this comes first, then that, then that, then that, then that, you get some radiocarbon dates to lock that sequence into absolute chronology. And so that's what you can do with a quarry, if you see what I mean. When you have a quarry, you can tell physically which parts were carved out before other parts. And then you put together the datable evidence you have from each of those parts. You see, you therefore check yourself as well. If you said this is earlier, but somehow the radiocarbon date is later, that's a problem, right? Or the pottery is later.
Sure.
And so that's actually how we do this. And so the chronology of the quarrying also matches the chronology of the construction, if you see what I mean, that we're proposing.
Okay.
So it's another independent line of evidence. And so this guy, he was talking about how it's this geopolymer, whatever it is, and he was saying how he was licking a stone from the pyramid that somebody stole from Giza. Because this shit happens. Mm-hmm. You know, there was an example, I think it was one of Graham Hancock's friends. This is why Zahir Awaz stormed out of that debate with him, was because Graham Hancock wanted to highlight Robert Boval, and Robert Boval had been prosecuted by the Egyptian government for taking antiquities out of the country illegally. And so, you know, like Zahir Awaz says, I'm not going to talk about this dude. This guy is, he's robbing our heritage, right? Now, this is where it gets into a gray area. But to me, as an archaeologist, gray areas matter. When we talk about Matt Bial coming in here with all those stone vases, and we didn't get to that part, all those stone vases, we don't know where they came from. They were not excavated by archaeologists that took photos and documented them with a total station or a plan or anything like that. We don't know where they came from, which means one of two things. Either they're illegally looted, or they're forgeries. And we have no idea.
Sure, he admits that too.
Yeah, and we have no idea.
He's not dogmatic on it.
No, but then you're missing my main point here, where if some of those could be illegal looted stuff, looters are my enemy. I've worked on sites where people come and loot.
Yeah.
They go into my trench and they fucking loot.
Mm-hmm.
And they're robbing and then sending it to a black market where wealthy people somewhere else are buying.
Oh yeah, this happens. So, cartels in Mexico are doing this.
This is why I've decided I can't speak to Matt Bial. I wish, if he's listening, I don't think you're a bad person. I think that you just don't understand some of the ethical issues involved in collecting antiquities. And it's all, and these kind of, there's a lot of research that shows much of the looting that happens, particularly in the Near East, not necessarily in Egypt, but in Near East, when ISIS, the terrorist organization, not the Egyptian goddess, took over different areas of Syria. You could see this, people were tracking this, people I know were tracking this with satellite imagery. You could just see looters' trenches popping up everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
And then the black market explodes.
Moshe Dayan.
Yeah. And then you see this in areas where drug cartels in South America, they control the antiquities trade. And so, it is written very strongly into the Code of Ethics of the Archaeological Institute of America. I can do nothing that might promote, not just not buy. I can't even look at Matt Bial's stone vases and authenticate them. Because if I was to do so, that would be as soon as an archaeologist uses it, it's been authenticated money, which therefore fuels the antiquities market. And so, because as soon as a scholar gives it its seal of authenticity, now all of a sudden, boom, it's worth more, right? It's worth a lot more if I was to go say, yeah, I think that's authentic, right? I think that's that thing. And so, there's a real ethical conundrum in my mind with people going and doing it for themselves. Like, when I go and study stuff, I have to submit permits to the Greek government or the Romanian government. And it's not easy. I get permits denied all the time, right? I'm not trying to say this is a walk in the park, but we have to do things and go about it in the right way, if you see what I mean. We can't do it in a way that's promoting looting or forgeries or whatever. We need to be careful about what we do because it has knock-on effects. And so,
I don't think he considered what you're talking about.
And that's why I said I don't hate him.
He's just fascinated by
I don't hate him for it. I don't hate him at all for it. I'm not trying to say that I fully accept that he's not heard this argument before and that he's not a bad person. I'm not trying to make that argument at all. I'm not even trying to say all his stuff is illegal or whatnot. I'm just trying to explain the rationale that archaeologists have and the ethics we have. And this is why I think it's important to inform the public of this stuff. So that hopefully, Matt, if you are watching and listening, you don't go buy more of this stuff. Go do it the right way. Figure out a way to get a permit to study stuff. And that's not easy. Like I said, I just this last summer or spring in March, I had a permit from the Greek government to go collect 100 or so animal jaws from Knossos. You've heard of Knossos? It's a big palace on Crete, Minos, everything. So, that's one of the sites I work on. So I had this permit in hand, all stamped, sealed, everything. Turns out the British School at Athens had made a mistake and had not gotten the approval from the Central Archaeological Council because they were told by somebody they didn't have to. So I got there, I flew there, I spent my own money, I got there. I'm ready to take my material to go study it. Nope, sorry, you cannot go. You're stuck. I had to go back in June, despite the fact that my grant was almost up and I had to just get everything done as quickly as I could. And I'd already delayed going there for so long because I was dealing with fucking cancer and I was on chemo and I didn't want to travel. And so it's just like, this is unfortunately life. It's not easy to get a permit. I'm not denying that. I've had them rejected and I ended up getting that one. But, it totally screwed up my project, if you see what I mean. And so, it's just ethically, that's the right way to do things. And we should always try to do things the right way and not fuel, illegal antiquities trades or forgeries or shit like that.
Sure. But there's still, like I was originally saying, I think it's important to not just dismiss some of these alternative theories to what these things were. I mean, a lot of it is super compelling and makes a lot of sense. And they're looking at it through a different lens. They're looking at it through a non-academic lens. They're not going through the process you're going through. They're just going through it because they're looking at it because they're interested in it. And it's mysterious, right? Like there's things like Gate and Brink's door in the one of the shafts of the King's Chamber or the Queen's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, where there's these two electric, they're metal, they look like metal diodes. These two little metal prongs that are hanging out of this block that they had to drill through to find out there was another cavity behind it. And like what was the purpose? We don't know the purpose of that, but Chris Dunn came up with he reverse engineered by recreating the Great Pyramid with all the shafts that are in it. And he found out a way to reverse engineer it to figure out how it was able to create some sort of free energy. And it's an interesting theory. And if he's tested it, there's the two little electrodes. They're like two little, I don't remember what they were made of. I think it was maybe copper. Yeah, two little pieces of copper that were hanging out. And he believes that there was some sort of acid, I think it was, or no, it was a hydrochloric acid maybe, that filled up that chamber. And then when it touched those two little electrodes, it somehow new to not fill anymore. And I can't remember all the details of how the theory worked, but it's compelling. And I don't know what I would love to hear what the academic, conventional explanation for those little metal prongs were sticking outside of that.
That I do not know.
That door.
But look, just to get back to compelling or dismissing or whatnot.
Right.
I'm not here to dismiss stuff. I'm here to express the evidence that I know about.
Right.
I want to be really clear about that. If people have an idea and they want to pursue it, I'm fine.
Right.
But I want to make it clear I want them to do so in an ethical manner.
Right.
Right. I think that that's what's important.
Right. Go there, look at it.
Yeah.
You don't have to steal shit.
Yeah.
I mean,
and please don't go buy antiquities. It's not good.
Yeah.
I know people
I've
love
never
the
heard
idea
until
of
now
antiquities.
that buying antiquities is a frowned
Yeah,
upon thing.
yeah. Most, almost, I cannot think of any field archaeologist that would support it because we deal with looters. You know, I've had sites where I had one time in Ukraine where I had, we set up these total stations on tripods like this to map out sites in 3D with lasers. In a sense, you shoot a prism and it reflects back and measures. And, so you set it up on a known point, and those known points are oftentimes nails in concrete that you lay. And so some looter thought that was marking where treasure was. So we dug up our fucking datum. Fortunately, they didn't actually dig in our trench that time. No one's seen and no of that happening. But it was wasted the entire day. We had 30 people couldn't dig because we couldn't map, which meant we had to go set up new datums, shoot them all in, get them ready so we're in the right coordinate system before we can start digging in the right way.
Right.
And so it's just like, I don't have any issues with people believing and pursuing different ideas. I am not here to dismiss them. I'm here to present the evidence that I know and to try to make the argument for the academic point of view, because in my mind it's grounded in clear evidence. That's it. I really do not have a problem with people believing different stuff. I fully expect it. It's just like with religion. I'm very tolerant on that too. If you don't believe what I believe, that's fucking cool.
Would you ever consider like actually investigating it and looking into it and maybe
that's what I'm doing right now with Atlantis. The entire argument I just presented to you, the entire argument I presented on Joe Rogan was me taking Graham Hancock's argument seriously and trying to look at the evidence for and against it.
Totally agree.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I went in there expecting not to find evidence for or against it, but look, if I could prove Atlantis in an evidence-based way, I would be far more famous than I am now, having just been on Joe Rogan disproving it. If you see what I mean, like, I would be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000,000 times more famous. Everybody would know my name. So, I mean, like, when you talk about academia, you have to parrot the line. Actually, it's the opposite. You become famous by changing the minds of your colleagues. That's actually what makes you famous and prominent in the field. If you can actually make an argument that convinces your colleagues that the standard explanation is the wrong explanation and this explanation is better, that's actually how you get promoted in academia.
Right.
And so that's what we're all trying to do. One of my big claims to fame is I overturned something called the pastoral hypothesis, which is basically at the end of the Bronze Age, the climate changes, it gets dry, the palaces collapse, that one burns down, several of them actually burned down. And then for a long time, people called it a dark age. We no longer think of it that way because people in their lives and whatnot, but, writing disappears. Art disappears.
What years we're talking
So we're talking 1200 BC is when the palaces burned down. The Bronze Age actually ends 1100 BC, and then the early Iron Age starts at that time.
Okay.
And then 500 years goes by with no writing. Art takes maybe 200 years till it really figural art. I mean, rather than just a geometric scroll.
Right.
And figural art doesn't appear for another couple hundred years. You don't get monumental construction till much later. And so it's this period where the society is what we'd call today a collapse, right? And for a long time, people read like the Iliad and the Odyssey. They see these Homeric heroes feasting on cattle. And they're like, you know what happened? Everybody became cowboys. Right? They became pastoralists instead of agriculturalists. And so one of my big claims to fame is I said, no, that's wrong. If you actually study all the animal bone evidence, you look at the totality of evidence for what people were eating, it actually is the opposite. They're eating less animal protein and more plants. We had it completely wrong. And so, I have a couple articles on this and also how it relates to how food production has to change and adapt related to climate change at that time because it gets very dry. There's a big drought. And so, that's my claim to fame is overturning the previous thought on what the Greeks were doing at that time.
Right.
And so, that's why I get funding is because I did that.
Mm-hmm.
So, the idea that we're supposed to parrot the party line. No, we're supposed to overturn and rewrite the past. We're supposed to find new evidence, use new methods, have new questions to be able to add to our understanding of the past is maybe the right way to put it.
Right.
It's not always meant to overturn what we know. It's meant to say something different, though, for sure.
Can you explain, before we wrap it up, we'll talk about, I want to talk about the ice cores that you guys talked about with Graham and Rogan. There was a point in that podcast where you were explaining how the ice cores don't show evidence for metallurgy used during the Ice Age.
Or at least global large-scale metallurgy.
Global large-scale metallurgy, right. So there was claims on the internet that you used a graph that didn't show the Ice Age, and you were basically trying to deceive or con them into.
That's one of the claims, yeah.
So can you lay out what you were trying to explain there, and what people are saying online about how you got that wrong?
Yeah, I think this is a good question, especially because this has become so popular.
Yeah.
And as I told you beforehand, I have a video dropping today on that topic. Because I realized I have to address this. So many people think I lied, which is, to be honest, ludicrous. I had citations on the screen where people could go and do their research. So you could argue I was wrong, but to argue I lied is just insulting. But whatever. Let's just take it at face value. So Graham Hancock, in several different appearances, has argued that his lost civilization had 18th or 19th century technology.
Yes.
And I did not know what that meant, of course, because he's not always clear on what that technology means, right? And so I said, I put up a quote that he gave when he was on London Real, I think, with Brian Rose in 2017 or 18. And he mentioned that they have 18th or 19th century technology. And I sort of said, look, the last time you had a debate, it was with this guy who was a skeptic, not an archaeologist, Michael Shermer. And the start of it was, hey, Graham, what kind of technology are you talking about? Are you talking about metals? Are you talking about writing? And Graham says, well, perhaps the technology for metals was chosen not to be used, right? So meaning, no, I don't think they had metals. So I acknowledged that, and I said, that's good. If you don't think there's metals, because if you go and you look at ice core evidence, we can trace large-scale regional metallurgy activity in ice cores. It's been done for Roman period. It's been done for medieval period. It's been done in different areas of the world. We can look at different glaciers and test for that. And I showed an example of that from a colleague of mine at Oxford, Andrew Wilson, who's a Roman archaeologist. I don't know him personally, but he's a great guy. I know people that work with him and stuff like that. And so I use that as an example of how we detect this. And I said, well, this has not been detected in Ice Age layers of ice cores. And people are saying, but you didn't show the Ice Age on that graph, right? That's what you just said. Well, dude, of course not. I was using a published graph. This is the graph that was in that article. Mm-hmm. Like, what do you mean as an example of what we do?
Is there another graph that shows the Ice Age? Are there ice cores?
There's not another graph that I know of. But there are other graphs, and we can talk about it. Can you pull up my screen?
Boom.
All right. So I don't know. It was a few weeks, I think, after I was on Rogan. Chris Dunn went on Rogan.
Yeah. And
he said that Flint's wrong about this. He was the first person to say I'm wrong about this because of this article. This article from what? 1996. And he says, now, look, in this Greenland ice core, there are changes in metals in there, right? And I don't have access to the full thing right a second. I have it somewhere. But I just want to point out that, like, yeah, there are changes to metals in there, but they are all natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium concentrations in central Greenland ice. So how do you distinguish these metals from metallurgy metals? Right? And this article actually does this. The reason why is the graphs that it shows here. Wait a second. Let me just pull up the damn paper. I should have access to it since I'm logged in.
There we go. Oh.
No, it's just...
There we go. Oh, shit. Flashing.
No, I know. There we go.
There we go.
Here's the actual paper. We can scroll through it. So
what is this paper explaining?
It's saying that that during the Ice Age, there's variations in copper, lead, etc., different metals in these ice cores, right? And it shows the graphs that go back to the Ice Age. These graphs go back to the Ice Age. This is goes back 160,000 years.
Okay, wow.
Okay, so we're talking into the Ice Age. Man, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're back.
Stop. All right, I need a new computer. I knew I needed a new computer. I gotta wait till January 1st. So the reality is, though, that yes, this stuff varies, but we know it's not related to metallurgy for like 3 different reasons. Some of them's in later papers that I'll show you. But one of the main reasons is these changes in metals, they actually don't relate anything to do with human civilization. In fact, during the end of the Ice Age, when Graham claims there's a lost civilization, there's not a spike in metals in these ice cores, right? It's during other periods, and specifically, it even says it in the title, changes in natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium concentrations in the ice cores, and their association with climatic changes and resultant variations of dominant source contributions. So in a sense, when the planet gets drier, there's more desert, which means there's more dust that gets kicked up into the atmosphere, and then it deposits these different metals in ice cores. This is 100% different than the paper that I showed about Roman period metallurgy, where it's not all these different things, zinc, cadmium, copper, lead, it's just lead associated with silver mining, because lead is there with silver.
Okay.
Right? And it matches up with a cultural change, not a climatic change.
And who presented this paper? Where did this come from? It is
Chris Dunn was the one who presented
this.
Chris
Dunn presented this as an argument.
And then other people on Twitter and elsewhere and YouTube have presented it as well against me. And to me, I'm sort of like...
So it's lead, natural. This one just says natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium. So how do we, like...
And their association with climatic changes. I want to be clear that the title of the article supports what I was saying and not what these people are saying. Just really, really clear. Just read the title.
And I know you just said this, but how again do we decipher the difference between from natural lead and
so
silver
there's
mining?
there's several different ways.
Okay.
So in this paper, they're fairly sure that it's due to climate change because these changes correlate with changes in the climate. So when the climate's getting drier, you see changes in these metals showing up. And the explanation for that is when it's drier, there's more deserts, so there's more wind-blown dust, which deposits a variety of different minerals in the ice cores. The second argument is when you mine silver, the metal that occurs with it is lead. So what shows up when they're mining is lead, not zinc and cadmium and shit like that.
Okay.
It's not just random stuff. It correlates with what we expect from climate, and the other one correlates with what we expect from what people are doing. Right? And the other one, by the way, the Roman and medieval one, it does not correlate with the change in climate. It just correlates with the adoption of metallurgy at large scale. So it's this independent sources of evidence. The other argument where people say I'm lying is because the article I used also went one step further and used one last test to demonstrate it, where you get this lead at that. Let's get that article up. This is the article that I showed on Rogan. Lead pollution recorded in Greenland ice indicates European emissions tracked plagues, wars, imperial expansion, yada, yada, yada. So they did a series of things. Not only did they produce this graph, and this graph is really cool. It lines up. But then what they did is they went... And a step further, they said, you know what we can do? We know where the Romans mined silver. We can actually do an isotopic analysis of these traces of lead in the ice cores and see if they fingerprint on known mines and known silver sources. And lo and behold, they did. Right? So this one's really clear. This lead came from those mines over there, if you see what I mean. Super fucking
Where were the
cool.
ice cores taken from?
These ones were they all
Greenland,
green
you
ones?
said?
I think these are also green ones, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that's this fingerprinting in a sense, which, like I said, we do this with the stones at Giza. I do it with animals. They're doing it here with leaded ice cores. It's a really common method for archaeology and geology, climatology, etc. And so this was the other argument. Well, they never tested these natural ones in the same way isotopically. They never tested them for metallurgy. A, you don't test it for metallurgy. What you're testing for is the source of these materials. B, there's a big difference because, and we'll get to it even more in a second. Here, it's just lead pollution because that's associated with silver. Here, it's a range of different metals that are what you'd expect when you have wind-blown dust of minerals. It's a range of stuff. But guess what? Now that I've been accused of this stuff, I've done even more research into this because it's important to check yourself. And it turns out that they have isotopically tested ice age ice layers from ice cores, including lead, isotopic composition in the southern hemisphere. And here, we're talking back to 220,000 years ago, right? We're talking lead isotopic composition, so doing that fingerprinting to see where they come from. And guess what? They come from a suite of soil and low-S samples in the southern hemisphere to figure out where they come from. They all come from, I think, South America in this one, and from this dust that gets kicked up. No. Wait. I have a few other articles. The problem. Of course, I'm gonna say I'm gonna win, but it was gonna be a great fight. This is, you can just search through these. Dust, man. This is, and so there's dozens of articles. If you start searching for ice cores, dust, and metals, different metal types, so many articles. This is a well-known phenomenon of studying this kind of stuff. And there's like services here. These guys do services. We will do your isotope analysis from dust cores, ice cores, and they even say right here, the source of dust within ice cores provenance can be predicted by analyzing the isotopic composition of various elements, including strontium, which is the method I use in animal teeth, and neodymium, which I don't use, which can be matched to geological mineralogy of potential dust sources. This is what's going on here. And so to argue I lied is just like, A, that's just insulting and ridiculous. I didn't create the graph. I used a published source as an example. That's just malicious to assume that like that. B, go do your damn homework. Read the damn title of the paper. Read the damn, this is the paper they all use. And it's like right in the title. So, sorry guys, I didn't lie.
Yeah, I mean, you sure brought your receipts, man.
That's what I do.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm glad you had me.
This has been super fun.
Thank you.
I learned a lot, and I think you're doing great work. You bring your receipts, and you dedicated your life to this, and it's obvious. So
I appreciate that. And seriously, if you believe in different stuff, you're a cool person. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. But at the same time, I'm going to share the evidence I have because I'm asked these questions.
Right.
That's what I have to do. You know, but I don't have a problem with people that believe in different stuff. I don't have a problem with people pursuing research into those different avenues. My only issue is I hope that you do learn about a little bit about archaeological ethics, how archaeology works, and stuff like that.
Beautiful.
That's
Tell people where they can follow. Oh, we're gonna do Patreon. We got Patreon. We got Patreon questions. We're gonna do like 10 minutes of Patreon after we wrap this up. So before that, tell people where they can follow you on YouTube, Twitter, all that.
Yes, my username on all social media is just Flint Dibble, my name. And so I'm on Archaeology with Flint Dibble on YouTube. I'm Flint Dibble on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky. Don't follow me on Facebook. I mean, you could follow me on Facebook, I guess. I do post some stuff publicly. But I'm fairly easily findable because my name is so recognizable.
Yeah,
which makes it easy, yeah.
All
My
right,
brother's name is Chip. My dad was an archaeologist, studied stone tools made of flint that were chipped to make them. He built robots to test it and stuff like that, yeah.
That's dedication. Man.
Yeah, seriously. It's crazy.
Cool. Thanks again, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, bye, everybody.
That guy's going with yesterday. I was like, we're moving around, his reactions, his movements, because I'm like, there's no way this guy's a good number 5. He has to have some experience. Otherwise, I'm not really. Yeah. You know, he's an ex-pro fighter. Yeah, that's what he said. He trained in the pit. That's what he said. He doesn't with a clubber or a chuck or lights out lighting.
All right, Dr. Chuck Cruz. Wow, those are some wild sunglasses you got. What kind of glasses are those?
Blue light.
Blue light glasses. Those are straight cool. Also, I love your hat. Make America healthy again.
Just picked that up in Dallas from Nicole Shannon.
Oh, yeah. You were just talking off camera how you just came from Dallas. What were you doing there?
Doing some work with both of them about current events.
Current events.
About Trump's getting shot the day we did our big gig there with the Council of the Cancer. You know, I was there with Andy Wakefield, who you know from the vaccine story. He was canceled in 1998 about the MMR vaccine. And I was there with Mary Bowden, who was an ENT surgeon that was just canceled by the state of Texas. She lost her ability to practice, and then she fought the FDA. And then me, because I've been a renegade for pretty much 20 years, trying to shut me down.
So, okay, for people that aren't aware of you, can you give me just sort of like a brief background of where you come from and what your expertise is?
Yeah, well, where I come from is New York City, and where I practice is predominantly in the south part of the United States. When I was 40 years old, about 20 years ago, I had an awakening that everything that we're doing in centralized medicine is wrong, and something happened to me where it kind of woke me up. And I was giving a talk at a minimally invasive spine unit in Birmingham, Alabama. And I needed help to get at the podium because I tore an meniscus in my knee just from standing up. And one of the orthopedic surgeons' wives was there. She worked for a biotechnology company. She goes, I know how this happens. 6 papers and a book. And I want you to read the book first, and you can figure it out from there. What she was trying to tell me at that time is that Big Pharma, was cooking the books. And it was about a hormone called leptin. Leptin was relatively new at the time. You didn't even learn about it because it was discovered after I graduated. And they shelved the trials. And what she was trying to tell me at that time was that Big Pharma was going to do something to kind of scam the public, ruin the public's health. And when they canceled the trials, they immediately went out and started to patent cold receptors and do some really bizarre things. And she knew there was something nefarious going on, and she said, look, my husband says you're a pretty smart guy, you would probably figure it out. And that was actually the story that she wanted me to figure out, but I went a totally different way with it. The book she gave me is kind of interesting. It's a fable. It's called The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari by Robin Sharma. And in that book,
The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari?
Yeah, The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. It's a good book. It's a fable. It's not a true story. But she wanted me to read that because the story in there was important for the paper she sent me. It was about a guy named Julian Bowles, a Jewish lawyer in New York, has a heart attack. He's a train wreck. He's low dopamine, overweight, an asshole. The classic stereotype of a New Yorker. And he quits, sells his Ferrari, and goes up to the top of the Himalayan mountains. Comes back a year later, tan, thin, and actually filled with wisdom, and actually a nice guy. And he comes back, to his old world and this and that. And
then she gives me the papers, and I read the papers. And I thought she was trying to tell me is what was in the book possible. That's not what she was trying to tell me. She was trying to warn me that they showed the leptin trials because they had a new drug in development, and they wanted me to talk about it. And that's not what happened. So this is now 6 years after this, after I figured out that everything that I learned in medical school is not true. It's really based on, quantum mechanics. The physics of organisms are the key. Circadian biology is the key. Like we are decentralized, meaning that there's no central control. That's not what they teach you in medical school. It's not what they teach you in residency. But then 6 or 7 years later, after talking to several people who knew her, I knew what she wanted me to talk about. So I decided to do a TED Talk about that very issue. And the TED Talk got canceled. It was...
How does a TED Talk get canceled?
Well,
shut down on YouTube or whatever?
Well, it was Big Pharma shut down.
Oh, wow.
And the reason why has a lot to do, what was in the book. Current events now. You know about Ozempic, you know about the GLP-1 drugs. What you don't know is that this was all preconditioned by the FDA and Big Pharma. In 1974, we had saccharin. 1977, you have high fructose corn syrup. All of those are GLP agonists, just so you know that. So they had known about this, and the FDA, when the last little bit was in, I believe, in '89, they approved sucralose, which is, Splenda. And Splenda was only supposed to be in certain foods and drinks, and then they expanded it to pretty much anything that's processed food. And that's one of the reasons why processed food is really bad for you, because it's got an agonist for GLP-1, so it's designed to make you fat. And then if you have, I guess the best way to put it, if you have an indoor existence, which we all now have, I mean, you're a young guy, you don't remember what it was like. When I was 20 years old, nobody was inside. Nobody had technology. No one had a microwave oven. No one had a cell phone. And technology, the one thing that it's done, it's brought all the silly talking monkeys inside. They're no longer outside. Like kids rode bikes. They played. When you grew up, you were playing video games. We didn't have any video games. And it turns out that the non-native EMF, which is what blue light is, married with these changes that have happened in food, was the story of leptin. So I decided, because where I was going the first 6 years of this, more on the light story, more on the other doctor that got canceled for the non-native EMF story, which is a guy named Rabbi, he's an orthopedic surgeon.
So, is this the guy who worked for DARPA?
Well, he didn't work for DARPA.
I heard, because I read a book called, from this lady who was friends with Amy Jacobson. She wrote a book called The Pentagon's Brain. She wrote this deep story on the history of DARPA and some of the scientists that work for it. And she talks about this limb regeneration guy who was trying to figure out limb regeneration for soldiers.
Yeah, he figured it out. But the bad problem is when he figured it out, he actually figured out that and a whole lot more. And why he got canceled, in fact, that's the reason I just went to talk to Kennedy and Shannon. Because his story is tied to DARPA, but it's also tied to the assassination. It's tied to how science was stolen. Becker is in the generation right after the science is stolen. And the way the science was stolen initially that story starts in 1944. Really at 42. That's the Manhattan Project with General Groves and FDR. And General Groves got the idea. Let me finish the other story because we're jumping all over the place.
Right.
So anyway, the GLP-1 drugs get approved by the FDA. So the FDA basically just created a market. This is like preconditioning all of the United States to have this problem with obesity. Now, people will say there wasn't a huge problem there, but if you listen to like some of the tweets that Bobby puts out, when Fauci got put in 82, what the issue was with obesity was nowhere where it is now. But you need to realize that these things actually happen even before Fauci gets in. And then you have federal agencies that are already captured, preconditioning the market Then you add in blue screen technology, which is what DARPA gives Google, that's Sergey Brin and Larry Page, and the chick that just died from throat cancer with YouTube. You know her name, Susan.
Susan, that former CEO.
Yeah, she's one of the founders of Google. And you have to realize that Nicole knows all these people. That she was married to Sergey Brin. So many of the things that, I'm here literally 2 days after talking to them about all this, they were stunned. And the story with the TED Talk is I basically went up there to tell people that this leptin melanocortin pathway is exactly what the FDA and Big Pharma were up to. And then eventually, because when this talk was canceled, it's 2010, 2011. This is 5 or 6 years after I had my son of Jesus Lumen at the foot of Michelangelo statue. So I decided I'm going to, drop this nuclear weapon. Literally within a week, I have the FBI and state medical board, everybody coming after me, and they talked to the people at TED, and they pulled the TED Talk. The TED Talk was pulled for almost 10 years to bury the story. And you remember, you didn't know anything about GLP-1 drugs.
No.
Well, nobody did until they came out like 4 years ago. So the reason why this is important, I was canceled before COVID because of this issue. And if you don't think this is a big issue, I mean, just look at the 13K from Novo Nordisk. It's $1 trillion drug. So when you begin to realize that light, water, and magnetism, those are the three things that NASA or SETI uses, to try to find life on another planet. Those are the things that are tied to the decentralized network, that life uses on this planet. And the GLP-1 system that they're working with destroys the leptin melanocortin pathway. And this is the reason why many of the chronic diseases that you hear Bobby talk about, and all the surrogates that were in his program before, he joined with Trump. Like, remember the day we were just talking about the guy that you're having in here. You remember when Bobby gave that talk?
Yeah.
Mentioned the word mitochondria. Well, what I call my people,
Mitochondriacs, yeah.
So you may understand where this linkage is, and then through the COVID things, that was another big story that I'm sure we'll get into down the pipe. But I started posting a lot of things through COVID be even more controversial, and everybody was saying, well, how is Jack Cruz able to post this stuff on Twitter when every other doctor's getting canceled? Why doesn't he get canceled?
Right.
People didn't know that one of my patients was Jack Dorsey. And
really?
Correct. So Dorsey owned Twitter at that time, and he told everybody to not cancel him. He's followed all my stuff because of problems that he had with tech abuse starting in 2010. So this is right back at the time the TED Talk was pulled. So this is now when the shots start to come out, the mandates come out, and President Bukele in El Salvador notices within 2 or 3 months that they're having huge problems with the jab, and he tells these guys in his administration, go find this doctor, go find the neurosurgeon from the United States that's saying all this stuff. And one of the things that I said that people need to avoid taking this jab, because I reviewed the patents, and I noticed in the Pfizer patent specifically, there was a movie that was held off on the side. It's called COVID Revealed. Me, Malone, and McCullough were in this documentary. And in there, I told people that there's 2 legal definitions, one for the Pfizer jab and another one for BioNTech. I said there's only one reason they would do that, and it's nefarious. And the reason I believe is they were going to use one to get through the FDA approval process, but then the other one was going to be what they unleashed on the people. And I had an inkling at the time that the problem was going to be related to SV40. The reason for that ties back to the story that I was telling you before when I walked in the room, is the Cutter effect. What happened with the polio vaccine in Jonas Salk in 1951 through 1957. And I happened to know about that in a very circuitous way because of where I did my residency. did my residency at LSU, then I did medical school and my neurosurgery residency. And if you know anything about the Cutter event, the city of New Orleans was tied to this event in the Big Bang. And I just went to Dallas to tell, Shanahan and Bobby the whole detailed story. Bobby and I did a podcast with Rick Rubin about a year and a half ago about this issue. This is when he first jumped into the race. And what people didn't know about at that time, after I wrote this constitutional amendment for Bukele, I shared it with Bobby and I shared it with his healthcare attorney, who's Aaron Siri. And they called me back, 2 or 3 weeks after that and said, hey, can we use several pages of this law as our platform for healthcare in the United States? So I asked Bukele and he said yes. So that's the reason why you've heard a lot of this stuff on there. Most people know Bobby is an attorney. He sued Monsanto, got a ton of money.
Right.
And he's done things for the environment and all that. But what I did, the law that I gave him, this is a funny story. When he gave the law to Aaron to look at, Aaron calls me up and he's like, Jack, there's no way this law could get passed even by Ron DeSantis in Florida. He goes, it's that airtight, it covers everything. And when they decided to use it, he says to me, hey, I'm going to start this run for president. I would like to do, a podcast with you. Who's the person that sets this up? Turns out it's Nicole Shanahan. This is before she is actually announced as the vice president. Why did she contact me? Because of her daughter, Echo. She's got a daughter with Sergey Brin that's got autism. And she contacted me and she goes, I've noticed that you have a totally different take on autism in terms of the vaccines and light. And you're probably now beginning to start to see that Becker's world and the vaccine world collide together. And when I say collide together, you are preconditioned by the light in your germline, and then the vaccines are additive to it that cause the real problem. And I said, yeah, I'm into it. And you have to realize, since I consider Becker my mentor, because he was the guy who was immediately canceled before me. I went still alive, by the way. No, he's dead. He died in 2009. But I just got finished telling Nicole when I was in Dallas that I actually physically sat down and talked to him about what I'm talking to you about now. And he was the one that told me, he goes, you need to understand what happened to me. He goes, you have to be very careful about who you're getting ready to go against, and which was the industrial military complex. And, this guy was twice nominated for the Nobel Prize. And literally, he was so frustrated with, a lot of the stuff that I'm sure you have heard in your life as a podcaster that most people think is conspiracy theory. It turns out it's really not. It's the truth.
Right.
He got frustrated. And then in 1977, he goes on 60 Minutes and tells the world the problem with non-native EMF. You have to realize, my friend.
Non-native EMF?
Yeah, that's wireless technology.
Right.
It's blue light screens, it's fluorescent bulbs, it's RF, microwaves, the whole shebang. 1977, nobody has a microwave. Nobody has a cell phone. And how did this problem with Becker kind of show up? It shows up because the military wanted to build this antenna called Sanguine in a lake in Wisconsin. What was the purpose of the antenna in 73? So they could keep control of all the nuclear subs all over the world. Because right now, before that, they couldn't do that. So they were building this thing, and they hired Becker because of the stuff that you had just talked about, that Becker was working on limb regeneration, and he found out that limb regeneration uses the electromagnetic force to do it. In other words, the physics of regeneration is all based on semiconduction. That's the thing that was shocking about him. And how did I come upon his research as a resident at the same time? Why did I know about all this stuff? I'm a neurosurgery resident, and I'm doing a lot of spine reconstructions. Well, bone was the subject of Becker's work. So my mentor in neurosurgery, Dr. David Klein, said, Jack, I want you to do a project on bone regeneration. I want you to, use this guy's back to work, because what he found in 59 through 67 was absolutely shocking. Most people still don't believe that that's how it happens, but I want you to present it to the residents. So that meant I had to go read all his papers. So I learned about this, and most people listen to this podcast. What I'm about to say won't believe this, but it's axiomatically true. You don't heal bone ever. Bone regenerates completely. So, for example, if you break your arm right now and you go have surgery, and the orthopedic surgeon opens it up and looks for where your previous break was, there's no scar. None. It's one of the few tissues in man where that's the case. Most people know about it with the liver. You can cut half the liver out and it'll grow back. But we as mammals, especially the end of the line mammals, we don't have that ability in a lot of different areas. So what does Becker do? He does a bunch of work to figure out actually how this happens. And it turns out we create a DC electric current in us that actually causes red blood cells in the marrow to de-differentiate. In other words, a red cell becomes a bone cell, and that is what heals the fracture, and it completely regenerates it so that there's no scar. So, of course, he writes all this stuff up. Then he finds out actually how this goes. Like collagen and apatite that are part of bone are actually semiconductor proteins. He does experiments that show bone emits light just like an LED diode. And just remember, this is going down in the 60s, bro. So that's how the military found out about Becker's work. And he was the expert. Like, he was the Anthony Fauci of his time in bone regeneration. He worked in the VA hospital in Syracuse, so he had huge government contracts. He was very, very prolific. So in 73, when the government comes to him, they're like, look, we want to know, will this antenna, since it's going to use RF radiation, does it have any biologic effects for the people in the military or the people that live around it? Becker does the work with guys in his lab, and he finds out it does. He writes a report in 73 to the Secretary of the Navy, and they were stunned with what he found. And he kept writing reports. The next thing he started to notice that all this stuff in the Federal Register never got published. In other words, the research went in, but it never left DARPA. And no one ever did about it. So what did Becker decide to do? Now, I don't know where you're from or where your family's from, but I'm originally from New York City. At the same time, we have a governor in New York named Hugh Carey. They're trying to get electric power lines to go from the city up to Niagara Falls to get more transmission lines. So Becker starts doing some work on these power lines to prove to the military that freaking antenna in Wisconsin is a real problem. And he does something that's, to this day, most people still don't know this. They still think it's conspiracy theory. Yeah. That power lines can harm you, but him and Marino, who's the guy that was in his lab, he's a biophysicist, became a lawyer to defend Becker. They did a study on 765 kilowatt towers that are everywhere, even here in Florida.
Cell towers?
Yeah, no, these are remember, there's no cells
right, okay, yeah.
at this time. Yeah. These are electric towers for the power grid. They changed the Earth's magnetosphere 80,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. They proved this in 1974, 75, 76. And not only did they write the military, not only did they give this information to Hugh Carey, they gave it to all the electric power companies. And everybody was just like stunned. Okay? So you have to remember, this guy he's like freaking Joe Montana of science at this time. And no one is listening to him because why? His message is very inconvenient. It's a truth, and it's a time where we're retooling our economy from an industrial economy to an information technology. So the power grid's a big deal. The use of non-native EMF, Intel, Microsoft, Google. This is all the precursor stuff at this time. The big company at that time, which you probably know, is IBM. Believe it or not, IBM was already working on liquid crystalline displays that was using a lot of this stuff. And DARPA was involved in that too. So DARPA and the military sucked Becker in, they're fueling and fueling and fueling it until the truth comes out. What does he do? 1977, he's so frustrated, he gets on 60 Minutes and he tells the world the truth. He tells them exactly what I just told you. When I said it to you, your eyeballs got really big, because a lot of people, even now, 50 years later, don't realize what he's really found is that all of this shit has biologic effects. I don't care what it is. Like, you put those Apple things in your ear, dude, that's the stupidest thing you could ever do.
I stopped using them a few months ago. I got the wired ones now.
Yeah, but that's not good.
The wired ones probably aren't good either.
No,
right?
because you're still getting jump conduction into your ear, which will bring you to my work. My work is the next level of Becker. Like, if Becker had lived, he would have looked for the source of the DC electric current. Well, we found it.
What were you saying was the reason that Susan, the former CEO of YouTube, she had some sort of cancer? You think it had something to do with this?
Oh, I don't think. I know. She has a very interesting story. Her mother, whose name is Esther. Esther is known as the grandmother of Silicon Valley. All the kids were tied to her. That's why I said you need to really understand the metrics that we're talking about. And the reason why this is very interesting is because I'm entangled now to people like Nicole and people like Bobby. Bobby didn't know this, but Nicole does, because she was married to Sergey Brin. So when we started talking about this, her and I, obviously when she has a kid with autism, she's a patent attorney for Google. And I tell her, no, I'm not going to help you because you're the person that actually caused the problem. And I have to tell you, I was not a nice guy to her. I mean, brutal to her.
Really?
Oh, yeah. This is like probably a year and a half ago. And she offered me at that time $100 million to build a decentralized research facility with Bukele down in El Salvador. And I told her, I said, bro, hold my beer. I'm not doing this. Why? Because I don't trust you. I know who you were married to. I know things about Google. I know things about what Brin's all about. I know the story, how it's tied to ARPA, DARPA, the internet, how you got the information. And you and your husband are the reason why blue light exists on every screen in this country. And that's what's getting your generation really sick. That's really where the chronic disease epidemics begin, because that makes it way worse. And when I told her a little bit of the story, I said, do you really know where DARPA, the CIA, and everybody got this information and then studied it? She said, no. I said, well, I'm going to tell you where Echo's autism comes from. It comes from the Jewish mafia, okay? In the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, the names that you know, Bugsy, which they made a movie about, Mo Dalitz, who's the guy that started Vegas, and the big guy, you're right here in Tampa, so you should know a little bit about Meyer Lansky.
Meyer Lansky, no.
Meyer Lansky.
Trafficante.
Correct. Well,
Trafficante wasn't Jewish.
No, but Trafficante is really important because of how this ties in to JFK, DARPA.
Oh, yeah.
So you need to realize what happens is at that time, because I know you know probably a lot of the story. Cuban Revolution happens in 59. Cuba comes in. The Chicago mob, who's friends with the guys in the Jewish mob, through the Capone crime syndicate in Chicago, that was later taken over by, what's his name? Sam, I'm blanking on his name.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But anyway, they go boom in Cuba. They lose a lot of money. Who's the guy that's the accountant for this? It turns out that it's actually Meyer Lansky. And who's the shooter for all this is Trafficante, and they're based here in Florida. So when that goes down, Mo, with Johnny Rossetti, who's also part of the Hollywood scene, they get together and Mo says, I got an idea. Let's go build a casino in the desert. Everybody thinks he's crazy at first, okay? So they build Vegas, and it's like, it makes more sense to them to go to a place.
What year was this?
This is the 1940s.
Okay.
So this is
still a casino, the same place we're dropping all the nukes.
well, but
Great
that,
idea.
believe it or not, that's where his idea came from. He was like, nobody will ever think that we can create the biggest racket in the world. And just to for your audience, because I'm a big history guy, and I think you need to know all these bits and pieces because I know we're jumping around. But do you know where the term money laundering comes from?
No.
It comes from Modell's, comes from Bugsy, comes from Meyer Lansky. What they use, the Jewish mob used laundromats to launder money to skim it to keep it away from the government.
Oh, wow.
So
Yeah, I think I have heard that before. Yeah.
So that's where this came from. And then Mo and Rossetti and Meyer Lansky, they have the reputation that's very different than the Italian mob. The Italian mob is kind of like guys that are going to shoot you up and it's kind of bloody. These guys are much more reserved, okay? And they're like accountants. They really care more about the money in the business being sustainable over a long time. Well, they become very, very successful in the 1940s. So successful that something else is happening in the world that you probably know about. Albert Einstein worked with General Groves in the Manhattan Project. It's successful, 1945. So in 1948, the Jewish state that was still not made yet offered Albert Einstein to be the first president. And it turns out their military arm, which is known as the Mossad, actually have Lansky and Dalitz. They're their guys in the United States. Okay?
Lansky and who?
Lansky and Mo Dalitz.
Really?
They were Mossad agents here in the United States. So what do? They go to Vegas and they realize that there's no regulations. It's the Wild West. They build it from the ground up. Everybody in Chicago and the Italian families are making fun of these Jewish guys doing this because they're not bringing in the bank like these guys are bringing in Cuba. 59 happens, and guess what happens? All the Italian guys get turned off. They're losing millions of dollars, and they're furious. So you know they hate Castro. So what do? They have their friends, Mo. Mo has been working for 12, 13 years in the desert. And what does Mo do? He steadily and slowly increases profits. But guess what he does? How does he do it? Does he shoot anybody up or do anything like that? No. First thing he did is he put one-armed bandits in all the casinos. He blue lit everything. Why? Because he paid attention to how people spent money. He realized when you used artificial light, it seemed like people spent more money. So then what's the second thing he does in like 1952, 53? He starts painting all the windows in the casino black.
So you can't see outside.
Can't see outside, and he doesn't want to go outside. Then that's the last thing he does.
Gets rid of the clocks? Is that what he does?
The clocks were gone already.
Okay.
But the best part is then he brings in girls, scantily clad, and he starts giving people alcohol while they gamble. And what does he basically do? He creates an army of low dopamine idiots in the desert who they don't have to shoot. They go into their pocket and pay all the money to. So, of course, at this time now, after Groves is out, he gets Truman to change the OSS to the CIA in 47. The CIA knows exactly what Dalitz is doing. And they know that they're avoiding taxes. So they decide, we need to go find out, is there any science behind any of this stuff? So where are we right now? 48, 51, 52. So you may have heard of this program called MK Ultra.
Once or twice.
Okay. So MK Ultra is the merging of two things. The first thing gets merged is this idea from Dalitz that they're going to study it. Then there's another guy who's a 1937 surgeon, SS guy named Kurt Plotkin. Plotkin worked with the Nazis. His idea was mind control through the use of Mexican peyote. So he starts doing his stuff, and the CIA is looking at the effect of light and wireless technology and things like that these guys are using, and they begin to study it. They hire a guy named Sidney Gottlieb. Gottlieb runs the program from 53 through which we think 64 before, of course, all these things are destroyed. But there's a lot of interesting things that the government finds out that is transferred to DARPA. When does DARPA first form? 1958. So all this information from the CIA and FBI are transferred into DARPA. DARPA then takes it to the next level. They go and they hire a guy in New Orleans Told you we'd eventually come back to New Orleans. A guy named Alton Oster. He's first an FBI asset as a surgeon, but then he becomes a CIA asset because of this issue here. They go and hire a PhD researcher named Delgado, and he's working in the Tulane neurosurgery department and neurology. They get him out of that really quick, and they send him to Mexico, and they start putting wires into the bull's head to find out, can they stop and control the bull using electric signals? Why? Because they already have started to learn about Becker's work. So now this is the idea. Now they're trying to execute. They're trying to use this as a weapon. Got it?
Right.
So what happens in this whole time, the crazy stories that you've heard Bobby and I talk about on the Tetragrammaton podcast, where Gottlieb basically takes the Air Force plane over St. Louis and drops LSD on the whole city in the mid 1950s to see the effect. They found out mescaline didn't work, so the next step after that was to use LSD. That's one of the famous things that we did find out from the Church Commission that they physically did. So this is what I would tell you is Operation Northwoods, probably negative 2.0, which is when the government thought it was a good idea that they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted to the United States populace, they wouldn't know it, so they didn't need any informed consent. Okay? A lot of people talk about Tuskegee and the airmen and the syphilis. Dude, there's a pattern with the industrial military complex. When they want to do something, they don't even ask for forgiveness. They don't ask for permission either. They just do it. So when they do this and Gottlieb fails, what sight lines are really good for DARPA is this work that Delgado's doing is amazing. So they said, okay, you could do it with wired technology, and they were able to turn the bull off as soon as he was going to spear the matador. They said, let's try to do this wireless. Why? They had all the patents and everything they stole from Tesla. They also had all Marconi's work. At this same time, remember, Motorola is now one of the guys that's the industrial military company. They know that wireless telephony is actually coming. So they decide to employ it here first. So Delgado finds out that actually it does work. You can do it without wires. You don't have to do brain surgery on the animal to do it. And then they ask the next question.
They didn't have to install anything in the brain?
No, they did not. But this was the key step. This is the step where I think your audience, people find it incredulous when I tell them. The next step was, could you do this using light and light alone? And it turns out they found out you could. If you use blue light specifically, it actually destroys the dopamine reward tracks in your brain. Just so you know, Meta and Google today own those patents. Remember who's the Google patent attorney? Nicole Shanahan. So I said, Nicole, do you remember all the work you had to do? And she goes, yeah. She goes, I could never figure out what all this was about. Well, you need to know a little bit about Google's history. Google was formed in 1995 when DARPA gave the search algorithm to these two cats from Stanford. You know about Stanford now, right? Mm-hmm. Talk to me about Huberman, why they don't want to talk to me. You started to put two and two together yet?
Yeah.
So the issue is these guys created the internet. They connected all these colleges all over where the academicians were to share this information. So this information is going all around in this area. They basically then figure out and perfect the delivery of blue light technology through screens. Who is the big tech company in the 1950s and 60s that were doing this? Turns out that's IBM. And IBM is working on liquid crystalline displays. Now remember, this is in the 50s and 60s. You as a young man never saw those TVs until the 90s, okay? And then it got a boost from who? Obama, who made the analog to digital transition so that you'd have to use what? LCD screens. And then what else did he do? We're going to ban incandescent bulbs. Why? Because incandescent bulbs not only have fake blue light, but they also have purple and red, which is what you need as the antidote to blue.
They were banned?
Yeah, well, the first ban was from Obama saying we're going to get rid of these under the guise that they're not energy efficient because they burn too much. You probably remember when you were a little kid, you touched the incandescent bulb, it's hot as shit.
Yeah.
Well, the proxy that they're using to you is, they burn too much energy because they have UV light and red light in it, and that makes heat. So therefore, we should get rid of that, do blue. But you have no idea that DARPA and the government already want blue light everywhere so they can control
What up, Smokey?
with it. That's the...
How's fatherhood treating you, big man?
It's just been my housing, everything's just been. So I'm sorry. I love you. I miss you.
I love you too, baby. You've been missed. What's good?
Not much enjoying the very, very hot weather. The very hot.
All right, and how's fatherhood treating you?
Amazing. Couldn't ask for anything more.
Do you like being a dad?
It has its ups and downs, but I've just sent the mum 40 quid so we can get something. Some stuff.
Like what?
Like new clothes, baby up.
Very cool. How are things going with her family?
Yeah, she's still saying on.
Okay.
We're not together, but we're still being parents.
So you're co-parenting?
Yes.
And how is that?
I miss her, but that's no choice.
Okay, why don't you want to be together?
It's her family don't want it. So,
Okay.
Well, it's just arguments.
Okay, why don't they like you?
Some childish.
Okay, are they right?
Well, I'm a bit childish. I'm mature.
Okay, does she like you?
But, it's funny. The only way I can explain it is it's just funny. Yep.
All right. Very well. When's the last time you got to see your child?
A week ago, I went to go see him. I need to go see him maybe quickly Monday, Tuesday.
And his name is Luca, right?
Yeah, Luca.
How often do you get to see him?
He's so tricky.
How often
He's
do you
got really big.
How often do you get to see him?
Whenever I want.
Okay, but I mean, is that like weekly, daily?
Yeah. I try and do it weekly more than this. I try to do it 2-3 times a week, but again, the mother doesn't want it.
Is there any way you could sit her down and say that?
I've already tried to talk.
Okay, what did she say?
Gets nowhere.
Okay,
It's been we've not been together in 2 months now, so
you and the mom or you and the girl?
me and the girl. The last time I spoke to her, mum was an argument.
All right, so you haven't seen her, the girl, in 2 months? But you've seen your son?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way that you could work things out with the girl? Okay, I mean, you can't. I mean, she obviously liked you enough. You can't be like, hey, I got a job, I got stable living, I want to be a father. Let's try to make this work.
But
You're good, pimp. Okay.
what did you ask?
So there's no way you could say to both her and her mother, hey, I got a job, I got a place to live, and I want to try to make this work with your daughter.
I don't think they did.
Wait, but there's a chance. But you're saying there's a chance. But you're saying that there's.
No, I don't want to be with her.
Why don't you want to be with her? She's an asshole? Now, you didn't say that. Like, last time we spoke, you said she wasn't that bad.
Yeah, she showed me through college, dude.
Okay. Have you spoken to Sky since any of this has happened?
Huh?
Have you spoken with Sky since any of this has happened?
Who's Sky?
Sky was your girlfriend from January?
Oh, yeah, no. I haven't been with her.
So, what happened there? She found out that you had a baby mama and left, or what happened?
Well, we just stopped talking.
Okay.
She got too busy with the work. She was a carer.
Okay. So she's out of the picture. And what is Luca's mom's name? Beth? Okay. Beth. Beth.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So there's no way that you can. There's no way you can't be like Beth. I want to make things work.
No, I'm sorry, dude. But, I'm single, ready to. I'm alright.
All right. Is Beth seeing someone else right now?
I don't know. She can do what she pleases as long as she doesn't get the guy to involve myself. Be a dickhead.
Right. No, I get that. Okay.
Be there.
Okay. Last we spoke, you were on the verge of homelessness, so you got your living situation straightened out.
Nearly. I just need to send the information over, which I'll do one day.
Okay. And have you found employment?
Employment in Leicester, like shit.
Apologies.
My friend has offered me something in Manchester, which I'm kind of considering. But it is a big step forward.
Okay, what is it?
Dangerous.
Manchester is dangerous? You're saying Manchester is dangerous? Manchester is dangerous?
Yeah, Manchester. It's not as dangerous as it used to be. Manchester. It's gone down a lot. Like, the police are quite strict, isn't it? If you cope with anything, they'll grab you.
Okay. So the police are the ones who make it dangerous, not the people. The police are the ones who make it dangerous, not the people.
Well, they're just corrupt.
All right. Well, how's the gaming world been?
Gaming world's been alright. There's a new game up called Railgun, and it looks quite cool. See it?
No. The only thing. Do you know what happens in 340 days, 15 hours, 17 minutes, and 54 seconds? Grand Theft Auto 6 is launched, dog.
Yeah, boy.
Are you
We
getting?
need to talk about a serious situation.
What's up?
We do. Very, very serious.
What's up?
I don't want to get into the tips.
Okay. Well, I do my best
Rick, are you going in ahead?
to not discuss politics, but what are your thoughts?
No, I mean, no. I just think it's fucking true. What? Just trying to get him moving. He's gonna.
Again, I do my best to stay out of politics.
I know, but he's an orange.
Okay,
But again, he's a look good.
that's absolutely right. All right, so what game have you been playing recently?
I have been playing. Well, over it.
What game?
He's played this game. But I play the same old stuff.
Have you been enjoying it? Have you been enjoying the new game? Or the same old game? All right, so what's the game that you've been like playing? What game was it? The one with the snow where you were skiing? Or the one where you were a space truck driver? Oh, Roblox.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you've been like. Okay. And how's that been?
Alright.
All right. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6? Yeah, dog. Are you going to get it day one, minute one?
I don't know. Rick, are you playing the new GTA when it comes out? No. I might get it. 70 quid, 80 quid. Yeah. Yes. We're gonna nuke, but yeah, but yeah, I'll see how much it is. I might get ID for it.
You might get ID for it? What do you mean?
Look at me. I look like a 12-year-old.
All right. I mean, I thought you just buy it online, so I don't think you even get ID.
Certain shops sell it.
Yeah, but I thought it was just going to be download only. You wouldn't buy like a physical one anymore. I know, but all you do is show them your ID, and then like I think it's just going to be download only. So you could look like a baby, and so long as your ID says that you're 18 or whatever, you'll be good.
It's only 35 quid and I have to do a test.
I mean, don't they have IDs, not necessarily driver's licenses?
No, my citizen's card got stolen. You need a passport to get a new one, and I haven't got a passport.
Okay.
Send the ship is right down on this one.
So you think you're going to move to Manchester?
Thinking of it, right? Yes. I don't know why, but I live before.
Well, I mean, how long a commute is it to see your son from Manchester?
I mean, trains always available.
Okay, how long a commute is it?
It's only about an hour, really, to Manchester. An hour or two.
Okay, that's not bad.
It's not bad. Yeah.
Does Beth live with her parents? You're good. Do whatever you need to do.
No, I didn't mean to. I accidentally closed the finger.
You're good. Does Beth live with her parents?
Yes.
Okay. So your child has like a stable living situation.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. Would Beth understand if you moved to Manchester?
At least offer the new phone. Oh. You think I can use this one with the phone? Right.
The real answer behind this whole program. So what happens then?
Well, how do they control us by putting blue light in front, by making our worlds are surrounded by these screens and these these phone screens? How do they control us with this light?
I just told you, they control...
By killing us?
No, they control your dopamine reward tracks. In other words, they're dumbing you down. They're making you much more likely to be preconditioned, which brings us to...
We are dopamine slaves for the most part now. Most people.
No, you're the guy that's sitting with Zins right next to you.
I'm asking you if Zins are good. Yeah, I can't go anywhere without my Zins. I'm telling you, it's a problem.
But that's the reason why it's all starting to make sense. I'm trying to bring the picture together for you so you understand it. So the chick you just asked me about, Susan, who started YouTube, was a Google founder. What you may not know about, you ever hear the marshmallow experiment that was done at Stanford? When she was a child, remember, she just died, she's 56, okay? So she's a little bit younger than me. Her mother puts her into this program, which is part of the MK Ultra program, to precondition her mind. Every single tech CEO has been in this program, just so you know that. So she goes through it, and she actually performs better than anyone else. In other words, she will follow the rules and be very compliant. Sergey goes through it, and so does Larry Page. So it's called the Marshmallow Experiment. It was the second generation of the milligram experiment, which you can actually look at. And what I'm trying to explain to you, there's MK Ultra 1.0 that we all found out about when I was a young man. You weren't even born yet. That's through the Church Commission.
Right.
Two things we found out there. Not only that MK Ultra exists, but some of the things they're doing. But we also found out then that the CIA had 400 people in the media that they paid. Dan Rather and Walter Cronkite. Right. Yeah. Dan Rather and Cronkite being, the key players there. So when you begin to start to see the timeline and all these stories come together, Wojcicki gets the YouTube gig. What is YouTube? YouTube is a screen where you're developing videos. You're addicted to it right now.
That's how I make my living.
That's what addiction is all about. Well, guess what? The other question I want you to ask yourself as a young guy that's supposed to be smart, have you ever asked yourself why it is that every screen comes out blue, that they don't have red? You actually have to put software in to change it?
I got mine set to where it turns red after 7 p.m.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Look at mine, what it does. That's how it should look.
Whoa. Is that a special app?
Yeah. So you can, we'll talk about it after we finish this. But
okay.
The point that I want to make to you, the question you need to ask yourself, why is it that every tech company has blue lit screens? I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's because that's how DARPA wants it. They want you to be very addicted to the technology so it's sticky. That way you can be programmed further. So, wow. Well, it's even more wow than that. You haven't even got to the wow stage. So what happens with this lady, she wounds up being compliant, just like she was with YouTube. You want to know why all these people get censored? She did whatever DARPA, whatever the industrial military complex wanted. That's the reason why people were having their shit removed. If you want to know the reason why Bitcoin content gets removed, is because DARPA is not interested in Bitcoin. Because their energy to fuel the whole process is cheap fiat money. Bitcoin is actually a nuclear weapon for them.
Right. Because
you can't print money to do all the covert shit they're doing. She goes and rolls her sleeves up, takes a jab. She gets, the turbo cancer. She dies literally very quickly, within, I think, 6 or 7 months.
Turbo cancer?
Yeah. That's from the SV40 promoter that's in the jets. She gets screwed by the other part of the story we haven't got to yet.
So when did she develop this cancer?
She just died earlier this year.
How long has she had the cancer? When
6 months before she died.
She got diagnosed 6 months before
she died. Stage 4 lung cancer, never smoked. Sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it, to Jack Ruby? Remember how he died?
Oh yeah, that's.
Oh. So why did I lead this way? Because guess what? I just finished telling the
Holy
story.
fuck, Steve! Pull up the actual documented account of Jack Ruby, how he died.
His name isn't Jack Ruby, just so you know.
Right, I know it's
Jack Rubenstein,
Yes,
and he
exactly.
also is a Mossad agent, just so you know.
Let's see what their Google machine says about Mr. Rubenstein, Jack Ruby. Type in Jack Ruby. Oh, you can't find his death.
That's not him.
Obituary.
He died right around when Garrison was doing
Right when
the trial. The trial on
Jolly West. So after Ruby shot Oswald, Jolly West started visiting him in prison, right?
But you know how he got the SV40 though? Wasn't that way. Let me tell you the story so you get it.
Okay.
Because we probably need to jump into the polio story so you understand this part of it.
Type in search for cancer.
He gets pneumonia while he's in Dallas. He's writing the Warren Commission to tell them to get him out of Dallas because he knows Carlos Marcello has got a plan for him. Well, he's going to use the bioweapon that they created on Magazine Street in New Orleans with Oshner. I just got finished telling this whole story in detail at Dealey Plaza to Bobby and to Nicole and to their administrative team. And I have to tell you, the guy that was filming it, his eyeballs nearly melted.
So I wonder about the melt.
It's a good story, but it's the truth. And the way in which you'll find out that I know the truth, that's going to really blow your mind. But the story of Ruby is interesting. He is in Dallas. He's talking to the Warren Commission, says, you got to get me out of Dallas and get me to D.C. because I know they're going to do something to me. He already knows what's going to happen, but he doesn't know how it's going to happen. So he develops pneumonia in Dallas. All this is discovered by you and your guy back there. So the doctors come in and they give him penicillin flu shots. Turns out in that flu shot was the SV40. He gets stomach cancer and dies like that. Just like your girlfriend from YouTube. And guess what? Why was that bioweapon created? That bioweapon was created by the industrial military complex and Alton Oshner to get rid of Castro. Okay? And guess who was the front for this whole thing? The mob was involved in this. Most people don't know this, but Carlos Marcello grew up with Lee Harvey Oswald in New Orleans. So he was one of the guys that was working for him, and Oswald was also in the CIA. So if you want to know the part of the story that no one has ever figured out, is why did Oswald was able to go to Russia, come back with carte blanche and never have any problem? Because he needed to be in a communist country so that Castro would allow him to bring this tainted cigar that he was going to smoke, get the SV40 and die. So that should ask the question in your head, Jack. How'd the industrial military complex, the CIA and the FBI, all know that this thing was going to kill him that fast? Well, I already told you what happened to Susan. Boom. I already told you what happened to Rubenstein. Boom. Now let's get to the real story. So, 1951 comes along, and you know the story about FDR. He's got polio. His lawyer starts the March of Dimes. Kids are sending dimes, nickels, and quarters to Jonas Salk. Jonas Salk makes this vaccine. He gives it to the pharmaceutical companies. There's 4 companies that he gives it to, but the one that you need to remember, because your boy's going to be able to pull it up, it's called Cutter Pharmaceuticals. Turns out, Cutter, C-U-T-T-E-R. No doctor ever learns about what I'm about to tell you now. Okay? It's been whitewashed from history. So here's the interesting part. Cutter Pharmaceuticals is in charge of growing this. Remember the date. The date is really important for you to get. 1951. When was DNA discovered, my friend? 1953 by Watson and Crick. So we're in the pre-molecular biology age. Okay? Cutter tells all the 4 pharmaceutical companies tell Salk that his mix is very difficult to grow, this vaccine. So what do? Salk says, I think we need to use a primate that's close to humans then we'll have a good culture meeting. So what do? They use the African green monkey. Okay. Turns out there's something they didn't know. Here's the good part of the story, and getting ready to step into crazy town. They're able to grow the vaccine on the African green monkey. They use kidney cells that they grew it on. Okay. They create Salk's vaccine, and guess who's the first guy to test it? Dr. Ochsner in New Orleans at the Ochsner Medical Foundation. Things that you need to know about Ochsner. He was a surgeon. He was very famous for being an anti-cancer guy. He used to tell medical students way back when that if this patient has lung cancer, I want you to come and see it because you'll never see another case in your life. That's how rare cancer was in the 1900s to 1920s. That's this guy's reputation. Where you're catching him right now in this part of his life, he's probably in his 60s. He's the dean of Tulane Medical School. He's also the head of surgery after Rudolph Matas, who's a big famous surgeon in New Orleans that people today would know. Something interesting happens right around this time where he loses and gets thrown out. Do you know what it was? 1951, he brings the vaccine into the amphitheater, the surgical amphitheater, calls the entire medical staff of Ochsner. He brings his grandson and grandchild in there, and he injects both of them with the Cutter vaccine. His grandson died in 7 days of polio. His granddaughter gets polio in her leg. She doesn't die. Okay? Everybody who's ever trained in New Orleans knows about this story. Now, younger doctors now, they don't learn about it. I was probably the last group of people, late 80s and early 90s. Do you know why? Ochsner was already dead, but you know who was alive? His son. And guess where I did 2 years of my neurosurgery residency, my friend? Ochsner Medical Foundation. Oh, it gets better. Hold on. So I'm doing my first year of residency, and you know who's filming JFK in the basement of Charity Hospital? Oliver Stone. So it's going down right then and there, and here I am, a dude from New York in the deep south, seeing all this shitstorm going around me. Do you know who my ER nurse was? Virginia Garrison, Jim Garrison's daughter. This is the DA that put Clay Shaw on trial for the assassination of JFK. And no one ever made the links that I'm about to tell you. So I'm sitting there while this whole thing is going on my first year. And Virginia knows that in 2 months I'm getting ready to go to Ochsner. She looks at me and she goes, bro, you better be really careful about what you do when you go there. She goes, because this guy's one of the most nefarious people you'll ever meet. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she starts telling me some stories about what her dad really knew, because the guy that he wanted to put on trial was Alton Ochsner. But they put Clay Shaw on trial. You have to realize something. In this day, putting Alton Ochsner in New Orleans on trial would be like putting Fauci on trial in Washington, D.C. right now. You have no chance of telling the story that I'm about to tell you. So remember, Ochsner is the first ever National Cancer Institute doctor. I told you he's the anti-cancer doctor. So after he does this to his grandchildren, he then turns around and tells the industrial military complex, because that's who is developing this, that, look, we need to slow our roll down. We need to get this right. We need to fix the problem. So they casually turn all the science over to a doctor named Dr. Bernice Eddy at the NIH. Dr. Eddy does all this work from 51 through 53, 54. DNA gets discovered. And guess what Dr. Eddy finds out? All the original polio vaccines that Salk came up with were all tainted with SV40. And no one knew it because DNA hadn't been discovered yet. So she tells everybody in the NIH, she tells everybody in the FDA that this has gone on. And what does the industrial military complex do, my friend? They fucking pass the jab out to 300 million people in the world. And they created the whole epidemic of cancer. And guess what? Did the industrial military complex allow Bernice Eddy to tell this story to anybody? No. So guess what Bernice Eddy did? She got canceled before Becker, 25 years before that. What did she do? She gave it a talk in, I think it was 1955, at the New York Academy of Sciences. And at the end of the talk, she drops the little nugget that I just dropped to you. That, oh, by the way, all the polio viruses were contaminated with SV40. And what SV40 stands for those in your audience who don't know, simian virus 40. So that means there was 39 other viruses that are out there. Okay? What do you need to know, my friend, about SV40? This is the only thing. Take a look at me. I want you to look at me and not that. This is the most important thing of this story. The SV40 promoter allows things to get across the nuclear membrane to get into where RNA and DNA is and do bad things. Okay? So, what does the government do? After Eddy announces this to the freaking scientific world, they defund her lab. They take her out of the NIH. She's lost to history. Here's the best part. You go look today at the FDA and NIH website, you'll notice from 51 through 57, you don't see anybody's name. When I tell you this is better than 2024 YouTube cancellation, you find no evidence of the Qatar incident. You know why most doctors don't know about it? Because of what I just told you. So here I am training, I don't know, this is like maybe 27, 30 years after this event. And why do I find out about it? Not because I learned about it in medical school, because Virginia Garrison told me what went down. And then what did I do? I went to the medical school library and started pulling stories up. Then I went even further. I went to talk to Alton Ochner's son, who's a cardiothoracic surgeon who happens to do surgery with us when we used to clip aneurysms. When we used to clip aneurysms, we'd open the head, but we'd have to stop the heart to clip them. That's how long ago I've been a neurosurgeon. We don't do it like that anymore. So in one of those cases, it was a basilar tip aneurysm. J.O.'s opening the chest with one of his other doctors named Keith Van Meter. And J.O.'s sitting there. And I just casually tell my neurosurgery mentor at the time, I said, I'm going to ask him about all this. And he goes, bro, I don't know if you really want to go there. But now, here comes the part of the story that you're really going to shit the bed on. So I said,
shit left.
I said, J.O., I said, is it true what happened with your niece and nephew about, the polio vaccine? He goes, this is the crazy thing. This guy's a real chatty guy. I thought he would shut me down. Bro, he started talking to me for almost an hour and a half, 2 hours. And once he opened up about that, then I went for the nuclear weapon. And I mean this literally and figuratively. I said, J.O., tell me, why is it that we have a nuclear device in the basement of a community hospital? It's called a LINAC. And who uses that? LINACs are used to treat brain tumors. I said, I know you guys have done really well here. I said, but that's a $100 million piece of equipment. And I said, we can barely get new instruments to do spine surgery in this hospital.
What? So for people who are uninitiated,
I'm gonna go there. Just I'm trying to give you the punch in the mouth so you understand where we're going. So this is a device that is an electromagnetic device that delivers radiation from gamma rays all the way to RF radiation. You can just turn it down. No place outside of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has these devices at this time. So when I was a first-year resident and I walk over to Ochsner and I see a LINAC laying down on the side and it looks like a nuclear weapon, I'm going, where in the fuck did we get the money for this? It's cool. Most doctors say, oh, well, we have cutting-edge stuff. We can treat brain tumors and this and that. That's not where I was going with it. I was like, where'd this come from? So in this talk that I had with J.O., I had already been preconditioned by several of the people from the JFK movie and from Virginia Garrison herself. And when she told me, she goes, there's more to this story that nobody knows that won't be in that movie that they're filming downstairs. So she was really good about going to St. Charles Tavern and talking, especially when we came off the shift. And I got her a little loaded. And she started telling me about this polio virus and monkeys and this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, well, I do know that we do a lot of monkey research at LSU. Because remember, I'm an LSU resident, and we did have a monkey lab. And I was like, wow. And I knew Tulane had a monkey lab.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm starting to ask a lot of questions now. And what I find out is that Oshner was that when this went down with his grandchildren and this Bernice Eddy thing, this is a very short period of time, 3-year history. He goes from being an FBI asset to a CIA asset. Then the CIA, they ask him specifically, we want you to fix this SV40 problem. So what does he do? He goes out and he hires the world expert in viruses and oncology. Her name is Dr. Sarah Stewart. She trained University of Chicago. You know where else is in the University of Chicago, right? That's where the nuclear program begins. That's the Fermi Research Lab.
Oh, okay.
She gets her compatriot, who's a classmate, Dr. Mary Sherman, who's an orthopedic surgeon, who's an expert in bone cancer. He hires both of them. Guess what magically happens? Sarah Stewart is based at the U.S. Public Health Hospital in New Orleans at this time by the military. Mary Sherman is a staff doctor at Oshner Medical Foundation running the game here. They set up a bioweapons lab, the first of its kind, on Magazine Street in an apartment. And guess who the 3 people there are running? A young girl who won a science project when she was in Florida. She actually is from Florida. Her name's Judith Very Baker. She was very interested in Sarah Stewart's work. And when she won this thing, Oshner pulled her and said, you're going to be the lab technician. She was promised a medical school education and a residency if she worked under Mary Sherman. Who else is in this motley crew? David Ferry. We'll talk about him in a bit. Who's the other person? Lee Harvey Oswald. So guess what Lee Harvey Oswald, Judith Ferry Baker, and David Ferry are doing? They are running the bioweapons lab.
What year again?
This is 1962, 63, right before they killed Kennedy. So what's happening, because remember, Oshner, how did he make all his money? So how did he get tied up in this whole thing so you understand? When I was a resident, he had this nice community hospital. It wasn't huge, but it's nice. Now it's a massive place. But out in front of it, he had all the flags for all the dictators that ran Central and South America. He used to take care of all of them. They were all right-wing dictators. Mm-hmm. He was a right-wing politician. That's the reason the people at Tulane University threw him out of being the dean and the head of surgery at Tulane. Mm-hmm. So what did he do? Instead of getting pissed off, he said, fuck it, I'm just going to go open my own hospital to compete against you. So that's what he does. So how does he make it successful? He starts working with right-wing politics. All these people come, and he becomes enriched by this. The military is obviously very interested in this because they're the people that overthrow these governments down there. That's why he was an FBI asset. But when this shit hits with SV40, the CIA says to him, you need to fix this.
And so what do you mean by fix it?
Meaning, the government knows that they just started the war on cancer. Like, they gave the world cancer at record rates overnight.
Did they know this was going to happen?
Absolutely, because guess who told them? Sarah Stewart. Okay. She was the world expert that worked for the government. And when she heard what they did, she said, you need to hire Mary Sherman. You need to put both of us on this project, and we need to do this in clandestine fashion. In fact, the day that David Ferry gets killed, Sarah Stewart's lab book was found by Jim Garrison. This is a very interesting story, my friend. Now you can start to see why this is all really intertwined.
So what did they mean when they said you need to fix the SV40 problem?
Meaning there has to be something that you can get that out of the genetic code.
Okay.
So what do? The CIA goes straight to the delegation in the United States Senate that controlled money at that time. Do you know who all of them were? All the people in Louisiana. How do you like that? This is UEP Long's son, who's a state senator. Hale Boggs, remember he was on the Warren Commission?
Yep.
Hale Boggs is the head of the Appropriations Committee. So magically, Oshner gets a Linac delivered to the U.S. Public Health Hospital that's across the street from Children's Hospital on Henry Clay Boulevard. and it's standing up in a building that is only 3 stories from the street, but it goes 3 stories down in the ground. And this thing is standing up like you would see a nuclear weapon, like in the Planet of the Apes, the first version.
Yep.
There's 6 targets that are pointing at the Linac. Okay? They start using small little mammals with the polio virus injected, and they start zapping it with all different levels of radiation to see if they can eradicate it. This should not sound crazy to you, because that's exactly what oncologists do today, right? To tumors. Mm-hmm. But guess where the problem lies? What did the oncologists, what did Sarah Stewart and Mary Stewart and the Motley Crew find? The more they irradiated, the more lethal the SV40 became. In other words, it caused unbelievable cancer, and it happened like that. So these tests kept going on. And then what happens? 1959. Castro comes in. And you know that the FBI and the CIA, all that stuff that you've already talked with Ian Carroll about, and, well, who's the other guy? Martyr Maid? Yeah,
I haven't talked to him.
But that dude, he's the academic historian, and the other guy is like, I would call the conspiracy theorist. Ian? Right, Ian. Yeah. But he's not really a conspiracy theorist. A lot of what he believes is right, but this whole thing, nobody knows about what I'm telling you right now and how these things link. Because, I even said to Bobby in the Tetragrammaton podcast, I said, what's the difference between fact and fiction? Fiction has to make sense. The story that I'm telling you right now, because I can see in your face, you're like, dude, this is the craziest story ever.
I've never heard any of this stuff before.
No, you won't, because I told you. Do you think the YouTube stuff that you're going through now is bad? Do you think what, the World Economic Forum and what Fauci's done is bad? Bro, you have no fucking idea. And that's the reason I'm telling you, I was wise to this when COVID came. Because I know this story. I lived it. It was in the beginning of my residency. And I asked questions. That's all I did. I want to know why we had a Linac. I want to know what's going on in this polio story. And then I said, I want to know why the primate lab was moved from LSU and Tulane, and now it's sitting across the lake in Cummington, Louisiana. Well, I got the answer through this story. Now I know the reason why. So what happens is Mary Sherman is radiating the fuck out of these mice. They would bring the mice to Judith Ferry Baker, who would homogenize it with Ferry and Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald was just the runner, going back and forth. And they had to have a front for him and Judith Ferry Baker. What was the front? They worked on the coffee factory on Canal Boulevard. So just so you know, did I do my homework on this? I had Judith Ferry Baker at my house on July 4th, 2020, with the freaking receipts of them two working together. It's published in her book, but I didn't believe her. I said, well, yeah. They were working together, and he was an asset in this program. Why? Because he was going to be the one to deliver this bioweapon in a cigar to Castro. That's the reason he went to Russia. So who's David Ferry in all this thing? David Ferry is a disgraced Eastern Airline pilot who was involved with the mafia training the people for the Bay of Pigs. He was here in Florida, and he was in Lake Pontchartrain. There's pictures of David Ferry and Oswald in Lake Pontchartrain everywhere in New Orleans, but you guys don't know about it because it was buried by, guess who? The Warren Commission, the FBI, the people that didn't want this story out. The only person that's still alive from this whole story is Judith Ferry Baker. She's like in her 80s. Wow. But she's written a book about it, and I can tell you that there was parts of the book that I knew about. There was things that I knew she didn't know, and there was something, this is really important, there was something that I knew Bobby Kennedy, if I told him, he would know that I wasn't full of shit. And that's kind of why I did the podcast with Rick Rubin and him. And when I told him, his eyeballs told me all I needed to know. So when this project starts, they find out that this thing can't be fixed. In fact, they just made the most SV40. Right. They just made the most lethal bioweapon on the planet. So what does the industrial military complex do? What anybody does now with, bad things. Let's take it as an opportunity. So they develop it. And that's where they come with the idea to take Castro out. Because at that time, the deal was we're either going to take Castro out or we're going to take JFK out. Why was the JFK thing a big deal? JFK not giving air cover to the industrial military complex for the Bay of Pigs really was a huge, big deal.
Yep.
And there was a lot of people like David Ferrie. If you read the book about him, dude, he hated Kennedy because all those guys, all those Cuban exiles that he was training with Oswald, they were all captured, killed. So, and he was actually a pilot in the Bay of Pigs invasion in '62.
I interviewed one of them not too long ago.
There you go.
Felix Rodriguez.
So what happens is that Oswald never wanted to kill Kennedy. He knew that what the situation was. If they didn't get Castro, they were going to have to defeat Kennedy, which goes to the beginning of this podcast. Do you know the reason why Castro always stayed a step ahead of the CIA and FBI? Trafficante was a double agent. And guess how? So this is where the story of the mob that very few people have put together. At that time, I just told you that the casinos go boom.
Yes.
So they lost a lot of their money.
Right.
Mo Dalitz is kicking ass and taking names in Vegas. So the Chicago bosses, I'm still blanking on his name. Sam, it begins with a C. His nickname used to be Momo. That'll show you. You may
find him, Steve. Sam Momo, Chicago.
Yeah. Well, he's friends with Carlos Marcello. Marcello controls both Florida and New Orleans. Trafficante starts doing deals with Castro. They started running all the drugs through
Giancana.
There you go. Sam Giancana. I just couldn't remember the name. And he starts running drugs through Florida. And guess what? The Italian mob finds out that this is more profitable than casinos. So the reason why this goes down is he cuts a deal with Castro that I'll feed you any information I get about you, but you keep letting us run the drugs through New Orleans and Florida. So that's where the mob gets involved with drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody in the CIA, FBI knows really why this is going on. So Castro was never able to be killed. I think that the CIA is on record saying they tried to kill him 7, 8, 9 times.
Right.
They were always unsuccessful because of the link I just told you. So what happens next? They go, and this is the best part of the story. This is the part of the story that really exonerates Lee Harvey Oswald, but the industrial military complex will never allow you to know it. They have to test the weapon. Oshner knows that he has to test the weapon, so he goes to Angola prison. The same prison Johnny Cash is famous for going to sing it. They find a guy on death row. They tell him they're going to inject him with something, but they tell him, you're going to die anyway, whether it be by the gas chamber or electrocution or here, but we'll give your family money. The guy actually agrees to do it. They transfer him to Angola, to a small little prison in Clinton, Louisiana, and you'll know why I know all this stuff. And who drives up the bioweapon? They don't let Judith Ferry Baker do it. They actually give it David Ferry, Lee Harvey Oswald, and Clay Shaw are in the car. Do you want to know why they put Clay Shaw on trial? Because he was seen in Clinton, Louisiana, which at the time, in 1963, was a very black town. These are 3 white guys in a black Cadillac. This is the same day that Martin Luther King gives his I Have a Dream speech. And why is this a big deal in Clinton? Because they're registering black people to vote. And guess who registers to vote that day in Clinton, Louisiana? Lee Harvey Oswald. You'll be able to find him. So guess what happens? This is how Garrison knew that Clay Shaw was going there. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he had an idea. So they go up to the prison. They inject the prisoner. He's dead within 10 days of cancer. So they get a positive on that. Guess what happens? Judith Ferry Baker finds out what they did through Oswald, and she goes fucking ballistic. She goes back and tells Oshner. Oshner threatens her, says, "You're no longer going to medical school."
Who's Oshner again?
Oshner's the guy, the doctor that started this whole process. The polio guy, the guy that injected his kids.
Oh, yes, his grandkids.
So he gets furious. She runs back to Florida. What magically happens next? Oswald tries to attempt to go to Cuba to deliver the cigar. He's unsuccessful. Literally,
Is this when he went to
Mexico
City and tried to get to Cuba?
Cuba, correct.
Oh my God.
That's exactly right, bro. You're putting the dots together. I figured that you would once you hear all this. But here's the funny part of the story. When he fails, he tells Judith Ferry Baker on the phone, which you can read about in her book. He says, they're going to kill Kennedy, and I'm going to be the patsy. So the first attempt on JFK's life, believe it or not, is actually in Chicago. Guess who foils it? Lee Harvey Oswald with a phone call to the cops. Tips them off, and they can't kill him.
They try to kill him here in Tampa, too.
Right. But this is a month before they kill him in Dallas.
Yes.
So in Dallas, what happens then, you know, the famous meeting between H.L. Hunt, Clint Murchison, Nixon, the Bush family, everybody's in this hotel, in the Marriott Hotel. That story gets told by LBJ's, you know, piece of ass on the side.
Mm-hmm.
That got told, I think that got told in like 2008, 2009. I actually knew about that because that was some of the juice that was dripped out to me in New Orleans. And the reason it was important in New Orleans politics is because Lady Bird Johnson, again, this is how I fact-checked it to know it wasn't bullshit. Clint Murchison, who's the first owner of the Dallas Cowboys, is an oil man. Him and Lady Bird Johnson bought all the real estate from Dallas to New Orleans because I-10 was built in the 50s when Nixon was the vice president. So Nixon told them where the road was going to go, and that's how they got tons of money. So when I fact-checked that, I was like, okay, this now is definitely plausible how all these people are tied together. Then the final thing that I did, after my residency's over, the U.S. Public Health Hospital gets decommissioned. And I knew that when all this shit was going on with COVID, I said, I need to go back down there and check the public health hospital out. I was fortunate because the same janitor that was there when I was a resident at Henry Clay Boulevard, he knew who I was. And I said, I see they're renovating the building. I said, you think I can get in there? He goes, dude, nobody's used that in years. He goes, you know, it's kind of empty. And I said, you remember the machine that was in there? I said, do you know where it went? He goes, no one ever told us this and that. Well, the same machine is in the basement of Oshner. That's what happened. And it was retooled by a technician so that it would lay down so we could use it for cancer patients. So how did I know the weapon was there? Two things. The first way I walked in, I found out there was 3 stories below the ground that you can never see. The thing that always was very unusual about this hospital, it has a huge wall. The wall's about 15 feet tall, like you'd see around a base. And it didn't make any sense to me. It had these big, huge metal doors because I didn't want anybody in there. But the most remarkable thing about this, when I got to the basement, when I saw the 6 concrete stanchions that were there, massive grounding plates. The grounding plate, the wall behind you, from where that exit sign is to that corner, was that big and probably 5 feet taller. And there's 2 of these in there with massive electric power lines going in there. I knew what it was right away. It was the grounding metal for the Linac because you have something that make 30 million volts. So you have to have something to, get rid of it.
Yeah.
So then it dawned on me, wait a minute. I know another way that I think was going on back in the 50s and 60s. I went to Entergy. Entergy is the electric power company in New Orleans. They have nuclear power plants, this and that. So I walked in there and I said, can I see the bills for the U.S. Public Health Hospital, for these times? They're all covered by redaction and government stuff. So right away that I was right at ground zero when this happens. Now, just when you think the story's over, 6 months after JFK gets killed, David Ferry gets killed. Okay? Jim
How
Garrison,
did he die?
no one knows. So this is how I got Bobby entangled into this. I'm talking about RFK Jr. So I would have no way of knowing this. Okay? What I'm about to tell you. It's very public that Jim Garrison was at the crime scene because he was the DA in New Orleans. Ferry is found dead. He kept telling everybody in the French court that he was going to die when JFK got killed. Why? Because he knew. He told everybody they had to kill Lee Harvey Oswald because Marcello was linked to him. He was a key. Ruby was the guy to do it. And they took Ruby out as well. So you could see everybody's dropping. So Judith was back in Florida. They couldn't find her. The only person who knew who she was Trafficante. And everybody thought for sure Trafficante would get her, but he never did. And what happens with Ferry, at his death scene, Bobby Kennedy Sr. calls on the phone. Or I should say, Jim Garrison calls Bobby Kennedy Sr. because Kennedy Sr. and Garrison are talking. Why? Because Garrison knows that there's a conspiracy to kill JFK that began in New Orleans. And he knows that Lee Harvey Oswald's got nothing to do with it. He knows that Osher, Clay Shaw, he's putting pieces together. Okay? The CIA, the FBI, they're bugging his office. So they knew he was getting close. That's why they try to make him look like a clown show. But this is the key point. When Garrison calls Bobby Kennedy Sr. to tell him about what he found, guess who answers the phone? Bobby Kennedy Jr. Guess who knew that? Me. And I told Bobby that in the Tetragrammaton podcast. I have no way of knowing that. So that's how he knew that I wasn't a tinfoil cat. I put this whole thing together. And I knew about this from the beginning of my residency, and that's part of the reason that I went to talk to Becker. Because I knew his part of the story was tied to this part of the story. And this is before COVID, but it's also now explains to you why I didn't trust anybody during COVID. When I saw there was 2 legal definitions, I knew that Pfizer was going to use the SV40 promoter, but I had no way to prove it, my friend. None. Because, I'm not a molecular biologist anymore. I can't do those things. I'm not doing research. I'm in clinical practice. But I knew what these motherfuckers were capable of. And when I saw that, I was like, okay. Then the 2020 version of Bernice Eddy comes to the scene. This is a guy you really should interview on your podcast. His name is Kevin McKiernan. Do you know anything about him?
Kevin McKiernan?
Yes.
No, never heard of him.
You need to write his name down because this guy, to me, is an absolute patriot and hero. So, Kevin, you need to know a little about his backstory because guess what? It ties to the Google Boys and it ties to DARPA. Remember Craig Ventnor? Human Genome Project?
Yes.
Clinton administration?
Yep.
Told everybody humans are going to have 100,000 genes. Chimps and monkeys will have 25,000 because we're so better than them. That blows up in his face. He's a transhumanist, just like the guys at Google, just like Wojcicki, just like everybody in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
So
transhumanist thing is bizarre.
No, it's not. It actually makes total sense, dude. These are all people who have been through the marshmallow experiment. They're all been zapped by the industrial military complex. You ain't done yet. Take a drink of your liquid death.
I need that. I need one of these. So the transhumanist thing, I always thought it was a scam.
No. Oh no. It's actually evidence. It's evidence of NK Ultra 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. But guess what NK Ultra is called today? Do you know? Any of your conspiracy boys ever
I
talk?
have no clue.
Brain Health Initiative set forth in 2013 by President Obama. Do you know where it's based? In Central and South America. Isn't that funny that it's in the same places where you can't find it? And do you know where it's hidden in? Places called Centers of Excellence. How do you know that I'm right? Do you remember the story I told you about Sidney Gottlieb before? In MK Ultra 1.0, when he took LSD and dripped it down on St. Louis? Do you know who sponsored that experiment? Washington University and the U.S. Navy. That's also discoverable. Do you know where Washington University is?
Washington.
St. Louis. It's a major medical school in St. Louis. They were part of it. Do you know who sponsored the Brain Health Initiative? Washington University and the U.S. Navy. How do you like that?
Did you put this together by yourself?
Yep. Bro.
No one else is talking about this?
Just so you understand why. What do doctors do? Especially good doctors, they're diagnosticians. They take a mystery and a patient to try to figure out what's going on. This mystery, I've been picking up clues and breadcrumbs for 30 years of my medical training. And I don't fucking forget anything, bro. You see, I'm doing this all from my memory right here. Do I have any notes in front of me? No. And the only thing I blanked on was the dude's name from Chicago.
Right.
So, this story isn't finished yet. So the Brain Health Initiative comes in. This stuff is being done in places right now. Many of the things that you're seeing in the transhumanist movement is actually being done. So now you may start to understand why we have an open border. All the people that have been through these training programs in Central and South America are being let into the United States, and they're being deployed in very specific cities. So you want to know why Springfield, Ohio has who they have there? Do you want to know the reason why people are being brought into Alabama? There's a reason, my friends. You understand the game that's going on.
Why are they specifically bringing people into Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora, Colorado, and all that stuff? Like, what's the significance of those places?
What would a transhumanist do? Does a transhumanist really have any care about the people that are here, or do they want their people that are easily controllable in? Like, did Sujin Wojcicki, does she care?
My definition, I thought the transhumanists were just like where people who were going to get their brains frozen after they died.
No, they're more than that, my friend. They're the same people like Bill Gates' dad. They're eugenists. They want to trim everybody.
All right, Dr. Jack Cruz. Wow, those are some wild sunglasses you got. What kind of glasses are those?
It's black blue light.
Blue light glasses.
Yeah,
those are pretty cool looking.
Yep.
Also, I love your hat. Make America healthy again.
I just picked that up in Dallas from Nicole Shanahan.
Oh yeah. We were just talking off camera how you just came from Dallas. What were you doing there?
Doing some work with both of them about current events.
Current events.
About Trump getting shot. The day we did our big gig there with the Council of the Canceled. You know, I was there with Andy Wakefield, who you may know from the vaccine story. He was canceled in 1998 about the MMR vaccine. And I was there with Mary Bowden, who is an ENT surgeon that was just canceled by the state of Texas. She lost her ability to practice, and then she fought the FDA. And then me, because I've been a renegade for pretty much 20 years, they've been coming after me to try to shut me up.
So okay, for people that aren't aware of you, can you give me just sort of like a brief background of where you come from and what your expertise is?
Yeah, well, where I come from is New York City, but where I practice is predominantly in the south part of the United States. When I was 40 years old, about 20 years ago, I had an awakening that everything that we're doing in centralized medicine was wrong. And then something happened to me where it kind of woke me up. And I was giving a talk at a minimally invasive spine meeting in Birmingham, Alabama. And I needed help to get at the podium because I tore an meniscus on my knee just from standing up. and one of the orthopedic surgeons' wives were there. She worked for a biotechnology company. She goes, I know why this happened to you. She goes, I'm going to send you, 6 papers and a book, and I want you to read the book first, and you can figure it out from there. What she was trying to tell me at that time is that Big Pharma, was cooking the books, and it was about a hormone called leptin. Leptin was relatively new at the time. I didn't even learn about it in medical school because it was discovered after I graduated. And they shelved the trials, and what she was trying to tell me at that time was that Big Pharma was going to do something to kind of scam the public, ruin the public's health. And when they canceled the trials, they immediately went out and started to patent cold receptors and do some really bizarre things. And she knew there was something nefarious going on. And she said, look, my husband says you're a pretty smart guy. You probably figured it out. And that was actually the story that she wanted me to figure out. But I went a totally different way with it. The book she gave me is kind of interesting. It's a fable. It's called The Monk Who Sold His Frog to Robin Sharma. And in that book,
The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari.
Yeah, The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. It's a good book. It's a fable. It's not a true story. But she wanted me to read that because the story in there was important for the paper she sent me. It was about a guy named Julian Battles, a Jewish lawyer in New York, has a heart attack. He's a train wreck. He's low dopamine, overweight, an asshole. The classic, stereotype of a New Yorker. And he quits, sells his Ferrari, goes up to the top of the Himalayan mountains, comes back a year later, tan, thin, and actually filled with wisdom and actually a nice guy. And he comes back, to his old world and this and that. And then she gives me the papers, and I read the papers. And I thought she was trying to tell me is what was in the book possible. It's not what she was trying to tell me. She was trying to warn me that they shelved the leptin trials because they had a new drug in development, and they wanted me to talk about it. And that's not what happened. So this is now 6 years after this, after I figured out that everything that I learned in medical school is not true. It's really based on, quantum mechanics. The physics of organisms are the key. Circadian biology is the key. Like, we are decentralized, meaning that there's no central controller. That's not what they teach you in medical school. It's not what they teach you in residency. But then 6 or 7 years later, after talking to several people who knew her, I knew what she wanted me to talk about. So I decided to do a TED Talk about that very issue. And the TED Talk got canceled. It was...
How does a TED Talk get canceled? Does it get shut down on YouTube or whatever?
Well, it was Big Pharma shut it down.
Oh, wow.
And the reason why has a lot to do, what was in the book. And, current events now. You know about Ozempic, you know about the GLP-1 drugs. Mm-hmm. What you don't know is that this was all preconditioned by the FDA and Big Pharma. In 1974, we had saccharin. In 1977, you have high fructose corn syrup. All of those are GLP agonists, just so you know that. So they have known about this, and the FDA, when the last little bit was in, I believe, in 89, they approved sucralose, which is, Splenda. Right. And Splenda was only supposed to be in certain foods and drinks, and then they expanded it to pretty much anything that's, processed food. And that's one of the reasons why processed food is really bad for you, because it's got an agonist for GLP-1, so it's designed to make you fat. And then if you have, I guess the best way to put it, if you have an indoor existence, which we all now have, I mean, you're a young guy. You don't remember what it was like, when I was 20 years old. Nobody was inside. Nobody had technology. No one had a microwave oven. No one had a cell phone. And technology, the one thing that it's done, it's brought all the silly talking monkeys inside. They're no longer outside. Like, kids rode bikes. They played. When you grew up, you're playing video games. We didn't have any video games. And it turns out that the non-native EMF, which is what blue light is, married with these changes that have happened in food, was the story of leptin. So I decided, because where I was going the first 6 years of this, more on the light story, more on the other doctor that got canceled for the non-ADVMF story, which is a guy named Robert Becker. He's an orthopedic surgeon.
So is this the guy who worked for DARPA?
Well, he didn't work for DARPA.
I heard, because I read the book called, from this lady who I'm friends with, Annie Jacobson. She wrote a book called The Pentagon's Brain. She wrote this deep story on the history of DARPA and some of the scientists that work for it. And she talks about this limb regeneration guy who was trying to figure out limb regeneration for soldiers.
Yeah, he figured it out. But the bad problem is when he figured it out, he actually figured out that and a whole lot more. And why he got canceled. In fact, that's the reason I just went to talk to, Kennedy and Shanahan. Mm-hmm. Because his story is tied to DARPA, but it's also tied to the assassination. It's tied to how science was stolen. Becker is in the generation right after the science is stolen. And the way the science was stolen initially that story starts in 1944. Really at 42. That's the Manhattan Project with General Groves and FDR. And General Groves got the idea. Let me finish the other story because we're jumping all over the place here.
Right.
So anyway, the GLP-1 drugs get approved by the FDA. So the FDA basically just created a market. This is like preconditioning all of the United States to have this problem with obesity. Now, people will say there wasn't a huge problem there, but if you listen to like some of the tweets that Bobby puts out, when Fauci got put in 82, what the issue was with obesity was nowhere where it is now. But you need to realize that these things actually happened even before Fauci gets in. And then you have federal agencies that are already captured, preconditioning the market. Then you add in blue screen technology, which is what DARPA gives Google, Sergey Brin and Larry Page. And, the chick that just died from turbo cancer with YouTube. You know her name, Susan.
Susan, that former CEO?
Yes, she's one of the founders of Google. And you have to realize that Nicole knows all these people. That she was married to Sergey Brin. So many of the things that, I'm here literally 2 days after talking to them about all this, they were stunned. And the story with the TED Talk is I basically went up there to tell people that this leptin melanocortin pathway is exactly what the FDA and Big Pharma were up to. And then eventually, because when this talk was canceled, it's 2010, 2011. This is 5 or 6 years after I had my Come to Jesus moment at the foot of Michelangelo's statue. So I decide I'm going to, drop this nuclear weapon. Literally within a week, I have the FBI and state medical board, everybody coming after me, and they talk to the people at TED, and they pulled the TED Talk. The TED Talk was pulled for almost 10 years to bury the story. And you remember, you didn't know anything about GLP-1 drugs.
No.
Well, nobody did until they came out like 4 years ago. So the reason why this is important, I was canceled before COVID because of this issue. And if you don't think this is a big issue, just look at the 13K from Novo Nordisk. It's $1 trillion drug. So when you begin to realize that light, water, and magnetism, those are the three things that NASA or SETI uses, to try to find life on another planet. Mm-hmm. Those are the things that are tied to the decentralized network, that life uses on this planet. And the GLP-1 system that they're working with destroys the leptin melanocortin pathway. And this is the reason why many of the chronic diseases that you hear Bobby talk about, and all the surrogates that were in his program before, he joined with Trump. Like, you remember the day we were just talking about, the guy that you're having in here. You remember when Bobby gave that talk?
Yeah.
He mentioned the word mitochondria. Well, what I call my people,
Mitochondriacs, yeah.
So you may understand where this linkage is. And then through the COVID things, that was another big story that I'm sure we'll get into down the pike. But I started posting a lot of things through COVID being even more controversial. And everybody was saying, well, how's Jack Cruz able to post this stuff on Twitter when every other doctor's getting canceled. Why does he get canceled?
Right.
People didn't know that one of my patients was Chad Dorsey. And
oh, really?
Correct. So Dorsey owned Twitter at that time, and he told everybody, "Do not cancel him." He's followed all my stuff because of problems that he had with tech abuse starting in 2010. So this is right back at the time the TED Talk was pulled. So
welcome.
This is now when
How are you?
the shots start to come out, the mandates come out, and
Hello.
President Bukele in El Salvador notices within 2 or 3 months that they're having huge problems with the jab, and he tells his guys in his administration, go find this doctor, go find a neurosurgeon from the United States that's saying all this stuff. And one of the things that I said that people need to avoid taking this jab, because I reviewed the patents, and I noticed in the Pfizer patent specifically, there was a movie that was held off on the side. It's called COVID Revealed. Me, Malone, and McCullough were in this documentary. And in there, I told people that there's 2 legal definitions, one for the Pfizer jab and another one for BioNTech. I said there's only one reason they would do that, and it's nefarious. And the reason I believe is they were going to use one to get through the FDA approval process, but then the other one was going to be what they unleashed on the people. And I had an inkling at the time that the problem was going to be related to SV40. The reason for that ties back to the story that I was telling you before when I walked in the room, is the Cutter event. What happened with the polio vaccine in Jonas Salk in 1951 through 1957. And I happened to know about that in a very circuitous way because of where I did my residency. Did my residency at LSU, and I did medical school and my neurosurgery residency. And if you know anything about the Cutter event, the city of New Orleans was tied to this event in the Big Bay. And I just went to Dallas to tell, Shanahan and Bobby the whole detail of the story. Bobby and I did a podcast with Rick Rubin about a year and a half ago about this issue. This is when he first jumped into the race. And what people didn't know about at that time, after I wrote this constitutional amendment for Bukele, I shared it with Bobby and I shared it with his healthcare attorney, who's Aaron Siri. And they called me back, 2 or 3 weeks after that and said, hey, can we use several pages of this law as our platform for healthcare in the United States? So I asked Bukele and he said yes. So that's the reason why you've heard a lot of this stuff on there. Most people know Bobby's an attorney. He sued Monsanto, got a ton of money.
Right.
And he's done things for the environment and all that. But what I did, the law that I gave him, this is a funny story. When he gave the law to Aaron to look at, Aaron calls me up and he's like, Jack, there's no way this law could get passed even by Ron DeSantis in Florida. He goes, it's that airtight, it covers everything. And when they decided to use it, he says to me, hey, I'm going to start this run for president. I would like to do, a podcast with you. Who's the person that sets this up? Turns out it's Nicole Shanahan. This is before she is actually announced as the vice president. Why did she contact me? Because of her daughter, Eka. She's got a daughter with Sergey Brin that's got autism. And she contacted me and she goes, I've noticed that you have a totally different take on autism in terms of the vaccines and light. And you're probably now beginning to start to see that Becker's world and the vaccine world collide together. And when I say collide together, you are preconditioned by the light in your germline, and then the vaccines are additive to it that cause the real problem. And I said, yeah, I'm into it. And you have to realize, since I consider Becker my mentor, because he was the guy who was immediately canceled before me.
Is he still alive, by the way?
No, he's dead. He died in 2011. But I just got finished telling Nicole when I was in Dallas that I actually physically sat down and talked to him about what I'm talking to you about now. And he was the one that told me, he goes, you need to understand what happened to me. He goes, you have to be very careful about who you're getting ready to go against, and which was the industrial military complex. And, this guy was twice nominated for the Nobel Prize. And literally, he was so frustrated with, a lot of the stuff that I'm sure you have heard in your life as a podcaster that most people think is conspiracy theory, when it turns out it's really not, it's the truth.
Right.
He got frustrated, and then in 1977, he goes on 60 Minutes and tells the world the problem with non-native EMF. You have to realize, my friend.
Non-native EMF?
Yeah, that's wireless technology.
Right.
It's blue light screens, it's fluorescent bulbs, it's RF, microwaves, the whole shebang. 1977, nobody has a microwave home. Nobody has a cell phone. And how did this problem with Becker kind of show up? It shows up because the military wanted to build this antenna called Sanguine in a lake in Wisconsin. What was the purpose of the antenna in 73? So they could keep control of all the nuclear subs all over the world. Because right now, before that, they couldn't do that. So they were building this thing, and they hired Becker because of the stuff that you had just talked about, that Becker was working on limb regeneration, and he found out that limb regeneration uses the electromagnetic force to do it. In other words, the physics of regeneration is all based on semiconductors. That's the thing that was shocking about him. And how did I come upon his research as a resident at the same time? Why did I know about all this stuff? I'm a neurosurgery resident, and I'm doing a lot of spine reconstructions. But bone was the subject of Becker's work. So my mentor in neurosurgery, Dr. David Klein, said, Jack, I want you to do a project on bone regeneration. I want you to use this guy's Becker work, because what he found in 59 through 67 was absolutely shocking. Most people still don't believe that that's how it happens, but I want you to present it to the residents. So that meant I had to go read all his papers. So I learned about this, and most people who listen to this podcast, what I'm about to say won't believe this, but it's axiomatically true. You don't heal bone, ever. Bone regenerates completely. So, for example, if you break your arm right now and you go have surgery, and the orthopedic surgeon opens it up and looks for where your previous break was, there's no scar. None. It's one of the few tissues in man where that's the case. Most people know about it with the liver. You can cut half the liver out and it'll grow back. But we as mammals, especially the end of the line mammals, we don't have that ability in a lot of different areas. So what does Becker do? He does a bunch of work to figure out actually how this happens. And it turns out we create a DC electric current in us that actually causes red blood cells in the marrow to de-differentiate. In other words, a red cell becomes a bone cell, and that is what heals the fracture, and it completely regenerates it so that there's no scar. So, of course, he writes all this stuff up, and then he finds out actually how this goes. Like, collagen and apatite, part of bone, are actually semiconductor proteins. He does experiments that show bone emits light just like an LED diode. And just remember, this is going down in the 60s, bro. So that's how the military found out about Becker's work. And he was the expert. Like, he was the Anthony Fauci of his time in bone regeneration. He worked in the VA hospital in Syracuse, so he had huge government contracts. He was very, very prolific. So in 73, when the government comes to him, they're like, look, we want to know, will this antenna, since it's going to use RF radiation, does it have any biologic effects for the people in the military, the people that live around it? Becker does the work with guys in his lab, and he finds out it does. He writes a report in 73 to the Secretary of the Navy, and they were stunned with what he found. And he kept writing reports. Next thing he started to notice that all this stuff in the Federal Register never got published. In other words, the research went in, but it never left DARPA. And no one ever did about it. So what did Becker decide to do? Now, I don't know where you're from or where your family's from, but I'm originally from New York City. At the same time, we have a governor in New York named Hugh Carey. They're trying to get electric power lines go from the city up to Niagara Falls to get more transmission lines. So Becker starts doing some work on these power lines to prove to the military that freaking antenna in Wisconsin's a real problem. And he does something that's, to this day, most people still don't know this. You know, they still think it's conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
That power lines can harm you, but him and Marino, who's the guy that was in his lab, he's a biophysicist, became a lawyer to defend Becker. They did a study on 765 kilowatt towers that are everywhere, even here in
Cell
Florida.
towers?
Yeah, no, these are electric. Remember, there's no cells
Right, okay, yeah.
at this time. These are electric towers for the power grid. They changed the Earth's magnetosphere 80,000 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. They proved this in 1974, 75, 76. And not only did they rate the military, not only did they give this information to you, Carrie, they gave it to all the electric power companies. And everybody was just like stunned. Okay? So you have to remember, this guy he's like freaking Joe Montana of science at this time. And no one is listening to him because why? His message is very inconvenient. It's truth, and it's a time where we're retooling our economy from an industrial economy to an information technology. So the power grid's a big deal. The use of non-native EMFs, Intel, Microsoft, Google. This is all the precursor stuff at this time. The big company at that time, which you probably know, is IBM. Believe it or not, IBM was already working on liquid crystalline displays that was using a lot of this stuff. And DARPA was involved in that too. So DARPA and the military sucked Becker in. They're fueling it until the truth comes out. And what does he do? 1977, he's so frustrated, he gets on 60 Minutes and he tells the world the truth. He tells them exactly what I just told you. When I said it to you, your eyeballs got really big, because a lot of people, even now, 50 years later, don't realize what he's really found is that all of this shit has biologic effects. I don't care what it is. Like, you put those Apple things in your ear, dude, that's the stupidest thing you could ever do.
I stopped using them a few months ago. I got the wired ones now.
Yeah, that's not good.
The wired ones probably aren't good either.
No,
right?
because you're still getting jump conduction into your ear, which will bring you to my work. My work is the next level of Becker. Like, if Becker had lived, he would have looked for the source of the DC electric current. Well, we found it.
What were you saying was the reason that Susan, the former CEO of YouTube, she had some sort of cancer? You think it had something to do with this?
Well, I don't think. I know. She has a very interesting story. Her mother is named Esther. Esther is known as the grandmother of Silicon Valley. All the kids were tied to her. That's why I said you need to really understand the metrics that we're talking about. And the reason why this is very interesting is because I'm entangled now to people like Nicole and people like Bobby. Bobby didn't know this, but Nicole does, because she was married to Sergey Brin. So when we started talking about this, her and I, obviously when she has a kid with autism, she's a patent attorney for Google. And I tell her, no, I'm not going to help you because you're the person that actually caused the problem. And I have to tell you, I was not a nice guy to her. I mean, brutal to her. Really. Oh, yeah. This is like probably a year and a half ago. And she offered me at that time $100 million to build a decentralized research facility with Bukele down in El Salvador. And I told her, I said, bro, hold my beer. I'm not doing this. Why? Because I don't trust you. I know who you were married to. I know things about Google. I know things about what Brin's all about. I know the story, how it's tied to ARPA, DARPA, the internet, how you got the information. And you and your husband are the reason why blue light exists on every screen in this country. And that's what's getting your generation really sick. That's really where the chronic disease epidemics begin, because that makes it way worse. And when I told her a little bit of the story, I said, do you really know where DARPA, the CIA, and everybody got this information and then studied it? She said, no. I said, well, I'm going to tell you where Echo's autism comes from. It comes from the Jewish mafia. Okay? In the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, the names that you know, Bugsy, which they made a movie about, Mo Dalitz, who's the guy that started Vegas, and the big guy, you're right here in Tampa, so you should know a little bit about Meyer Lansky.
Meyer Lansky, no.
Meyer Lansky.
Traficante.
Correct. Well, Traficante
wasn't Jewish.
No, but Traficante is really important because of how this ties in to JFK's daughter.
Oh, yeah.
So you need to realize what happens is at that time, because I know you know probably a lot of the story. Cuban Revolution happens in 59. Cuba comes in. The Chicago mob, who's friends with the guys in the Jewish mob, through the Capone crime syndicate in Chicago, that was later taken over by, God, what's his name? Sam, I'm blanking on his name.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But anyway, they go boom in Cuba. They lose a lot of money. Who's the guy that's the accountant for this? It turns out that it's actually Meyer Lansky. And who's the shooter for all this is Traficante, and they're based here in Florida. So when that goes down, Mo, with Johnny Rossetti, who's also part of the Hollywood scene, they get together and Mo says, I got an idea. Let's go build a casino in the desert. Everybody thinks he's crazy at first, okay? So they build Vegas, and it's like, it makes more sense to them to go to a place.
What year was this?
This is 1940s. So this is
a casino, the same place we're dropping all the nukes.
Well, but that, believe it or not, that's where his idea came from. He was like, nobody will ever think that we can create the biggest racket in the world. And for your audience, because I'm a big history guy, and I think you need to know all these bits and pieces because I know we're jumping around. But do you know where the term money laundering comes from?
No.
Comes from Mo Dalitz, comes from Bugsy, comes from Meyer Lansky. What they use, the Jewish mob used laundromats to launder money to skim it to keep it away from the government.
Oh, wow.
So
I think I have heard that before, yeah.
So that's where this came from. And then Mo and Rossetti and Meyer Lansky, they have the reputation that's very different than the Italian mob. The Italian mob is kind of like guys that are going to shoot you up and it's kind of bloody. These guys are much more reserved, okay? And they're like accountants. They really care more about the money in the business being sustainable over a long time. Well, they become very, very successful in the 1940s. So successful that something else was happening in the world that you probably know about. Albert Einstein worked with General Groves in the Manhattan Project. It's successful, 1945. So in 1948, the Jewish state that was still not made yet offered Albert Einstein to be the first president. And it turns out their military arm, which is known as the Mossad, actually have Lansky and Dalitz. They're their guys in the United States. Okay?
Lansky and who?
Lansky and Mo Dalitz.
Really?
They were Mossad agents here in the United States. So what do? They go to Vegas and they realize that there's no regulations. It's the Wild West. They build it from the ground up. Everybody in Chicago and the Italian families are making fun of these Jewish guys doing this because they're not bringing in the bank like these guys are bringing in Cuba. 59 happens, and guess what happens? All the Italian guys get turned off. They're losing millions of dollars, and they're furious. So you know they hate Castro. So what do? They have their friends, Mo. Mo has been working for 12, 13 years in the desert. And what does Mo do? He steadily and slowly increases profits. But guess what he does? How does he do it? Does he shoot anybody up or do anything like that? No. First thing he did is he put one-armed bandits in all the casinos. He blue lit everything. Why? Because he paid attention to how people spent money. He realized when you used artificial light, it seemed like people spent more money. So then what's the second thing he does in like 1952, 53? He starts painting all the windows in the casino black.
So you can't see outside.
Can't see outside, and he doesn't want to go outside. Then that's the last thing he does.
Gets rid of the clocks? Is that what he does?
The clocks were gone already.
Okay.
But the best part is then he brings in girls, scantily clad, and he starts giving people alcohol while they gamble. And what does he basically do? He creates an army of low dopamine idiots in the desert who they don't have to shoot. They go into their pocket and pay all the money to. So, of course, at this time now, after Groves is out, he gets Truman to change the OSS to the CIA in 47. The CIA knows exactly what Dallas is doing, and they know that they're avoiding taxes. So they decide, we need to go find out, is there any science behind any of this stuff? So where are we right now? 48, 51, 52. So you may have heard of this program called MK Ultra.
Once or twice.
Okay. So MK Ultra is the merging of two things. The first thing gets merged is this idea from Dallas that they're going to study it. Then there's another guy who's a 1937 surgeon, SS guy named Kurt Plotkin. Plotkin worked with the Nazis. His idea was mind control through the use of Mexican peyote. So he starts doing his stuff, and the CIA is looking at the effect of light and wireless technology and things like that these guys are using. And they begin to study it. They hire a guy named Sidney Gottlieb. Gottlieb runs the program from 53 through, which we think 64 before, of course, all these things are destroyed. But there's a lot of interesting things that the government finds out that is transferred to DARPA. When does DARPA first form? 1958. So all this information from the CIA and FBI are transferred into DARPA. DARPA then takes it to the next level. They go and they hire a guy in New Orleans. Told you we'd eventually come back to New Orleans. A guy named Alton Ostra. He's first an FBI asset as a surgeon, but then he becomes a CIA asset because of this issue here. They go and hire a PhD researcher named Delgado, and he's working in the Tulane neurosurgery department and neurology. They get him out of that really quick, and they send him to Mexico, and they start putting wires into the bull's head to find out, can they stop and control the bull using electric signals? Why? Because they already have started to learn about Becker's work. So now, this is the idea. Now they're trying to execute. They're trying to use this as a weapon. Got it?
Right.
So what happens in this whole time, the crazy stories that you've heard Bobby and I talk about on the Tetragrammaton podcast, where Gottlieb basically takes the Air Force plane over St. Louis and drops LSD on the whole city in the mid 1950s to see the effect. They found out mescaline didn't work, so the next step after that was to use LSD. That's one of the famous things that we did find out from the Church Commission that they physically did. So this is what I would tell you is Operation Northwoods, probably negative 2.0, which is when the government thought it was a good idea that they could just do whatever the fuck they wanted to the United States populace, they wouldn't know it, so they didn't need any informed consent. Okay? A lot of people talk about Tuskegee and the airmen and the syphilis. Dude, there's a pattern with the industrial military complex. When they want to do something, they don't even ask for forgiveness. They don't ask for permission either. They just do it. So when they do this and Gottlieb fails, what sight lines are really good for DARPA is this work that Delgado's doing is amazing. So they said, okay, you could do it with wire technology, and they were able to turn the bull off as soon as he was going to spear the matador. They said, let's try to do this wireless. Why? They had all the patents and everything they stole from Tesla. They also had all Marconi's work. At this same time, remember, Motorola is now one of the guys that's the industrial military company. They know that wireless telephony is actually coming. So they decide to employ it here first. So Delgado finds out that actually it does work. You can do it without wires. You don't have to do brain surgery on the animal to do it. And then they ask the next question.
They didn't have to install anything in the brain?
No, they did not. But this was the key step. This is the step where I think your audience, people find it incredulous when I tell them the next step was, could you do this using light and light alone? And it turns out we found out you could. If you use blue light specifically, it actually destroys the dopamine reward tracks in your brain. Just so you know, Meta and Google today own those patents. Remember who's the Google patent attorney? Nicole Shanahan. So I said, Nicole, do you remember all the work you had to do? And she goes, yeah. She goes, I could never figure out what all this was about. Well, you need to know a little bit about Google's history. Google was formed in 1995 when DARPA gave the search algorithm to these two cats from Stanford. You know about Stanford now, right? Mm-hmm. Talk to me about Huberman, why they don't want to talk to me. You started to put two and two together yet.
Yeah.
So the issue is, these guys created the internet. They connected all these colleges all over where the academicians were to share this information. So this information is going all around in this area. They basically then figure out and perfect the delivery of blue light technology through screens. Who is the big tech company in the 1950s and 60s that were doing this? Turns out that's IBM. And IBM is working on liquid crystalline displays. Now remember, this is in the 50s and 60s. You as a young man never saw those TVs until the 90s. Okay? And then it got a boost from who? Obama, who made the analog to digital transition so that you'd have to use what? LCD screens. And then what else did he do? We're going to ban incandescent bulbs. Why? Because incandescent bulbs not only have fake blue light, but they also have purple and red, which is what you need as the antidote to blue.
They were banned?
Yeah, well, the first ban was from Obama saying, we're going to get rid of these under the guise that they're not energy efficient because they burn too much. You probably remember when you were a little kid, you touched the incandescent bulb, it's hot as shit.
Yeah.
Well, the proxy that they're using to you is, they burn too much energy because they have UV light and red light in it, and that makes heat. So therefore, we should get rid of that, do blue. But you have no idea that DARPA and the government already want blue light everywhere so they can control you with it. That's the real answer behind this whole program. So what happens then?
Well, how do they control us by putting blue light in front, by making our worlds are surrounded by these screens and these these phone screens? How do they control us with this light?
I just told you, they control...
By killing us?
No, they control your dopamine reward tracks. In other words, they're dumbing you down. They're making you much more likely to be preconditioned, which brings us to
we are dopamine slaves for the most part now. Most people.
No, you're the guy that's sitting with Zins right next to you.
I'm asking you if Zins are good. Yeah, I can't go in without my Zins. I'm telling you, it's a problem.
But that's the reason why it's all starting to make sense. I'm trying to bring the picture together for you so you understand it. So the chick you just asked me about, Susan, who started YouTube and is a Google founder. What you may not know about, you ever hear the marshmallow experiment that was done at Stanford? Mm-hmm. When she was a child, remember, she just died, she's 56, okay? So she's a little bit younger than me. Her mother puts her into this program, which is part of the MK Ultra program, to precondition her mind. Every single tech CEO has been in this program, just so you know that. So she goes through it, and she actually performs better than anyone else. In other words, she will follow the rules and be very compliant. Sergey goes through it, and so does Larry Page. So
What's the name of the program?
It's called the Marshmallow Experiment.
Marshmallow Experiment.
It was the second generation of the milligram experiment, which you can actually look at. And what I'm trying to explain to you, there's MK Ultra 1.0 that we all found out about when I was a young man. You weren't even born yet. That's through the Church Commission.
Right.
Two things we found out there. Not only that MK Ultra exists, but some of the things we're doing. But we also found out then that the CIA had 400 people in the media that they paid. Dan Rather and Walter Cronkite. Right.
Yeah.
Dan Rather and Cronkite being, the key players there. So when you begin to start to see the timeline and all these stories come together, Wojcicki gets the YouTube gig. What is YouTube? YouTube is a screen where you're developing videos. You know you're addicted to it right now.
That's how I make my living.
That's what addiction is all about. Well, guess what? The other question I want you to ask yourself as a young guy that's supposed to be smart, have you ever asked yourself why it is that every screen comes out blue, that they don't have red? You actually have to put software in to change it?
I got mine set to where like it turns red after like 7 p.m.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Look at mine, what it does. That's how it should work.
Whoa. Is that a special app?
Yeah. So you can, we'll talk about it after we finish this. But
okay.
The point that I want to make to you is the question you need to ask yourself, why is it that every tech company has blue lit screens? I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's because that's how DARPA wants it. They want you to be very addicted to the technology, so it's sticky. That way you can be programmed further. So, it's even more wow than that. You haven't even got to the wow stage. So what happens with this lady, she winds up being compliant, just like she was with YouTube. You want to know why all these people get censored? She did whatever DARPA, whatever the industrial military complex wanted. That's the reason why people were having their shit removed. If you know why Bitcoin content gets removed, is because DARPA, because their energy to fuel the whole process is cheap fiat money. Bitcoin is actually a nuclear weapon for them.
Right.
Because you can't print money to do all the covert shit they're doing. She goes and rolls her sleeves and takes a jab. She gets, the turbo cancer. She dies literally very quickly, within, I think, 6 or 7 months.
Turbo cancer?
Yeah. That's from the SV40 promoter that's in the jets. She gets screwed by the other part of the story we haven't got to yet.
So when did she develop this cancer?
She just died earlier this year.
Yeah, but how long has she had the cancer? Like when did she get
6 months before she died.
She got diagnosed 6 months before
Got
she died.
stage 4 lung cancer, never smoked. Sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it, to Jack Ruby? Remember how he died?
Oh, yeah,
Oh, so why did I lead this way? Because guess what? I just finished telling the story.
Fuck. Steve, pull up the actual documented account of Jack Ruby, how he died.
His name isn't Jack Ruby, just so you know.
Right, I know. It's
Jack Rubenstein,
yes,
and he
exactly.
also is a Mossad agent, just so you know.
Let's see what their Google machine says about Mr. Rubenstein. Jack Ruby. Type in Jack Ruby. You can't find his death.
That's not him. He died right around when Garrison was doing
right when
the trial. The trial.
Jolly West. So after Ruby shot Oswald, Jolly West started visiting him in prison, right?
But you know how he got the SV40 though? Wasn't that way. Let me tell you the story so you get it.
Okay.
Because we probably need to jump into the polio story so you understand this part of it.
Type in search for cancer.
He gets pneumonia while he's in Dallas. He's writing the Warren Commission to tell them to get him out of Dallas because he knows Carlos Marcello has got a plan for him. Well, he's going to use the bioweapon that they created on Magazine Street in New Orleans with Osher. I just got finished telling this whole story in detail at Dealey Plaza to Bobby and to Nicole and to their administrative team. And I have to tell you, the guy that was filming it, his eyeballs nearly melted.
So they're about to melt.
It's a good story, but it's the truth. And the way in which you'll find out that I know the truth, that's going to really blow your mind. But the story of Ruby is interesting. He is in Dallas. He's talking to the Warren Commission, says, you got to get me out of Dallas and get me to D.C. because I know they're going to do something to me. He already knows what's going to happen, but he doesn't know how it's going to happen. So he develops pneumonia in Dallas. All this is discovered by you and your guy back there. So the doctors come in and they give him penicillin flu shots. Turns out in that flu shot was the SV40. He gets stomach cancer and dies like that. Just like your girlfriend from YouTube. And guess what? Why was that bioweapon created? That bioweapon was created by the industrial military complex and Alton Ochsner to get rid of Castro. Okay? And guess who was the front for this whole thing? The mob was involved in this. Most people don't know this, but Carlos Marcello grew up with Lee Harvey Oswald in New Orleans. So he was one of the guys that was working for him, and Oswald was also in the CIA. So if you want to know the part of the story that no one has ever figured out, is why did Oswald was able to go to Russia, come back with carte blanche and never have any problem? Because he needed to be in a communist country so that Castro would allow him to bring this tainted cigar that he was going to smoke, get the SV40 and die. So that should ask the question in your head, Jack. How'd the industrial military complex, the CIA and the FBI, all know that this thing was going to kill him that fast? Well, I already told you what happened to Susan. Boom. I already told you what happened to Rubenstein. Boom. Now let's get to the real story. So, 1951 comes along, and you know the story about FDR. He's got polio. His lawyer starts the March of Dimes. Kids are sending dimes, nickels, and quarters to Jonas Salk. Jonas Salk makes this vaccine. He gives it to the pharmaceutical companies. There's 4 companies that he gives it to. But the one that you need to remember, because your boy's going to be able to pull it up, it's called Cutter Pharmaceuticals. Turns out, Cutter, C-U-T-T-E-R. No doctor ever learns about what I'm about to tell you now. Okay? It's been whitewashed from history. So here's the interesting part. Cutter Pharmaceuticals is in charge of growing this. Remember the date. The date is really important for you to get. 1951. When was DNA discovered, my friend? 1953 by Watson and Crick. So we're in the pre-molecular biology age, okay? Cutter tells, all the 4 pharmaceutical companies tell Salk that his mix is very difficult to grow, this vaccine. So what do? Salk says, I think we need to use a primate that's close to humans, then we'll have a good culture meet. So what do? They use the African green monkey, okay? Turns out there's something they didn't know. Here's the good part of the story, and getting ready to step into crazy town. They're able to grow the vaccine on the African green monkey. They use kidney cells that they grew it on, okay? They create Salk's vaccine, and guess who's the first guy who tested it? Dr. Ochsner in New Orleans at the Ochsner Medical Foundation. Things that you need to know about Ochsner. He was a surgeon. He was very famous for being an anti-cancer guy. He used to tell medical students way back when that if this patient has lung cancer, I want you to come and see it because you'll never see another case in your life. That's how rare cancer was in the 1900s to 1920s. That's this guy's reputation. Where you're catching him right now in this part of his life, he's probably in his 60s. He's the dean of Tulane Medical School. He's also the head of surgery after Rudolph Matas, who's a big famous surgeon in New Orleans that people today would know. Something interesting happens right around this time where he loses and gets thrown out. Do you know what it was? 1951, he brings the vaccine into the amphitheater, the surgical amphitheater, calls the entire medical staff of Ochsner. He brings his grandson and grandchild in there, and he injects both of them with the Cutter vaccine. His grandson died in 7 days of polio. His granddaughter gets polio in her leg. She doesn't die. Okay? Everybody who's ever trained in New Orleans knows about this story. Now, younger doctors now, they don't learn about it. I was probably the last group of people, late 80s and early 90s. Do you know why? Ochsner was already dead, but you know who was alive? His son. And guess where I did 2 years of my neurosurgery residency, my friend? Ochsner Medical Foundation. Oh, it gets better. Hold on. So I'm doing my first year of residency, and you know who's filming JFK in the basement of Charity Hospital? Oliver Stone. So it's going down right then and there, and here I am, a dude from New York in the Deep South, seeing all this shitstorm going around me. Do you know who my ER nurse was? Virginia Garrison. Jim Garrison's daughter. This is the DA that put Clay Shaw on trial for the assassination of JFK. And no one ever made the links that I'm about to tell you. So I'm sitting there while this whole thing is going on my first year. And Virginia knows that 2 months I'm getting ready to go to Oxford. She looks at me and she goes, bro, you better be really careful about what you do when you go there. She goes, because this guy is one of the most nefarious people you'll ever meet. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she starts telling me some stories about what her dad really knew, because the guy that he wanted to put on trial was Alton Offshore. But they put Clay Shaw on trial. You have to realize something. In this day, putting Alton Offshore in New Orleans on trial would be like putting Fauci on trial in Washington, D.C. right now. You have no chance of telling the story that I'm about to tell you. So remember, Ochsner is the first ever National Cancer Institute doctor. I told you he's the anti-cancer doctor. So after he does this to his grandchildren, he then turns around and tells the industrial military complex, because that's who is developing this, that, look, we need to slow our roll down. We need to get this right. We need to fix the problem. So they casually turn all the science over to a doctor named Dr. Bernice Eddy at the NIH. Dr. Eddy does all this work from 51 through 53, 54. DNA gets discovered. And guess what Dr. Eddy finds out? All the original polio vaccines that Salk came up with were all tainted with SV40. And no one knew it because DNA hadn't been discovered yet. So she tells everybody in the NIH, she tells everybody in the FDA that this has gone on. And what does the industrial military complex do, my friend? They fucking pass the jab out to 300 million people in the world. And they created a whole epidemic of cancer. And guess what? Did the industrial military complex allow Bernice Eddy to tell this story to anybody? No. So guess what Bernice Eddy did? She got canceled before that, 25 years before that. What did she do? She gave it a talk in, I think it was 1955, at the New York Academy of Sciences. And at the end of the talk, she drops the little nugget that I just dropped to you. That, oh, by the way, all the polio viruses were contaminated with SV40. And what SV40 stands for those in your audience who don't know, simian virus 40. So that means there was 39 other viruses that are out there. Okay? What do you need to know, my friend, about SV40? This is the only thing. Take a look at me. I want you to look at me and not that. This is the most important thing of this story. The SV40 promoter allows things to get across the nuclear membrane to get into where RNA and DNA is and do bad things. Okay? So, what does the government do? After Eddy announces this to the freaking scientific world, they defund her lab. They take her out of the NIH. She's lost to history. Here's the best part. You go look today at the FDA and NIH website, you'll notice from 51 through 57, you don't see anybody's name. When I tell you this is better than 2024 YouTube cancellation, you find no evidence of the Qatar incident. You know why most doctors don't know about it? Because of what I just told you. So here I am training, I don't know, this is like maybe 27, 30 years after this event. And why do I find out about it? Not because I learned about it in medical school. Because Virginia Garrison told me what went down, and then what did I do? I went to the medical school library and started pulling stories out. Then I went even further. I went to talk to Alton Ochsner's son, who's a cardiothoracic surgeon who happens to do surgery with us when we used to clip aneurysms. When we used to clip aneurysms, we'd open the head, but we'd have to stop the heart to clip them. That's how long ago I've been a neurosurgeon. We don't do it like that anymore. So in one of those cases, it was a basilar tip aneurysm. J.O.'s opening the chest with one of his other doctors named Keith Van Meter. And J.O.'s sitting there, and I just casually tell my neurosurgery mentor at the time, I said, I'm going to ask him about all this. And he goes, bro, I don't know if you really want to go there. But now, here comes the part of the story that you're really going to shit the bed on. So I said,
shit left.
I said, J.O., I said, is it true what happened with your niece and nephew about, the polio vaccine? He goes, this is the crazy thing. This guy's a real chatty guy. I thought he would shut me down. Bro, he started talking to me for almost an hour and a half, 2 hours. And once he opened up about that, then I went for the nuclear weapon. And I mean this literally and figuratively. I said, J.O., tell me, why is it that we have a nuclear device in the basement of a community hospital? It's called a LINAC. And who uses that? LINACs are used to treat brain tumors. I said, I know you guys have done really well here. I said, but that's $100 million piece of equipment. And I said, we can barely get new instruments to do spine surgery in this hospital.
What? So for people who are uninitiated,
I'm gonna go there. Just I'm trying to give you the punch in the mouth so you understand where we're going. So this is a device that is an electromagnetic device that delivers radiation from gamma rays all the way to RF radiation. You can just turn it down. No place outside of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has these devices at this time. So when I was a first-year resident and I walk over to Ochsner and I see a LINAC laying down on the side and it looks like a nuclear weapon, I'm going, where in the fuck did we get the money for this? It's cool. Most doctors say, oh, well, we have cutting-edge stuff. We can treat brain tumors and stuff. That's not where I was going with it. I was like, where'd this come from? So in this talk that I had with J.O., I had already been preconditioned by several of the people from the JFK movie and from Virginia Garrison herself. And when she told me, she goes, there's more to this story that nobody knows that won't be in that movie that they're filming downstairs. So she was really good about going to St. Charles Tavern and talking, especially when we came off the shift. And I got her a little loaded. And she started telling me about this polio virus and monkeys and this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, well, I do know that we do a lot of monkey research at LSU. Because remember, I'm an LSU resident, and we did have a monkey lab. And I was like, wow. And I knew Tulane had a monkey lab. Mm-hmm. So I'm starting to ask a lot of questions now. And what I find out is that Ochsner was that when this went down with his grandchildren and this Bernice Eddy thing, this is a very short period of time, 3-year history. He goes from being an FBI asset to a CIA asset. Then the CIA, they ask him specifically, we want you to fix this SV40 problem. So what does he do? He goes out and he hires the world expert in viruses and oncology. Her name is Dr. Sarah Stewart. She trained University of Chicago. You know where else is in the University of Chicago, right? It's where the nuclear program begins. That's the Fermi Research Lab. Okay. She gets her compatriot, who's a classmate, Dr. Mary Sherman, who's an orthopedic surgeon, who's an expert in bone cancer. He hires both of them. Guess what magically happens? Sarah Stewart is based at the U.S. Public Health Hospital in New Orleans at this time by the military. Mary Sherman is a staff doctor at Ochsner Medical Foundation running the game here. They set up a bioweapons lab, the first of its kind, on Magazine Street in an apartment. And guess who the 3 people there are running? A young girl who won a science project when she was in Florida. She actually is from Florida. Her name's Judith Berry Baker. She was very interested in Sarah Stewart's work. And when she won this thing, Ochsner pulled her and said, you're going to be the lab technician. She was promised a medical school education and a residency if she worked under Mary Sherman. Who else is in this motley crew? David Ferry. We'll talk about him in a bit. Who's the other person? Lee Harvey Oswald. So guess what Lee Harvey Oswald, Judith Ferry Baker, and David Ferry are doing? They are running the bioweapons lab.
What year again?
This is 1962, 63, right before they killed Kennedy. So what's happening? Because remember, Ochsner, how did he make all his money? So how did he get tied up in this whole thing so you understand? When I was a resident, he had this Nice community hospital. It wasn't huge, but it's nice. Now it's a massive place. But out in front of it, he had all the flags for all the dictators that ran Central and South America. He used to take care of all of them. They were all right-wing dictators. He was a right-wing politician. That's the reason the people at Tulane University threw him out of being the dean and the head of surgery at Tulane. So what did he do? Instead of getting pissed off, he said, fuck it, I'm just going to go open my own hospital to compete against you. So that's what he does. So how does he make it successful? He starts working with right-wing politics. All these people come, and he becomes enriched by this. The military is obviously very interested in this because they're the people that overthrow these governments down there. That's why he was an FBI asset. But when this shit hits with SV40, the CIA says to him, you need to fix this.
So what do you mean by fix it?
Meaning, the government knows that they just started the war on cancer. Like, they gave the world cancer at record rates overnight.
Did they know this was going to happen?
Absolutely, because guess who told them? Sarah Stewart. She was the world expert that worked for the government. And when she heard what they did, she said, you need to hire Mary Sherman. You need to put both of us on this project, and we need to do this in clandestine fashion. In fact, the day that David Ferry gets killed, Sarah Stewart's lab book was found by Jim Garrison. This is a very interesting story, my friend. Now you can start to see why this is all really intertwined.
So what do they mean when they said you need to fix the SV40 problem?
Meaning there has to be something that you can get that out of the genetic code.
Okay.
So what do? The CIA goes straight to the delegation in the United States Senate that controlled money at that time. Do you know who all of them were? All the people in Louisiana. How do you like that? This is UEP Long's son, who's the state senator. Hale Boggs, remember he was on the Warren Commission?
Yep.
Hale Boggs is the head of the Appropriations Committee. So magically, Ochsner gets a Linac delivered to the U.S. Public Health Hospital that's across the street from Children's Hospital on Henry Clay Boulevard. And it's standing up in a building that is only 3 stories from the street, but it goes 3 stories down in the ground. And this thing is standing up like you would see a nuclear weapon like in the Planet of the Apes, the first version.
Yep.
There's 6 targets that are pointing at the Linac, okay? They start using small little mammals with the poliovirus injected, and they start zapping it with all different levels of radiation to see if they can eradicate it. This should not sound crazy to you because that's exactly what oncologists do today, right? To tumors. But guess where the problem lies? What did the oncologists, what did Sarah Stewart and Mary Stewart and the Motley Crew find? The more they irradiated, the more lethal the SV40 became. In other words, it caused unbelievable cancer, and it happened like that. So these tests kept going on. And then what happens? 1959. Castro comes in. And you know that the FBI and the CIA, all that stuff that you've already talked with Ian Carroll about, and well, who's the other guy? Martyr Maid,
Yeah, I haven't talked to him.
But that dude, he's the academic historian, and the other guy is like I would call the conspiracy theorist.
Ian.
Right, Ian. Yeah. But he's not really a conspiracy theorist. A lot of what he believes is right, but this whole thing, nobody knows about what I'm telling you right now and how these things link. Because, I even said to Bobby in the Tetragrammaton podcast, I said, what's the difference between fact and fiction? Fiction has to make sense. The story that I'm telling you right now, because I can see in your face, you're like, dude, this is the craziest story ever.
I've never heard any of this stuff before.
No, you won't, because I told you. Do you think the YouTube stuff that you're going through now is bad? Do you think what, the World Economic Forum and what Fauci's done is bad? Bro, you have no fucking idea. And that's the reason I'm telling you, I was wise to this when COVID came. Because I know this story. I lived it. It was in the beginning of my residency. And I asked questions. That's all I did. I want to know why we had a Linac. I want to know what's going on in this polio story. And then I said, I want to know why the primate lab was moved from LSU and Tulane, and now it's sitting across the lake in Cummington, Louisiana. Well, I got the answer through this story. Now I know the reason why. So what happens is Mary Sherman is radiating the fuck out of these mice. They would bring the mice to Judith Ferry Baker, who would homogenize it with Ferry and Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald was just the runner, going back and forth, and they had to have a front for him and Judith Ferry Baker. What was the front? They worked on the coffee factory on Canal Boulevard. So just so you know, did I do my homework on this? I had Judith Ferry Baker at my house on July 4th, 2020, with the freaking receipts of them two working together. It's published in her book, but I didn't believe her. I said, well, yeah. They were working together, and he was an asset in this program. Why? Because he was going to be the one to deliver this bioweapon in a cigar to Castro. That's the reason he went to Russia. So who's David Ferry in all this thing? David Ferry is a disgraced Eastern Airline pilot who was involved with the mafia training the people for the Bay of Pigs. He was here in Florida, and he was in Lake Pontchartrain. There's pictures of David Ferry and Oswald in Lake Pontchartrain everywhere in New Orleans, but you guys don't know about it because it was buried by guess who? The Warren Commission, the FBI, the people that didn't want this story out. The only person that's still alive from this whole story is Judith Ferry Baker. She's like in her 80s. Wow. But she's written a book about it, and I can tell you that there was parts of the book that I knew about it. There was things that I knew she didn't know, and there was something, this is really important, there was something that I knew Bobby Kennedy, if I told him, he would know that I wasn't full of shit. And that's kind of why I did the podcast with Rick Rubin and him. And when I told him, his eyeballs told me all I needed to know. So when this project starts, they find out that this thing can't be fixed. In fact, they just made the most
SP-40.
Right. They just made the most lethal bioweapon on the planet. So what does the industrial military complex do? What anybody does now with, bad things. Let's take it as an opportunity. So they develop it. And that's where they come with the idea to take Castro out. Because at that time, the deal was we're either going to take Castro out or we're going to take JFK out. Why was the JFK thing a big deal? JFK not giving air cover to the industrial military complex for the Bay of Pigs really was a huge big deal.
Yep.
And there was a lot of people like David Ferry. If you read the book about him, dude, he hated Kennedy because all those guys, all those Cuban exiles that he was training with Oswald, they were all captured or killed. So, and he was actually a pilot in the Bay of Pigs invasion in '62.
I interviewed one of them not too long ago.
There you go.
Felix Rodriguez.
So what happens is that Oswald never wanted to kill Kennedy. He knew that what the situation was. If they didn't get Castro, they were going to have to do Kennedy, which goes to the beginning of this podcast. Do you know the reason why Castro always stayed a step ahead of the CIA and FBI? Trafficante was a double agent. And guess how? So this is where the story of the mob that very few people have put together. At that time, I just told you that the casinos go boom.
Yes.
So they lost a lot of their money.
Right.
Mo Dowitz is kicking ass and taking names in Vegas. So the Chicago bosses, I'm still blanking on his name. Sam, it begins with a C. His nickname used to be Momo. That'll show you. You may
find it. Yes, find him, Steve. Sam Momo, Chicago.
Yeah. Well, he's friends with Carlos Marsalo. Marsalo controls both Florida and New Orleans. Trafficante starts doing deals with Castro. They started running all the drugs through
Giancana.
There you go. Sam Giancana. I just couldn't remember the names. And he starts running drugs through Florida, and guess what? The Italian mob finds out that this is more profitable than casinos. So the reason why this goes down is he cuts a deal with Castro that I'll feed you any information I get about you, but you keep letting us run the drugs through New Orleans and Florida. So that's where the mob gets involved with drugs. Nobody in the CIA, FBI knows really why this is going on. So Castro was never able to be killed. I think the CIA is on record saying they tried to kill him 7, 8, 9 times.
Right.
They were always unsuccessful because of the link I just told you. So what happens next? They go, and this is the best part of the story. This is the part of the story that really exonerates Lee Harvey Oswald, but the industrial military complex will never allow you to know it. They have to test the weapon. Oshner knows that he has to test the weapon, so he goes to Angola prison, the same prison Johnny Cash is famous for going to sing. They find a guy on death row. They tell him they're going to inject him with something, but they tell him you're going to die anyway, whether it be by the gas chamber, electrocution, or here, but we'll give your family money. The guy actually agrees to do it. They transfer him to Angola, to a small little prison in Clinton, Louisiana, and you'll know why I know all this stuff. And who drives up the bioweapon? They don't let Judith Ferry Baker do it. They actually give it David Ferry, Lee Harvey Oswald, and Clay Shaw are in the car. Do you want to know why they put Clay Shaw on trial? Because he was seen in Clinton, Louisiana, which at the time, in 1963, was a very black town. These are 3 white guys in a black Cadillac. This is the same day that Martin Luther King gives his I Have a Dream speech. And why is this a big deal in Clinton? Because they're registering black people to vote. And guess who registers to vote that day in Clinton, Louisiana? Lee Harvey Oswald. You'll be able to find it. So guess what happens? This is how Garrison knew that Clay Shaw was going there. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he had an idea. So they go up to the prison. They inject the prisoner. He's dead within 10 days of cancer. So they get a positive on that. Guess what happens? Judith Ferry Baker finds out what they did through Oswald, and she goes fucking ballistic. She goes back and tells Oshner. Oshner threatens her, says, you're no longer going to medical school.
Who's Oshner again?
Oshner's the guy, the doctor that started this whole process. The polio guy, the guy that injected his kids.
Oh, yes, his grandkids.
So he gets furious. She runs back to Florida. What magically happens next? Oswald tries the attempt to go to Cuba to deliver the cigar. He's unsuccessful. Literally.
Is this when he went to
Mexico
City and tried to get to Cuba?
Cuba, correct.
Oh my God.
That's exactly right, bro. You're putting the dots together. I figured that you would once you hear all this. But here's the funny part of the story. When he fails, he tells Judith Ferry Baker on the phone, which you can read about in her book, he says they're going to kill Kennedy, and I'm going to be the patsy. So the first attempt on JFK's life, believe it or not, is actually in Chicago. Guess who foils it? Lee Harvey Oswald with a phone call to the cops. Tips them off, and they can't kill him.
They try to kill him here in Tampa, too.
Right. But this is a month before they kill him in Dallas.
Yes.
So in Dallas, what happens then, the famous meeting between H.L. Hunt, Clint Murchison, Nixon, the Bush family, everybody's in this hotel, in the Marriott Hotel. That story gets told by LBJ's, piece of ass on the side. Mm-hmm. I think that got told in like 2008, 2009. I actually knew about that because that was some of the juice that was dripped out to me in New Orleans. And the reason it was important in New Orleans politics is because Lady Bird Johnson, again, this is how I fact-checked it to know it wasn't bullshit. Clint Murchison, who's the first owner of the Dallas Cowboys, is an oil man. Him and Lady Bird Johnson bought all the real estate from Dallas to New Orleans because I-10 was built in the 50s when Nixon was the vice president. So Nixon told them where the road was going to go, and that's how they got tons of money. So when I fact-checked that, I was like, okay, this now is definitely plausible how all these people are tied together. Then the final thing that I did after my residency's over, the U.S. Public Health Hospital gets decommissioned. And I knew that when all this shit was going on with COVID, I said, I need to go back down there and check the public health hospital out. I was fortunate because the same janitor that was there when I was a resident at Henry Clay Boulevard, he knew who I was. And I said, I see they're renovating the building. I said, do you think I can get in there? He goes, dude, nobody's used that in years. He goes, you know, it's kind of empty. And I said, you remember the machine that was in there? I said, do you know where it went? He goes, no one ever told us this and that. Well, the same machine is in the basement of Rothschild. That's what happened. And it was retooled by a technician so that it would lay down so we could use it for cancer patients. So how did I know the weapon was there? Two things. The first way I walked in, I found out there was 3 stories below the ground that you can never see. The thing that always was very unusual about this hospital, it has a huge wall. The wall's about 15 feet tall, like you'd see around a base. And it didn't make any sense to me. It had these big, huge metal doors because they didn't want anybody in there. But the most remarkable thing about this, when I got to the basement, when I saw the 6 concrete stanchions that were there, massive grounding plates. The grounding plate, the wall behind you, from where that exit sign is to that corner, was that big and probably 5 feet taller. And there's 2 of these in there with massive electric power lines going in there. I knew what it was right away. It was the grounding metal for the LINAC, because you have something to make 30 million volts. So you have to have something to, get rid of it.
Yeah.
So then it dawned on me, wait a minute. I know another way that I can prove that this shit was going on back in the 50s and 60s. I went to Entergy. Entergy is the electric power company in New Orleans. They have nuclear power plants, this and that. So I walked in there and I said, can I see the bills for the U.S. Public Health Hospital, for these times? They're all covered by redaction and government stuff. So I knew right away that I was right at ground zero when this happens. Now, just when you think the story's over, 6 months after JFK gets killed, David Ferrie gets killed. Okay? Jim Garrison.
How did he die?
No one knows. So this is how I got Bobby entangled into this. I'm talking about RFK Jr. So I would have no way of knowing this. Okay? What I'm about to tell you. It's very public that Jim Garrison was at the crime scene because he's the DA in New Orleans. Ferrie's found dead. He kept telling everybody in the French court that he was going to die when JFK got killed. Why? Because he knew. He told everybody they had to kill Lee Harvey Oswald because Marcello was linked to him. He was a key. Ruby was the guy to do it. And they took Ruby out as well. So you could see everybody's dropping. So Judith was back in Florida. They couldn't find her. The only person who knew who she was Trafficante. And everybody thought for sure Trafficante would get her, but he never did. And what happens with Ferrie, at his death scene, Bobby Kennedy Sr. calls on the phone. Or I should say, Jim Garrison calls Bobby Kennedy Sr. because Kennedy and Kennedy Sr. and Garrison are talking. Why? Because Garrison knows that there's a conspiracy to kill JFK that began in New Orleans. And he knows that Lee Harvey Oswald's got nothing to do with it. He knows that Oshner, Clay Shaw, he's putting pieces together. Okay? The CIA and the FBI, they're bugging his office. So they knew he was getting close. That's why they try to make him look like a clown show. But this is the key point. When Garrison calls Bobby Kennedy Sr. to tell him about what he found, guess who answers the phone? Bobby Kennedy Jr. Guess who knew that? Me. And I told Bobby that in the Tetragrammaton podcast. I'd have no way of knowing that. So that's how he knew that I wasn't a tinfoil cat guy. I put this whole thing together. And I knew about this from the beginning of my residency, and that's part of the reason that I went to talk to Becker, because I knew his part of the story was tied to this part of the story. And this is before COVID, but it's also now explains to you why I didn't trust anybody during COVID. When I saw there was 2 legal definitions, I knew that Pfizer was going to use the SV40 promoter, but I had no way to prove it, my friend. None. Because, I'm not a molecular biologist anymore. I can't do those things. I'm not doing research. I'm in clinical practice. Mm-hmm. But I knew what these motherfuckers were capable of. And when I saw that, I was like, okay. Then the 2020 version of Bernice Eddy comes to the scene. This is a guy you really should interview on your podcast. His name is Kevin McKiernan. Do you know anything about him?
Kevin McKiernan?
Yes.
No, I never heard of him.
You need to write his name down, because this guy, to me, is an absolute patriot and hero. So, Kevin, you need to know a little about his backstory, because guess what? It ties to the Google Boys and it ties to DARPA. Remember Craig Venter, Human Genome Project?
Yes.
Clinton administration?
Yep.
Told everybody humans are going to have 100,000 genes, chimps and monkeys will have 25,000 because we're so better than them. That blows up in his face. He's a transhumanist, just like the guys at Google, just like Wojcicki, just like everybody in Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
So,
transhumanist thing is bizarre.
No, it's not. It actually makes total sense, dude. These are all people who have been through the marshmallow experiment, bro. They're all been zapped by the industrial military complex. We ain't done yet. Take a drink of your liquid death.
I need that. I need one of these.
So
the transhumanist thing, I always thought it was a scam.
No. Oh no. It's actually evidence. It's evidence of MK Ultra 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. But guess what MK Ultra is called today? Do you know? Any of your conspiracy boys ever done?
I have no clue.
Brain Health Initiative set forth in 2013 by President Obama. Do you know where it's based? In Central and South America. Isn't that funny that it's in the same places where you can't find it? And do you know where it's hidden in? Places called Centers of Excellence. How do you know that I'm right? Do you remember the story I told you about Sidney Gottlieb before? In MK Ultra 1.0, when he took LSD and dripped it down on St. Louis? Do you know who sponsored that experiment? Washington University and the U.S. Navy. That's also discovered. Do you know where Washington University is? Washington, St. Louis. It's a major medical school in St. Louis. They were part of it. Do you know who sponsored the Brain Health Initiative? Washington University and the U.S. Navy. How do you like that?
Did you put this together by yourself?
Yep. Bro,
no one else is talking about this?
Just so you understand why. What do doctors do? Especially good doctors, they're diagnosticians. They take a mystery and a patient to try to figure out what's going on. This mystery, I've been picking up clues and breadcrumbs for 30 years of my medical training. And I don't fucking forget anything, bro. You see, I'm doing this all from my memory right here. Do I have any notes in front of me? No. And the only thing I blanked on was the dude's name from Chicago.
Right.
So, this story isn't finished yet. So the Brain Health Initiative comes in. This stuff is being done in places right now. Many of the things that you're seeing in the transhumanist movement is actually being done. So now you may start to understand why we have an open border. All the people that have been through these training programs in Central and South America are being let into the United States, and they're being deployed in very specific cities. So you want to know why Springfield, Ohio has who they have there? Do you want to know the reason why people are being brought into Alabama? There's a reason, my friend. You understand the game that's going on.
Why are they specifically bringing people into Springfield, Ohio, and Aurora, Colorado, and all this stuff? Like, what's the significance of those places?
What would a transhumanist do? Does a transhumanist really have any care about the people that are here, or do they want their people that are easily controllable in? Like, did Sujin Wojcicki?
Wait.
Does she care?
My definition, I thought the transhumanists were just like were people who were going to get their brains frozen after they died.
No, they're more than that, my friend. They're the same people like Bill Gates' dad. They're eugenists. They want to trim everybody. They're not interested. Like if you sat down and talked to Nicole, she will tell you stories. But the reason I'm paying attention to this is you need to realize I pay attention to all of the families of the big Silicon Valley people. Why? Because they are all tied to MK Ultra 4.0, 5.0. Every single one of them. And there's a reason they follow the rules of the industrial military complex. Because they're designed to do that. Okay? And guess what? They get that training at the universities that they went. Stanford, Harvard. Just remember where all these people come from, my friend. Name any of them.
Is this why you moved out of the country?
Pretty much. And look, I've been saving this for 30 years. And I believe we're in the 9th inning. That if November 5th goes the wrong way, that we're Venezuela. We are where Venezuela was in 2005, 2006. And Chavez comes in and they take our guns. Kamala's already said she wants the guns. My problem?
She changed it in the debate.
Bro, she's still full of shit. You know it.
Yeah.
But here's my problem. 55% of the United States population has been MK Ultra through the screen technology. So they're all obedient idiots. So here's my position. This goes very proximate to what Anne Ryan wrote in Atlas Shrugged. If we ever get to a point where it's mob rules, which is exactly why the Democrats always say democracy and not constitutional republic, bro, this is the problem. And I believe we're here. And, you and I are in Florida right now. I haven't told you this. I have to come back one more time to vote. And I vote in Florida.
Oh, geez.
Yes, I do. Because I have a clinic in Destin. And when I talked to Bobby about this, he goes, look, I need you to vote for me, even in that state. He's changed his tune after he joined forces with Trump. Now he wants me to vote for Trump. And I reiterated that literally 2 days ago in Nicole. I asked Nicole straight. She goes, nope, we want you to vote for Trump. My nurse, who you spoke with, Chantal, Nicole told her the same thing. We want you to vote for Trump. And
not for Bobby.
No, because now...
Well, he dropped out. So.
Well, but the thing is, there was a talk that he needed to get to 5% to get the third party. But now he realizes, I think, how serious the situation is. So the podcast that I told you to listen to before I came on with you was the Alexis Jasmine podcast.
Yes.
I made a prediction in there before it happened. I said, they're going to come and get Trump again. And guess what? The day that we did the live X event with Nicole, that
found the guy at the golf course.
Right. That happened right then and there. And I'm telling you right now, they're not done. I expect at least 2 to 3 more times because guess what? The only way to ensure the next step of the plan, because what is the real story of COVID? COVID is not what any of you think. COVID was it's a compliance test for a coming economic reset. So remember I told you earlier at the industrial military complex, it's energy, the source is cheap money. Cheap money is how they fuel all of these things. So parts of the story that we glanced over that I'm going to tell you, but I actually told Dr. Alexis, these parts are really going to infuriate you. So I told you how we got the money laundering thing through drugs and how it started with Castro and Traficante. What if I tell you that the war on drugs part 2 started with the Iran-Contra affair with Ronald Reagan and Oliver North? The story that you believed as a young boy was that it was about running guns to Nicaragua. What if I told you it wasn't that at all? It was to make sure that the industrial military complex captured the pathway between the Colombian drug cartel and the Mexican cartel so that they could deliver opiates right into the United States.
Fund Black Ops.
Right. And that's exactly what Iran-Contra was all about. It's another pile of money, okay? So...
Are you familiar with Danny Sheehan?
No.
Harvard lawyer. He was he worked on the Iran-Contra case, the Pentagon Papers case, the Watergate case, all these cases. He came in here and basically elucidated all this stuff beautifully. But he's how I got my education in this.
All right, well, perfect. Then I don't have to go through it again.
No, keep. I don't mean to interrupt, but
I just want you to understand what the goal was. It was to create a pile of money. So what has the government done? First, Social Security they stole. Okay, then you have Iran-Contra. You know when that one goes down. That's another pile of money that they start the war on drugs. The government is fueling this because they need the money to run Black Ops.
Right.
Here's the big one. Who gets hired in 1982, my friend, at the same time? Anthony Fauci. By Reagan. What else happens right then and there at that time? You might remember somebody in the industrial military complex came up with the idea, how about we have Americans donate and to their own retirement called the Roth or SEP IRA. So we can create this huge pile of money that the Treasury and the Fed will watch, which has never been audited to this day. So what did they do? They came up with another plan through Congress so that now Americans put all their retirement money in, so they're able to launder that money too. So now let's do a hard stop, because I haven't talked to you about this at all. I don't know if you're a Bitcoiner or not, but maybe you can understand now why.
I don't pay close attention to it, but I understand I own some.
You will after what I'm about to tell you. You're going to change that in a lickety-split minute. So all this money is sitting in there. No one's able to audit it. So fast forward, I don't know, 20 years ago, you heard about a guy named Bernie Madoff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know about what he did. How did he get outed? The owner of the New York Mets at the time, Nelson Doubleday, put some of his money in there, and he asked for it back when he was going through financial hardship, and that's what took Bernie Madoff down. Bernie gets thrown into jail, but guess what also happens? The government realizes as soon as Madoff goes down, if anybody starts asking for money back, they're going to have a problem. So how old are you?
30, just turned 37.
Beautiful. So I want you to think about your mom and dad. They're boomers like me. Who is going to be all these people that opened up Roth IRAs starting to retire right about now? What happens when you taper a Ponzi scheme and people start taking their money out?
Collapses.
Have you ever looked at the rules for a Roth? Well, you don't have to take it all out at once. Just take a little bit at a time unless you go all the way to 70. So go look at the years the boomers were built. The last year is 64. So
you're saying the boomers are...
Hold on. Okay. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'm developing this idea for you. So in Bitcoin, we have guys like Max Kaiser. We have the big Bitcoiners. They always say, Lawrence Lepard, you cannot taper a Ponzi scheme. Why? Because when people want their money back, it causes the house of cards to collapse.
Yes.
What if I told you that the industrial military complex figured out how to taper a Ponzi scheme? Would it? God. You're slowly going to take people out who have complied, so you don't have to pay them back, bro. And guess what? Why does it make sense? What do you know about U.S. tax law? When people die that have a lot of money in a Roth or an IRA, don't they have to pay estate tax, 55%? So who's getting the gravy? The government's getting that money back, bro. So guess what? Do you understand now why we started this podcast with Susan and the turbo cancer? And yet I took you back 50 years and showed it to you in Jack Rubenstein. And what's happening now that Kevin McKiernan has proven? Kevin McKiernan does the test, takes unopened expired vials and fucking tests and finds SV40 in a jab 50 years after the polio massacre. Do you understand, bro, what's really going on? Because let me tell you something. I'm teaching you right now about the Dunning-Kruger effect. When what you don't know turns out to be the most important part of the story, everything you thought you knew goes. So, my friend, that's the real reason I went to Dallas 2 days ago and spoke at Dealey Plaza and laid this whole story out on tape and told everything I know in every detail. Because if I happen to get taken out by acute blood toxicity, I want a young guy like you who's doing this podcast to make sure you go fucking fact check Uncle Jack. But I promise you, I'm not going to let you down. Every single one of you out there needs to know what I'm talking about. These are the biggest criminals in the world. They make Adolf Hitler look like a street gangster. They've killed way more than 4 million people. And they're not done. They're looking to completely take out millions of people, slowly over time, all different kinds of ways. So, don't think it's over. What did Fauci and the Bayh-Dole and the Clean Law really do? Gave them the most impressive bioweapon ever, and no one in the legal profession can sue them because they have immunity.
Right.
Got it?
Right. Yeah.
Understand where we're going now, bro?
Oh yeah.
Feeling it?
I don't want to believe it. It's fucking terrifying.
Well, guess what? That's
I want you to be wrong.
But guess what? This is a guy that does podcasts to talk about conspiracies, and all of a sudden, when you start to realize that all the conspiracies that you've done your homework with other guests, but when the dude comes in here and puts it all together, and you sit there and you go, what did I say to you in this podcast? Like, he needs to make a clip of this. What's the difference between fact and fiction? Fiction has to make sense. There ain't nothing about this that makes sense.
Yeah.
But guess
No,
what?
that's totally right. You're totally right about that.
Every single thing that I told you, you can now fact check. Do you think that was true when this started out for me in 88, 89, 90, 91, 92? Nope. When did I know I was right?
Jack, here's Michael. Michael? Hey, Jen, how you doing? You know, I thought about it.
Right.
Dude, this program ain't going away. And I've already told you where they're being tested now. Remember the black guy that was on death row in Clinton, Louisiana? Now it's all people with brown skin that are in Central and South America. That's what the Brain Health Initiative is all about. See, that's the execution part of the plan. And then they're creating a military to bring them up to the United States now. So that you're having all these crazy bastards that have been programmed now led into the United States and made citizens. Guess why? Not only are they a replacement for you, which a lot of the black folks are starting to wake up to, but they're going to be controllable replacements. This plan has been in since Tavistock in 1921.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it
Why
does.
would you want, if you're a country, why would you want to do that to your population? The biggest thing
Because
that
our
makes
Constitution for tyranny, treason, death. If you know about this, and that Constitution is in law, what is the goal of the industrial military complex? You want me to distill this down for you so it lands? They want to replace the U.S. Constitution with the UN Charter. That's what they want to do. Because then they have free reign. They then control the executive and Congress. But what branch don't they control? You know why they went back into the plan to kill Trump? Because he put two guys that are Fourth Amendment experts on the Supreme Court. You know why you can't get a CBDC through now? Because the fucking Fourth Amendment blocks it. That's the real reason, bro. That's why they hate Trump. That's the number one. It's about the only thing Trump did his first term that I'm happy about. Everything else, he basically is a fucking idiot that let all these people around him. I mean, just to explain this to you, how pissed off I am about this, he put Steve Mnuchin from Goldman Sachs as his Treasury Secretary.
Right.
Right then and there told me, you're a fucking moron.
Yep.
Because that's letting a barbarian in the gate. Then what does he do?
Lisa, the CIA lady who burned up all the documents for
Exactly. But think about Jeff Sessions. It took him 2 days to turn. Think about Comey.
Yeah.
Dude, every single person around him. So when you probably can tell I'm not really a Trump fan, but I told you I'm voting for him. Why? Because Bobby is now part of the team. Bobby knows, look, Trump wants to drain the swamp. You know what Bobby knows? He knows where the drain plug is. That's what we need. Because let me just tell you something. Everybody in the Joint Chiefs, everybody in the industrial military complex, everybody in Congress. There's people that are sitting in Congress right now that need to be for treason. Okay? They allowed this to happen. And we the people, let me just tell you something. When Thomas Jefferson and James Madison wrote in the Federalist Papers why the fucking Second Amendment is what the Second Amendment is, you got to remember, it wasn't for hunting. It wasn't for school. It was to protect us from our government.
Exactly. Yes.
And guess what, bro? We're here. We are here. They actually used, if you want to know the story that I don't know how much in other podcasts you developed. Let's talk about what really happened with JFK.
Real quick, can we, I want to basically summarize what we were trying to talk, what you were explaining to me earlier about the SB40 and with Roth IRAs. So essentially, what happened with the COVID mRNA vaccine was it and the people, mainly elderly people, right? People that were like 50, 60, 70 plus with multiple comorbidities. Didn't affect kids.
That's actually the front story they want you to believe. That's not true. You know who's dying now? Guys who are influencers that have big muscles and young like you because they all complied. That's who's getting taken out. The boomers are getting taken out too. But COVID wasn't the real problem. It's actually the treatment of COVID that's just taking it out.
Right.
And they know, how do they know who took it? Do you know who went through the Marshmallow program? Sergey Brin's first wife. Do you know what she does? Epic. That's the electronic medical record of the whole system, so they know. Do you know who runs 23andMe?
It's the CIA.
No. Sergey Brin's ex-wife. This is, just so you know, the girl that...
Not Nicole.
No. The girl that your guy just pulled up, Susan?
Yes.
Her sister runs 23andMe. How you like that?
I don't like that. That's crazy.
Well, guess what I'm trying to tell you? They have the data. They're the data collection. Remember I told you that these kids that run these programs, all of them are being controlled by the industrial military complex. Dude, this has been planned all the way from when General Groves left in 1947. You know what his parting gift was? Turning the OSS into the CIA. They've been working with General Groves when he's outside the government. And do you know why he was forced outside the government? Because Eisenhower hated his guts. And what did he do? He formed a militia outside the military, and they got powerful. So powerful that they got all these companies in Texas, Illinois, and California to work as part of the industrial military complex, and the government kept paying them and paying them and had no idea what Groves was really doing. And if you don't think Groves was a smart guy, just remember, 1942 to 1945, he takes Operation Paperclip. Alan Dulles, sound familiar? Goes and harvests the best scientists in the world, brings them to the desert, and they make a fucking bomb in 3 years that nobody could believe. Guess what? So if you think that they couldn't do something like this, they made the atomic bomb in 3 years, bro. That's how fucking talented these people are, and that's how smart they are. And everybody who works there, these are not stupid people. They have an army that they've trained, and that army is based in Big Texas. And they are carrying out these attacks constantly on the American people. And you guys keep drinking Starbucks coffee, watching Netflix, and getting dumber by the minute because your dopamine levels are getting destroyed. And you don't put it together. But dude, I'm laying it out for you. I mean, it's all there in front of you. It's time for you to shit or get off the pot. This is what I tell people.
But like, this is my biggest thing. I understand what you're saying. I understand that the government wants people to be controllable. That makes sense to me.
That's why kids go to school for 8 hours a day. And now we irradiate them with Wi-Fi.
Right. But what I don't understand is why do you want your population to be obese and basically physically useless?
Because it makes it easier to kill them.
But if you want to make,
they're all owed money. They're all owed money that they stole already. You still haven't got it. That the story always comes back to money.
You're talking about the IRAs.
Dude, I'm talking about everything. We're 30. Look, I don't know if you know this. Yesterday, I'm trying to remember what his name is. I'm probably going to, James Lavish. He's another Bitcoiner. He's got a tweet out there. Yesterday, we crossed the Rubicon of $35.3 trillion. Just so you know something, listen to this. If we were to pay back $1 million every second, it would take 4,023 years to pay back that money. So let me ask you a question. When you see a lavish tweet like that, and you think about where we are, how the fuck do you solve that problem, dude? Got it?
No, I got it. It makes sense what you're saying. I totally get it.
Well, I know it makes sense, dude. I'm a brain surgeon. I'm not a dumbass. But what I'm telling you...
But I am, and it makes sense to me.
No, but you're not a dumbass. Because I'm going to tell you what. You've been nibbling at this problem so many different ways. You're like a great white shark on this whale. And you keep biting at it. You keep bringing all these people in here. You know the bits and pieces. What am I doing? I'm giving you the final touches on the sculpture. So guess what? I need you to realize that you got to keep doing what you're doing. Like, you now are the media. Let me explain to you why the media is gone. The media is gone because of General Gross. Let me tell you exactly what their plan was. They decided to abscond big science. Their plan eventually was to use big pharma money to start doing advertising on the media. So what did they do? They made them all in peace. Do you know how they came up with that idea first? They did the same thing to doctors in the 1980s. That's the reason why HMOs came up. Because what do? They put government between us and our patients. They did the same thing with the media. And they did it 30 years before. Bro, these people are brilliant, man. I'm telling you, they really are. And the thing is, all I'm doing with you guys today, coming in here straight from off the plane, so I'm putting some Windex on your glass house. That's all I'm doing. And I want you to understand truly what your world is all about, because you said you got kids. I don't know the cat behind the screen back there. That's what I'm saying. And I want you guys to understand that I don't want you to be bullshitted on me. Like, I always tell people, half truth always leads to a full lie. Like, all the people that you've had in here, they didn't know bits and pieces of the story. But you know why? It was by design. The industrial military complex cannot let you know all this stuff. Because if you knew it, you would fucking take them out in a minute. These people are more nefarious than King George was in 1774.
Right. That's what I'm afraid of.
They're making fucking Hitler look like, a gangster. I got news for you, bro. These people are bad. Like, really bad. And until people wake up and see this, like, I'll give you an example. Don't you think it's unprecedented that a Kennedy and Nicole Shanahan, who's probably the most liberal Democrat ever, are fucking joining with Trump?
That's pretty insane.
Well, dude, for 18 months, I've been in their ear. In their ear. Why do you think I went on the podcast? When I came in here, you said you just binged the Huberman podcast.
Yeah.
And what did I say to you? Yeah, it was a good podcast, but Rick wanted me to do it to teach Huberman, but guess where Huberman works? Stanford.
Right.
That didn't go well, did it?
I thought it was great.
No, but Huberman cannot examine the things that I'm saying
so shocked
because of this podcast here.
I cannot believe, well, now I get it, but before we came in here, I couldn't believe that you haven't actually been on Huberman's podcast.
No, but there's no chance that Stanford ever allow that, bro. Plus, they know that I'm talking to Cole. I mean, when I wrote the book,
I always thought Huberman was a plant, anyways.
Well, I don't know if he's a plant. I think he's a useful idiot for science.
Right, that's what
because he's all about captured science.
Right.
And the way he sells science and his friends that sell science, it's all for the benefit of the paradigm and power. And they're happy to keep collecting the money. You know, that's why you see me pound on Peter Attia and why I don't pound on Huberman anymore, because I realize what he is. And, he's a good friend still to Rick. But I have to tell you, Rick's the same age as me, and we kind of grew up in New York together.
You guys been friends since childhood?
No. But we got to be friends when I helped fix his own issues.
Right, yeah,
being 400 pounds and wearing sunglasses at night. But the thing that Rick is, he's a boomer too, that is sick and tired of being lied to as well. Right. And he's a lot like probably you guys. He likes the conspiracy theory, but he tells you, when I started giving crazy a chance, it actually really changed my life. And he goes, now I don't think anything's crazy. He goes, I just don't have enough information to know if it's bullshit or not.
Right.
And he goes, the more I keep digging, the more I begin to realize that this is a big deal. Like when I told him this story, before I sat down with Bobby Kennedy, you should have seen his face.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God! I mean, this is the information that you're letting out right now is enough to melt anybody's brain. It's insane. It's literally sounds insane, and that's quite literally what the military-industrial complex and organizations like DARPA have been doing since the 50s. Is things that are completely wacky and insane, like MK Ultra. And the things they were doing at the Haight-Ashbury Clinic with these experiments with LSD and amphetamines and with Charles Manson. I know you're familiar with Tom O'Neill. He worked on this case.
Well, actually, somebody from Twitter, after you announced that I was coming on your podcast, somebody said I need to do a podcast with Tom O'Neill. He said, you guys would be.
God, he's amazing.
Yeah. He said, you guys would be right up each other's alley. But no, this is the crazy part of my story. I don't know these people that you have had on, but the part that ties all this together is how General Groves stole big science and how it links to everything else, because it ties everything together. What am I trying to point your audience to? It's money. Problem. They need that cheap money to continue to go on and on and on, and they need the government to continue to provide it. That's the reason the CBDC. Look, American money's failing, and they knew it was going to fail from when Nixon did the Nixon shock in '71, when they removed, gold from the gold standard. Well, what did you hear, Danny, just literally 4 or 5 weeks ago at Bitcoin Nashville in the summer? Both Bobby and Trump came in and said, we want to make Bitcoin a reserve asset. This is not music to the industrial military complex ideas. And that's why I'm trying to tell you that literally I made the prediction 2 years ago on Clubhouse. That's an app where Bitcoiners hang out.
I remember it, yeah.
I told a guy named American Huddle that they would kill Trump or attempt to, and they're like, no, bro, there's no way. If you remember, Gerald Ford said after the Warren Commission that we're done doing that kind of deal. Bro, he got his ear pierced.
Yeah.
And then they just try to do it again here in Florida.
Right.
So how many times, I don't want to tell you my predictions are, a profit, but dude, that tells you that I'm over the target. I'm telling you something that you need to hear. I don't care if you don't believe me, but what I'm saying to you is understand what I'm saying, research what I'm saying, look at all the pieces and parts, understand how they explain world current events right now. How we can have what we just saw in the debate. Now that we know the two people on the debate, one of our sorority sisters are feeding her the information. Dude, this is exactly how it works. Who's paying for those two people's salary? Big Pharma. Put on any fucking station.
It true? I heard that the two people that are the biggest donors to Trump and to Kamala are Peter Thiel for Trump and his vice president.
Right.
And Eric Schmidt.
Yep. Google.
They're both close.
Right.
And they're both the representatives for the U.S. in the Bilderberg Summit.
Yeah. And I'm also going to tell you, not only Bilderberg starts with Tavistock in 21, then the Trilateral Commission through the Rockefeller years, and the Committee of 300. Dude, you're banging on the right drum. Do you know what I want to teach you before I leave here? Do you know the synonym that you need to start using for Bilderberg or the Rothschilds? It's called alloidial money. Pull that one up on the screen so he can see it. Loyal money is money that has no superior, meaning there's no title. You know who that starts with? That starts with the papacy, and it starts with the royal family. In other words, nothing can be taken from them. Do you know what people have? See, a loyal title.
Click on that.
So do you know what that means? There's only one other thing that's ever showed up in your 37 years on this planet that's a loyal. That's Bitcoin. And that's why they're coming after you, bro. That's why they're coming after this money. I'm going to tell you right now, what do we say in Bitcoin? When you have your own stack, they can't fucking take it from you. And this is the only thing in the world that's like that right now. Right. If you're not the Pope and if you're not part of the royal family. The Bilderbergs, every single royalty is cousins with fucking King Charles right now. Every single royalty that's existing. Dude, this story, the people that back the industrial military complex are those people. They're the real problem. But guess what? They're the ones that have propped up Gates. They're the ones that have propped up the WHO. They're the ones that propped up the World Economic Forum. Dude, these are the more layers they put between them and us, the better it is, because guess what? What did I say to you before? Fact or fiction. You understand why guys like me and you, we get branded with the hat and we're the conspiracy theorists? But here's the thing that they didn't plan for. I'm a fucking neurosurgeon. I've been doing this for 30 years. Mm-hmm. I'm a really good diagnostician. So good that I haven't been sued once in my career. I'm good at what I do. And I've held the story until right now. Why? Because it's important right now. It's important for my kids. It's important for your kids. It's important for every single person that's out there listening to this. I don't want to leave this planet with this information so that we have to go back through the dark ages again for 500 years until we take these motherfuckers out again. The person who made the mistake, do you know how this all started? Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria decided to marry into all the royal families to stop a war because she knew her family is filled with a bunch of fucking idiots. And what did she wind up doing? She created World War I. It was a family squabble. And do you know what? You know what set them off and how they lost their alloidial titles? The Bolshevik Revolution. And guess what? When they killed the Tsar, who was the cousin of King George at the time in England and Kaiser Wilhelm in Germany, neither royal family could believe that. Do you know one of the most unprecedented things happened in the history of the 20th century that day when the Tsar was killed? The royal family, in case you don't know, their real name is Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. They're German. They realized it wasn't popular to be on the wrong side of the war, given what happened with Romanov. So what did they do? They took a new name off a castle in the north of England called Windsor. And that's how he saved his ass. And what did he have to do? He had to agree to a new part of Parliament called the House of Lords or Commons. So he had to give power up to the people. He lost a loyal title. That's how it started. But he did it to save his ass. So let me tell you something. Britain has won 2 world wars, and both times they lost. The first one was the big one, where they lost a lot of their power. What did they lose in World War I? They lost 2 things. They lost the sea to the U.S. Navy. But what's the big one? The Treaty of Versailles was a huge hit to the royal family. Because the way it was settled by the Keynesian economics, it guaranteed a second war. Why did they want a second war? To get back what they really lost. They lost a loyal title, and they wanted it back. And if you don't think that I'm right about this, because you're talking to somebody who knows their history inside and out, after King George is dead, his brother takes over. You know who he is? Edward VII. Do you know Edward VII had to abdicate his throne? Do you know why? Because he supported Hitler. Hitler was part of their plan, dude. Oh, yes. They knew exactly what they were doing. Trust me.
Is this some of the stuff that Martyr Maid guy was talking about?
Yes, indeed. That dude is spot on the money. And you know what? when he said in a recent podcast, because I have been dead silent on this topic, that Churchill was one of the biggest shit shows in the history of the 20th century. It's true. Because what he basically hides is the real story. Everybody believes the 4 million Jews, the Holocaust, this and that. What people don't know is that the people that backed the royal family killed 60 million Christians in the Bolshevik Revolution. That is absolutely true. But guess what? It's very similar to the 1951 to 57 story where it was whitewashed from history. And every time that we have a period in history where something gets whitewashed, that's where I hope a guy like you, Danny Jones, in the future, as you age, when I'm dead, you remember the lesson I'm trying to teach you here. When you do podcasts, go find people that really know history. Danny, you know.
It's hard.
Well, I know, but you know that as a young man, when you were growing up, you didn't learn any history from General Groves all the way to right now. Do you understand why? Do you understand why they put your kids now for 8 to 10 hours a day? Because they are training your children. You're not. Yeah. I am not kidding you, dude. And what else are they doing? No more books. They're irradiating. That's MK Ultra. It's fucking everywhere you look, bro. But you know what the problem is?
You know what pissed me off the other day was they started the teachers feeding my 5-year-old came home. He's like, you know what our teacher gave us for snack time today? I'm like, what did they give you? She's like, all week I've had Rice Krispies treats. You never let me have those at home. My wife was furious. She went up there and talked to the teacher the same day. It was like there can't.
Well, you're going to be more furious when you find out that that's how Gates now plans to put some of the biotechnology in foods. That's the reason he's buying up farmland. It's also the reason he wants to block the sun. Because guess what? What's the antidote to blue screen technology? UV and red light. Why did Biden put the final damper on incandescent bulbs? It's going to be banned completely in 2028.
You say they said it was energy, but it wasn't energy.
No, it's because they know it's the blue light. The blue light keeps the system going in perpetuity. And none of you realize it. None of you. Because you know what? A, you're not smart enough to know the history. B, you're not a neurosurgeon. You don't know anything about the non-visual photoreceptor system in man. And here's the sad part. Most centralized doctors don't either. Like, there's so many bombs that I gave you in this podcast already that people's heads are going to explode. And I don't expect them to know this an hour or 2 or 3. Like, you'll probably go back and listen to this 10 years from now. Yeah. When I'm dead, and you're going to go, bro, this guy was telling us the truth. And I'm going to say something. This may be hyperbolic, but this moment in your podcast, this is Paul Revere riding through Boston, and I'm telling you they're coming. You know what I expect?
What should people do about it?
I need you to put your pitchfork down and start rowing all in the same direction. We have to protect we the people. Whatever you can do, Danny, whatever the cat behind the screen can do, Steve, sorry about that, Steve. We need to come together, and we need to take our country back. These people, the barbarians, are inside the fucking gate. The Trojan horse is inside. But it's just, I'm going to remind you of something. You may think I'm pessimistic. I'm not. You know why? A bunch of people who are misfits from the day, who were farmers, who had pitchforks, got muskets, and beat the best army in the world. Let me tell you something, Danny. There's 360 million of us, and we still have that Second Amendment.
This is the problem that people don't understand, I think, for the most part. That's why I think they want to keep us divided.
Correct. That's what all the game with the media is.
And how do we find a way to unite everybody?
I think this podcast is one of those things. I think what I just did in Dallas with Nicole. I mean, look what's going on with Nicole and Bob. You don't think that's an amazing thing that you've seen? That people ideologically who really don't like each other are now, like, in other words, people in New York and Virginia in 1776 said, fuck this. Mm-hmm. They had different political aims. Right. They came together, so why can't we? Like, I've gotten criticism, not that you've leveled it, but people on Twitter have leveled it. It's like, Jack, on your Twitter profile, you say you're, a guy in exile. Yeah, you're right. I casually point out, where's Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and James Madison home country? Was it the UK? Yeah. So they fixed it from being somewhere else. Why can't I?
Right.
I went to El Salvador and sat down with President Bukele and told him a lot of this story. And what did he say to me? How would you fix it, Jack? I said, I put a constitutional amendment that's just like Benjamin Rush asked Thomas Jefferson to do, so that the attack vector for the U.S. Constitution couldn't be medical tyranny. So you know what he told me to do? Write the law. I did. So Bukele has it. Guess who else has it? Bobby Kennedy. You know who else has got it now? Trump. This little neurosurgeon sitting across from you on a phone who came off a plane. I'm that dude, bro. Don't tell me that one of us can't do it. If not you, who?
It's terrifying shit.
Not for me, bro. You know
I
what?
haven't processed it yet, so.
I've been thinking and living this for 30 years. And I know it's a lot for people to hear, but it's kind of like the best thing I can try to educate you about this. You're like sitting across from me and you're a new person I just diagnosed with a glioblastoma. And I'm telling you, you got a year to live. That's kind of the same thing I'm telling you here. The difference is, I know you're going to die when you have a GBM, but I know you got a big chance here. You won't die and you won't be an economic slave for the next 7, 8, 9, 10 generations of your family. If you stop being apathetic and nihilistic and get off your ass, turn the fucking Netflix off, stop drinking the coffee, stop buying their products, and go take your country back. That's all you got to do. There's a reason I came here, bro.
How do you know all this shit and still have time to be a brain surgeon?
Let me ask you a question. If I'm madder than hell that my profession was stolen, we no longer, when I wrote my medical school application out, I had no idea that I was stepping in to basically an army that was programmed by the industrial military complex. And when I found that out in 2005, you'll hear this, Danny, many podcasts I do. I get fucking madder than hell. When you ask me a question like that, I'm thinking about that 18 months when I realized everything. Now you know it just wasn't a story about leptin. It wasn't a story just about all the biology stuff that I teach. It was this story in the background that I knew about this in the beginning. It was very easy for me to question them. Like many doctors ask me, how did you fight back? You know, I just did the live Twitter X's, and I have to tell you, you're the first person I've talked to since this. I haven't even discussed this with Chantel. Mary Bowden, the doctor that was sitting next to me, the ENT doctor, she said, you know, they had this plan because doctors are very compliant. You know, right. You have to do that for medical school and this and that. And I looked at her and I said, should I just drop this bomb right here, right now? And I didn't. I didn't say the things right then and there because here we are on Twitter. There's millions of people going to look at it. And I said, this isn't the appropriate venue to drop this. But let me just tell you something.
Thanks for destroying my podcast.
I'm just fucking madder than hell about this. And I think that I think every American should be infuriated that SB40 is in this job. And here's the crazy part. For Steve behind the curtain in here, I'd like to hear your guys' take home. Now that I've given you the whole story, tell me what your first visceral thought is to know that the FDA still hasn't stopped the jab today, knowing everything that we know about the aftermarket data.
Well, I mean, it just, what the whole COVID pandemic really taught me, and I think a lot of people, is the revolving door between the FDA and the pharmaceutical industries. And the FDA seems to be more just like a propaganda wing for the pharmaceutical industry.
Actually, I'm going to tell you, it's part of the program. This is all MK Ultra, dude. You're seeing it laid out.
Yeah.
This is now MK Ultra. I have a pretty famous quote that was in my TED Talk that got banned. Ideation without execution leads to deletion of every good idea. Let me just tell you something. MK Ultra was a great idea that they originally stole from the Nazis,
right?
But they executed. The Nazis didn't. That's the truth, bro. And when I wrote that quote, I had General Groves in mind when I wrote that quote. Dude, he's the biggest criminal in American history. And he has bred so many criminals. It started with Jimmy Byrne. Look, even the Manchurian candidate they set up, which was Harry Truman, because they got rid of the 3-term vice president, which is Henry Wallace. Dude, even when he realized he was hoodwinked, he couldn't do anything to stop it. That's how powerful these guys are. So the only president that has been, how shall I say, above board, they took out with acute lead toxicity. That's JFK. In my opinion, the country doesn't heal until we know the truth about what happened with him.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. And I'm telling you exactly what happened and why it happened and what all the collateral effects are of that decision. There's a reason. I'm not a political guy, but I put my chips behind Bobby and Nicole. He knows a lot of this story, but he can't talk about it either, bro, because you know what'll happen. But guess what? Have you ever found it unusual that everybody knows Trump used to be a Democrat? He was best friends with John F. Kennedy Jr. He said, when I get in, I'm going to tell people about what happened with JFK, but he didn't.
Right.
You know why? Because he found out just who was involved. Turns out some of his friends were involved.
Trump's friends?
Yeah, in the Mossad.
Yeah.
Israel.
You think Israel was involved in
No
JFK?
question about it, dude. Let me just tell you something. Israel is knee deep in this.
What part? Why would Israel have anything to do with JFK?
Who was Meyer Lansky and Mo Dowlitz with? Dude, they wanted dirt on him. Let me ask you another question. Did you find it unusual that our boy Epstein, as soon as they broke into his apartment, what did they find over the mantle? A picture of Bill Clinton in Monica Lewinsky's blue dress.
Right.
Dude, Mossad is about having information on the states.
Right.
What was the big, I'll give you another one for your conspiracy theory, because we didn't talk about it yet.
Yeah, I'm just not
How'd
buying
they get paid off? How'd they get paid off for JFK? Do you know how they got paid off?
Who get paid off?
The Israel people.
I don't think Israel was involved. I don't know. I haven't seen anything compelling.
You know anything
Israel
about
being
how
involved in JFK's assassination?
Well, I do. I know they were involved. Okay? Those guys, Jack Ruby was a Mossad agent. The Jewish mob was involved. Everybody in the mob was involved for different reasons, but they were involved. How'd they get paid off? Let's talk about the payoff.
I think it's possible that
you don't want to go there, do you?
No, I do, but I want to explain. I think it's possible that Israel was involved in the process, maybe downstream, but I think top level. I've had this guy on here multiple times. His name's John Newman. He's the guy that everybody who writes JFK books, they all write their books based on his work. He's the guy who's read the over 1 million declassified documents on JFK. He's been studying it his whole life, and his theory of the whole thing is that what happened in Dealey Plaza is all a distraction. He thinks that Dealey Plaza, the reason everybody talks about Dealey Plaza is because it's the exciting thing to talk about. It's when the bullet hit his head, and everything that led up to that is the important part of it.
That's because your boy Newman doesn't know the key pieces. What's the key pieces? What was the payoff? You remember back in early 1960s, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Yes.
And then we had all the shit that was getting ready to come with the Jews and the Arabs about the war in 67 and all that. And Israel was really worried about themselves. And they told Kennedy, they first told Eisenhower, that we need a bomb. Our Jewish scientists gave you the bomb. We want the bomb. Eisenhower told them to go fuck themselves. Guess what JFK did? Same thing. In fact, do you know what JFK did right before he died, the year before he died? He actually told the Jewish state, I think it was Ben Gurion, that was the Israeli prime minister at the time, that not only are we not going to give it to you, but we want our guys to go in and examine what you're doing.
Yeah.
And they were furious. Guess what happened when LBJ came in? Magically,
gave it to him?
Some uranium went missing at a place in Pennsylvania. And that is how they started their nuclear program. Pull that one up, Steve.
Yeah.
It's called, if I'm not mistaken, Dominion or Dimian. It's the Dimian incident that nobody seems to know about. But guess what? That was the payoff. And what's the collateral effect of this, my friend, that Newman probably doesn't want to go to? Turns out we happen to know. There you go. No. This would be, it's put in the search, Israel, Pennsylvania, uranium, fissionable uranium. Pennsylvania. No, get rid of the Dominion. Yeah, uranium fission.
Go to the
incident. You can leave incident there. Just get rid of the other thing.
Uranium incident. There you go. Think up for AI.
There you go. There it is, the Apollo affair.
1965 incident in which the U.S. company in Pennsylvania lost a large amount of highly enriched uranium that was suspected to be sent to Israel's nuclear weapons program.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Well, so hold on. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
You're going to have to hold on for me now. Now I'm going to run your podcast.
This is your show.
No, here's the second thing that happens, the collateral effect. I think the guy you had on told you a little bit about this. This is the Ian Carroll cat.
Mm-hmm.
That all the Jews showed up in New York before 9/11 happens, and they're all in the
Dancing
art.
Israelis?
Yeah.
Oh, the art thing. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you know why? Because the Mossad trained the 4 Arabs to take the planes over and run them in the building. Got it? And what was the point of that? What was the point of that? Point of that was 1 point. You can pull this up. Is the Patriot Act was walking around Washington, D.C. from 1999 all the way to 2000, right. And everybody said, there's no way you can get this in. And George Bush said, hold my beer.
Yep.
And
you familiar with Thomas Drake?
Bro, I'm just telling you.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I agree with you here.
Well, if you agree with that, then you better learn about that, because that was the payoff for JFK, and they've been involved ever since. And guess what? That brings us to current events with Jeffrey Epstein. Now let's really make it current. Who's the new Jeffrey Epstein?
P. Diddy.
Diddy.
Same exact prosecutor they used for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, guess what, bro? This is the same ball game, bro. I'm just telling you. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes awfully loud. And I'm telling you right now, everybody needs to know this story. Every last piece of it is connected.
John's big point about JFK, he thinks that the big picture of it is that General Lemitzer and Taylor, they wanted a nuclear war. They wanted to nuke China and they wanted to nuke Russia.
Right. And
they had a meeting in June of 63 or 62 where Bobby Kennedy.
Did he ever tell you why that was the case? I'm just curious.
He probably did. I'm not remembering off the top of my head.
Because both of them were proteges of Groves, and that's what Groves wanted to do.
Okay.
When Groves stepped out, who stopped Groves? Eisenhower.
Right.
Remember what Eisenhower said in 1961? Farewell speech?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh. Are you starting to see now what Groves did? He went outside the military and still had control over the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all during Eisenhower and Kennedy's presidency. And you know what the interesting thing is? Who opened up China in 1971? Nixon. Who was Nixon the vice president of? Eisenhower.
Right.
Bro, I mean, how many things do I have to keep fucking knocking down for you?
You're knocking them down, man. I'm not denying it. You're on it. I think the JFK assassination, though, I think like many things can be true at once. I think there was a lot of things going on there. One of the biggest smoking gun that John uncovered was there was an FBI flash stop on Oswald's file. The FBI was watching Oswald. They had a flash on his file. And a week before the assassination, it was removed from his file. So he basically says Oswald being on that route in Dallas was the equivalent of a flea being at a Lysol convention. There's no way he should have been there. The flash stop was removed.
You got to remember something. There was a reason he was there.
Right.
He was working with the FBI agent on Magazine Street. That is documented in Judith Ferry's book. See, I'm going to tell you about Newman. He doesn't know shit about Judith Ferry Baker. He doesn't know anything about that. That's the reason you got to go back to him and say, bro, you're missing huge parts. I can tell he doesn't know shit about Lenac, but dude, I'm the guy that worked with that Lenac. And I proved to you already that Bobby is the one that got the phone call when Ferry got killed. So if you don't think that story trumps anything that he thinks, what he's doing, he's trying to put breadcrumbs together. Everything I told you links perfectly. You don't have to believe it. And I'm not trying to convince you to believe it, but I'm telling you, this was done on fucking purpose. And the reason the FBI stepped back is because they knew that Oswald was a CIA operative.
Right.
Without a doubt.
Right.
But he was there to be the patsy, and Oswald knew it. If you read Judith Ferry Baker's book, she said it. She told him, he told her 2 months before the assassination that he knew that he was going to be a patsy. The thing he didn't know is that his friends, Carlos Marsala and Jack Ruby, were going to take him out. Ruby is a Mossad agent.
Right. No, yeah, I agree with you. And John agrees with all of that stuff. He just believes that, and look, he, like everything that you're saying about Oswald being there, being a patsy, and Ruby working, he would probably agree with you on all of that stuff. His only point is that everyone wants to say the CIA killed Kennedy. His point is the CIA was the cover-up. The military killed Kennedy. It was a military coup, is his point.
No, but I think this is semantics and we're parsing
Exactly,
words.
Yeah.
You have to realize that General Groves was the military, and he is the deep state. It's where it began.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. See, the problem is, and I guess maybe the difference, him being a journalist and me being a doctor, I look at it making a diagnosis. To make a diagnosis, you got to go back to the root cause. I'm taking you back to the root cause. That's the difference between me and them. And I have to tell you, it turns out that this part is the biggest missing story in the JFK story. And the truth be told, if you talk to the people in the Garrison family, if they'll ever talk, I doubt they will. I can tell you that they physically told me that her dad wanted to put Oshner up on trial. He didn't want to go after Clay Shaw. Dude, do you realize he puts Alton Oshner on trial? Everything can blows up. Like the Warren Commission never happens. And just remember the people that are on the Warren Commission. Like, I'll give you another example why I don't trust any of the journalists. This will probably get me in a little bit of trouble with the JFK thing. But you know the guy who's...
You're not getting in more trouble than you already got.
But you know the guy he's now doing stuff with Paramount and talking about the mob and this thing. I think his name's Tom Maine.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of this guy.
Right.
Tom...
he's doing stuff with all, like...
Mayer. Thomas Mayer.
You got it. So, do you know what award that he won in the past? The John McCloy Award. Do you know that John McCloy sat on the Warren Commission? Do you know that if you go listen to things that he says, he tries to listen to him really carefully.
Yeah.
He tries to skate around a lot of stuff that you and I are talking about.
Really?
Dude, he's who the Church Commission warned us about. Do you want to know how many people in this industry that you're talking about, that they're fucking scammers, that they're working for the other team? How about 99% of them?
Right. No,
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Just remember, what's my day job? Am I making any money off the JFK thing?
No.
I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I need you to understand.
No, I get it.
Incentives dictate outcomes. These guys have made an industry out of this guy's death.
Right.
What am I telling you? This is about the Republic, bro.
Yeah.
It's a totally different ballgame. And what am I asking you to do? Use your head.
Jack, this is fascinating, but I have like all this stuff I want to learn from you about health and about science and medicine too. So can we transition a little bit and talk some more about like your background in brain surgery and
Sure.
and what you do? I want to learn more about like the protocols that you use to live your life and to subvert this like blue light attack that is happening to everybody. I want to open it up. Like, my first question is, how did you meet Rick Rubin?
Through helping him out. I think it was a dinner that we had with a guy who's a vegetarian named David Avocado Wolf. You ever hear that guy? He's like a wackadoodle.
Is he a vegan? Was he
a
a
vegan?
vegan? Okay.
And Rick was a vegan.
Right.
And Rick was transitioning from that lifestyle to the new one with him being a mitochondria.
Right.
And Rick began to realize that it was more about light, not about food. And this is the thing that you're going to learn about Rick. He's a good guy. He tries to like help his friends that are going to the car crash, and Jack is totally different. I try to tell Rick, as a doctor,
You can't help it.
no, they have to be willing to help themselves, and if they're not, you just got to let them go through the car crash, and then hopefully wounds create their wisdom. That's what I teach my tribe.
Right.
But that's kind of where it went down. And then the other person that we kind of linked together, he was already following my stuff for a while. But you remember the dude that wrote the game? He was the lead editor of Rolling Stone magazine, Neil Strauss.
Oh, yeah.
Neil has a thing on the side that he does for millionaires. So these are all high net worth guys. And he tries to teach them, things to improve their life, it's pretty cool. Rick told Neil to invite me out to one of those. And I did that maybe 10 years ago. And they wanted me to talk about, certain parts of what I did. And I think if I'm not mistaken, I talked about the eye clock at that time, which is the supracosmatic nucleus. Because basically my science, decentralized science, quantum biology, comes down to three things. We talked about it in the beginning: light, water, magnetism. So if you distill what I do, you have to optimize those three arms. If you optimize those three arms, you can stay away from centralized medicine. You can stay away from big pharma. You can live a good life and not have to worry about being tethered to that sausage maker.
Yeah.
That's really why the TED Talk was banned. They didn't want that message out. They wanted you on Ozempic.
Right. You had a story of a lady who came to you in one of your clinics, and you had no idea why she came to you, but
I know this is the thing we talked about in Rick's podcast.
Yes, the lady who wanted French fries.
Well, yeah.
There was another lady too. I want to hear both these stories.
There's a couple of them, but the one you're talking about specifically, this is before I had my come to Jesus moment, meaning the whole quantum biology thing. It was very unusual. A lady tried to get in my office. The girls in my office kind of cock-blocked her.
It's like Bugs Bunny.
And she said, look, I don't have a neurosurgical problem, but Dr. Cruz was involved in my care in a very weird way. And she told the girl at the front desk that she had a heart transplant because she had, I think it was myocarditis, but from a virus.
Right.
And she got a heart, and I was the neurosurgeon that got the family to donate this kid's heart. And she figured that out somehow through the paperwork that the hospital gave her. And it turned out she was right. And when I heard the story, immediately I knew what she was talking about, and I had to go back and look at my files to see the details around the kid. But the thing that I remembered is the kid was at a McDonald's drive-thru, and a car came and T-boned him, and he just got his Happy Meal. And the thing that they mentioned in the EMT report is that the kid had French fries all over his front seat. And I remember his mom telling me, she goes, oh, if he never went to McDonald's, but he always loved their French fries. That was what stuck in my head. So I actually had to go back and pull the kid's chart to find out. And it turned out I was the neurosurgeon that pronounced him brain dead. So that's when I called up, the organ procurement agency and got the family to donate. I'm a little bit different than most neurosurgeons. A lot of neurosurgeons turn it over to the hospital and let them do it. I think it's much better if the neurosurgeon talks to the family that way, because we can answer questions way better than they can.
Right.
And neurosurgeons are pretty good about subtracting the emotion out when something like this happens. Like, Danny, it's hard to say this to someone across the table, but neurosurgeons deal with death and destruction more than any other doctor in any other specialty. So we're really good at it. Now I'm going to tell you.
More than heart surgeons?
Oh, yeah. Not even close. Heart surgeons don't deal with death hardly at all.
Okay.
Just the ones they kill. But the thing that happens with us, we catch people at all parts of life. People that have GMs, at the end of their life, like 70, 80 years old. But kids that have subdurals, epidurals, that are 18, 19 years old. I mean, the last case that I did, I just took a bullet out of someone's temporal lobe who I think was 22 years old. And the thing is, when you deal with that stuff all the time, you're the best person to talk to the family. I had an uncanny record of getting people to donate because I think this happens to be a skill set that I have, a really good skill set. And part of me, it bothers me because I know that these people are going to be tethered to big pharma, but at the same time, the most valuable asset that we can give in decentralized medicine is the gift of time. And I have to tell you, I think the reason I feel passionate about this, if you know the other parts of my story when I talk about Bitcoin, I tell people Bitcoin is a time machine, but I'm going to tell you that your mitochondria in you is also a time machine. And when you do an organ transplant, you're effectively giving someone a time machine. And to me, that's the reason why early in my career, the people that taught me, that's why I go all in. It's probably, it's hard to talk about. When other people are going through tragedy, you realize that you can give the gift of time to somebody else who it's running out of. There's no surgery that I can do that, that can give that back. And the crazy part, I'm not even doing surgery. So I have never told anybody. I have a famous term where I say it's brain surgery without a scalpel. This is the exact idea that I came up with, why I decided to be good at this, because I knew that I could give people back time if I was really good at doing that. And the reason I sat down and talked to that lady is because I knew how important it was to her. And then I thought about the family, and I thought about the kid. And that mother, I'll never forget. It was heart-wrenching for her. And I told her that her son would still be alive, just in a different format. And I remember it like it was yesterday. And when that lady walked in, and it was like reality hit me in the face. I was telling the mom that, and it turned out I got the lesson. And I think it happened before I went through my own come to Jesus moment, because this was preconditioning me to realize that I had to go on this journey. And when you realize that a lot of things that you're doing to people isn't the right thing, and this is the right thing, that's when you have to go all in. And I said a couple of things to you when we were talking about the JFK thing, that incentives dictate outcomes. That's the day that incentives stopped dictating outcomes. That's when things began to change. That's when I started doing things based on time and not based on money. And that's why that story, I don't like to think about it, because for me, there's very few cases in a neurosurgery career where you know that you were changed. That was a big one.
Especially, I can imagine the amount of death you see.
Oh, well, if I told you what I've seen just in the last 4 years from COVID, I mean, I told Chantal this. I'd go back to work a week of trauma call, and I'd see at least 13 blood clots and at least 5 or 6 terminal cancers. Like, people would have cancer and there was no explanation. And I can tell you, I started doing some really, I think hospital systems would say it's fucked up, but this goes back to the story with the kid with the thing. I told the people, I want to know, how did this happen? I said, well, it's pretty simple. Go send your tissue to Philip Buchholz in South Carolina and let him sample it. If you got SV40 in it, I can tell you exactly how it happened. So anybody who listens to your podcast, they're attorneys. Now you have, the answer. And how do I know that I'm accurate about that? This is another mind to the other story. But we're now talking about medicine. When I was going through the process of trying to figure out this SV40 thing very, very early on, in 1992, I became aware of a PhD researcher who is looking at the mesothelioma data. And mesothelioma is a very rare cancer. Like, I can tell you my career, when I first started, no one ever got it. And people started
Welcome.
getting it. And
How are you?
They blamed everything on asbestos.
How are you, Lucy? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Can you hear me? Lucy. How are you? Can you hear me? Did you find out about me from Blue Sky? You're muted if you're trying to speak. I hope you're doing well. How's your day going? Lucy. I'm saying, Lucy.
Listen, I never bought that story. So you can imagine about 5 or 6 years later when I find out the story about JFK, the polio was shot, and everything else is going, could this be new cancer nobody knows about be linked to SV40? So I go to the medical school library at LSU, and I find this cardiothoracic surgeon who's kind of famous. He's done more mesothelioma surgeries than anybody else because it's pretty rare to do surgery on these people. He has 472 specimens in his office. PhD goes and researches it. They check it all, every single case of mesothelioma at SV40. So Steve can pull this one up. I can tell you the article was written in the Atlantic because I remember when I did my homework on it, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. And that's just another data point for me where you have a weird cancer and you ask the question. So the story that I told you in the beginning of this podcast, here it is again in a fractal. In my medical career, I asked the question, is mesothelioma really an asbestos story, an SV40 story? I found out that's the case. Here I am now at the end of my career. We're talking the last 6 months, that I've been doing neurosurgery. I started telling everybody who got a turbo cancer, go tell your pathologist to send your cancer to the University of South Carolina. Why? Because Philip Buchholz is blocking on Twitter. I'm sure at some point he's going to see some of this and he's going to realize he made a mistake. But he was a fucking bad hombre. He became a good hombre because he validated Kevin's findings. So now, if he really wants to be a good PhD researcher, he will take these people who've been injured and tell them why they have turbo cancer. And the surgeon who did the mesothelioma stuff, he just did it because he was a cowboy, but he doesn't realize how incredibly important that one decision was in his life for a guy like me. Because I couldn't sit here with you and have this discussion. That was one of the big things that happened. And I feel the same way about the people today. So, when we talk about the kid with the transplant, we talk about those stories. I will tell you, there's very few cases.
There he is. How you living, pimp?
This guy, you're selling your body, easy buddy.
Oh, only to the highest bidder. How you living, big dog?
Good, man. How you been?
Kicking ass, taking
There's
names.
been a bunch of people going around with a thought real similar to the one that you had, man.
Hey, dude, what can I say? I am a trailblazer in the bot society.
Rabbi selling
Absolutely. Perhaps, my friend. So, are they spamming people or are they clipping people?
No, it's spamming.
Very well.
It's just spamming.
You know how to get it to stop?
Yeah, just do a trigger word inside of the message.
That'll do it. What are they?
It'll ban it every time.
Absolutely. What are they spamming?
Just like this stream is lame. Don't follow me and shit like that.
Oh, what a loser! I never did that. I never said anyone was lame. I just said to join my Discord. There's a difference. How are things in your neck of the woods, Straight Savage?
Good, man. How you been?
Kicking ass, taking names, causing all kinds of turmoil on Blue Sky. I've got people who complain about me all the time, and that makes me very happy. And it's just going to take one of those people to be pushed to their limit enough, and we go viral. And then all of us are happy.
Look at that beard, man.
Yeah, it's growing out. Definitely. I'm looking like a member of ZZ Top.
Definitely has, man.
Definitely. Looking like a member of ZZ Top. I just need the guitar.
You're looking like the guy Frosty the Snowman. The lumberjack guy with the big red beard.
Absolutely. 1,000%. How have things been on Kick?
Great, man.
Excellent. Still loving it?
Oh, yeah.
Very well.
Here every day, buddy.
I know. I see you in the grind, at least on Discord. That's phenomenal. Are you moving up the ranks?
Oh, I don't know. There's just a little guy out here.
Yeah, right, little guy. You're like a top 25 streamer on the platform. You and I both know that. You're big time. In fact, if you stop streaming, I think the whole thing will fold, and you'll just sell it for pennies on the dollar.
Eddie sells Kick because I quit.
That's right. That's right. That's what would happen.
Straight Savage is gone. My world has collapsed.
I'm sure. He doesn't tell you directly, but in the back of his mind, subconsciously, he knows that's the truth. Everybody knows that. Aiden Ross, he would pack it up. Amaranth, she'd pack it up. Esmergold, he'd pack it up. Neon would pack it up. Everybody. They'd be like, oh, if X Straight Savage isn't streaming, then what is the point of life? You might even shut down YouTube. You never know. So, with that, how have your streams been? Strong?
Yeah, they've been good, man.
Excellent. Have you had the opportunity to do much IRL streaming?
It's getting better weather. We've been out camping twice. 2 IRL camping trips. We went up to Niagara Falls. We went to a smoke event. I met Benny the Butcher up in Buffalo.
Baller.
We've been getting out a little bit.
Excellent. Do you use Starlink or?
Yeah, Connery. What up, man? How we doing? I do have a Starlink Mini that I put on my car for when I'm driving.
Oh, very cool. Does it work well?
Oh, amazing.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Well, I have just been making progress growing the server and just getting people to tweet about me or whatever you want to call it on Blue Sky. So what does that mean? I get like a few people an hour who will complain about me, and this has happened for months now. And that's good for me because what they do is they'll tweet about me. It's like then I've got a target. And then I go in and I talk to them and I'm like, hey, I'm not a bad person. Come join my Discord. Let's talk it out. And then they come in here and I'm able to tell them about all the stuff that I do. And then they're like, oh, you're not a bad person. You're actually trying to help the world. You have a world peace mission. You want to end world hunger. You want to end world thirst. Those are all good things. And then they understand why I do what I do. But until then, I just seem like the world's biggest troll. I am about 6 months clean of not spamming Kick, and my goal is to do it for a year, and then to write Eddie a very nice letter explaining that I would like to come back and stream. But until then, I don't mess around.
Let's fucking go, man.
I don't mess around. I do my best to still have the friends that I made there, certainly, but
It's been 6 months. Why don't you send him a message? Why don't you send him an email, man?
You know, it's a thought that I've had. It really has. It'll be 6 full months in 11 days. And I like even said like to myself, January 1st, I'm just going to stop. So yeah, I probably should. And
There's a thunderstorm here anytime.
And just make him aware. And I mean, he and I are friends on Discord. I could just probably send him a message. But I would want his moderation team to understand as well. And I mean, I got to look at it from his perspective. Look, do I want the biggest troll that I've ever had on this?
I'll give you the bump. I'll give you the hit that you want, buddy. Okay, the dad bit, all right, man. We know you don't want the ball in here.
Would we have the biggest troll that this platform has ever seen try to turn good? What kind of viewership are they going to get me? I'll get them like 2 or 3 people. It's nothing crazy, but you know, and start the grind up that way. But
cheers, everybody. I think you get more than 2 or 3, man. Everybody want to come see who Rabbi really is, man.
That could be that, and that's the exciting part of it. Now that everybody knows who I am,
most people don't know. Like a lot of people, there's a lot of people that do know who you are now, but there's still a lot of people that don't know, and they don't know that you're really real.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. I do have friends of mine who just ask random streamers if they know who I am, and they're like 9 times out of 10, they just ban us right away. So I know that my effects still basically echo into the community that is there. But I'd like to get back in. I mean, I've been live streaming in the Aiden Ross Discord now for more than a year.
Oh, let's go, man.
And
you made your name huge across here, man.
Yeah, I know. And then I just went away.
Massive.
But the reason why
I just went away, man.
Well, but I did it with good intention. I mean, if I kept doing it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, if I kept doing it, then.
You never had the opportunity that you're trying to get.
Exactly. So it's certainly a unique strategy. But yeah, I might send moderation at kick.com or support at kick.com a nicely worded email. And the thing is, I have to get ideally, I'd like to get my accounts back just at Rabbi Rothschild, because I took everything. Rabbi Rothschild's a pimp, Rabbi Rothschild's a big dick, Rabbi Rothschild, owns Kick, all that. Like, I used all kinds of alternates. Now, they may say, look, you had your opportunity and you blew it. And I get that too. But they seem to be understanding people, and they give people second chances for all kinds of crazy things. So I never, maliciously harmed anybody, and I didn't I didn't do anything illegal. And so perhaps I think they might see it and recognize it's a good opportunity for them as well. And make it, because I mean, they do have people who stream a lot, but
all right, let's back up, guys.
They don't have that many people who do 24-hour streams, and certainly not for, I'm going on 4 years now, and just someone who basically lives on their platform. I think that's a good opportunity. So, Savage on. Well, the other thing too that caused me issues was I like to multi-stream, and that means I want to have every device that I have to be connected to a different account, and they did not like that. They want you only to be under one account, and I get that because it's more on their servers and it's more competition for things. So I would just have to have one account, but I think you've convinced me. I think I'm going to write them an email and just explain and the worst they can say is no. And if that's the case, that's fine. But
I feel like they've unbanned people that have done a lot worse than just, spamming.
I agree.
Some chats, you know what I mean?
I agree. It's funny. I get people in here, especially from like other countries, and they'll be like, I'll be like, how'd you find out about me? And they'll be like, from Kick. And I'm like, oh, well, I haven't spammed on Kick in like months. What do you mean from Kick? And they'll be like, we were looking through the clips of one of our favorite streamers, and nobody ever clips them. But then all of a sudden, we saw that you had clipped them 50 times like 8 months ago. And we got the link from there. And it's like hilarious to me that happens. And the thing is, I help a lot of people too who are just, I get a lot of people who come in here and they're like, look, how do I do what you do? Or how do I become a streamer? And I walk them through the process, which is directly starting a YouTube channel, starting a Twitch, starting a Rumble, starting a Kick, and multi-streaming. And so I do have people who I think would support me if I did stream on there. And yeah, I think I'm going to do it. So if anything, I might just start a new account as well. I mean, my other accounts didn't necessarily have anything. They weren't like that great. So do you do it primarily through OBS Studio?
Oh yes, yeah, your internet's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I hear that. Apologies. Okay.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, so probably see, here's the thing. I use the big thing about chatting or about streaming is interacting with your chat. And that means I have to lose one of my computers for spamming. And that's an important aspect that I have. But I think I could use OBS because I am streaming on OBS. Use that and just chat with people using my phone, if that makes sense. So, like, basically, people would see that I am live streaming, but I just wouldn't chat with them using the computer. I would just chat with them using my phone, which is, I think, something that I probably could do. But yeah, I've got a ceiling cam, and I could run all kinds of stuff for Kick. You know, I think I'm going to do it. I think I might even start up perhaps later today. And if they ban me, that's fine. I mean, I kind of say this to myself with these platforms. You know, like if you do something illegal and you go to jail for it, after the amount of time you served your time, and whatever you did a year in jail, 5 years in jail, 10 years in jail, but very rarely is it a lifetime punishment unless you do something really, really badly. Yet on YouTube and even with Kick and Twitch and Rumble, if you do something, you get a lifetime ban. And if you try to create another account, it's considered ban evasion. And I kind of think that that's a little too strict. So I think that probably the people at Kick probably see that as well. So yeah, I think I'm going to start back up on Kick. So that means I got to get
it's hard to say, man.
I
tell you, like a koozie would probably like be seen by the most people, like with people using it. Pens and bottle openers, I feel are really only going to be seen by the people that uses it. Where a koozie would be seen by multiple people, not just the person using it.
Do you get a lot of people who join your Discord from Kick?
Quite a few.
Okay. And I mean, that's really what I like, because I like to be able to have discussions with people. But yeah, I think I might start back up on Kick. And there's a question, would I be able to get my original account back? But that's fine. I might just create another one and see what happens. All right. So when people ask, what brought you back? And I say, it was Straight Savage. They're going to say, okay, that's the person we have to blame. So if you lose your account, you know why. I'm just kidding. They'll never get rid of you.
Let's go.
They'll never get rid of you. You are the engine that keeps the platform going.
Let's go, guys. We convinced Rabbi Rothschild to come back to Kick, guys.
That's right.
He's not going to be the spammer he was before.
No. Not at all.
This time he's going to come and show love and support, and he's actually going to be live for you guys. He's not going to be spamming chats and shit.
Exactly. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you
Here's everybody.
When you said that you've seen people who have been banned for other reasons and they've been let back. So, yeah. And it might be the thing that, a thing that Kick needs. I'm not saying that I can change the entire platform, but it doesn't hurt to have somebody who's always live as kind of a staple for the platform. At least with Kick, How long can you do a continuous stream?
24 hours, I think.
I think.
I think they give you a couple minutes over.
Okay, yeah,
it's right around 24, I think.
I agree with you. So I just have to restart. I restart it every 12 hours just because that's what YouTube forces you to do. But yeah.
If no one says I'm not convinced.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll believe it when I see it myself.
God bless y'all, buddy. Big love, man.
I know they've made a few changes. You know, the big thing was that Kick would talk about is offering an API. What did that do?
Hey, motherfucker.
What did Kick offering an API do?
Them fuckers.
Straight savage.
So the API allowed for the other bots to integrate stuff in like some of the games that you can use, and like how it's integrated with like Streamlabs now and stuff like that. That opened up all the abilities to that stuff.
Okay, that's cool.
If you remember the other bots couldn't talk and chat and stuff, only Roberts was able to do that.
Right.
And so now like all them other bots can, work better with chat. They can read chat, they can talk in chat, they can do a lot more now.
That's tight. That would always be my thing. People would chat with me, but because either Botrix didn't always connect correctly, or just like little issues occur with it. I just wouldn't see that somebody had spoken to me, but yeah. So that means I got to start an account, which isn't hard, and then connect all my social media, which isn't too hard. Make a quick profile or a quick biography. Didn't I think
you guys' favorite cereal?
Can Kick connect to or can you stream from a mobile device with Kick yet?
Yeah.
So, I mean, in their app?
Not from their app.
Not from their app. Okay. Do you think they're ever going to offer that?
Eventually, I think they will. I don't think it's anything they're really super worried about, though, because there's so many ways of doing it already,
Right. Do you use Streamlabs?
No.
No. Okay. How do you do it when you're on a mobile device?
I use IRL Pro.
Oh, okay. Is that free?
Yes.
Okay.
It's for Android.
Okay, I could do that. Does it have a speech to text version? Welcome, JDC.
Add TTS into it.
Okay, cool. And OBS, how do you do do you do TTS?
Yeah.
Okay, and you do that through OBS? Can you do TTS through OBS?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, if you're out and about, like if you go out somewhere and like you're like IRL streaming, you wouldn't want your TTS to go through your OBS because you would never hear it.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. But on a computer, it'll just go through your speakers?
Yeah, wherever you set it to go through.
Okay. Very well. All right, well, I'll figure it out. Any other bots that you recommend?
It depends on what you want to do.
Okay. On Kick, is it like you can't show copyrighted material, right? Like you play music. How are you able to play music on Kick?
I've done it since day one I've been here.
I know, but they don't ever say, hey, you're using commercial music. You can't do that?
No.
Okay, interesting. All right.
These questions are super easy, guys. Some of them we've had before. So just be ready. Here we go. Question number 1, guys. Yes, Chappie, you are right. Frosted Flakes, yes, Chappie. Fruit Loops, strike me up. No. Dude, shut up, man. Nobody gives a fuck about your drugs, dude. Fucking loser. Rice Krispies, yes. You are correct, Grasshopper. Yeah, Grasshopper coming first on my screen. Yeah, right here. Grasshopper coming first, buddy. Nope, Grasshopper is. Cocoa Puffs, yes, you are right, Eva. Yeah, it shows up weird sometimes. Gibson, let's go, man. Cheerios, yes, Chevy. Yes, Grasshopper. I told you guys, these ones were super fucking easy, man. Alright, Grasshopper, you got that right, yes. Sorry, I was checking the text message. Nut Cheerios. Yes, Emo, you are correct. Last question, guys. Many weeks, yes, Shabby. Dude, probably gonna get questions that we've had before, but it's AI generated. I normally use ChatGPT, but that didn't work the other day, so I've been using Gemini. All right, here we go. Questions. What the fuck? Fucking US UPS is dumb as fuck, dude. Tomato, yes. Grasshopper, you got that one right, buddy. Potato, yes. You are right. Tactical Rabbi, how we doing? He's got you. Yes, Nemo, Ginger. That was a close one, dude. You guys come in like almost exactly the same time, man. Yes, Chevy. Yes, Grasshopper. Yo, what up, man? How we doing? We've had this question like 30 times, I swear to God. Chickpeas, yes, Grasshopper. And onion, yes, Eva, you are correct. Yes, grasshopper. No, they're all really good guesses, though.
Yo, dog. Yo, is the sound work? Yeah, it does. Fuck yeah. Gotta take a whiz.
Bothered you. Like the kid with the french fries. There's another one from my residency, believe it or not, that Chantal's involved with.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It'd probably be better for you probably to interview her about it because it kind of teaches you a little bit about the type of guy that I am. I was a chief resident at Charity Hospital, and we had a little girl come in about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She got home from one of her Catholic private schools. Some guy was waiting at her. And the guy got in and she fought like a fucking animal. She had this guy's DNA everywhere. I mean, she fought. And the way I don't think he ever got, because she fought like a fucking Wolverine. But he took a brass lamp and smashed the side of her head. And literally her head was pushed into the opposite side.
Oh.
I'm talking about like all the skull and everything. And of course she comes in, and you probably don't know this, but Chantal was my operating room nurse when I was a resident.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
And this girl comes up, and I call Chantal and I said, look, open every fucking thing we have. Because of course when the EMTs came in, the nurses in the emergency room, they told me the story of this little girl. And I'm like, there's no way she's dying. I'm like, dying. And I looked at her. The nurses actually told me, look at her fingernails. She fought. And I said, well, I'm going to fight for her. So the staff doctor that is on, and this is so funny because this doc was kind of involved in monkey research. So again, yeah, it's actually tied to the other story. That's why I said this is quantum entanglement.
Yeah.
And I take the little girl up, and I'm up there. Shift change for the nurses is right around 6 o'clock, so Chantal's going home, and I'm blasting the top. I just keep putting the black on constantly, and I basically told everybody just get out of my way. And the staff doctor who's there comes in the room, and he's like, Jack, you're putting blood products into this kid. You're doing this. This is just not going to end well. I'm looking at the scan and this and that. I look at him. Remember, I'm just the chief resident. I basically told the staff doctor, go f*** yourself. I said, you get out of my operating room. Dude, I could be fired for this. I was like literally 6 months away from being done. And I told him, just get the fuck out of my room. And all the nurses, like all the other residents, I told everybody else, I said, if you have a problem with this, leave. And guess what? Everybody went like fire ants. Everybody went all in. Dude, when I tell you, I've never had a case in my career that I opened like 50 trays to get different instruments out. Chantal comes back to work the next day, and I'm still operating on the little girl. Oh my God. So guess what? The sun is coming up. Metallica is still on. And I make the decision. I take the final piece of bone out of her basal gang. And I'm going now close to 20 hours straight. Don't eat, don't drink, don't even take a break. And Chantal comes back in, and I look at her, and she looks at me, and I said, now I want you to go find me the biggest piece of lyophilized dura you can get. This is a dural replacement because I actually had to cut this off. I tell you.
A what replacement? Oh,
the dura, covering the brain. And she goes, what are you going to do with something that big? And I said, this little girl's brain is going to swell so much like a basketball. So she had no bone left on that side of her head. So my idea was to leave a big, huge balloon and let her swell into it. At that time, I hit her with more methylene blue than any patient I've ever done in my entire career. The reason why is I was trying to control the swelling. That also comes up in the regular podcast.
What year is this?
This is 1998.
For people who are uninitiated, can you explain what methylene blue is? Methylene blue.
Well, let's talk about it in real terms. Real terms is I just talked about it with Nicole Shanahan and Mary Bowden. That she got fired, or the Texas Medical Board went after her for ivermectin for COVID. Remember the talk that I told you I had with Becca?
Yes.
And he told me to be careful.
Right.
So guess what I told people to use? Hydrochloroquine and methylene blue. You know why?
For COVID?
Yeah. Hydrochloroquine comes from methylene blue, and methylene blue works for COVID. And you would never know that unless you did your homework. So that the medical board never, I didn't have to face what Mary did. See, remember, when you work smarter, or when you know better, you do better, or your patients do better. That was a lesson that I got from Becker. So I hit this girl with the methylene blue. What the methylene blue does, it improves mitochondrial function so that the brain won't swell. When you have a case like this, the thing that you're really worried about is the brain will swell outside the head.
Yeah.
And it won't end well. And remember, I think she was 15 or 16 years old. Her mom had told me that she was getting ready to go to college and this and that. And I'm going, God, I'm doing everything I possibly can.
Is there any way at this point to keep someone intact? I know you can keep them alive, but can you keep them cognitively able to get through the day?
I think I'm telling you that story right now.
Okay.
So the little girl goes through surgery. Of course, I take some shit from the staff doctor, but when the staff doctor saw the post-op scans, and he's like, she doesn't have any bone left anywhere in her brain. You got every single fragment out. And this is in the day before we had neural navigation. I did this, bro, by feeling with my fingers. And when I took it all out, I finished my residency. So I don't know what she does, because after she gets through the acute phase, she goes through rehab, and then for us, she's lost to history. I get a call when I'm in private practice in Tennessee. Her mother calls my office and says, we'd like to send Dr. Cruz a letter, da-da-da. The office manager at the time, her name's Karen Smith. She comes in and says, Jack, can we give him this? I said, yeah, I think I know who this is. She writes me a letter. Her daughter got out of rehab. She's back to walking. She's almost back to talking. I get another letter. I think it was 2 years later. She's in college. I got a letter, I think about 3 years after that, she graduated. So this is that lesson that I'm trying to teach you. It ain't over until we say it's over. I told you that story with politics, but I'm telling you, that little girl, that happened at the right time in my life. I was an ass kicker when I was a resident. Let me just tell you something. I learned more from that case than probably any case that I've ever done. And when you know something, you go long way. You don't hold back. That's the lesson. And I got news for you. Most neurosurgeons will listen to this. Like, there's no way that I would have been allowed to do that as a chief resident. Well, I don't think anybody would have been allowed to do that either, but they let me do it because they knew a lot about me. They knew who I was. I was a fucking rebel even when I was a resident. But I was adamant that I was not giving up. And I will tell you, I've given up on other patients since then. But I didn't have the feeling that I had for this girl. I knew this girl was going to live.
How many neurosurgeons, like the top neurosurgeons in the world that you've talked to, how many of them are implementing the same things that you're talking about, like with methylene blue? And I think there was a case you talked about on Rick's podcast with you doused some lady came to you, wanted brain surgery, and you said, only if I can douse your brain in hydrogen peroxide and methylene blue.
So I actually learned that when I was in residency training from actually Dr. Klein. I mean, I remember this is old school neurosurgery. And he would tell me, all the things that he did. And of course, I didn't believe anything he said. So I went and I started reading about it. I said, well, this totally makes sense. Hydrogen peroxide is a free radical. We put it on the surface of the brain with the mitochondria. We're creating hydrogen, oxygen, and more electrons. I'm like, this makes total fucking sense. And the problem was none of the other residents really thought it worked because they thought, he's an old school guy and this is bullshit. And then the other thing that I started noticing when I did that, it was a great way to get blood out of the subarachnoid space. A lot of neurosurgeons know it from that aspect, like when we do aneurysm surgery, because we know if we leave any blood in that area, it causes vasospasm and people can develop strokes down the road. So you want to try to get all the blood out as you can. And, we have treatments that we use for that, but the treatments are not really good. We have drugs that are designed for that. The drugs really aren't good. And when I came out of residency, probably 5-6 years later, the hydrogen peroxide story got changed, where I added UV light and infrared that I would put on the brain.
Red light?
Yeah. And guess what happened? The brain swelling, outcomes did well. Remember the story I told you that I didn't have any suits or anything else? I did high volume neurosurgery in my practice. I did a lot of cranial surgery. All these things that I started doing were part of the reason why I didn't get sued. I remember doing spine surgery on people who had open dura from me doing a lumbar fusion and putting UV light. Like, I guarantee you this, people on my surgical team are going to listen to this and going to say, we thought he was fucking crazy. But I wasn't crazy because guess what? The science, it wasn't well known now, but now it's much better known. So I'm telling you now, 20 years after me starting to do this, like 5 to 10 years in my practice, I've become less crazy over time.
Right.
And that's the reason why I'm telling you that you have to be serious about your craft. And I think the more serious you are about your craft and you understand what you're doing, it's important. And unfortunately, I trained at a time where doctors work for the patient. Today, most neurosurgeons, they're working for a hospital system. So that means there's an oracle problem. Doctors aren't working for you. They're working for the hospital.
Right.
And you need to understand that. Patients don't understand that right now. That's one of the biggest problems in centralized medicine.
When it comes to the red light, the infrared red light, there's these panels you can buy online. There's various brands of them, and some of them have infrared light. Is this what you're specifically talking about when you're shining this on the brain?
Yeah, in brain surgery, there's two things I want to do. I need to have a light that covers infrared A, which is 600 to 1,000 nanometer light. But the big switch is I have to have near infrared. Near infrared,
yes,
goes a little further because there's a photo switch that I learned about after I had my come Jesus moment. It's 1,280 nanometer light. That photo switch is actually important with 380 nanometer light. That's actually the big control switch between anabolic and catabolic metabolism. And what does that effectively mean? When you use those specific frequencies of light, you can optimize metabolism while the patient's asleep. So if any of my anesthesiologists listens to this and they want to know why I was doing what I did, I never told anybody what I was doing because I was always afraid I'd wind up in front of the medical board. But I was guaranteeing that people would wake up from anesthesia like this because I knew that was one of the big risks, that we need to have people recover fast. And it turns out if you understand the two photo switches for metabolism, which is 380 nanometer light, that controls the mTOR switch. 1280 light controls the free radical switch. And that's the decision between the use of ATP and free radicals. Most people don't realize that because they don't know mitochondrial medicine well.
Right.
Nitric oxide is also a free radical, and it has an unpaired electron. Nitric oxide, when it gets into your mitochondria, actually turns ATP production off. Like most doctors who will listen to this think that we need to use ATP all the time. It turns out when we're in the sun, we actually reduce the amount of ATP we make. We're actually living off the light of the sun through energizing our blood plasma, which has water, 93%.
Right.
So one of the key bases, I told you, is light water magnetism. Turns out when you're able to bury more light energy in water networks in a cell, patients do better. That's one of the key foundational principles that I'm telling you. How did I learn all that? I learned it from the story of photosynthesis. Why? Because of chlorophyll and hemoglobin. They look exactly the same. And you said that you listened to the Huberman podcast. And I know there was a lot of science in there. But you might remember that I told you the two most important biologic semiconductors before the KT event were hemoglobin and chlorophyll. Why?
Right.
Because they have a nitride cage around it. Well, remember, what's the most dominant gas in the atmosphere? Turns out it's nitrogen. So before oxygen was available, these were the two key semiconductor proteins that we used to make electrons. So when I realized that, and I started to think about what happened from the KT event to us, I said, there's got to be other pieces and parts of the story. What was the pieces and parts that I realized? That the semiconductor proteins were giving their light that Becker found in his work to the water networks. And that would actually turn water into a quantum mechanical battery. So this is in 2005. Now remember, none of this is published in a textbook at this time. But guess what? Everything I just told you today is now published in papers and textbooks. That's Jack Kruse. That's decentralized medicine.
There was also a point you guys were having a discussion, and I think Huberman corroborated this about the amount of information that's in the textbooks that you get in your medical training.
Uh-huh.
And you're having a conversation with somebody, and he was saying
Eddie Chang.
Eddie Chang, yes.
Yeah, the guy from USC, USF.
Mm-hmm. He said maybe 50% of it.
99, 100. It's all bullshit. Look,
that's hard to comprehend.
No, it's not. When you understand why.
Like me.
Yeah, but even for you, it's not. You just heard the JFK story that I gave you. So what can I tell you? Every single nutrition study, every single study that any PhD or doctor reads has no light controls. So we're making the assumption that how it really works, and you don't have light controls, and I just told you how important light is. I mean, is it that hard to believe what I said is probably true? And then here's the bigger part of the story. Our mitochondria makes a special kind of water. It's called deuterium-depleted water. You don't get any deuterium-depleted water coming out of your tap at home. So what happens if you ran all the experiments with that type of water? And it turns out that water has a high dielectric constant. What does that mean in English? It means it makes more electrons. What's the story of life? The more electrons you have, the better you do. What do electrons do? Funny little Jewish guy from Bern, Einstein, photoelectric effect. More electrons you have, the more light you can absorb. It's not that hard to get to. When you see the magic, you go, this is really a game of net negative charge and electrons so that you can absorb more light. The more light you put in the system, okay, the brain shrinks down. So when you ask me the question, Chuck, why use methylene blue? Because I knew it was a path to get me more electrons. And if I get more electrons and I'm shining light on the brain, that actually helps the brain. That makes me a better surgeon.
And all the lights that you guys use during surgery, those big bright lights, they're blue lights, right?
Yeah, they're xenon. And I told everybody to go get a spectroscope and put it on their operating room microscope, put it on their loops on their head, put it on the lights in the room, and then correlate that with how your patients do certain ones. And the funny thing I also said in that podcast, I remember I specifically changed where I did surgery into a hospital that didn't have the best equipment in the world. But you know what they had? They had a courtyard that I could bring my patients outside in the sun. And the anesthesiologist didn't with me, and fight with me about doing this. And they were stunned. They were like, I can't believe this guy's patients just wake up and they do great when they shouldn't. Like the other doctors who operate on people with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, they would be in the ICU for 2 to 3 days because they had sundowning and everything else. And I would do my subdurals and bring the patient outside, and they're like, this guy's going home the next day. That is how powerful sunlight is for our body. But you know what the problem is? You never get to open this door in centralized medicine because they don't even know it exists. It's kind of like what I did with you about all your other conspiracy theories. I gave you the part that you were missing. It turned out that part tied up a lot of loose ends. I'm telling you, the same thing happened to me. That's really the reason why Jack Dorsey and Rick became my patients, because they talked to me and they saw how serious I was about my craft. And they're like, I trust this guy. And that's what really happens. And then when someone listens to you and then it begins to work, and Rick's like, bro, this doesn't cost me anything. All it costs me is time, and I have to retool my life to do different things. And same thing with Jack. When he realized that, what he was doing as a tech abuser was harming him, cognitively and mentally, and he changed that. Now both of them are Zen masters. They've been doing my stuff for 15 years. So I guess the story, the way it unfolds, it kind of goes to what I'm trying to tell you about medicine. Do the right thing, bro. Like, don't do the thing that benefits you. Do the thing that you know is the right thing to do. Because I really believe in karma. I think the universe pays us back, and I think you have to be authentic in how you do it. I'm pretty authentic on social media. I'm pretty assertive. I'm salty. I curse. I'm everything a neurosurgeon shouldn't be. But when you sit down with me and talk to me, you'll find out I'm as smart as a motherfucker. And I like telling dumb motherfuckers how stupid they are. I do it on purpose. Why? Because my mentality is, I know what Mary
Straight savage.
They are all
Yes.
defiant. That's why I got into medical school to begin with. So I take the tack that I got to be the drill sergeant. And guess what? You see what the drill sergeant does to a bunch of retards in 8 or 10 weeks? Turns them into soldiers. Bro, I told you. I need you as the public to be savages, and I need
Shout out to Straight
people
Savage,
with
the man, the
specialized
myth,
medicine
legend.
that are gonna hopefully adapt and start fighting for you guys again.
You are a nightmare to the high priests in their ivory towers of academia.
But I'd have it no other way.
Right.
I feel like I was built for this moment. This is, I can tell you, I told Nicole this, and I've said it to Bobby and Rick. There's a proper time for your life's work to come out. This is that time. This is when I can make the biggest impact.
Can you explain how do we create light inside of our bodies?
That's easy.
And why is that important?
It's everything. I mean, it allows you to live at high latitudes. But if you think about it, it totally makes sense. You have to know a little science. So there's this guy named Fritz Popp. He's a biophysicist. He was big in the 60s and 70s when Becker was doing his work on bone. So when Becker came out and did his seminal research, and he showed that bone has a P and N semiconductor, collagen and apatite, and that the current is rectified, that told you, as a scientist, that means there's got to be a photoelectric effect happening on bone. So he brought a physicist in because he didn't know how to do it. I think the guy's name was Charlie Bowman. Charlie Bowman comes in and checks it and goes, look at this. When we check for the photoelectric effect both ways, with collagen and with apatite, it glows brown-red. And when you do it the other way, it glows blue. So he figured it out right away. So what does Fritz Popp do? Well, if that's true, then that means that we should have a light signature. Like, for example, anytime a doctor is listening to your podcast, they're going to say, well, I cut somebody open. I don't see any light. Well, you're not. You won't see it because it's ultra weak biophotons. You'd have to have specialized equipment to see it. You need a photomultiplier. So what does Fritz Popp do in the 60s? He makes photomultipliers. He invents a machine that can do this. So what does he do? He takes leaves, he takes every single thing that's living, puts it in the photomultiplier, and guess what he finds out? It creates light. So when I learned about this, I'm going, okay, I know Becker's experiments, and I knew those experiments, just so you know, in 88, 89, 90. Okay, we're talking a long time ago. And then I went back and I said, okay, somebody's got to be studying this light story, and it turns out it was Fritz Popp. Now, there's a lot of things about Fritz Popp's story he shit the bed on, but the number one thing that he proves is light is created by us. So then it became incumbent upon me to figure what that out was. In those 18 months that I told you, I went from being centralized to decentralized. I spent almost $100,000 translating Russian journals about scientists that were doing this work both in Japan and Russia, and found out that mitochondrial DNA actually creates light through the process of breaking electrons and protons down from food. And I kept reading it, and the number one thing that I remember from the papers, still to this day, that you had to have oxygen, and you had to have electron chain transport working for this to happen. And I was just fascinated by this, and I said, okay, I need to delve into this more. So then I started open physics books, and I started learning more physics. And it was like one thing led to another, kind of like what you do on the podcast. When you get on a story, you go, okay, now we got to go here. Now we got to go here. Now we got to go. That's exactly what I did. That's why I'm telling you, I'm a diagnostician. And I'm the most curious person you'll ever have on this podcast. You put something in front of me that's a mystery, and bro, I'm going to not stop until I figure it out. So that's what I do with this. And then, long story short, after I figured it out and I started using different things to make light in us to improve things, I realized immediately, as soon as I knew we made light in us, I had to look for the target of the light. Then I found the target. It was POMC. POMC is where melanin's made from. POMC is a gene that only gets translated from UV light. And then I said, okay, this makes sense. Fritz Pop found that every single living cell emits ultra-weak biophotons in UV light. So you can imagine, as soon as I heard that, I'm like, okay, Bill Gates, dermatologists, ophthalmologists are assholes because biology is making UV light. That means it's not toxic. That means it's being used for optical photonic signaling that we don't know about. Okay? Mm-hmm. And I went further. I kept going. That's when I realized what POMC was all about. I had learned about it in medical school. I learned about it in even high school, but I didn't know anything about it. And then I read The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari. I said, yeah, the dude said he went up to the top of the mountain in the cold and he got tan. And all of a sudden, everything started making sense. I was like, oh, I got this. And, all I kept doing is what I told you, diagnostician. Go back to first principles. And I started putting it together. And then I went back to the neurosurgery library, and I found this crazy pathway. It's called the leptin melanocortin pathway. And I was like, this is the whole shot. And I went down that rabbit hole. And I didn't stop. I kept reading everything I possibly could. Because you remember, I told you, leptin was not discovered from 94. I was already out of medical school. And I learned about that. And I started putting the whole story together, and I said, you know what? Light is the biggest part of the story because we're creating light, and we absorb light, and we have all these proteins in us that are chromophore proteins. I said, God or evolution wouldn't have done this if it wasn't important. I started finding UVA detectors on our cornea in our skin. I never learned that in medical school. When I saw that, I'm like, there's a story here that hasn't been told. And that's kind of how it all went. For me, translating paper, spending money. And at the end of the 18 months, that's when I stood in front of my family at the time on Thanksgiving Day. And I said, in 1 year, I'm going to go from a fat ass to wearing my brother-in-law's jeans. And it happened.
So is it true that near-infrared light and red light can actually build new neurons in the eyes and help vision, like repair vision?
Did you talk to Chantal?
No, not about this.
Oh, her dad is the classic example. So.
Oh wow! I had an ophthalmologist on here, an optometrist, and I was asking him about that. And it was one thing he didn't really know much about.
Yeah, well, most people won't because they haven't read the literature they need to read.
Right.
But this happened, I think, 3 years ago. Chantal's dad was up in my clinic in Louisiana, blowing pine needles out of the gutter. And this guy, just so you know, now he's 83, but at the time this happened, he was 80. He's a Marine, falls off the roof, lands on the ground. He breaks his leg. The reason he breaks his leg, he's got a knee replacement. So if you know anything about a knee replacement, it looks like a metal plate with a keel in it. The keel, when he hits, splits the tibia in half.
Ugh.
He also, I thought he may have a concussion. I thought his eyes looked kind of funny. And he's got AMD. I knew he had AMD. So I was worried that could he have popped the lens out or dislocated something. So, of course, I sent him to the hospital. So he goes to the hospital, and the orthopedic surgeon tells him, look, because your leg is broken and you have a knee replacement, we're going to have to let the bone heal, and then we're going to have to redo your knee. So he's looking at major problems. Everything else in his head was okay. His eye was fine. No issues. He calls me up 2 weeks after the injury, and he's in a cast. And He's like, Jack, you got to do something to help me. I have so much pain and I can't shit. I'm taking the Percocet. I said, Dave, take the keys to my clinic, go sit in front of the red light that I have for the NFL football players for concussion.
Right.
But remember, he's a jarhead. I said, listen to what I'm telling you. Sit in front of the light, put it on 20 minutes, do it 4 times a day. You know, I'm not there. You can use it, no problem. Taught him how to turn it on. Taught him how to program it. I said, but make sure you wear those glasses, the goggles, when you sit in front of him. You know, so what happens?
That's another thing I wanted to ask you.
What happens? He goes back to the orthopedic surgeon. This was the funny part. I got a picture from Chantel of her dad on my zero-turn lawnmower cutting my grass 2 weeks after this happens. He's like, my leg doesn't hurt anymore. And he goes back to the orthopedic surgeon. The orthopedic surgeon takes an x-ray, can't find the fracture. The fracture is healed, and here's the best part. He's walking around in the orthopedic surgeon's office. He's like, Dave, you don't even have a limp. He goes, I don't think we're going to have to do your knee replacement either. So Dave's great. 6 weeks later, he gets an appointment to go to the ophthalmologist.
Yeah.
They look in his eyes. He's still doing the red light, even though, because he says it makes him feel great.
But he's not wearing the glasses.
No, he doesn't have AMD. It's gone. This is a guy that for 5 years was getting the injections into his eye with his doctor. And the doctor looks in his eye, the ophthalmologist, not an optometrist, an ophthalmologist.
Which is a surgeon.
Well,
right?
You call him surgeon. I don't call him surgeons.
But the ophthalmologist does eye surgery.
Correct. But he looks at him, he goes, there's no evidence that you have macular degeneration. They even do an eye test on him. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, I didn't know that this was possible. So what do? I go back and read the literature. Sure as shit. There's papers out there about this issue. Most of them in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's burying them? Big Pharma.
See, my friend Dom D'Agostino, he was on this pod. He lives in Tampa.
I know who he is.
You know Dom?
Yeah, he's a ketogenic metabolic guy.
Yeah, and he got a grant from the DOD to do research on ketosis for.
I know all about it.
Yeah, they were getting the oxygen toxicity seizures from the rebreathers, and he found out by putting it in ketosis that he was able to eliminate the seizures. Now he's doing it with all kinds of people that deal with epilepsy and stuff like that.
He would improve his outcome if he actually added UVA light. He added 380 nanometer light. But you can tell him that I said that, or let him listen to that.
I told him you were coming in before, and I asked him what he thought about you. He said he loved it. He really loved your work.
Well, I'm going to tell you, that's the missing piece for ketosis. The reason why ketosis by itself doesn't work, if you don't have a way to control the mTOR switch, he'll love this. When he listens to it, this answer is for him. Tell him that David Sabatini has lost his Nobel Prize because he doesn't know what I just said. But Dom could potentially steal it now if he does a study. Because, you know, the lady that I just told you that you need to have on, Dr. Alexis Jasmine,
yeah.
Just so you know, she is like Dom, except here's the difference. She trained at the best metabolic lab in the world. That's the Rabinowitz Clinic, the Rabinowitz Lab at Princeton University. She's like a rock star. The difference between her and every other PhD, remember I told you that Rick wanted me to go on and get you down this road?
Yeah.
Dude, she's down this road.
Really?
Yeah, I told Nicole, you got to give her money to run this because she wants to run all these light biochemistry stores and fix all the problems. Like the reason Dom's got the belief he's got, it's a half truth. Because nobody's ever done studies utilizing UVA light or radiation on the skin and the eye while you're doing ketosis. If they did, you'd understand truly how mTOR works. So, for example, Huberman's good friends with Peter Attia. Peter Attia he thinks the world of Sabatini, but he's not smart enough to figure out what I just told you. But guess what? Rick listened to me when he had his heart surgery. And what did I tell Rick to do? Use methylene blue.
The doctor said no, though.
Peter Attia said I was crazy. Then 6 months later, he comes back and goes, I don't think Jack was so crazy anymore after I looked into it. And see, that's my beef with centralized doctors. Like, when I know something, bro, I'm not going to tell one of my friends not to do something that's going to hurt them. And that's how we improve things. I don't think we can improve those things in the United States because Big Pharma will block this from ever seeing the light of day. I told you, they already blocked my intent because I knew I was going to out them on the GLP-1 stuff that they were getting ready to do.
So, just to be clear, if I'm doing red light therapy with the NIR setting on, do I have to wear the glasses or no?
I wouldn't.
Because I don't wear my Boston, so I stop wearing them.
I wouldn't wear them. But I'm going to tell you that everybody else to do CYA, they're going to tell you to wear them. And all the guys cover your ass.
Oh.
From like a malpractice suit or a business suit.
Yeah, well, when you buy it, it has a big warning on it.
Yeah, the warning is always there because you're protecting the manufacturer. But I would tell you, when you realize that, infrared A and near-infrared light are in sunlight, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that it's probably okay. The difference is you have to realize that those lights are not equivalent to the sun. Those lights all flicker and they all have a polarization effect. Any light that comes from there is polarized. Sunlight is unpolarized. Also has no flicker effect.
Right.
So fake light is never equivalent to sunlight. So people always ask me, Jack, how come you don't have affiliate codes and get paid for red lights that you talk about all the time? Now you know the answer why. Because the real answer is the affiliate code I want is from nature.
I love that about you. I think that's so fucking metal.
No, I mean, it's the way I roll, bro. It's like I want people. I always say this. Why am I going to sell you?
This episode is brought to you by.
Right, it drives me crazy. But why settle for a B, C, or D? Like, and I know there's going to be some people out there, like, who listen to this podcast. Say, but Jack, you use the red light in surgery. Because they don't have the choice.
Right.
They're not going to let me operate outside.
Right.
I wish they would.
Really?
Yeah.
You would do brain surgery outside?
Yeah. I'd let another neurosurgeon operate on me if I had to have outside.
Are you so confident in your ability to operate on the brain? If it came to it, if you had to operate on my brain right now in this room with all the tools we have available, we have some rigid Home Depot tools, and we have a skill saw. Would you? You would be able to operate on my brain in here right now.
I would tell you, get Chantel on the phone now and ask her. I famously said, if you trained in Charity Hospital, I could go down to the cafeteria with a knife and a fork and do a craniotomy. Do you know what Dr. Klein used to do?
What's a craniotomy?
That's when we take the skull off and do surgery. Let me tell you one of the things that he used to do to us in the middle of our residency. You know that New Orleans has a lot of hurricanes,
oh, yeah.
Right? So we lose power. He would walk into a room while we're doing a brain tumor or an epidural and say, okay, we just lost power. He'd turn the lights off, take all of our power drills away, and say, what are you going to do? So, dude, you ever see the stories from the Civil War, how we used to cut legs off with a giggly saw?
What's a giggly saw?
It's a saw that has two handles and a blade that wobbles like this.
Okay.
The only place you see it now is in butchers, and there's no butchers around, so you can't see it. But that's how they used to lop off legs. Dr. Klein taught us how to do a craniotomy with a giggly saw in case there was ever a power.
Oh.
Dude,
does that happen? You could lose power in the middle of brain surgery?
I actually can tell you the case.
That.
Yeah, there you go. See? There you go.
Jesus.
That is an amazing machine, and let me tell you something. When you have a surgeon,
people that are just listening and not watching the visuals, this is like two metal handles with, it looks like barbed wire between them.
That's basically what it is. But it's amazing, and when you know how to do it, like this is the thing that we're using in medicine. Like, you know how people are talking about AI and they're talking about all these adjunctive things. This is the kind of shit you're not going to have a neurosurgeon in the future that can do this. And the problem is that's what my concern about AI is in medicine. That if we make things so easy that a monkey can do it, then what happens when you're faced with something when you have to be on the front and think about it to help the patient? Are you doing the best for the patient? My opinion is no. I think the way we're training residents now, totally different. And then, these are things that I talked to Kelly about that I think we need to change in El Salvador. And I don't really care what people think in America. Because people in America have bought the hook, line, and sinker from the big tech guys, from big pharma, and also the medical implant industry. Those guys are probably one of the worst gouges in medicine. They got us all believing putting screws and rods and everything's a good idea. If you go open up Becker's book and realize that destroys the photoelectric ability of bone, why are we doing this? I'll tell you why. Johnny Manziel. Incentives dictate outcomes. And the problem is I know that's not something that my specialty board's going to like me saying publicly, but it's the fucking truth. My mouth's not a bakery.
There is sort of a little bit change of subject, but there is a huge interest out there right now in the world and online with people like, there's this huge category of people on the internet right now, or like Huberman or like Peter Attia, that talk about medicine and ways to optimize the body. A lot of young people pay attention to it, and people are obsessed with upping their testosterone and doing things not only naturally, but like more and more. I see it every day. Lots of kids in their 20s, 30s that are going to testosterone injections. Mm-hmm. It seems like it's like the ultimate answer, fountain of youth to everything. Like
they all have pregnenolone and steel syndrome.
They have what?
They all have pregnenolone and steel syndrome from their screens. It's just the basis of MK Ultra's work. What happens? Well, yes, my friend. It destroys your secondary hormones by design. And you know how we can make a prediction that somebody's...
What destroys your sex?
The blue light.
The blue light, right, yeah.
Blue light screens, non-native EMF, RF, microwaves, take it all away.
But what do you make about the sort of obsession right now with young people and this testosterone therapy?
You're not listening to me. They're obsessed with tech, therefore that's why they're obsessed with that. You fix the tech addiction, then you fix that problem. But guess what happens? When you take something your body naturally makes, you uncouple the system, you're setting yourself up for problems down the road. So for example, let's use Rogan as an example, because this is a good one. So Rogan uses it, gets jacked, he's in a podcast studio all the time, right? He's up the UFC stuff, he's doing stuff at night. So he jacks it up. I guarantee you that what he's not telling you, he's having to donate blood sometimes. He probably has something called polycythemia.
What's that?
That's when you have too much red blood cell mass. Okay. You always have to check it out.
That thickens your blood.
Correct. You get clots. You think that's a good idea as you get older? Well, guess what? And then here's the worst
part. Bobby Kennedy said that he's on it too.
Yeah. Well, Bobby's 70 years old. That's a little different story, but here's the other problem. When you're constantly in front of the blue light, this problem is going to be a huge issue. So what's the best way for you to deal with it? Add back the light you're missing, subtract the light that's a problem. I'm not saying that you still can't take it, but what you don't realize, the magnitude of the problem, like when somebody tells me that they're on testosterone since their 20s, bro, that tells me their system is completely screwed.
How does it affect the brain?
For men, it improves your cognition.
It improves your cognition.
Absolutely. That's the reason why people are very interested. Like most guys are interested.
Yes.
But I think you'll be in a very interesting situation because when you bring people in here, you should ask every single guy that comes in here if they're taking testosterone or not. And then when you do the podcast with them, what's your gut feeling about, is this person able to think? Can they put things together? Like, I'm going to tell you something. In the world that Rogan's in, these guys use the facade as their story. I'm going to tell you, we don't bury our mitochondria in our facade. We bury it here and here. These are the two things that also kill us.
Pointing to your brain and your heart.
Correct. Those are the two things that kill us, too, more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you'll be very shocked to know many of these guys that use testosterone, they don't live as long as they should. I mean, think about all the NFL players. They die early. Yeah. All the guys in wrestling, they die early. They all look jacked, right? But it turns out, if you go to the super centenarians that are in Albert Einstein, taken care of by Nir Barzilai, you'll find out they're all little short Jewish guys that have belly fat, and their leptin levels are up. But guess what? People forget this key point, Danny. You said you're a dad. When that baby came out of your wife's vagina, it couldn't talk, it couldn't walk. All right, that's even worse. But
what?
It's terrible. What? Absolutely terrible. Forget, that's another podcast.
She has no choice. She's so little that she would have I don't think she would have survived.
There's so much we could talk about there.
Okay, we'll save it for dinner.
Her placenta determines that. And believe it or not, the cannabinoid system, weed that's in you, that's actually what makes the decision whether the baby fits out or not. That's a story for another day. But here's the cool part.
Questions, Jesus Christ. Okay, go ahead.
Here's the cool part of the story. The baby is a ball of fat. But what does society tell us? That subcutaneous fat is a real problem. What does the baby do with that fat? It unwinds the fat and forms a brain. The brain doesn't fully form until it's 28 years old. Remember, you don't myelinate your frontal lobes until you're 28. Right. That's why you can't rent a car or rent a hotel room until you're 25. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that, but I didn't know that was why.
That's the reason why, because you're too crazy. So the point I'm trying to make to you, think about the obesity crisis now the way Rogan doesn't think about it. Why do we have this? We have people getting fatter because things like we talked about before, it's about the GLP-1 drugs and big pharma. But when you put subcutaneous fat in, what are you doing? You're actually protecting the mass of your brain. And what do we know about children? They're more susceptible to non-native EMF. Why? Because they don't have as much myelin. The more myelin you have, the better able you're to protect yourself. So guess what?
What is myelin?
Myelin is the covering
cover
of the brain.
Got it.
Meaning the nerves. That insulation, like if we're talking about wires, it's the black plastic on the outside.
Got it.
That's the thing that gets destroyed in MS. It's destroyed. So when you put this all together, you start to go, so this is a protection system of the little baby when it's being formed. So when the baby comes out, maybe we should start thinking about obesity a little bit different. Is the obesity crisis telling us something about MK Ultra? Yep. That's why it's happening. There's an impetus in the environment that's causing us to put subcutaneous fat because we're constantly around the wrong fucking light. And guess what happens? The placenta in humans. That's exactly what the mother does. If you think about your wife when she was pregnant with your baby, remember the first 19 weeks, she only had a little pooch, but she had a flat belly for most of it. All the organ systems are being built in that time, but the baby has no sub-Q fat. You know when the baby gets all the sub-Q fat? The last trimester. You know what controls that? Leptin in the placenta sends only blue light to the baby, subtracts out UV and red. You know those biophotons we talk about? It's fattening the baby up so that it can heal its brain after it comes out of the vagina, because guess what? If it had a fully formed brain, it wouldn't fit out the vagina.
Right.
Got it?
Mm-hmm.
So when you begin to see that nature actually does have some insight about why everybody's getting fat now, it's because everybody's being tech abused by the industrial military complex. That's why they canceled Becker.
Right. But how much of the obesity epidemic, like what percent would you give it?
90%. 10% for food.
Like you're gonna
have Callie Means in here probably down the road.
Yeah.
He's gonna tell you exactly the opposite. Callie Means doesn't know shit about Becker or anything else. I just sat down with Nicole and Mary Bowden, and we had a discussion at dinner. I'm not gonna disclose what he said, but I have a huge problem with, his sister who went to Stanford Medical School and didn't finish her residency. That tells me something's up there. And they want to pound big food. I'm all about pounding big food because I think they're full of shit too.
Yeah.
But bro, blaming them is a front for the industrial military complex.
Right.
The real problem is tech abuse. Let me tell you what I said in Rick's podcast. I said it in multiple podcasts.
Right.
Every time we have 10% increase in tech spending in the United States, the NHANES data for obesity goes up 10%. Explain.
Wow.
You want to hear something else? Nina Tickholz, who's cut from the same cloth as Dom D'Agostino, she's a PhD researcher. She wrote a really good book. She posted something on Twitter last week about 1980, the food pyramid and all that. And I said, isn't this convenient that you use 1980 because it suits your goal? I said, look at my chart. And my chart went with the NHANES data all the way back to 1893, when we electrified the surface of the earth. And you know what you'll notice? I'm right. The food thing is a little bumpy. I'm telling you, it plays a role, but it ain't the big role.
Right. Well, there's also the phenomena. I had another guy in here tell me that he did this study on the world's blue zones.
Dan Butner.
Yeah, he is
total bullshit.
Really?
Yep.
Where people live the longest. One of them is like Costa Rica, Nosara, Costa Rica, where
that is true because the sun is there. But guess what? Most of the places, like for example, one of the blue zones is supposed to be the area around Loma Linda where all the Seventh-day Adventists are and they eat Kellogg's cereals all day. Total bullshit. Go talk to anybody. You also talk about Okinawa.
Right.
Okinawa, Blue Zone, it's all manufactured. Dan Butner is another guy that I will tell you, in my opinion, he's also part of the problem. It was very interesting when he came out. So, of course, a guy like me, based on our time here together on the podcast, that I fact-checked that. None of it's true. That's why I said you have to look. Who packs your parachute, Danny, is so incredibly important. Why? Because remember what's at stake. Hopefully you get a little flavor from Uncle Jack now. I value your time more than you value your time. The way I talk about it, I'm telling you, I want you to focus in. What's going to give you the most time back? I don't want you to focus in on the shit that they can make money off. Right. That's the reason why these guys sell supplements. They sell this. They sell that. No. Functional medicine doctors are doing the same thing centralized medical doctors are doing. They're using pharmaceutical drugs through the prescription pad. The functional medicine guys are selling you in powders and all kinds of bullshit.
So what's the best way to take care of your heart and your brain, in your opinion? What's the best protocol that you live by? I mean, other than eliminating the trees.
Sunrise every day.
Watch the sunrise.
80% Pareto's principle. You do that. It's incredibly important because it sets the circadian clock in your eye. Second most important thing, I think, is make sure you eat a diet that's based on the circadian biology. So, for example, here in Tampa, if it grows in Tampa, you eat it. If it doesn't grow in Tampa, you don't eat it.
That's hard because anywhere you go, you buy. Even if you buy, like we're surrounded by the ocean, right? And you buy fish, and fish are grown on farms, like salmon. All the salmon that you get in any kind of restaurant.
But you understand why it's in farms around here? Because all the runoff from the pesticides, which is one of the points that Bobby makes. He's right about that. So you have to realize how these things fit together. But I'm still going to tell you, eating farmed fish is actually still better than eating probably grass-fed meat from Iowa. And the reason why is the DHA content is higher in fish, exponentially so. And the reason I say that as a neurosurgeon, you have more DHA, which acts as a semiconductor in that central retinal pathway than any other part of your brain. Why? Because the clock in your eye has to run faster than the rest of the clocks in your body. Why? Whose rule is that? Not Jack Bruce's rule. Einstein. That's a consequence of general and special relativity. So how do you know this works? So you get it? This cell phone, right, has GPS on it. You know that. It allows you to get everywhere.
Right.
The Garmin satellite that controls this phone is 80,000 kilometers above the surface. It runs 38 microseconds faster than the clocks on the ground.
Time travel.
That's it, bro. So guess what? The clock that controls everything you need, the master clock, which is at the top of your body, runs faster than every other else. The only way you can do that, you have to have a higher current in it, and we use a semiconductor current to do it.
Wow.
Science, bro. Decentralized science.
We talk a lot about cold and how cold can help create light inside the body. Do you put any weight or credibility into like these cold plunges people are doing, this cold water therapy?
I have no problem with it. You got to remember, I wrote my cool thermogenesis protocol before anybody did it. That includes Wim Hof, 2005.
You said you had a problem with Wim. You said you had a little problem with Wim Hof.
Yeah, his breathing technique is total bullshit. I mean, and that's what he's claimed to fame is. I have never really called him out on it because my belief is Wim's a good guy. Mm-hmm. I do think he's a good guy. If he's bringing people to cold, I'm okay with it. Mm-hmm. But I have different people who get the breathing thing right, like Erwin McClure. He's spectacular on the breathing technique. So if you use Erwin's breathing technique and you use Wim's protocol, great. My protocol is very simple. It's been on my website from the beginning. Mm-hmm. Just realize, cool sculpting, when centralized plastic surgery got on the cold game, their first patent is in 2008. I wrote mine in 2005 and I put it on the internet for free. Mm-hmm. So you have the choice. How did I figure out the cold story? Yeah. Every mammal has the mammalian dive reflex.
Yes.
That's actually how it works.
And Can you explain that for people who don't know?
Yeah. When a baby comes out of its mother, we were designed to be born in water. So the best way to think about it is the Nirvana album cover, that has Come As You Are on it. You see the baby swimming in there. The baby will not take a breath in while the cold water is around it. And when it comes to the surface, because of its fat, it floats. That's when it takes its first breath. Cold is built into every single mammal, and it goes back to when the age of mammals started, which I talked about in the Huberman podcast. but it's present in us. We are the one mammal that doesn't really use it like we should. Why? Because what are the two metrics that circadian biology works on? Light and dark and temperature. People always forget the temperature part. And that's where cold plays a role. And it turns out we have a metabolic switch in our eye called endothelial nitric oxide synthetase. Remember? We talked about nitric oxide earlier. The crazy part of the nitric oxide story, everybody knows that when you make it from UVA light or infrared light, it can help with blood pressure. But you know what nobody else tells you? Dropping the bomb here now for the people who haven't read the Patreon. Nitric oxide controls the stem cell depots in your body. So how do you replace bad cells? Like, you don't go to the regenerative medicine guy down the street and get an injection. You learn to use nitric oxide. So you get in the sun. That's the best way to do it. And what do? That's how you actually take out the bad cells, called apoptosis, cell suicide. How do you replace them? The same free radical signal does that. And what do you need to do it? You need 380 nanometer light. You need 1280. Aren't those two lights that we talked about earlier?
So he talks about so Wim Hof, he talks a lot about the breathing, and then him and Huberman as well talk about the cold, and you mentioned the mammalian dive reflex, but how does freezing your body cold like that, how could that possibly
It's easy.
be good?
No, it's really good, and I'll explain to you why. You have to know a little bit of science, but I'll use basic ideas so you get it. So if we send Steve out right now on my iPhone and we put it on the hood of the car that drove me here, and we left it in the Tampa sun, would I get a temperature warning on this?
Yes.
And then I could put that thing in the freezer and it would work right away, right? Semiconductor circuits work better by cold. Remember, you're thinking about your F-250 that you turn the key when it's 22 degrees in Tampa. That happens once a year in December, January. That's a different kind of current. That's a DC electric current. That builds resistance up in light. That's different. Semiconductor currents work better in the cold. Here's where the key metric is. When we are in the cold, all mammals, we turn on the sympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system activates the leptin-melanocortin pathway. What happens? We take our fat in the sub-Q space, bring it to the mitochondria, and we create huge amounts of light. That's what's possible. So guess what? That allowed us, unlike the Neanderthals, to live at higher latitudes than they did. That's why we persisted and they died off. And how did we do that? The difference between humans and Neanderthals is we shrunk our brain. So on a relative basis, we have 125 grams less brain tissue. But what does that mean?
Than Neanderthals.
No, right. We actually are cognitively de-evolved compared to them in terms of volume. But you know what that did? When we shrunk the neurons, we raised the amount of melanin and water at the same time. So guess what melanin and water do? It's the ultimate battery in humans. Why? Because what did I tell you? Anytime light hits melanin, it creates electrons, hydrogen, and oxygen. And we create more electrons from that interaction than chlorophyll does with sunlight. Chlorophyll, the first step of photosynthesis, only creates 2 electrons. Melanin, the minimum, is 4, but it can create way more because it's a wideband semiconductor. You heard me say that multiple times to you, Rabbi. When you have a wideband semiconductor, it means that there's more possibilities for light to be created. And that's the reason why melanin got expanded from the KT vent to us. So if you remember, in the podcast that we talked to, I try to be provocative with the stupid little cephalopods that he talked about that are in his lab. And I said, bro, it's amazing to me that you can use these cephalopods. You see their brain and all the light in there. What do they do with their melanin? They spit it out to protect themselves. I said, what happened in 650 million years from the Cambrian explosion when cephalopods evolved? We kept all our melanin in and we put it inside our body. We don't use it anymore. In fact, we do. Most of the melanin is in our B and T cells. We use that as our immune system to fight off pathogens. That's how it works. And when you cut the brain open, you don't see the light show like you see in cephalopods. We rectify all the currents, a la Robert Becker, because the currents are doped. So we have small little atoms in there that actually change the different frequencies. That's exactly what the guys in Silicon Valley do. You know, with AMD or Intel, they all have doped silicon semiconductors. We have doped carbon-based semiconductors. So that's how we create different light frequencies. And the dopant that's present in bone that Becker found is copper. We have 2 copper atoms that are between collagen and apatite, and that allows us to have the semiconductive current. And they're only electrostatically bound. What does that mean? When you put a human up into space, or you're Elon Musk, you're going to knock those 2 electrons off, and you're going to get space osteoporosis. So the osteoporosis that you get in space isn't the osteoporosis that your grandmother gets down here. It's a little bit different. So that tells you, just like Becker said, this is why he told the government they were wrong about what they believed. He said, I know what's going on. And he goes, I know why those Russian astronauts died in 1971 in the Soyuz capsule, because they stayed up there too long and they all got horrible osteoporosis.
Right.
That's the reason why.
Yeah.
That's why I said it.
You're kind of like blowing my, like, and when you hear Elon talking about us becoming an interplanetary species, and I listen to you talk about this stuff, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how human beings could survive on Mars.
Or they're going to be there, but they're going to be sick as and shit, and they're never coming back. They're going to die there. Now, I will tell you, is it theoretically possible? Yeah. When we create an alien magnetic field that supports our life, because that's what you're missing, and then you deliver light frequencies that we get on Earth. Remember, you're also going to have to build an artificial ionosphere,
terraform an atmosphere.
Correct. So, bro, how about we do that shit before we send somebody up there? But you know why? You have to remember something. This will be a nice tie-in for what we talked about before. Elon Musk is an engineer. Do you know who else was an engineer? General Groves. Do you know that he was a product engineer that worked for the Army Corps of Engineers? Do you think he made mistakes? No, he was able to build a nuclear bomb just like Elon Musk did SpaceX and can get rockets back and forth. I'm trying to tell you, he's a talented guy. But is he got everything together? Did General Groves have it together? And what did I tell you? If you have something wrong, can you be a product engineer, make a bomb, steal science, and turn out to be worse than Hitler? I did say that, didn't I? So what am I trying to tell you as a young guy? I'm trying to kill all your heroes. Like, let me explain to you. Steve Jobs, right? Hardware guy, dead before he's 60. Paul Allen, software guy from Microsoft, dead at 62. Hal Finney, unbelievable guy in Bitcoin, dead before 60 years. All billionaires. You think they're great? I think it's the biggest epic fail to have $9 billion and not be able to spend the time with your kids or your family. But guess what?
You think about that all the time.
Well, guess what? I went to Prague, to Bitcoin Prague, to discuss those 3 guys. You already heard how I got the story, how I value time. I got it from that kid with French. Dude, it didn't fucking magically come into me. This is all entanglement from my career. What my job is, when I come to a podcast like this, I'm trying to get in there and take off my wooden shoes. They're called sabots. That's where the word sabotage comes from. And throw them into your clock case. I want you to think better than you did before I walked in that room and dropped my suitcases. And you said, let's go. Before Steve said, we're live. I want you to think about some of the things that we're talking about. Why? Because I think you have a duty to me now and a duty to the public. When you have other people come in here, you got to start asking some good questions. You say, okay, you're allowed to say that, Mr. Newman, but talk to me about what Jack just said here. How's this change? Like, go back. That's what we do in M&M Conference. M&M Conference is morbidity and mortality. So if we do something bad to somebody, we all get up in a room and they fucking pound us. I want you to start doing that on a podcast. Somebody comes in here and you know that they're selling you a lot of bullshit, hit them. Don't be scared. Your audience is going to love you. Now, some people are going to be loud on your YouTube comments and tell you you're an asshole and Jack did something to you and he should have never done that. Bro, that's okay. I'm that guy. I'd be the first one to tell you. I like to be agent provocateur. But I'm going to tell you, failures create our success. Wounds create our wisdom. We don't learn anything from success.
Right.
That's the message.
Man in the arena.
Correct. And when the government's giving you Circus Maximus, run away.
What can you tell by somebody. You're good at diagnosing people. What can you tell by someone by just looking in their eyes?
Well, when I do an ophthalmoscopic exam, remember the retina itself is the diencephalon. It's actually part of your brain. Most people don't know that. You know, it's actually brain surgery, and I'm actually able to examine your brain. Things that I'm looking for, I'm looking at your optic disc, I'm looking at your fovea, that's where your central vision is, but I'm very interested in what's happening right around your fovea with your ophthalmic arm. That tells me how much blue light toxicity you got. Your pupillary reflex, I use 3 different lights to check it, okay? What am I looking for? I'm looking for evidence that your midbrain is involved with tech abuse. Then I'll do some other things. Like if I put the light in your eye and you sneeze, that tells me you have a problem with myelination in your olfactory cortex in your brain.
Well, when I go out in the sun, I often sneeze.
It tells me that you've got an issue. It also tells me something else. You have a problem with creating vasopressin from the posterior pituitary. It means that you got too much light on at night. So I can tell a lot, but these are all things that centralized doctors, they don't know, and they don't check. And I will tell you, I didn't check any of these things until 20 years ago. 20 years ago is when I realized that there was a lot of fat on the bone that we have to teach people. And that's kind of what I do with my doctor members. I teach them that, I do all these Patreon blogs all the time.
Right.
And if you follow my Twitter, I blow people's minds daily with Twitter stuff. But I do it for that reason. I'm not trying to show people that I know more than they do. I'm trying to get people motivated that what you've been told is horseshit. Upgrade your game.
Right. There was an interesting thing you guys also brought up about, you're talking about Jackson Pollock, and you said you're trying to heal people and fix their brains and fix people's ailments. You're often taking away certain gifts they have.
Yes.
And that reminds me, especially when you brought up Jackson Pollock, there was a book I read about neuroplasticity with Weasel and I forget the guy. One of the guys' name was something Weasel. These two scientists that figured out neuroplasticity figured out that it goes way past, like, conventional theory is that neuroplasticity ends in like your early teens or before that, maybe, but it goes way past that, right?
Yeah, and the number one thing, the point that I try to bring to Huber, and to his credit, he did bring up the other doctor you're talking about. I think it's Merzinowicz, which was one of his mentors, and this guy died, but he's really big into why we got cochlear implants, and also his original research that clued us into this was on the median nerve. And I told you, Dr. Klein, he's the world expert in peripheral nerve surgery in the world. He's now like 90 years old, probably close to death if he's not dead already. But his work, actually, as a young resident, taught me that the dominant paradigm belief, because I was taught that the brain doesn't change. That guy's research told me that was bullshit. The single most important thing I try to bring to Huberman is that there's no more plastic part of the neurologic system than melanin. Melanin is neuroplastic to light like that. And everybody should get that. Remember, you heard in the same podcast when Rick said, I leave Costa Rica and I go to Malibu and I lose my tan. Right. And then I talked the reverse of that. Remember the black lady?
And why is that?
Vitiligo.
Yes.
Right? You switch that around. The reason I did those things because I realized that there's things that are in us that are way more plastic than not. And it turns out the things that are most plastic are the things that get us better. And that was the tie-in for me with Becker. Because Becker found that the source of all regeneration is the DC electric current takes red blood cells and turns them into the cell you need. The key is you have to have the right light to get the right current to get the right cell. And it doesn't matter what cell it is. And I've already told you the interesting thing, we do this with red blood cells and bone. My belief is that we're using stem cells to do it with other tissues. And if you don't create the right light, you don't get the right current, then you don't get the regeneration. And that's what we see with people that say have quiescence or have senescence. Those are people that they can't make any more stem cells from their body. And and that's what most of the people who have had osteoporosis for probably the last 50 or 60 years get. Their bones are senescent because they don't have any stem cells left inside their marrow. And that's an unfortunate situation. The reason why that's important to understand is the more that we're involved in a tech life, you're depleting stem cells.
Right.
So that means you can't live long. So if you want to follow these longevity guys, and I think they're all fucking shysters.
Even the guys that are running the stem cell things, where
fuck
they're saying take your baby and get your placenta of your baby.
I'm okay with that. Don't listen to anything else because they don't know their ass from their elbow. And none of them know. Like every single stem cell that's frozen should be, instead of being frozen, should also have UV light and infrared A light inside the freezer. But we don't have that. We don't have that because you'll extend the shelf life. You know, like we talk about preservatives in food, you know, that keep like, you know, McDonald's hamburgers for 14 years. They need to start thinking about doing that with stem cells. And I believe light is how we do it. And, you know, people are listening to this podcast and say that's crazy. You may not know this, but your wife, when she was born, I should say before she was born, all the eggs that she'd ever produced was in her within 4 or 5 weeks of her being in her womb. And she's kept all those eggs up until she has the last period. For how long? Guess what hormone picks the eggs? Leptin. It's the leptin-melanocortin pathway. That's what I said. When you see it, and you know that Nicole is big into human fertility, especially female fertility. Yeah. Well, Alexis Jasmine the same way. Fertility is also tied to this, which came into your testosterone store. So when the kids, the boys, put their phone in their front pocket, they're irradiating all their swimmers. Not only are they destroying their testosterone, but they're killing their germ cells. Remember, those germ cells, like, you have all these idiots that come and do podcasts about artificial intelligence. If you ask them, artificial intelligence has no target. You know what I tell people? You know what artificial intelligence really is? It's your kids. Your kid is part your wife, part you. He's a fucking alien. And you don't think about it that way, but guess what? What are we doing to our kids? We think, okay, after 4 or 5 years, we put them in daycare. They're getting irradiated in daycare, then we put them in school. And we're radiating there. Are we really taking care of our stem cells or our artificial intelligence when we do that?
Right.
But that's what the transhumanists want you to do. And what did I say to you before? If you're going to bank your eggs because you're a tech abuser, because you're infertile, maybe you need to take care of the eggs better than you took care of them. We're not doing that.
Right.
So guess what? When we take an egg out and do IVF after it's been frozen, why does anybody think that's a good idea when you understand what I'm telling you right here?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's actually good. I actually recently had a biological anthropologist on here a couple weeks ago, and he was explaining to me that there's a lot of debate about IVF, and they're saying like you're selecting against nature when you're doing it.
You are. I totally agree with that, and this is the reason why I will even tell you, and this was the punch in the mouth that I had to deliver to Nicole. I said, you realize that you and Sergey, your previous life, what you did, you ruined your germ cells. That's why that baby has got what it's got. Now that she's out, you got to reverse all the things that you guys did. And dude, this was a straight punch in the mouth to her. I was not kind about it, but when she said to me about the $100 million, I said, I didn't want it. I said, but I'll tell you what I want you to do. I said, I want you to give $5 million to Anjan Kata to make the blue light computer that blocks all the blue light, because your husband's trying to put him out of business and all his friends in Silicon Valley. She did that. Then I said, go talk to Francisco Gonzalez Lima in University of Texas. She gave him $20 million to study red light and autism. When she did that, she proved to me that she wasn't a douchebag. So what did I do? Then I wrote my seminal ideas about how autism really forms, and I put it in the blog for Quantum Engineering 45. I gave it to Nicole before I gave it to anybody else.
Is this online?
Yeah, it's on my Patreon. In fact, when I sat down with Andrew Wakefield and Mary Bowden 2 days ago in Dallas, I gave both of them a copy. I said, if you want to see where I think it comes from, and I think what Andy is very interested, to his credit, he said, look, in 98, when they canceled me, he goes, what we thought the state of autism was back then, it was tied to the gut, because remember, he's a gastroenterologist. He says, I realize the science has changed a lot, and he's out of the doctoring game now because they took his career from him. Now he makes movies. But to his credit, and you tell, he's a brilliant guy who's just got fucking chewed up. He didn't have Becker talk to him. We need people like him. You know, because guess what? His insights, the way he thinks, it may have been atrophy because now he's making movies. Because the movies that he's making is actually telling the story. Like he just came out with a movie called Protocol 7. I would suggest every parent watches it. And we just need to teach people, instead of vilifying people, even if you don't agree with us, it's, the mark of an educated mind to take something you don't fully believe or understand and examine it for yourself, then make a decision.
Right.
If you give crazy a shot, like a lot of my people do, and it works, all I ask you to do, what's your payment to me? Go tell somebody else. That's it. That's all I need you to do.
Yeah, real quick, there's two things I want to get to before we wrap it up. We're coming up on like 4 hours. The book I was telling you I was reading about neuroplasticity, it was about those two guys who wrote that paper. I think it was in like the 60s maybe.
I know who you're talking
about. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Anyways, they mentioned famous artists of the past, and like how whatever was wrong with them or wrong with their brains affected how good they were at creating art. Pollock, obviously, alcoholic and
low dopamine.
They made a case for Picasso, which was fascinating.
Yeah, well, remember, he had a huge problem with sex addiction. And a lot of people don't know this, but we've talked about on the periphery. This is the stuff that hit the floor in Rick's podcast. The sex addictions, the homosexuality, the rise of this is actually because your hypothalamus gets bigger. There's now papers out there that show that people have misgendering, transgendering, things like that.
Yeah.
Their hypothalamus is larger. If you know anything about thermodynamics, anytime a tissue loses energy, it gets bigger. So you always hear me talk about your ankle, the sun, your heart, when they all fail.
They blow up.
Right. Same thing happens with your hypothalamus, and that's where all your sex target hormones are. So there's now proof that this thing is actually tied to changes in the leptin-melanocortin pathway. So we are selecting out not to have children. So what are we effectively doing with this transhumanist idea? They know this. That's the reason they're big supporters. You talk to Nicole. Nicole said something to me during dinner the other night that really, I hope she says it in more podcasts. But she said Sergey didn't care what happened to Echo, like after she was born. And that is such a transhumanist idea that the target
Echo's their kid.
Yeah. It's a baby girl. Nicole's whole left-wing liberal personality changed because of this baby. Like, that was her punch in the mouth.
Right.
He still gives two fucks about this kid. But that's what the transhumanist that's involved in tech, that's really what the basis of the marshmallow experiment's all about. They just don't get it. And they never will. And they've been bred this way. And they're not going to change. The only way they change is if they have something in their life, kind of like what happened with Nicole. And Nicole now is doing everything different. I mean, I wish I could have had that phone call. And the funny thing is, Danny, you have an opportunity. Chantel listened to that phone call because I had it on speakerphone. I never put any things up to my ear. Ask Chantel just how brutal I was. I was fucking brutal. And I was like, here you're asking me for help for your kid and you're ruining the whole planet. That's kind of how I answered her question. I went nuts on her. And to her credit, she took it. And I think she took it because Echo was a bigger punch. And she's like, clearly I did something wrong here. Clearly there's something going on. And she was really motivated to find out about it. And so motivated that she left her liberal ideology. And look what she's doing now. Now she's actually telling people to vote for Trump.
Right.
Literally 4 years ago, she was donating millions of dollars the other way. Like crazy.
Yeah.
And everybody in the DNC thinks she's fucking crazy. But what I'm telling you, that's actually what happened to me 20 years ago when I had my come to Jesus moment. I'm like, look, when you realize everything you believe is a fucking lie, it's an existential crisis. Like, you have to sit down and figure this shit out. And, for everybody, Danny, it's going to be different. You know, what brings us to the table? Who knows? There may be some things that we said in this podcast people listen to and go,
Right.
but that's what it's supposed to do. That's what life's about. Life is about the constant search of discovery and being curious and never thinking you have it all together. Like I tell you, every day I learn something. And if I'm not learning something, then I think I'm dead.
Right.
That's how I look at it.
Have you seen this? I don't know if it's new or not, but I just saw this yesterday on YouTube. There's this skin pigment they can put on your skin to make it invisible.
Yeah.
How is that a new thing? And how it's like a yellow thing that makes your skin see through.
Yeah.
Can you pull up a video of it, Steve?
We use different things like when you have burn patients, you may not know we use floppy skins.
Fashion show.
And believe it or not, it actually helps burn patients. But you have to realize our skin is optimized for our biology. Just like fishes are optimized for theirs. Remember, they're in a different environment. They're in liquid water. And we are, silly talking monkeys that live on the surface of the planet. Mm-hmm. But there is an optical density of your skin. Remember what you're saying. When they use something like this.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. When they use something like this, what are they trying to do? They're actually trying to get you usually past an acute trauma until you come back. Like, you'll be shocked. Because I've been talking about bad shit about blue light all the time. Mm-hmm. Do you know what one time Uncle Jack loves blue light? Is when you have a burn victim. You put blue light on a burn victim, you know what it does? It stimulates the skin to grow faster, which is the reason why blue light causes skin cancer, because that's the truth. But believe it or not, when someone has a burn, using blue light, unopposed blue light, actually causes the burn to heal faster because you're stimulating repair. One of the things that I've talked to several burn trauma surgeons about, that I believe when they do use the blue light, they need to add the 380 light for the reason I told you before. Because nitric oxide talks to the stem cells in the skin to even redo it faster. And one of the things that people who don't use the UV light have noticed, the skin that comes back after you use the blue light always has less pigment in it. And I think the reason for that is because the way nature wants this done, it needs not only the nitric oxide stimulus, but it also needs the UV stimulus to turn POMC on. Why? Because POMC has to migrate into the new skin as it's growing. Because that's exactly what happens when you're forming in your mother. As the neural axis grows, you have neural crest cells migrating through their tracks to get where they need to be. We don't have melanin in every single spot in our body. We have it in key spots. Like when you see somebody who has dopamine problems with Parkinson's, we know it's a substantia nigra. But there's parts of your body you don't really have a lot of melanin. And some people are surprised to find out, like over our calf muscle and over our rectus abdominis, which is our six-pack muscle, we have more POMC in that skin than anywhere else. And think about why that makes sense. Because in humans, compared to gorillas or monkeys, we shrunk our gut 30 feet.
Right.
That's why it's there. And we walk upright. That's why we have it in our Achilles tendon. Because it changed those things, which is what I said in the Reuben.
Whoa.
Yeah, which is what I said in the.
That's wild.
Well, I said that though in the Reuben podcast. Like, these are the collateral effects of light sculpting.
Spaced out during that time, so I don't remember that.
Well, no, I said it very casually because people have always assumed in the anthropology world that we're going to find a missing link. And if you understand what I said in the Huberman podcast, you're not, because what's the difference between us and them? Is POMC. It's melanin. There is no transitional age.
What do you think we're going to look like in 100,000 years if we survive? If there's no cataclysm that wipes out humanity, do you think we're going to look like these little gray aliens that people talk about? Fat? You don't think we're going to get?
You know that movie?
Oh, Fat from Austin Powers. You think we're going to look that in 100,000 years?
Yeah, because think about what's happening. I already told you that we're tech abusers, so we're going to get bigger. I also think what will happen is we'll dumb down. There'll be part of society that runs the whole system, and we're going to use AI technology to dumb us down further. In other words, you're going to be.
We don't have to think.
We don't have to think, and if you don't have to think, it's not a good place to be, because the world will be driven by those who can think. And to be honest with you, this is another fractal that takes us back to the first hour of the podcast. That's really what the industrial military complex wants. They want to be the wizard behind the curtain, like Steve is, while we're all the fat bastards walking around the earth doing what they need.
You know what I think there's a connection between some of these blue zone areas of the world, these underdeveloped parts of the world. I don't know if this makes sense for longevity, but I feel more alert, more awake, more alive. I just feel better when I'm in a country, when I'm driving around, not just stopping at red lights and stop signs and just waiting for the light to tell me when to go. When I literally have to look for cars to stay alive, to make sure that I'm driving in a way that's going to keep me alive, versus driving in traffic here.
Well, to think about what you just said, you just proved my point. That makes me feel good. That's the oracle effect of modern life. And you don't realize what you're designed to do is go run on the tectonic plates and run under a tree, sit there and capture all the biophotons that come off the light through the leaves. You don't do that anymore. And then when you think about the car, you're sitting in a car, glass blocks all the UV and 40 and 60% of the red. So unless you roll the window down or open the motor, so you are having an alien experience in the car.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you feel that way. What are your feelings controlled? Melatonin and dopamine, serotonin. These are all aromatic amino acids that absorb light. Like everything always comes back to light. The problem is the idiots that you listen to, they don't know that.
Yeah, nobody talks about it.
Well, dude, I've been talking about it for 20 years.
Probably more than anybody, honestly. The circadian rhythm and getting access to the sunlight.
So
a lot of people talk about like the muscle is important for maintaining your glycogen and energy stores. And
people don't even know that in muscle, the single most important thing is actually dopamine. Dopamine controls the fiber type. The fiber type controls the glycogen source. They don't even get that way. Dude, all these paleo meatheads, like, for example, Dom listens to all this stuff.
He's been a bodybuilder his whole life.
I know. But you got to realize that's his half truth. And the thing is, I'm going to tell him, his longevity is not going to be buried when his biceps are big. He's a smart guy. Hopefully he's going to wake up down the road and say, I need to begin to optimize the mitochondria in my heart and my brain.
Can you do both at once?
No, because it's a zero-sum game. What I mean by that, energy. Remember from the first law of conservation of energy, it can't be created or destroyed. So, because what you're doing with mitochondria, if you put it where it's not supposed to be, you're stealing from where it's supposed to be. This is the reason why. I don't know if you remember one of my good friends. He's dead now. He's a guy like Don, Charles Poliquin. And I always warned him when he was doing the things he was doing. I'm like, Charles, I know this whole physique thing with you. I said, I'm telling you, you're going to get taken out like your family members did, and it's going to happen before you're 60. And bro, he argued with me up and down, and he did a lot of things outside, but he just didn't do enough. He spent too much time inside, too much time with tech. He died at 58 years old. And he looked like in Michelangelo's, David. So the point that I'm trying to make to you, I'm trying to make it to several of my critics online recently. I did it with Dr. Alexis Cowan, Jasmine. When you have a physique like that, go and find me anybody who's 85 years old that looks like that. You're going to find, like, not a lot.
Right, but it does, muscle atrophies when you get older, your testosterone's lower.
Stop. Think about what you just said. Muscle atrophies when you're low. What does nature tell you?
Everything atrophies. The brain atrophies, right?
Well, not true.
No?
Einstein, when he died at 76 years old, brain was not atrophied. That's not true. And I'm going to tell you, that's the interesting part of the story. I'm kind of glad you went down this path. I didn't think we were going to. But I'm going to tell you that you need to really understand that the body plan of mammals, the whole category of mammals. When you go to the Museum of Natural History in New York, you see tons of them. And they look all different. And they all have different issues. You know what determines, this is the really tough thing about biology. There's something called Kleber's Law. Kleber's Law basically says the lifespan of a mouse and elephant, they still have the same number of heartbeats, no matter what. It's true. So
really?
Yes. What is nature telling you? There is a power law at the basis of energy production, and it's called Kleber's Law. You can look it up.
Okay.
And there's a line. See the line right there? Doesn't matter where you are on the evolutionary path, you're always along the slope of that line. So what does that tell you? You're in a zero-sum game. And I remember when I learned about Kleber's law, that's when I realized that having really big muscles when you're a human is a disadvantage. And the point that I try to make to guys like Dom, gorillas and chimps, what's the real difference between us and them? They have more intestine and they have more muscle. They don't have frontal lobes. So they've made that change. They don't live as long as us. But we do it the other way, and our longevity is 20 to 30 years greater than theirs. So what is nature telling you? Where you bury your mitochondrial density is the key. So you said something to me interesting about 10 minutes ago. Jack, what do you see the future? The future is if we keep using technology that's stealing from us, it's causing electron steal. What's going to go first? Our brains and our hearts. Now, that doesn't mean the first 30 or 40 years of our life that we can't do something amazing. To be honest with you, that's what worries me about the transhumanists. I think that's really what they care about. They don't really care that Susan Wojcicki died. She's 56. She's a useful idiot now. You know, it's going to be the people, the new people that they're training. Are they think like the Google engineers that are there now? I think they're really important to Google. But do they have a shelf life? Is there an expiration date for transhumanists? The answer is yes. And when you become a draft, that's when they want to get rid of you. You ask me the teleological question, the 80,000 foot question. That's the reason I think that they think the way they think. And I've discussed this with Nicole and her new boyfriend, and they actually agree with me. Why? Because they used to hang out with more of those assholes than anybody else. I don't let any of those people around me. To me, they're my mortal enemy. Like I would sit down with probably Adolf Hitler before I'd sit down with Sergey Brin. That's the truth.
Wow. It's wild shit, man.
Well, hopefully you have a little flavor of how
a little
Uncle Jack's chili.
I've had a nice taste of Uncle Jack's chili, man, and I have a feeling, and I hope you'll be back for more sometime one day in the future. This was a fascinating conversation, man. Thank you so much for your time. I'm very grateful for it.
No problem.
Where can we tell people to visit your Patreon, your website, everything like that?
It's Dr. Jack Cruz everywhere, like every social media place. The Patreon is patreon.com/Dr. Jack Cruz. My website is drjackcruz.com. Go to the forums. The forums are free. It'll take you literally 10 years. Hit the forum button, Steve. Yeah, you got to register for the forum. Unfortunately, you guys aren't registered. But if you go on there, that is like the walking Library of Alexandria for quantum biology. It'll take you 10 or 15 years to get through there. I'm not kidding you. If you put my name and your disease in a box, dude, welcome to the jungle.
Wow. That's fascinating.
And believe it or not, that's why Rick, some of my friends, they want to do a movie about this because they feel like when someone dies, the library of their knowledge dies with them. And that's where I came up with the idea to put all this on the forum so that it's there. You can search it. The problem is a lot of people ask me, they want me to be a librarian, and I think you probably already figured out how well that goes. I'm not here to be your librarian. Patreon is designed for you to do DIY. That's where you start, I think, with Jack Cruz. The more time you want with me, like say if you got a disease, then you got to become a member, like gold or platinum. That's when I give you one-on-one time.
Okay.
You can hire me as someone to rent my brain for an hour. I'll allow people to do that, but I do not allow the general public to do it. You have to be a member, either at the gold or platinum level. Why? Because I need you to know some of the basics, like some of the stuff you and I covered today. You know, about Becker's work, about semiconduction, about stuff like that.
Right.
Like if I start talking to you about what I want you to do, you're gonna look at me and not know this. You're like, I just wasted money talking to this guy. And you probably did. But what I want to do is I want to elevate your game so that you understand where I'm coming from. And then I can easily now tell you, go read this book, go read that book. Like, in other words, you don't have to believe me anymore. In the beginning, you had to. Now there's books out that tell you I'm right.
Definitely, man. Can I get you, if I needed brain surgery, would you be able to do it? Or is that
Probably in El Salvador.
in El Salvador? You'll do it in El Salvador.
Well, Kelly's
How often do you do brain surgery, by the way?
last one I did was the last day that I practiced in the United States, which was August 6th, about 6 weeks ago.
No way.
Hey.
That's when I officially decided to become a free agent, start talking about what we talked about in the first 2 hours of the podcast. And I started doing brain surgery without a scalpel. And I basically told President Bukele, and just like I told Bobby, Nicole, and Trump, I'm a free agent now. You want me? Come get me.
That's beautiful, man. I love it. Thanks again. This was fascinating. And we'll link all your stuff below. Go check it out. Good night, everybody.
Take care.
Sleep tight. I don't get mad at people for opinions, even if it's like the most heinous thing in the world. As long as they treat me with respect, I don't care. Yeah, well, there's no shortage of them. Everywhere, people in every corner there, and that's some crazy, ridiculous opinions about everything. And people trying to like shut people down for just like giving their thoughts. I just don't, you know, and which is kind of the central issue in this, what we're about to discuss is like American philosophy, or what the founding fathers' philosophy. Like, where did it all come from? Is it Judeo-Christian? You know, you hear that a lot. People say the Constitution, Declaration of Independence is a Judeo-Christian document. Thank Jesus for such a people actually believe that? Yes. Really? Oh my God, yes. They will stand by this. I was debating Crucible, Andrew Wilson, and he's like convinced that this was supposed to be a Christian nationalist nation. And the founding fathers believed that.
A Christian nationalist nation.
Which all the evidence goes against, by the way. There's just no evidence that any of the founding fathers, even if they were Christian, which some of them were, which I'll point out, some of them were, they did not intend America to be a Christian national country, Christian nationalist country. Like, for example, Holy Roman Empire, which was before Germany. It's modern-day Germany. They call themselves the Holy Roman Empire. Italy, Church of England in England. That was the world order before the end of the 18th century. Was Christian nationalism in many senses.
Yeah. Now, didn't Thomas Paine? I was reading his book. So before he started going into like digging in on the Bible, he was supportive of basically Christian morals, right? He was saying that the laws of man, or the laws of a nation should be guided by the laws of God.
Yes.
And not by
a lot of people say that these founding fathers are mostly theists, in the sense that they just sort of attribute a mind to the universe itself, and just kind of go off there and have reason before dogma. Your reason is your guiding light. A lot of the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson was one, Thomas Paine too. Even though Thomas Paine was so critical of Christianity, as you know, you were reading Age of Reason, he's just trying to debunk the Bible left and right. But then he'll say things like, but the real Jesus probably taught this, probably was a philosopher, probably was a good dude. You see this with Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson wrote a text called the Syllabus. And this syllabus was basically, he's taking scissors to the Bible, cutting off the whole Old Testament, gone. You don't need that no more. All right, New Testament, what do we got? Oh, all the epistles and all that stuff, Revelation, gone. All right, what do we got left? We got 4 Gospels left. Okay, what do we got left? Chopping off everything except for the red letters, which is, I say red letters because modern Bibles put Jesus's quotes in red in some modern Bibles. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying he had a Bible with red letters, but I'm saying he chops off only the quotes from Jesus himself. So all he has left is sayings from Jesus. He's got no crucifixion scene, no resurrection. Thomas Jefferson. And some people call it the Jefferson Bible. He called it a syllabus for whatever reason. And what he's left with is, basically a list of sayings of Jesus and his philosophy. And he thought that Jesus himself was a swell dude, someone to follow, someone who challenged the status quo, someone who thought with reason.
And in many ways, he's right. In many ways. So, for example, one of the Torah laws is on the Sabbath, if your animal falls into a ditch, you cannot go and get that animal out of the ditch. It's going to stay in that ditch until the next day, and hopefully it doesn't die.
Right.
Because you can't work on the Sabbath. And Jesus says, come on. We're not going to go and get your... We can get our animals on the Sabbath. That's not... God gave the Sabbath to man. So he's basically saying, like, we can do things on the Sabbath. He picks grain on the Sabbath and gives it to his disciples. Apparently, David did the same thing in one of the books from Kings and Chronicles.
Yeah.
So Jesus is sort of like a philosopher going against the grain, putting reason ahead of everything else.
Yeah.
And that's what Thomas Jefferson's view of Jesus. Yeah. And Thomas Paine is a little more critical of Christianity. Another thing Thomas Paine says. I'm sorry. Let me go back to Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, and just to cap off what he thought about Jesus, he said Jesus was a swell dude. Christianity is I'm the only real Christian. Jefferson says this, but that's not a good thing for Christians. Christians can't really claim this. But I'll tell you why. Okay. He says the Trinity is incoherent. He says how can one be the same as another and then the same as another? That's three. That's polytheism. That's nonsense. He says the church is Platonism. He says the church is just pure Platonism. Here, let me pull up a letter from him where he writes this so I can give you the exact quote.
The church was Platon.
Yeah, he says this.
Is he talking about like a noble lie?
Yeah. So in 1823, on April 11th, Jefferson wrote to John Adams. He says, the truth is that the greatest enemies to the doctrines of Jesus are those calling themselves Christians, these expositors of them, who have perverted them for the structure of a system of fancy, absolutely incomprehensible, and without any foundation in his genuine words. And the day will come when the mystical generation of Jesus, by the supreme being, his Father, in the womb of a virgin, will be classed with the fable of the generation of Minerva, the goddess Minerva. Basically saying, the day will come when people will realize that the stories about Jesus being the Son of God will be a fable. Just like we talk about the fable of Minerva. Call it a fable. Okay? And then he says, we hope that the dawn of reason and freedom of thought in these United States will do away with all this artificial scaffolding and restore to us the primitive and genuine doctrines of this most venerated reformer of human eras. So he's saying the historical Jesus is someone that's great who lived with reason and thought. The Bible and the myths about Jesus are garbage. They're fables. We don't need them. So it's very distinct. It's not modern day Christianity. He's like a Gnostic heretic. He's a heretic. There's no way around that. There's not a single Christian or Catholic or Orthodox that would claim that and say, I believe that. None of them. It's just heresy. One more thing I want to point out. He says about the Platonism thing.
Yeah, one of the things that really stuck out to me about Thomas Paine's Age of Reason, he was talking about Christianity being I think he calls it a pious fraud. And he said the thing about it is it gets lost in translation from the first Christian preachers who started talking about it to the second generation of Christian preachers that started talking about it, all the way down to the third generation of Christian preachers that were talking about it, until eventually it gets so far down the line, they forget that it was a fraud in the first place.
Right.
Especially when you have people making a livelihood by preaching it.
Yeah, and then by the 4th century, Council of Nicaea comes along, and they're holding these ecumenical councils and to say, we believe this, and this is doctrine now. Well, why didn't Jesus say that? Why didn't Jesus say that I am part of a Trinity, and if you don't believe in this Trinity, you're not a Christian? He never says that. In fact, he tells people to get to heaven, be good, treat your neighbors good. That's all he says.
Right.
He doesn't say believe in. He doesn't even say you have to believe I resurrected.
When did the Council of Nicaea happen?
325.
325.
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of it?
We're talking 300 years after Jesus is dead.
Right.
The purpose was to say that in order to be a member of the Church of Christianity, the Orthodox Catholic Church, you have to believe in a Trinity, that God and the Father and the Holy Spirit are all one. So before that wasn't exactly doctrine. So Jesus himself didn't really preach that. And Thomas Jefferson's pointing this out, that this church has been corrupted by Platonism, which is what Nietzsche also agrees with. Now, in 1816, on January 9th, he wrote a letter to Charles Thomson. And he's talking about this syllabus that he wrote. And he says, I too have made a wee little book from the same materials, which I call the philosophy of Jesus. It is a paradigm of his doctrines, made by cutting the text out of the book and arranging them on pages of a blank book in order, a more beautiful or precious morsel of ethics I have ever seen. It is a document in proof that I am a real Christian, that is to say, a disciple of the doctrines of Jesus, very different from the Platonists who will call me an infidel. He's saying the church are a bunch of Platonists. They're not Christians. This is all philosophy, and they're not actually following reason. Jesus, he thinks, in his opinion, Jesus followed reason. Now, me personally, I think he's going too far. Why? I think you don't even need Jesus. Just follow reason, which is what Thomas Paine was doing. Thomas Paine was just like, reason. That's it. That's your logos. And so, but I guess I could see what Thomas Jefferson was doing when 90% of your population are Christians. You kind of have to play the game,
right?
So you really don't have a choice there. But
totally. And then the other founding fathers like Benjamin Franklin and John Adams, those guys were working really closely with Thomas Paine, right? And Thomas Paine was actually instrumental in writing parts of the Declaration of Independence, and I think he was actually one of the reviewers of the Declaration of Independence, even though he didn't sign it.
He was there. He was there in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia in 1776. He was the philosophy. He was the mind behind the whole operation. Right. He influenced all of this liberty-loving, wisdom-loving, the return to the Greco-Roman ideals of republics and democracy. The Roman Republic and the Athenian democracy. Those ideals, those constitutions set up by Solon, set up by Demosthenes, set up by Cicero. That type of philosophical worldview to lead people with, rather than the doctrinal or what's the word? Dogma set forth by religion.
Right.
Do this or else. John Adams was, as you mentioned, he's one of his most famous quotes about this says, "Government should not be founded any way on the Christian religion." Just straight up says it. Our government will not be founded any way on the Christian religion. So there is no Judeo-Christian ethics in the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. It's just not there. There's no Ten Commandments there. Right. There is no Pauline epistles there. Right. It doesn't even mention Jesus in any of these documents. So it's pretty obvious.
What do you make of? I asked this before the podcast, but I was saying, what do you make of so many people online? You see people like YouTubers like Candace Owens, like Jordan Peterson, Russell Brand, all these people like suddenly being born again Christians.
I think they're on a team. I think they're playing for a team. I almost want to say sometimes for some people it's a grift. For other people, they believe in that side so much. They believe in the conservative worldview, the more of a nationalist leaning worldview. They believe in it so much, and then everyone there is Christian. So you gotta spiritually become part of this. And so I think people like that sort of convince themselves that it's true.
Yeah.
And they don't look for evidence on the contrary. Right. They're not reading Bart Ehrman. They're not looking at is it really true? They're finding out how can I make this true? And sort of convincing themselves that. Right. And then you get people who want to convince themselves that the founding fathers somehow set up this country for Christians and only for Christians. As we pointed out, all these quotes from these letters from these founding fathers, they're saying the opposite.
Getting back to that, it's just if I had $1 for every podcaster I've seen make videos of themselves getting baptized on their Instagram,
I think it's a grift. I think it's a grift. I do. I mean, not everybody, maybe. Like I mentioned, some of them really probably like convince themselves and they actually believe it after a while because they want it to be true because that's the team they're on. But I think it's identity politics. It just, they don't call it identity politics. Everyone else is doing identity politics. Oh, the trans movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, it's all identity politics except for me. Even though identity politics could be Christians. As a Christian, I believe this because the Bible said so. Even if I don't actually believe it, I have to believe it. That's identity politics. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
You know?
It's just crazy to see it happen in real time. It came out of like nowhere, like over the last couple of years.
It did. Everyone's, and that's one of the things me and Matt Bale were talking about. He's pretty.
Oh, Matt Bell.
Matt Bell.
Yeah.
He's as he points out, like people are driven by identity these days.
Mm-hmm.
Whether what side, I don't care what kind of side of the political spectrum you're on. It seems to be everyone's being sucked into some sort of identity where nobody can actually live as themselves. And they're sucked into some sort of like group think. I mean, there's so many of them.
Yes.
There's a whole different group thinks everywhere.
Yes.
It's almost like little mini cults everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't realize it. And they think everyone else is doing it except for themselves. But it seems to be that everybody sort of gets sucked into some sort of identity area.
There's definitely, and then there's the whole nother side of this thing where the internet props up, or the internet sort of amplifies people with the most extreme views on different things, whether you be right or left. The people that are the loudest have the craziest views, and they're the ones that get the most retweets or the most views on any kind of on Twitter or YouTube. And people see that the most because it's so inflammatory, gets the most attention, and people think, oh, this must be normal.
Yeah.
Or that must be normal. And this is just the way the world is now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like, what you see on Twitter is not the real world. These are people behind keyboards trying to get attention. There's this, I talked about it on the last podcast that we did. There's this thing called my friend Julian in New Jersey has this theory called the Wawa theory. Because you want to see how the world really is, just go to Wawa. He goes, you see people online fighting and talking about how, there's going to be a civil war, the right and the left are going to kill each other, it's the end of the world. But then you go to Wawa and you see the girl with the green hair holding the door for the Vietnam veteran. It's not really what you see online.
You're right. The internet does amplify things a little bit. And I notice another thing that I notice, people who I know in person who are normally kind of chill, and they have their opinions or whatever, they don't really get crazy with it. When you see them online, they act like they're like going crazy. Trump needs to win, or the world's going to end, or if Trump wins, the world's going to end.
Right.
And then, but you see these people in person,
that's not how they communicate.
Just chilling.
Right.
They're like, whatever.
That's not a normal human interaction. No. A normal one-on-one human interaction. That would be so weird if somebody was talking to you like that.
Right. It's only on the internet where you see that.
Yeah, it's a fake personality. It's a fake
especially when you can put an avatar in front of your name,
right,
and with a nickname, and then you can just say whatever. You just go into anonymous mode, and you can just do it. And then you get dark. People get dark with that.
Oh yeah.
You can say whatever, and no one's gonna know it's you. You know.
Mm-hmm. That's, I think, a lot of that's going on. Like with that guy I just had on, he was talking about the Civil War stuff. How he thinks there's going to be a Civil War.
What if all his? By the time this video comes out, I've already debated him.
Yeah, that's funny that you saw. I just released that podcast with him this morning. So you're planning on debating him.
Yeah.
That's my thing. With that, I don't know anything about his lifestyle, but he clearly studies a lot of history and he reads a lot of shit. But everything you read in books and everything you see online, like what we just said, is not the real world.
Sure.
It's not what it's like right now when you walk outside and deal with a group of human beings. I mean, sometimes, depending on where you are, right? If you're in Chicago at a Palestinian LGBTQ protest, that's a different thing than going to Wawa.
Well, that's one thing about What If All This that I think he's a little wrong on, just to use lack of a better term. He sees the world as so black and white. It's either communist or it's either good. It's either like there's the good free market and then there's the communist evil leftism. And he looks at all of history through this dual lens of they were basically in the 1400s, everybody was a communist. Everyone for the next 300 years, everyone was communist and everything was bad. And then all of a sudden, this person came along, and then they brought free markets back. Everything was good for another 200 years. Like that's all you get from him. And I think it's lazy. I don't think it's good historical rigor. I think his methodology is terrible. I don't think he reads a lot of history books. Maybe he reads
definitely reads.
I think he reads books about history from historians, like from I think some of them are a little outdated, but I don't think I don't know. What do you think his primary sources are off?
What are you going to debate him on?
The Middle Ages, the Dark Ages.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What specifically about the Dark Ages?
I hold to the opinion that, and I'm coming at this from the non. I'm actually giving him the upper hand because the consensus is that the Middle Ages weren't that dark. The term Dark Ages comes from a Renaissance writer named Petrarch, and he coined the term Dark Ages. And basically, he was looking at the period between 500 AD to 1000 AD, and he was saying that the literature that came out in this period was all garbage. It's nothing compared to Homer and Hesiod and Aeschylus and Euripides and Sappho.
Right.
The classical world was way more bright, way more three-dimensional and colorful.
Right.
And then the Dark Ages was this period of Christianity.
Christianity took over.
Suffocated all. There was no more literature, no more theater, no more art. So he calls it the Dark Ages. I agree with Petrarch. I agree with Machiavelli. I agree with all the people who hold the Enlightenment thinkers that thought this as well.
Yeah.
That's where the term Enlightenment comes from, coming out of the Dark Ages, Enlightenment, which is perfectly what we're about to get into, actually. Enlightenment.
And what are his views? How do his views differ from
He
yours?
thinks that was the best time in the world. He thinks that
Dark Ages?
He thinks the Dark Ages was the best time. He's a Christian. He thinks that was the time when everything was perfect, and that the Enlightenment was the corruption of the world. The end was everything's bad because of the Enlightenment.
Huh. Did he say that when he was in here? I told you the one thing that we talked about was the creation of democracy, because I told him that the Greeks created democracy, right? Like
the word is demos kratos. It's Greek,
right?
You can't have democracy without Greek. It's impossible. It's not even a subjective thing.
Who did he say? He's Francis Bacon. He said Francis Bacon was the one, I think, who invented democracy.
That's what I mean. This is not. This is to me.
Sir Francis Bacon.
To me, that's not a historian.
Yeah.
You cannot not know. If you don't know that democracy comes from the Greeks, then what are we doing?
Well, I think he said that, like,
he said that there's a difference in coming up with a theory and putting it to test.
I think
put it to test.
Bacon refined it.
Let me explain. Let me just put this to rest right now.
Yes.
In Athens, between the time of Solon and the time of Aristotle, actually, so maybe a little after that, Plato's, Aristotle's time, there was a system of government, and there was gaps. There was tyrants. Tyrants would come up and start ruling oligarchies for little periods of time. It happened at the end of the 5th century BCE, from like 420 BC, I'm just guessing, till 405, 404 BCE.
Yeah.
There was an area called the 30 Tyrants.
Okay.
But before that and after that, they had a system of government with no king, no emperor. They had senators that were elected by the people called archons.
Archons.
Yeah, rulers.
And they weren't allowed to be married or have kids, right?
I don't think that's true. No, I think
really?
I don't think that's true. Archons.
I thought they weren't, because that would be a conflict of interest, because they were supposed to be looking out for the state or the city or whatever it was.
Well, I don't know if that's because their terms were only 2 years.
Their terms were only 2 years.
The terms were 2 years. They were getting flipped. Oh, actually, in Athens, I think it was 1 year.
Oh.
In Rome, it was 2 years. We have 4-year presidencies.
Right.
In Rome, they had 2-year consuls. So Rome was a republic.
Okay.
Well, let's just stick with Athens for a second. Okay. They had a senate. They had people who were getting elected and taken out of power, which is democracy. They were being voted on. Things were being voted for by the people who had citizenship. So as long as you're an Athenian citizen, you have voting power. Now, that doesn't mean somebody from Syria can come and join in the election. They had a real democracy. There is no other definition for it. That's not them thinking of a theory and then it gets realized 600 or 1,000 years later. That's objectively incorrect, and that's bad historian. It's a bad historian. For him not to know, what do you think? Descartes came up with the word democracy by going back to Greek. The word is Greek. Demos, kratos. Demos meaning people, kratos meaning rule. So where do you think it came from? Demos, kratos. And the republic, the ideas of republic, comes out of that system, where the Romans have their own version of this, where they have consuls that are elected every 2 years, 2 consuls, one from each party. Popularis party, the Optimates party.
Right.
They have these 2, and they have this huge senate, giant senate, elected by people who were once again people who were Roman citizens. So the end of the Roman Republic sets up this emperor. You have an imperator, and the Senate basically doesn't have as much power anymore. They're just they're wealthy. They're just wealthy like landowners at this point, and which sets up for the end of this type of way of life.
Yes.
And so, yeah,
So they shouldn't be allowed to own land, right?
an emperor or a senator.
A senator.
They all own. They all.
Really?
Yes. They all own land. They're all rich, wealthy landowners.
Amin was telling me the original version, the original purest version of democracy, where the people that were the rulers and the senators and those people, they weren't allowed to own land.
That's interesting. We can look that up. He's the PhD classes. I don't know.
Yeah.
That I didn't think.
Maybe I'm getting that wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I
Are you
remember.
talking about in Athens or in Rome? Because I know for sure Roman senators own land. Cicero had his
Maybe
own.
it changed.
Cicero
later.
had a giant villa.